Chapter 1. The Path of Severed Meridians. In the realm of Jiang, the heavens are adorned with 9 celestial rivers, each woven from an infinite array of stars, collectively known as the 9 heavens. The inhabitants of this land revere martial arts from a tender age. Humans cultivate their inner energy through meditation, harmonizing with the elemental essence of the universe, refining their spirits, and mastering martial techniques to become martial practitioners. Those with heightened perception possess the ability to sense the presence of the 9 heavenly rivers through meditation, drawing upon the celestial forces and even communicating with individual stars to coalesce star souls, thereby becoming esteemed martial being practitioners. Among them are those of exceptional prowess who, after ascending to the ranks of martial being practitioners, refine stellar energy to continuously enhance their own strength, transcend martial boundaries, and open celestial gates, thus connecting with a multitude of stars and gathering diverse star souls. It is said that the most formidable martial practitioners of Jiang, upon breaking through each realm, can open a celestial gate to commune with a star, ultimately allowing them to have their own martial being star across the 9 heavens, transforming into the omnipotent warriors of the celestial realm. In the state of Chu, within the city of Tianyong, the Bai family stands. Bai Qiuxu's forehead glistens with sweat, her expression betraying immense agony, yet she resolutely grits her teeth and perseveres. Beneath the cloak of night, the starlight cascades from the heavens, illuminating her delicate form and the pale skin beneath her sweat-soaked garments. However, at that moment, Qin Wentian finds no solace in this enchanting sight. Hold fast to your true self-suffering is but a matter of the mind. Empty yourself and envision that you are a beautiful spirit soaring through the celestial rivers, reveling in the resplendent celestial scenery as ephemeral as a dream. Let the pain drift away. Qin Wentian's gentle voice wafts through the air, soothing Bai Qiuxu and diminishing her tremors. Bai Qiuxu's body steadies. Qin Wentian retrieves 9 silver needles and pierces them in her head. Bai Qing, witnessing this scene, nearly gasps in horror, covering her mouth with her small hand, glancing between Qin Wentian's reckless actions and her sister Bai Qiuxu. Channel the power of the stars into your body, traverse your meridians, and seal them within the celestial gate. Qin Wentian's voice, laced with an ethereal quality, continues to resonate in Bai Qiuxu's ears, enabling the stellar energy to flow into her being, circulating throughout her body. Return to the ethereal. You are now a consciousness. Seek out your favorite star and merge your awareness with it. Qin Wentian's voice carries a hypnotic undertone, and gradually, a shimmering silhouette forms above Bai Qiuxu's heat-in elegant golden crane, embodying both grace and the beauty of strength. Bai Qing's eyes widen in astonishment. This is a star soul manifestation. Sister is truly on the verge of coalescing a star soul. Now, the rest is up to you. Qin Wentian muses inwardly, a hint of gravity crossing his youthful visage. As Bai Qiuxu radiates with starlight, a resounding crane call echoes forth, the golden crane solidifying into existence, unleashing an overwhelming celestial force that envelopes the surroundings. Bai Qiuxu's eyes open wide, shining as brightly as the stars themselves. It's a success! Bai Qing exclaims in unrestrained joy, leaping into the air, and in a moment of exuberance, she embraces Qin Wentian, exclaiming, "Brother Wentian, it has truly succeeded." As she spoke, she unreservedly planted a kiss on Qin Wentian's cheek. A radiant smile illuminated Qin Wentian's eyes, infused with an innocent, sunlit exuberance, completely shedding the solemnity he had exhibited moments ago. "What level of the celestial realm are you at?" he inquired of his fiancée, his tone playful. "The 3rd level," Bai Qiuxu replied, her smile equally radiant and undeniably beautiful. At the tender age of 16, she was one of the 4 most enchanting maidens of Tianyong City, the esteemed daughter of the Bai family. At the 3rd level, sister was able to communicate with the stars to condense her star soul on her first attempt. This means she can effortlessly condense her 2nd and 3rd star souls in the future. How wonderful! I must tell father. Bai Qing seemed even more elated than her sister. No need. A middle-aged man approached from a distance. It was Bai Qiuxu and Bai Qing's father, Bai Qing's song. His hands trembled slightly as he gazed upon Bai Qiuxu. a smile gracing his lips. Xiao, you've worked hard. Father, if it weren't for Brother Wentian, sister might not have been able to condense her star soul, Bai Qing murmured. Only then did Bai Qing Song turn his attention to Qin Wentian, smiling as he said, Wentian, you've worked hard today as well. You should rest early, Xiao, and I will take our leave. Qing girl, you should come with me and not disturb your brother Wentian, Bai Qing Song advised Bai Qing, yet she merely stuck out her tongue in response. Why isn't father insisting that I call him brother-in-law today? I want to chat with Brother Wentian for a bit, you, and sister go ahead with your matters. Bai Qing Song gave her a sidelong glance before nodding and departing with Bai Xiao. Sister's first star soul has already connected with the third level of the celestial realm. Father will surely convene a meeting with the clan elders again, and I have no desire to attend, Bai Qing remarked, grinning widely as she observed their father leave. Brother Wentian, I used to doubt it, but I never imagined you would truly achieve this. Was it your intention all along to prevent sister from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, thus delaying her star soul condensation? Just for today? By absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, it would reside within the meridians and acupoints, thereby weakening one's sensitivity to the power of the stars and reducing the chances of successfully condensing the star soul. Qin Wentian reclined on the ground, gazing at the myriad stars above. Most individuals absorb the essence of heaven and earth while simultaneously comprehending the stars. This approach ensures that, even if they do not become martial-fated practitioners, it will not hinder their martial cultivation. However, Brother Wentian, your method is a firm commitment to condensing the star soul and becoming a martial-fated practitioner. Isn't that rather perilous? What if you fail to become a martial-fated practitioner, thus delaying your cultivation? Bai Qing sat beside Qin Wentian, voicing her concerns. Qing'er, how many types of star souls have you heard of? Qin Wentian inquired. Very few. There aren't many who condense star souls in Tianyong City, so my knowledge is limited. What about you, Brother Wentian? The Nine Heavens Galaxy is infinite in martial-fated stars, and each martial-fated star corresponds to a unique star soul. There is the Lion Star Soul, which grants you the strength of a fierce beast, capable of effortlessly tearing apart tigers and leopards. The Heavenly Eye Star Soul enhances your visual perception, allowing you to see further and perceive more acutely in battle. There is also the Forging Star Soul, which empowers you to become a formidable blacksmith. Then there's the Dream Star Soul, enabling you to cultivate within dreams and ensnare others in a slumbering realm, among others, in the realm of dreams, where one can traverse the ethereal. It is truly wondrous, Bai Qing murmured softly. The continent is vast. I have heard whispers of a world beyond, where many formidable individuals possess multiple star souls, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth with unparalleled prowess. Only those who are martial-fated can reign supreme over this land, while ordinary martial practitioners are akin to ants, incapable of ascending to the status of martial-fated, rendering their practice futile. Qin Wentian's eyes shimmered with fervor. He vowed to become a powerful martial-fated practitioner, to forge various star souls and venture forth to explore the world. He recalled Hey Boss words, stating that Tianyong City was minuscule, merely an ant in the face of the continent. However, I have heard, Bai Qing hesitated, her words trailing off. You have heard that I am inherently severed from the path of cultivation. Is that so? Qin Wentian replied with a smile, rising to sit. Who claims that those born with severed meridians cannot cultivate? I shall undoubtedly become a martial-fated practitioner. Seeing Qin Wentian's confident smile, Bai Qing returned a radiant grin. I believe in you, Brother Wentian. I shall take my leave now, lest I disturb your path to becoming a martial-fated. Indeed, go on. Remember to rest early and refrain from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, Qin Wentian advised. Understood, Bai Qing teased, sticking out her tongue before scampering away. As he watched her graceful silhouette fade, Qin Wentian realized, with a start, that the girl had matured like a T-15. She stood tall and elegant, no longer the little girl he had known 3 years prior. A pure smile graced Qin Wentian's face. Once Bai Qing departed, Qin Wentian commenced his training. He closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. Within his body, his meridians lay almost entirely shattered. He was far more than merely born with severed channels. Yet, he appeared unfazed, channeling the stars into his being, allowing the turbulent star energy to surge towards his frail meridians, seemingly intent on annihilating them. Completely in an instant. Qin Wentian's countenance contorted with agony, the pain exceeding what Bai had endured by more than tenfold, yet he gritted his teeth resolutely. Meridians are the conduits within the human body, connecting its essence. Their destruction equates to a crippling, rendering one incomplete. For martial practitioners, the path of cultivation demands the continual expansion of meridians, and beyond the body refinement stage, it necessitates their reconstruction, forging. 9 primary channels that connect to 7 vital nodes, the 5 organs, and 100 bones, thereby unlocking one's latent potential. When Qin Wentian initially shattered his meridians, he nearly became incapacitated. However, He Bo employed medicinal remedies to refine his body, preventing him from becoming a cripple. Coupled with Qin Wentian's unyielding daily physical training, he maintained a physique akin to that of a normal individual. Yet, the shattering of his meridians was not Qin Wentian's ultimate goal. The formation of star veins, as documented, posits that only through the destruction of meridians can one sculpt the most perfect star-wool veins. Thus, it is said, one must break before they can stand anew. Chapter 2. Gratitude and Revenge. The morning air was exceptionally refreshing. After a night of meditation, Qin Wentian awoke invigorated, rising early to run. He refrained from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation, as his physique was relatively frail. Thus, he resorted to this primal method to temper his body. The servants of the Bai family would witness Qin Wentian's morning runs daily. Initially puzzled, they gradually grew accustomed to the sight. The son-in-law is unable to cultivate, failing even to attain the status of an ordinary martial practitioner. Consequently, he harbors the delusion of entering the first realm of body refinement through running, which is undoubtedly a fool's dream. The servants of the Bai family looked down upon Qin Wentian were it not for his fortunate circumstances as the young master of the Qin residence. Their patriarch would never consider such a useless son-in-law. I heard that last night. The young lady became a martial destiny practitioner. I wonder if this engagement can still be preserved, whispered the servants from a distance, observing Qin Wentian as he jogged. Indeed, that very night, the family head convened a high-level meeting and disseminated the news that it is said that the star of martial destiny the young lady communicated with belongs to the third star river, making her an exceptional talent even among martial destiny practitioners. Absolutely. Humans are inherently gifted with a stargate that can accommodate star souls. However, without talent, one cannot condense them. Yet the young lady can already perceive the stars of the third realm. After reaching the 9th level of body refinement and entering the cycle realm, she will easily condense a second star soul, likely from the same third realm. It is truly remarkable if she can further open a stargate. Moreover, the energy contained within the stars of the third realm is far greater than that of the first realm, resulting in more formidable star souls. It seems that the wasteful son-in-law's position is precarious. Unbeknownst to them, these murmurs reached Qin Wentian's ears. Having meditated for many years, his perceptive abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. He could hear even the faintest sounds. However, he paid no heed to these rumors. He had known Qiu Shui for 3 years, and their bond resembled that of family. Even if Qiu Shui did not favor him, it mattered little when the time came. Their families could discuss annulment of the engagement, and Qiu Shui would remain his sister. 7 days hence is Uncle Bai's 50th birthday. On that day, I shall condense my star soul as a gift for Uncle Bai, Qin Wentian mused with a smile. Everyone believed him to be incapable of cultivation, unaware that it was He Bo who had instructed him to shatter his meridians. He had never doubted He Bo's words. Utilizing what He Bo had taught him, he had already helped Qiu Shui condense her star soul, though He Bo had always forbade Qin Wentian from mentioning him in front of others. Before he realized it, Qin Wentian arrived at the courtyard whereby Qing Song resided, pausing momentarily. Wentian, a voice called out, and Bai Qing Song emerged, looking at Qin Wentian. Are you running again? Yes, Qin Wentian nodded. How is Qiu Shui? I would like to see her. There's no need to force in truth. Leading an ordinary life, starting a family, and experiencing a tranquil existence is also a commendable choice, Bai Qing Song replied, causing Qin Wentian to feel a touch of unfamiliarity towards him. All right, Qin Wentian responded with a hint of a smile. Uncle Bai, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, but do not wander aimlessly in the coming days, Bai Qing's song said gently. With that, Qin Wentian departed. In the following 2 days, he neither encountered Bai Qing's song nor saw Bai Qiushui, while the news of Bai Qiushui's emergence as a prodigy spread throughout Tianyong City. On the 3rd day, as Qin Wentian completed his morning meditation, he discovered the presence of 2 guards outside his courtyard. Upon approaching, he found them blocking his path, a scene that made his heart skip a beat and his complexion change instantaneously. Coldly, he inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "The outside is chaotic, young Master Qin. It would be best for you to remain here for the time being," one guard replied icily. Qin Wentian's heart sank further. Previously, everyone from the Bai family had reverently addressed him as son-in-law. Yet now, they spoke to him in such a frigid manner. What troubled Qin Wentian was not merely the loss of the endearing title, but rather the palpable shift in attitude. "What has transpired?" he asked, feeling a chill creep over him. Ever since he helped Bai Qiushui awaken her star soul, everything seemed to have shifted dramatically. "It would be prudent for you not to concern yourself with such matters. Just stay here quietly," the guard advised. "Preposterous," Qin Wentian retorted sharply. "I demand to see Uncle Bai." One of the guards smirked disdainfully, fixing a cold gaze upon Qin Wentian. "Fool, I shall repeat myself. Remain here quietly. Do you still consider yourself a son-in-law?" Qin Wentian's heart plummeted. He was no fool. He understood perfectly well what was happening. He was under house arrest. Recalling Uncle Bai's previous words, he realized that the Bai family intended to dissolve the marriage pact. "Uncle Bai, if you wish not to honor this engagement, you could simply inform me directly," Qin Wentian mused inwardly, feeling a pang of pain. Had everything over the past 3 years been a mere fad? He understood that the engagement between the Bai family and the Qin family was a strategic alliance to harness the power of the Qin estate. Yet, even so, why did the Bai family dare to treat him in such a manner today? Silence. A commanding voice broke through, and Qin Wentian looked up to see Bai Qing rushing towards him, grabbing his arm and leading him into the room. "Brother Wentian," she said, her eyes red and glistening as if on the verge of tears. "My family has wronged you." "I do not comprehend," Qin Wentian replied. "Qinger, I must see your father. If he is unwilling, I can have my foster father speak with him to discuss the annulment of this engagement. I, Qin Wentian, along with the Qin estate, shall not impose." "Brother Wentian, my father, the Bai family may intend to kill you," Bai Qing sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her words struck Qin Wentian like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. "They wish to kill him? Why?" he asked, bewildered and confused. "Do not question the reasons." "Brother Wentian, you must flee," Bai Qing implored, her eyes brimming with tears. After a moment of silence, Qin Wentian responded, "I am already under house arrest. How can I escape? I have prepared a swift steed at the back entrance for you." "Take me as a hostage and leave," Bai Qing urged, producing a dagger and offering it to Qin Wentian, causing him to stiffen in surprise. "Master," a voice called from outside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Bai Qing's complexion paled. "Brother Wentian, hurry." "Qinger, tell me the reason," Qin Wentian insisted, his gaze fixed intently on her. Bai Qing replied urgently, "Once my sister became a prodigy, the news reached the imperial city of Chu that very night. The Yi family in the imperial city has designs for an alliance. The imperial city Yi family." Qin Wentian felt a chill deepening within him. "The Qin residence's mortal enemy. Thus, the Bai family intends to use my life to signify their stance, severing ties with the Qin residents and forging an alliance with the Yi family." "Brother Wentian, please stop," Qinger implored, handing a dagger to Qin Wentian. Yet, he shook his head, caressing Qinger's cheek, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Though I, Qin Wentian, may be deemed powerless, I can never raise a dagger against you." The door swung open, and Bai Qing's complexion turned as pale as parchment. "Bai Qing, step forward." A cold command echoed, issued by Bai Qing's song. "No, father, it is only because of Brother Wentian that my sister can communicate with the stars of the third heaven and awaken her star soul. Why repay kindness with enmity?" Bai Qing shouted defiantly at Bai Qing's song. "Go." Qin Wentian smiled at Bai Qing, causing her expression to stiffen. "Brother Wentian, Qin Wentian, not only are you a natural-born waste, but your character is also reprehensible," harboring illicit thoughts towards my daughter. Speak for yourself, how should I deal with you? At that moment, Bai Qing's song appeared utterly foreign to Qin Wentian. He managed to smile, his heart utterly desolate. Gazing at Bai Qing's song, he inquired, I wish to know, what is Qiuxu's stance on this matter? Today should I perish within the Bai family, regardless of the cause of my death, I can assure you that my adoptive father will undoubtedly lead an army to raise the Bai family too. The ground, Qin Wentian suddenly declared, his gaze unwavering and fearless as he fixed his eyes on Bai Qing's song. In an instant, the gentle visage of the youth transformed, revealing a countenance of resolute determination. Uncle Bai, until your Bai family possesses the capability to contend with the Qin residents, I advise you to refrain from taking action against me. Chapter 1. The Path of Severed. Meridians. In the vast realm of the 9 heavens, 9 celestial rivers weave through the firmament, each composed of countless stars. These 9 celestial rivers are also known as the Ninefold Heavens. The inhabitants of this continent revere martial arts. From an early age, humans learn to sense the vital energy of the universe through meditation, cultivating their spirit and honing their martial skills, ultimately becoming martial. Cultivators, those with heightened perception can, through meditation, sense the existence of the 9 heavens' celestial rivers, absorbing the power of the stars. Some even communicate with individual stars, condensing star souls to become esteemed martial fate practitioners. There are those who, after attaining the status of martial fate practitioners, refine the celestial energy, continuously strengthening their prowess, breaking through martial realms and opening celestial gates to connect with more stars, thereby condensing multiple star souls. Legend has it that the most formidable martial cultivators of the 9 heavens, upon breaking through each realm, can open a celestial gate, thereby connecting with a star, until they have their own martial fate star illuminating the 9 heavens, transforming into the divine war gods of the cosmos. In the kingdom of Chu, within the city of Tianyong, at the Bai family residence, Bai Qiuxu's forehead glistened with sweat, her expression etched with pain, yet she grit her teeth, resolutely enduring. Beneath the night sky, the starlight cascaded down upon Bai Qiuxu, illuminating her graceful form and the fair skin that glistened through her sweat-soaked garments. However, at that moment, Qin Wentian was not inclined to admire this beauty. Hold steadfast to your core. Suffering is but a state of mind. Empty yourself. Envision yourself as a beautiful spirit soaring through the celestial rivers, marveling at the resplendent starlight, a dreamlike spectacle. As for the pain, it shall pass with a fleeting dream. Qin Wentian's voice was gentle, drifting into Bai Qiuxu's ears, soothing her trembling body. As Bai Qiuxu's breaths gradually steadied, Qin Wentian produced 9 silver needles and pierced them into her head. Bai Qing, beside her, gasped in shock, covering her mouth with her small hand as she witnessed Qin Wentian's audacious act, glancing between him and her sister, Bai Qiuxu. Draw the power of the stars into your body, traverse the meridians, and seal them within the celestial gate. Qin Wentian's voice, ethereal and dreamlike, continued to echo in Bai Qiuxu's ears, enabling the stellar energy to flow into her body in a cyclical rhythm. Return to the void. You are now a consciousness. Seek the star you desire, and merge your consciousness with it. Qin Wentian's voice bore a hypnotic quality, and gradually, a phantom began to materialize above Bai Qiuxu's Hiata, resplendent golden crane, full of curves and a sense of power. Bai Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the manifestation of Star Soul. Her sister was truly on the brink of condensing a Star Soul. From here on, it is up to you, Qin Wentian thought to himself, his youthful face displaying a trace of solemnity. As Bai Qiuxu radiated with starlight, a magnificent crane call echoed, and the golden crane solidified, unleashing a wave of formidable celestial power. Bai Qiuxu's eyes opened, shining with the brilliance of stars. Success! Bai Qing exclaimed joyfully. Leaping into the air, she rushed to embrace Qin Wentian, exclaiming in a flurry of words, "Brother Wentian, it really worked." As she spoke, she unabashedly planted a kiss on Qin Wentian's face. A radiant smile blossomed in Qin Wentian's eyes, infused with the innocent warmth of sunshine, dispelling the seriousness that had lingered just moments before. What level of heaven? Qin Wentian inquired, gazing at his fiancée with a smile. The third level, Bai Qiuxue replied, her smile bright and undeniably beautiful. At 16, Bai Qiuxue was one of the four most stunning beauties of Tianyong City, the esteemed young lady of the Bai family. The third level, sister managed to connect with the stars of the third level on her first attempt to condense her star soul. That means she'll find it easy to condense the second and third star souls in the future. How wonderful! I must tell father. Bai Qing seemed even more elated than her sister. No need. A middle-aged man approached from a distance. It was Bai Qiuxue and Bai Qing's father, Bai Qingsong. His hands trembled slightly as he looked at Bai Qiuxue and said with a smile, "Qiuxue, you've worked hard. Father, if it weren't for Brother Wentian, I might not have been able to condense my star soul," Bai Qing murmured. Bai Qingsong then turned to Qin Wentian, smiling as he remarked, "Wentian, you two have worked hard today. You should rest early, Qiuxue, and I will take our leave. Qing, you should come with me as well. Don't disturb your brother Wentian," Bai Qingsong said to Bai Qing, but she playfully stuck out her tongue, replying, "Why isn't father making me call him brother-in-law today? I want to chat with Brother Wentian for a while. You and sister can go ahead." Bai Qingsong glanced at Bai Qing, then nodded and departed with Bai Qiuxue. Since sister condensed her first star soul by connecting with the stars of the third level, father will definitely be off to convene with the elders of the family. "I have no desire to attend," Bai Qing said with a grin as she watched Bai Qingsong leave. "Brother Wentian, I used to doubt it, but I never imagined you truly succeeded. Was it your intention to prevent sister from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and from condensing her star soul prematurely? Just for today, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth would fill the meridians and acupoints with that essence, thereby diminishing the sensitivity to the power of the stars, reducing the chances of condensing the star soul," Qin Wentian replied, lying on the ground as he gazed at the multitude of stars. "Most people absorb the essence of heaven and earth while comprehending the stars. This way, even if they cannot become martial practitioners, it won't hinder their cultivation. But your method, Brother Wentian, is determined to condense the star soul and become a martial practitioner. Isn't that quite risky? What if you fail to become a martial practitioner and it delays your training?" Bai Qing said, sitting beside Qin Wentian. "Qinger, how many types of star souls have you heard of?" Qin Wentian asked. "Very few. Not many in Tianyong City manage to condense star souls, so I haven't heard much. What about you, Brother Wentian?" "The Nine Heavens Galaxy is vast, with endless martial star souls. Each martial star corresponds to a unique star soul. The T.O. condensed the lion star soul grants you the strength of a fierce beast, capable of effortlessly tearing apart tigers, and leopards the heavenly eye star soul enhances your vision and perception, allowing you to see further and perceive better in battle. The forging star soul transforms you into a formidable blacksmith. The great dream star soul enables you to cultivate in dreams and ensnares others in dreams. Among others, in dreams, one cultivates, allowing one to dream how wondrous," Bai Qing murmured softly. "The continent is vast. I have heard that in the outside world, many powerful individuals possess multiple star souls, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Only the martial fate cultivators can truly dominate this land. Ordinary martial practitioners are akin to ants, unable to ascend to the ranks of martial fate cultivators, making their efforts futile." Qin Wentian's eyes gleamed with fervor that he was determined to become a formidable martial fate cultivator, to gather diverse star souls and explore the world beyond. He recalled what He Bo had said, "Tianyong City is too small, merely an ant in the face of the continent. But I have heard." Bai Qing hesitated, her words trailing off. "Is it rumored that I am born with a severed meridian and cannot cultivate?" Qin Wentian replied with a smile, sitting up. "Who says a severed meridian cannot cultivate? I will undoubtedly become a martial fate cultivator." Seeing Qin Wentian's confident smile, Bai Qing returned a bright grin. "I believe in you, Brother Wentian. I shall take my leave now, lest I disturb your path to becoming a martial fate cultivator." "Indeed, go on. Remember to rest early, and do not absorb the energies of heaven and earth," Qin Wentian advised. "Understood," Bai Qing replied playfully, sticking out her tongue before running off. As he watched her graceful figure depart, Qin Wentian realized, to his surprise, that this girl had grown up. At 15, she stood tall and elegant, no longer the little girl he had known 3 years ago. A pure smile spread across Qin Wentian's face. After Bai Qing's departure, Qin Wentian commenced his cultivation. He closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. Within him, his meridians lay nearly shattered, far beyond simply being born with severed meridians. Yet he appeared undeterred, drawing the stars into his body, sending the turbulent star energy coursing through his broken meridians, as if intent on shattering them completely. In an instant, agony etched itself upon Qin Wentian's face. This pain surpassed that which Bai Qiushua had endured by tenfold. Yet he gritted his teeth resolutely. Meridians are woven throughout the human body, connecting to its very essence. A shattered meridian equates to a crippled state, a body incomplete. For martial artists, cultivation involves continuously expanding their meridians, and even after reaching the body refinement stage, they must reconstruct their meridians, forging 9 major pathways to connect with the 7 primary orifices, the 5 organs, and the limbs, constantly unlocking and developing one's potential. When Qin Wentian's meridians were initially destroyed, he nearly became a cripple. However, He Bo refined his body with medicinal herbs, preventing his incapacitation. Coupled with Qin Wentian's daily physical training, which he never neglected, he maintained a physique of a normal person. Nonetheless, shattered meridians were not Qin Wentian's ultimate goal. Records of star forging meridians indicate that only broken meridians can sculpt the most perfect star wheel meridians. One must break before they can stand anew. Chapter 2. Repaying Kindness with Gratitude. The morning air was particularly refreshing. After a night of meditation, Qin Wentian awoke feeling rejuvenated and rose early to run. He refrained from absorbing the energies of heaven and earth for cultivation, as his physique was somewhat frail. Instead, he chose this rudimentary method to temper his body. The servants of the Bai family would see Qin Wentian every morning. Initially puzzled, they soon grew accustomed to his routine. The son-in-law was incapable of cultivating, unable even to achieve the status of an ordinary martial practitioner. Thus, he harbored the delusional hope of entering the first realm of body refinement through running a notion as absurd as a dream spun from folly. The servants of the Bai family held Qin Wentian in contempt had it not been for his fortunate circumstances as the young master of the Qin residence. Their patriarch would never have chosen such a worthless son-in-law. I heard that last night. The young lady became a martial destiny practitioner. I wonder if this engagement can still be preserved, whispered the servants from a distance, observing Qin Wentian's exertions. Indeed, that very night, the patriarch convened a high-level family meeting and disseminated the news that it is said that the young lady has connected with a martial destiny star from the third stellar Rivera, prodigious talent, even amongst martial destiny practitioners. Precisely. Humans are naturally endowed with a star gate capable of harboring star souls, but without talent, one cannot condense them. Yet the young lady can already perceive the stars of the third realm. Once she reaches the 9th realm of body refinement and opens a star gate, she will effortlessly condense a second star soul, at least one originating from the third realm. How impressive! Should she further establish more star gates? Moreover, the energy contained within the stars of the third realm surpasses that of the first realm, leading to even more formidable star souls. Alas, it seems that the status of that waste is perilous. Unbeknownst to them, these murmurs reached Qin Wentian's ears. His meditative practice over the years had sharpened his senses beyond the ordinary. He could discern even the faintest sounds. However, he paid little mind to these rumors. Autumn Snow had been his acquaintance for 3 years, their bond akin to that of family. Even if she were to hold no affection for him, it would suffice for their families to negotiate the dissolution of the engagement. She would still remain his sister in spirit. In 7 days, it will be Uncle Bai's 50th birthday. On that day, I shall condense my star soul, offering it as a gift to Uncle Bai. Qin Wentian mused, a smile gracing his features. While everyone believed him to be incapable of cultivation due to an innate deficiency, they remained unaware that it was Black Uncle who had compelled him to shatter his meridians. He had never once doubted Black Uncle's words. Utilizing the teachings imparted by him, he had already assisted Autumn Snow in condensing her star soul, though Black Uncle had always instructed Qin Wentian to refrain from mentioning him before outsiders. Before long, Qin Wentian found himself at the courtyard of Bai Qing's song, pausing momentarily. Wentian, a voice called out, revealing Bai Qing's figure as he stepped forward to greet Qin Wentian. Are you running again? Yes, Qin Wentian nodded. How is autumn snow? I wish to see her. There's no need to force it. In truth, being an ordinary person, establishing a family, and leading a simple life is also a commendable choice, by Qing Song replied, causing Qin Wentian to freeze momentarily, feeling a hint of unfamiliarity in the elder's demeanor. All right, Qin Wentian replied, a smile returning to his face. Uncle Bai, I shall take my leave now. Go on, but refrain from wandering about these days, Bai Qing Song said softly. With that, Qin Wentian departed, and in the ensuing 2 days, he neither encountered Bai Qing Song nor saw Bai Caiusno. Meanwhile, news of Bai Caiusno's emergence as a genius reverberated throughout Tianyong City. That on the 3rd day, as Qin Wentian concluded his morning meditation, he discovered the presence of 2 guards outside his courtyard. As he stepped out, he found they were blocking his path. This scene caused a jolt in his heart, and his expression shifted dramatically as he coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this? The situation outside is chaotic. Young Master Qin should remain here for the time being." One of them replied icily, but a sense of dread settled in Qin Wentian's heart. Previously, all members of the Bai family had respectfully addressed him as son-in-law. Yet at this moment, they spoke to him with such a frigid demeanor. What troubled Qin Wentian was not merely the change in title, but rather the underlying attitude. What has transpired? He felt a chill creeping over him. Ever since that day he assisted by Qiu Xue in awakening her star soul, everything seemed to have shifted abruptly. Young Master Qin, it is best if you do not concern yourself with this matter and remain here peacefully. Impudent, Qin Wentian reprimanded. I demand to see Uncle Bai. One guard sneered, fixing his gaze on Qin Wentian. Fool, I shall repeat myself. Stay put. Do you still believe yourself to be a son-in-law? Qin Wentian's heart plummeted. He was no fool. He could not be oblivious to the reality of his situation, had been placed under house arrest. Recalling Uncle Bai's previous words, he understood that the Bai family intended to nullify the engagement. Uncle Bai, if you no longer wish to honor this engagement, you could simply tell me. Qin Wentian silently mused, feeling a pang of sorrow. Had everything over the past 3 years been nothing but a facade? He recognized that the engagement between the Bai and Qin families was established to leverage the power of the Qin estate. Yet, why did the Bai family now dare to treat him with such disdain? Silence. A commanding voice rang out. Qin Wentian looked up to see Bai Qing running toward him, urgently pulling him toward the room. Brother Wentian, Bai Qing said, her eyes red and glistening with tears. My family has wronged you. I do not understand, Qin Wentian replied. Qinger, I wish to see your father. If he is unwilling, I can have my adoptive father negotiate with him to dissolve this engagement. I, Qin Wentian, and the Qin estate will not impose any demands. Brother Wentian, my father, the Bai family, they may intend to kill you. Bai Qing's tears flowed freely, her voice trembling. Her words struck Qin Wentian like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Kill him? Why? He asked, bewildered and confused. Do not question the reasons. Brother Wentian, you must leave at once, Bai Qing implored, her eyes brimming with tears. Qin Wentian remained silent for a moment before responding. I am already under house arrest. How can I escape? I have arranged a swift horse at the back door. You must take me as a hostage and flee, Bai Qing said, producing a dagger and presenting it to Qin Wentian, causing his expression to stiffen. Master, a voice called from outside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps, rendering Bai Qing pale. Brother Wentian, hurry. Qinger, tell me the reason, Qin Wentian insisted, his gaze fixed on her. Bai Qing, anxious, replied, after my sister became a genius, the news reached the royal city of Chu that night. The Yi family in the royal city has intentions of an alliance. The royal city, Yi family, a chill enveloped Qin Wentian's heart. The Qin residence is my sworn enemy, and thus, the Bai family wishes to signify their stance by sacrificing my life, severing ties with the Qin residence, and forming a union with the Yi family. Brother Wentian, please stop speaking. Qinger pressed a dagger into Qin Wentian's hand, yet he merely shook his head, caressing her cheek with a gentle smile. Even in my state of helplessness, how could I ever raise a dagger against you? The door swung open, and Bai Qing's complexion turned as pale as parchment. Bai Qing, step forward. A sharp command cut through the air, as Bai Qing's song spoke frostily. No, father. Sister has only been able to communicate with the stars of the third heaven and awaken her star soul because of Brother Wentian. Why repay kindness with enmity? Bai Qing shouted defiantly at Bai Qing's song. Qin Qin Wentian smiled at Bai Qing, causing her expression to stiffen. Brother Wentian. Qin Wentian, not only are you a natural-born waste, but your character is also reprehensible, harboring improper intentions towards my daughter. Tell me, how should I deal with you? At that moment, Bai Qing's song seemed utterly unfamiliar to Qin Wentian. He managed a faint smile, yet his heart felt utterly desolate. Gazing at Bai Qing's song, he inquired, I wish to know, what is Qiuxu's stance on this matter? Today, should I perish within the Bai family, regardless of the cause, I assure you my adoptive father will lead an army to raise the Bai family to the ground, Qin Wentian suddenly declared, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon Bai Qing's song, the gentle visage of youth now replaced by an expression of resolute determination. Uncle Bai, I advise you not to act against me before your Bai family possesses the means to contend with the Qin residents. Chapter 3. The awakening of genius. As he watched Bai Qing's song and the others depart, Qin Wentian felt an icy chill, reminiscent of a winter's day. In a single night, an unforeseen turmoil had arisen. The amiable Uncle Bai had come with intentions to take his life. Even though Qin Wentian possessed an extraordinary temperament, he still felt a numbing sensation in his heart, unable to quell the turmoil within. At last, he took a deep breath, allowing a radiant smile to return to his youthful and unblemished visage. What did it matter if human emotions were fickle? All he needed was to remain true to himself. His adoptive father had bestowed upon him a profound kindness, and there was also Qing who, despite betraying her father, had chosen to warn him of impending danger. Yet, at this moment, Qin Wentian felt he had little time to dwell on such matters. He needed to extricate himself from his present predicament. Thus, he resolved to cultivate diligently. Sitting cross-legged, he glanced at a stone hanging around his neck and remarked, Dear departed father, Heibo said you left me this worthless stone. Please do not hasten my departure. With that, Qin Wentian produced 9 silver needles and pierced them into his own head, subsequently closing his eyes, steadfastly centering his thoughts. Casting aside all distractions to enter a state of profound meditation, he envisioned himself as a vessel, and soon he sensed the existence of the primordial forces of nature and the powers of the stars. This was the essence of meditation, and the ability to perceive the strength of these energies depended on one's sensitivity to them. Qin Wentian's perception of stellar energy was exceptionally acute, a prowess nurtured not only by innate talent, but also through relentless training day after day. Even during daylight, he swiftly entered a meditative state, guiding the stellar energy to circulate within his body. At this moment, despite his meridians being completely shattered, he remained undeterred, continuously repeating the cycle of stellar energy until nightfall descended, enveloping him in the light of the stars. He envisioned a passageway, allowing his perception to ascend through it. This self-hypnosis was also a lesson imparted by Heibo. Sometimes, one must rely on self-suggestion to cultivate a stronger will. As his perception rose, Qin Wentian felt a faint pressure, yet this could not deter him. Soon, he sensed himself standing amidst an infinite expanse of stars, arriving at the first celestial river. Each time he reached this place, his heart would tremble profoundly. The 9-heaven star river was resplendent and magnificent. Standing there, he felt insignificantly small, akin to a grain of sand in the vast ocean, surrounded by a multitude of stars. He sensed a particular star nearby, resembling a broom. It was the broom star. There was also the weeping willow star. Should he awaken its star soul, perhaps it would render his body exceedingly supple. The water snake star and the lyre star also beckoned to him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian realized that, should he so desire, he could connect with any martial star, even those deemed exceptionally powerful. Yet he chose to forego that, allowing his perception to drift further upward, crossing the first celestial river, then the second, until he arrived at the 3rd heavenly realm. The pressure has intensified, rendering him incapable of freely selecting martial stars as he did in the 1st heaven. Yet, if others were to discover his plight, they might elevate him to the status of a celestial being, unaware of the true extent of his connection with the stars. Bai Qiuxue had already made a name for herself in the state of Chu through her communion with the martial stars in this celestial river. The martial stars of the 3rd heaven evidently possess a far greater reservoir of energy than those of the preceding 2 realms. There is still more to explore beyond this threshold. Pain is merely a matter of will. By emptying oneself, the anguish of a fleeting dream can be transcended. Qin Wentian has ascended to the 4th heaven, where the formidable energy of the stars evokes a compelling urge to communicate with them. Should he so desire, he might become a prodigy unlike any the state of Chu has ever witnessed. He recalls the vast array of star data that Heibo had prepared for him regarding the first 5 heavens, a testament to the high expectations placed upon him. Gritting his teeth, Qin Wentian's awareness continues to rise. Awakening the star's soul through communion with the martial stars is no simple feat. It demands not only innate talent but also immense perseverance. He admonishes himself to endure the throbbing pain swelling in his head as he surges upward once more, eventually leaping across another celestial river to reach the 5th heaven. Before him looms a star, reminiscent of a skull, exuding an aura of malevolence, the skeleton star. With a swift glance, Qin Wentian diverts his perception, drifting to the side. No longer can he effortlessly sense all the stars as he did in the 1st heaven. He must now attune to them one by one. Moments later, he perceives a lion star imbued with a fiery essence, the Fire Lion Star. If he were to communicate with it, he would undoubtedly wield formidable flames and overwhelming power. After contemplation, however, he chooses to forego this opportunity in favor of seeking more stars. Next, he senses a colossal star shaped like a hammer, the Celestial Hammer Star. Recalling the information on the Celestial Hammer Star from Heibo's records, he suddenly steels himself and takes a gamble. His perceptive energy surges wildly toward the Celestial Hammer Star, envisioning himself as a conscious entity merging with it. The throbbing in his head intensifies. Strands of stellar light cascade from the heavens, traversing layer upon layer of celestial rivers, enveloping Qin Wentian as he cultivates his perception. Yet, rather than directly entering his being, the light converges upon the stone at his neck. At that moment, the terrifying radiance of the stars illuminates this ordinary stone, which unexpectedly emanates a dreadful brilliance before gradually disintegrating and merging into Qin Wentian's skin until it vanishes completely. Only then does the stellar light genuinely illuminate him, gradually coalescing into an overwhelming force of celestial energy. A phantom of the Celestial Hammer manifests around Qin Wentian. While the pain in his head reaches a near-explosive level, clenching his teeth, he emits a series of sharp sounds yet perseveres, allowing the stellar essence to traverse his shattered meridians, creating a swirling vortex. He fervently strives to solidify his star soul. It is only through this process that he can truly be considered a martial practitioner. The thunderous resonance echoes through the air. Within Qin Wentian's body, a resonant hum reverberated, as if boundless stellar energy surged violently through his shattered meridians, perpetually cycling in a celestial rhythm. Gradually, it coalesced into a formidable vortex, spinning with a manic ferocity. He understood that the critical moment had arrived. Upon success, he would undergo a profound transformation. The agony he endured was inhuman, and more daunting was the necessity for him to multitask, gathering the star soul while molding a complete meridian. The pain seemed to transcend the realm of dreams. Yet, Qin Wentian's resolve was unyielding. The terrifying vortex within him managed to forge a channel of astral elemental power that permeated his entire being, as though he had entirely unblocked his pathways, transforming into a singular star meridian. Simultaneously, the ethereal shadow of the heavenly hammer began to solidify. Blood seeped from the corner of Qin Wentian's mouth, and finally, he spat forth a mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. While Qin Wentian lay in a stupor, outside the Bai family estate, at the Qifeng Tavern, Imo Shang stood by the window, an astral soul shadow hovering above him. This star soul manifested as a pair of celestial eyes, one of his 3 primary star souls, the celestial eye star soul. The brilliance of the stellar beams was remarkable. If Bai Qiushue's aptitude was indeed so formidable, she would undoubtedly pass this assessment. Upon witnessing the dissipation of the stellar energy, Imo Shang retracted his star soul, inwardly contemplating that the power he had just observed must have originated from the 3rd heaven. Moreover, aside from Bai Qiushue, he had not heard of anyone else from the Bai family communicating with the stars of the 3rd heaven. After stretching leisurely, Imo Shang retired to rest. Upon learning that Bai Qiushue from Tianyang City had conversed with the celestial entities of the 3rd heaven, numerous powerful factions from the Chu Kingdom's imperial city arrived to assess the situation. Among these factions was also the one to which Imo Shang belonged. However, he harbored no concerns about rivals vying for talent, for he hailed from the Imperial Star Academy. Chapter 4. Tempered through trials in the stillness of the night. Qin Wentian awoke from his stupor, shaking his head as an inexplicable tension gripped his heart. My star soul. A sudden realization washed over him as he closed his eyes, plunging into a meditative state. In the next moment, a radiant light illuminated the room, revealing an ethereal giant hammer hovering above his head, resplendent as if woven from the very essence of celestial bodies. It is successful. Since it is the awakening of the star soul of the celestial hammer, let it be known as the Celestial Hammer Star Soul. Now, I require a set of cultivation techniques that harmonize with the star soul, Qin Wentian mused. Yet, at that moment, a frown creased his brow as he perceived flickers of starlight within his mind. What could that be? As he delved deeper into his consciousness, he discovered a shadow of the celestial hammer star soul residing within, occupying a space within the stargate. To his astonishment, behind this shadow floated a diminutive celestial figure, exuding faint traces of starry energy, seemingly locking onto the essence of the celestial hammer star soul. A tremor coursed through Qin Wentian's heart. Why would a celestial figure manifest in my mind? Suddenly, he recalled something from the previous day. An unusual occurrence had transpired in his chest. Looking down, he noticed a solitary rope, the stone once tied to it now absent. The stone left to me by that ghostly old man. Qin Wentian's expression stiffened. At that very moment, the brilliance emanating from the celestial figure coalesced into the shadow of the celestial hammer star soul, causing bursts of starlight to explode within Qin Wentian's consciousness. With a resounding boom, waves of memories surged into his mind, inducing a slight pain in his head. While the celestial figure's luminescence began to wane, eventually fading into nothingness, leaving no trace of its presence. The tempering technique. This is the memory of a cultivation method. The celestial figure harbored ancient texts, and upon sensing the existence of the star soul, it manifested the memory of this technique. Qin Wentian's heart raced with excitement. The memories flooding into his mind revealed a cultivation method for martial practitioners to absorb the elemental forces of the universe or the stellar energies, refining their physical bodies, strengthening their bones, cleansing their meridians, and connecting with their internal organs. This represented the first stage of martial cultivation, the body refinement stage, aimed at forging a perfect physique. The body refinement stage consists of 9 levels. Once the body is perfected and the meridians cleansed, one can unleash formidable inner energy to activate all acupoints, establishing a complete circulatory system within. This allows for the flow of blood and boundless power, culminating in the circulatory stage, where divine abilities can be manifested, wielding immeasurable might. In the body refinement stage, a perfected physique possesses terrifying strength, capable of rending tigers and leopards asunder and cleaving through immense boulders. The circulatory stage enables the practitioner to unleash a myriad of divine powers, rendering them nearly omnipotent. Following this is the immensely powerful elemental mansion stage, where vast elemental forces coalesce into droplets, establishing an elemental mansion within the body, brimming with terrifying energy, granting the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the heavens. In the realm of martial practitioners, the ability to condense a stellar soul allows one to absorb the celestial essence and accommodate it within their being. This essence, infused with the attributes of the stellar soul, grants immense power. For instance, an individual possessing a lion stellar soul manifests a ferocity akin to that of a lion during their cultivation. Each strike becomes exponentially more potent. And when wielding the stellar soul, the might is further amplified. Consequently, the denizens of the 9 heavens continent hold martial practitioners in the highest regard. Conventional techniques involve grueling refinement, subjecting the body to immense suffering, a process akin to self-mortification, relentlessly hammering the flesh to transcend its limits. Qin Wentian, deeply immersed in contemplation, felt his heart race with excitement. He rose and proceeded to the training grounds in the rear courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he gazed up at the infinite stars above, a smile gracing his lips. With the stellar soul now condensed, he could finally store the celestial essence within, embarking on the path of cultivation. Closing his eyes, Qin Wentian released his stellar soul, extending his perception to the 5th heavenly layer, connecting with his martial fate stars. In an instant, the tumultuous and sovereign celestial essence from the 5th heaven cascaded down upon him, enveloping him in a radiant starlight. At that moment, Qin Wentian could distinctly feel the overwhelming power of the celestial essence descending from the 5th heavenly layer, which was incomparable to that of the 1st or 2nd heavens. After a considerable period, Qin Wentian's body reached saturation with the celestial essence. He commenced the practice of relentless refinement, and within him, it felt as though myriad celestial hammers were relentlessly striking his body. Merely absorbing the celestial essence would not yield the desired physical enhancement. It was only through the application of techniques that this essence could forge a stronger physique. The pain was excruciating. Sweat beaded on Qin Wentian's forehead as a low humming resonated within him, the overwhelming celestial essence crashing against his flesh. This pain of physical refinement was nearly unbearable. However, to forge a perfect body, one must endure. Moreover, the more tyrannical the technique, the greater the agony endured during the refinement process. With a deep, guttural roar, Qin Wentian gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the self-inflicted torment. The thunderous sounds emanating from within him grew increasingly terrifying, and even as the celestial essence within him neared depletion, he did not cease. Rising to his feet, he summoned a celestial hammer and began to wield it, persisting through the excruciating pain. For relentless refinement entailed countless repetitions of this arduous process, continually pushing the boundaries of his physical form. From the fifth heaven, the brilliance of the stars poured down upon him, illuminating the scene as the sound of crackling echoed in the air, a testament to his body undergoing transformation. After countless repetitions, the unique star veins formed within him began to take on the shape of the celestial hammer, the celestial essence flowing through these veins with remarkable ease, granting Qin Wentian an exhilarating sensation, as though he had gradually forgotten his fatigue. With a sharp crack, his body occasionally emitted crisp sounds, as if every sinew and muscle was quaking in response to the profound metamorphosis. At long last, after several breakthroughs of self-imposed limits, he found himself unable to sustain the effort. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he gasped for breath, feeling as though the rigors of this relentless training might prove fatal. His entire body ached, rendering him utterly powerless, as though he might disintegrate from the pain. Was it due to his lack of cultivation, his frail physique, and insufficient foundation that he experienced such torment? Qin Wentian murmured to himself, settling into a meditative posture, refraining from wielding the immense hammer, and instead continued to absorb the celestial energy of the stars. The starlight poured down incessantly, seemingly inexhaustible, as the power of the stars was truly limitless. On this winter morning, the air bore a hint of humidity. Nevertheless, Qin Wentian felt no chill in the training grounds. Upon opening his bleary eyes, he rose to stretch his limbs, discovering that his body felt unburdened, devoid of the soreness he had suffered the previous day. The night that had transpired seemed akin to a nightmare, but now, it appeared to be a thing of the past. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with strength, unlike anything he had previously experienced. Such remarkable regenerative abilities were a testament to the might of the heavenly hammer star. Qin Wentian had studied the celestial bodies from the first to the fifth layers under the guidance of Hebua, and the heavenly hammer star was among them. He had chosen this star for its numerous attributes: formidable explosive power, exceptional defense, and remarkable regenerative capabilities, alongside the potential for forging, which endowed him with innate talent in crafting and refining. The relentless training had allowed him to transcend his limits, propelling him from a novice to the third tier of body refinement overnight. This was a gift bestowed upon him by the Star Soul in the rigorous training he endured. He was eager to test the extent of his newfound strength. Approaching a stone pedestal, he concentrated his energy and struck down with force. A resounding crack echoed as the pedestal shattered into fragments. This was the essence of power, remarkable indeed. Even a casual strike exceeded the strength of 9 oxen. Qin Wentian murmured to himself, referencing the immense strength associated with 9 oxen and 2 tigers. However, for a martial practitioner, reaching the third tier of body refinement endowed one with the terrifying strength of 9 oxen. At the first tier of body refinement, one possessed the strength of a single ox. At the second tier, for oxen. At the third tier, 9. At the fourth tier, 16. And should one attain the 9th tier, the strength would be staggering, boasting the might of 81 oxen. With a perfected physique, the horror of such power was a driving force for countless individuals seeking to become martial practitioners. Power. To become a martial practitioner was to wield unparalleled strength. And this was merely the classification of ordinary martial practitioners. Those who cultivated their fate through celestial energy experienced even greater amplification of their strength, rendering their power within the same realm truly formidable. In a single night, he had acquired strength surpassing that of 9 oxen. How could Qin Wentian not be elated? He moved to the center of the training ground, preparing to continue his practice, relentlessly forging his robust body. This was quite normal for Qin Wentian, as the celestial energy contained within the martial fate stars of the 5th layer was formidable, coupled with the self-inflicted intensity of his training regimen. It was only natural for him to easily reshape his physique and experience a meteoric rise in strength at the early stages of cultivation. Now, he wished to squander not a moment. Danger loomed while he remained with the Bai family. He needed to depart, relying solely on his own strength, for he feared his adoptive father was still unaware of his predicament. Chapter 5. By Qiushua's attitude in the Qingfeng Tavern, Imo Shang sat alone by the window, savoring his drink. 3 days hence would mark the 50th birthday of Bai Qingsong. which was said to draw notable figures from the royal capital of the Chu kingdom. The other patrons at the tables engaged in lively discussions, having arrived early to witness the spectacle. Indeed, I have heard it said that a mother gains prestige through her son. Bai Qingsong appears to bask in the glory of his daughter. However, his daughter is indeed remarkable, possessing extraordinary talent. She directly communicated with the martial fate stars of the third heaven, gathering star souls on her very first attempt. Should she unlock the second and third stargates, she would need to condense at least 3 star souls, all of which would be of the third heaven or higher, certainly a figure of great importance within the Chu kingdom. It is true. I have also heard that the Bai family is contemplating a cancellation of the engagement. Yet, one must wonder how the likes of Qin Wentian could ever compare to Bai Qiuxue. It seems everyone wishes to discard him. Whispers suggest that the so-called wasteful young master has squandered a considerable amount of star meteorites belonging to the Qin family. It is puzzling why Qin Chuan holds such affection for this adopted son. Many shook their heads in quiet disbelief, and just then, an unexpected silence enveloped the tavern. A beautiful figure ascended the staircase, clad in a flowing azure gown, radiating elegance and grace, unmistakably a lady of noble birth. Bai Qiuxue, the prodigy of the Bai family. Someone murmured softly. Mo Shang cast a glance at Bai Qiuxue and nodded subtly. She was indeed impressive, possessing both remarkable talent and striking beauty, which explained the alliance with the Yi family. As Mo Shang contemplated with a solitary drink, his gaze drifted toward the direction of the Bai family. Once cast out from the royal capital, it seemed they were poised for resurgence. Bai Qingsong was evidently adept at seizing opportunities. The forthcoming days promised to be lively. Suddenly, Mo Shang's expression sharpened, for due to his unique connection with star souls, his perception of celestial forces was keen. He sensed a powerful surge of stellar energy descending from a particular direction within the Bai family estate. In that moment, his eyes transformed. As if he could see through all veils, the trajectories of the stars flickered vividly within his gaze. With a slight tremor in his heart, he realized that this stellar disturbance likely emanated from forces beyond the third heaven. Could the Bai family harbor such a prodigy? Yet, why conceal it? Merely presenting Bai Qiuxue to the world? Mo Shang was perplexed but resolved to investigate that night. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian remained oblivious to Mo Shang's existence, consumed by relentless training, enduring excruciating trials to forge his body. At last, after enduring unimaginable pain, the sound of cracking bones echoed as his physique transformed. A smile graced Qin Wentian's face. He understood that he had ascended to the 4th level of body refinement, having mastered the first 3 levels, refining flesh, bones, and finally, the meridians and organs. As nightfall enveloped the world once more, Qin Wentian ceased his cultivation and made his way towards the front courtyard. Given his current state, he was convinced that if he were to approach Bai Qingsong now, the latter might reconsider his stance. However, Qin Wentian refused to demean himself in such a manner. Having discerned the true nature of a person was sufficient. Now, he yearned to understand the sentiments of Bai Qiuxue, who had coalesced her stellar soul with his assistance over the span of 3 years. With Bai Qingsong's birthday approaching in 3 days, he resolved to inquire directly. As he exited the courtyard, he noticed the 2 guards still stationed there. Naturally, only 2 were present, for all were aware of Qin Wentian's status as a cripple, prompting Bai Qingsong to regard him with little concern. 2 ordinary guards guarding a mere waist was already a mark of respect. The indifference in Qin Wentian's expression elicited a momentary pause from one of the guards, who then broke into a cruel grin, revealing a malign intent. It seems young Master Qin is living quite luxuriously, unaware of his current standing. In that case, I shall enlighten you, he declared, launching a brutal punch towards Qin Wentian's head. Qin Wentian's senses were remarkably acute. Now a martial practitioner, he perceived the guard's movements as if time had slowed. He deftly sidestepped, leaning forward to deliver a crushing knee strike to the guard's abdomen. In an instant, the guard felt his internal organs shatter, propelled away, and rendered unconscious. The second guard's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of cold fury igniting within his eyes. This fellow was tougher than anticipated, having been ambushed with such ease. He advanced with a powerful straight punch, a gust of wind accompanying it, reminiscent of a roaring tiger, an embodiment of the basic tiger fist technique. This time, Qin Wentian did not evade. He retaliated with a straight punch of his own, as formidable as a hammer. The sound of shattering bone echoed as the guard's arm broke under the impact. Before he could utter a cry of agony, Qin Wentian's fist struck his skull. Though he restrained his strength, merely incapacitating him rather than obliterating him. Having dealt with the guards, Qin Wentian dragged their bodies into a room and secured the door. Moments later, he emerged clad in a guard's attire, stepping into the shadows. Familiar with the Bai residence, he navigated the narrow paths, meticulously avoiding the night patrols. After half an hour, he reached the side of the main gate, lowering his head as he approached. The sound of his footsteps echoed softly, and a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. If he were to be caught now, Bai Qingsong would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Just as he was about to step through the gate, he heard footsteps approaching, prompting him to bow his head even lower. "What are you sneaking around for? Look up." A familiar, cold voice pierced Qin Wentian's ears, causing his heart to flutter slightly. A peculiar smile crept onto his lips as he realized he had unexpectedly encountered Bai Qiushue. Upon seeing him raise his head, Bai Qiushue's body quivered slightly, taking a small step back. Silence enveloped the two individuals. As Qin Wentian observed Bai Qiushue transition from panic to tranquility, it seemed he grasped something profound, a frigid smile curling upon his lips. "I had no choice." Bai Qiushue finally spoke. Qin Wentian merely gazed at her, remaining silent. He had never anticipated that they would confront such a predicament. "You have devoted years to mastering the essence of star souls, gaining unparalleled insights. Yet what purpose does it serve? You can only assist others in condensing their star souls. While you are destined for self-deception." Bai Qiushue's long, dark hair danced in the night, reminiscent of a spirit of the shadows. But Qin Wentian found himself devoid of the inclination to admire it, his heart frozen. Is this the rationale behind the Bai family's ingratitude? Qin Wentian comprehended Bai Qiushue's implication. The intended betrothal was undoubtedly to Yi Wuqiu. "You may leave. After all, you have aided me. In light of our past, I shall not make things difficult for you. Even if you survive, it will not alter the union between the Yi and Bai families, and in the future, you and I are destined to inhabit different realms." Upon concluding her words, Bai Qiushue passed by Qin Wentian, a gentle breeze brushing against her, and he suddenly felt an unfamiliarity in her presence, as if she uttered the most absurd of statements. "Bai Qiushue," Qin Wentian called out suddenly, causing her steps to falter. 3 years ago, your father, Bai Qingsong, proposed a marriage alliance to my adoptive father. My adoptive father, reluctant to impose upon you, initially hesitated, yet Bai Qingsong insisted, and thus he acquiesced. Over the past 3 years, my adoptive father has provided your family with cultivation resources, aiding in your family's restoration, never once exhibiting arrogance. And I have regarded you as kin. 5 days ago, I assisted you in communicating with the martial celestial bodies to condense the star soul. Yet your family sought to take my life. Now you speak of letting me go, as if it were an act of benevolence. How utterly ironic." Qin Wentian's words were laced with indifference as he strolled away, adding, "However, you have not erred in one regard. You and I are indeed destined to dwell in different worlds." Chapter 6. The Imperial Star Academy. The Qin residence is situated in the northern part of Tianyong City, over 100 miles from the Bai family estate. Even though Qin Wentian hastened his steps after departing from the Bai family, he arrived at the Qin residence as daylight broke. Having embarked on the path of martial arts, his muscles and bones were fortified after walking through the night. He felt no fatigue. Outside the gates of the Qin residence, the statue of the ancestral figure, Qin Wu, still stood tall, brandishing a spear while mounted on a magnificent steed. Qin Wu, once the marshal of the Chu kingdom, commanded the formidable Chu armies and was renowned for his valiant exploits, having rescued the former emperor from peril and sacrificing himself for the nation. However, after the current emperor ascended the throne, he relocated the Qin residence northward to Tianyong City, distancing it from the center of power and gradually diminishing the military influence of the Qin family, leading to a decline over generations. Qin Wentian gazed at the statue of the marshal with a wry smile, reflecting on how his recent experiences echoed the historical trajectory of the Qin family. As he stepped into the Qin residence, he noticed numerous people hastening towards a particular direction. He stopped a maid and inquired, "What is happening?" The Chu kingdom, having been established for 3,000 years, spans vast territories with over 100 cities and a population in the millions. The imperial city of Chu is the most prosperous, serving not only as the center of power but also as a sacred ground for martial practitioners, housing many renowned martial arts academies. Families of high standing from across the kingdom send their gifted youths to these esteemed institutions for training. Naturally, the Qin residence is no exception. Among Qin Wentian's generation, 3 individuals have been training in the martial arts academies of the imperial city. They represent the future of the Qin family. Upon returning from the capital, he wondered about their current levels of cultivation. He silently mused and then set his feet towards the martial arts arena within the Qin residence. Upon his arrival at the arena, he observed several prominent figures from the Qin family present, and on the combat platform. The sounds of wind and thunder echoed as two young disciples engaged in a fierce sparring match. Qin Ji, one of the youths clad in a yellow robe, appeared to be of similar age to Qin Wentian. At that moment, Qin Ji unleashed the tiger's roar fist with a mighty roar, akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, causing the very forest to tremble. His opponent was immediately overwhelmed, resulting in a thunderous crash as he was sent flying from the platform, landing heavily below. This punch, the tiger's descent, was more fearsome than a real tiger. Qin Ji had likely reached the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Qin Wentian felt the formidable force of that punch and contemplated that an ordinary martial practitioner at the 7th level possesses the strength of 49 bulls. With fists harder than steel, Qin Ji, having condensed the tiger star soul, was a martial practitioner, possessing even greater strength, augmented further by the tiger's roar fist technique, rendering his power terrifying. Such a young martial artist could unleash such immense strength. However, Qin Ji's talent and strength appeared to be beneath that of Qin Shang and his sister, Qin Yao. Last year, Qin Yao had already entered the 8th level of the body refinement realm, and she was likely even stronger now. Qin Wentian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he pondered, and this was merely the body refinement level. Should one enter the Meridian realm, activating all the body's acupoints, they would wield boundless power, traversing the 9 meridians and utilizing divine powers stronger than mere techniques. How formidable that would be. Qin Wentian. At that moment, a voice rang out, and numerous gazes turned towards him. The speaker was Qin Chuan, the head of the Qin family, foster father. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Qin Wentian found himself at a loss for words. Since his childhood, he had been taken in by the Qin family, with the patriarch, Qin Chuan, recognizing him as an adoptive son and treating him as one of his own, even better than his biological children. As I suspected, Bai Qiuxue has communicated with the martial fates of the celestial realm, awakening her star soul and astonishing the capital of Qu. I surmise she must have been cast out. A voice, cold and detached, emerged from beside Qin Chuan. It belonged to Qin Chuan's younger brother, Qin He. Impudent. Qin Chuan scolded. My older brother. You refuse to believe my words. The Bai family and the people of Qu have grown close, and it is said that even the Yi family from the imperial capital has met with them, with Bai Qiushue's extraordinary talent attracting attention from all corners. Do you truly believe the Bai family will honor this engagement? Qin He lamented, causing varied expressions among those present. At that moment, a howling wind echoed from the void, prompting everyone to look skyward, their expressions turning solemn. Above, a colossal eagle circled the heavens, upon which sat a figure clad in yellow robes. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. This person was quite audacious, having the enormous eagle hover directly above them. Teacher. At this moment, a young girl beside Qin Chuan called out to the sky, causing Qin Chuan to focus intently and ask, Yaoer, is that your teacher? Indeed, Qin Yao nodded. Teacher, what brings you to the Qin residence? Please, take a seat. Yaoer, I have heard about the engagement between the Qin family and Bai Qiuxue. Is there truth to this? The middle-aged figure in yellow robes inquired. As her voice fell, the giant eagle descended gracefully onto the platform, revealing a hint of a smile. I have come today precisely for this matter. I have learned that Bai Qiuxue possesses exceptional talent, and the Royal Academy wishes to recruit her. Upon hearing this, a chill swept over the hearts of those present. Bai Qiuxue had now risen to prominence, becoming a dragon among men, with even the Royal Academy of the Chu Kingdom personally seeking her. It was worth noting that within the vast Qin residence, only the exceptionally gifted Qin Yao had been admitted to the Royal Academy for cultivation. Why not have the Academy send an invitation for Bai Qiuxue to enroll come spring? Qin Yao suggested. Yaoer, this situation is different. Bai Qiushue's first martial fate, Star originates from the 3rd celestial realm. Numerous academies from the imperial capital have sent representatives. They have decided to organize a special recruitment event in Tianyang City, just 2 days from now, outside the Bai family estate, coinciding with the Bai family head's birthday. The teacher explained. Qin Yao's gaze sharpened. This was clearly arranged solely for Bai Qiuxue. Precisely. The recruitment is merely a secondary consideration. The primary focus is indeed on Bai Qiuxue. Even the Imperial Star Academy may send representatives, thus we cannot afford to be careless. Haha, Tang Lin. Since you are aware the Imperial Star Academy will come, why take such unnecessary actions? A hearty laugh resonated, and Tang Lin's gaze narrowed as he looked toward the approaching figure, his pupils contracting. Mo Shang. Tang Lin scoffed inwardly, taken aback that Mo Shang also sought to leverage the Qin family's engagement. However, as Qin Yao was his disciple, Imo Shang had no hope of success in that regard. "Greetings, Qin, it has been too long since we last met. I hope your esteemed father is in good health," said Imo Shang as he approached Qin Chuan. The esteemed elder he referred to is none other than Qin Wu, the son of General Qin Wu, and the current head of the Qin family, Qin Chuan's father. Before General Qin's demise, Qin Hao fought valiantly alongside his father, earning great respect within the military. Following the passing of both General Qin and the previous emperor, the current sovereign relegated Qin Hao to the city of Tianyong under a mere nominal title. "Thank you for your concern, brother Imo Shang. My father is well, though he prefers not to move about much and cannot personally welcome you," Qin Chuan replied with a smile, though inwardly he felt a chill. Imo Shang was a member of the Imperial Star Academy and had come for Bai Qiuxue. It seemed inevitable that the Bai family would regret their decision to withdraw from the engagement. "Imo Shang and Bai Qiuxue are destined to join our Royal Academy," Tang Lin remarked, his tone laced with provocation as he fixed his gaze on Imo Shang. "Is that so?" Imo Shang replied with a faint smile before taking a seat. His eyes scanned the crowd, momentarily pausing when they landed on Qin Wentian. The previous night, he had stealthily infiltrated the Bai residence, curious to discover the talent hidden within the Bai family. To his surprise, he uncovered intriguing revelations. The youth had stealthily escaped from the Bai household, and out of curiosity, he followed him to the Qin residence. "I had expected to find a formidable expert at the Yuanfu realm hidden within the Bai family, but instead, I encountered a youth of similar age to Bai Qiuxue. Judging by the strength of his star power, this young man's talent is undoubtedly on par with Bai Qiuxue's." Imo Shang mused inwardly, realizing this journey had indeed been worthwhile. At that moment, the members of the Qin family sighed within. For the Royal Academy was the esteemed institution of the Chu royal family, admitting only nobility and exceptionally gifted individuals. It ranked among the top 3 academies in the Chu dynasty's martial arts schools. The Imperial Star Academy exclusively accepted practitioners of martial destiny. Anyone who entered would emerge as a superlative expert at the Yuanfu realm, a cradle for geniuses. The Yuanfu realm represented a level beyond the 9 realms of the wheel, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, wielding formidable spells, and cultivating an endless surge of yuan power that allowed for flight through the skies. Those who attained the Yuanfu realm were all significant figures, capable of commanding respect throughout Tianyong City. Yet now, both the Royal Academy and the Imperial Star Academy had come to the Qin residence for the sake of Bai Qiuxue. Chapter 7. Iron-blooded father and son Tang Lin believed that Imo Shang's arrival at the Qin residence was driven by a similar motive, which elicited a subtle pressure within him. He turned to Qin Yao and inquired, "My dear Yao, which young talent among your Qin family is betrothed to Bai Qiuxue?" Qin Yao's expression faltered as she cast a sidelong glance at Qin Wentian before responding, "Master, this matter may have encountered some unforeseen complications." "What complications?" Tang Lin asked, momentarily taken aback. "Qin Wentian, come forth," Qin Chuan called, and Qin Wentian promptly approached. Qin Chuan continued, "Brother Tang, brother Imo, this is my son, Qin Wentian. He is indeed engaged to Bai Qiuxue. However, his situation is unique. Despite possessing remarkable talent, he is unable to cultivate. Might you both consider how we could remedy this?" "Eldest brother, a natural severance of meridians is hardly a good talent," Qin he interjected. "Silence. What do you know of a natural severance?" Wentian once had a complete meridian system. It must have been some unfortunate incident that caused this. Moreover, his perception of the stars is exceptionally strong, Qin Chuan rebuked. This exchange prompted Imo Shang and Tang Lin to narrow their eyes, seemingly grasping the underlying implications, though their thoughts diverged. "I shall take a look." Both Imo Shang and Tang Lin declared in unison, each placing a hand upon Qin Wentian's wrist. Qin Chuan's pupils constricted, and his demeanor turned frosty as he remarked, "Is your manner of speaking not a tad inappropriate?" Tang Lin noted the shift in Qin Chuan's address with displeasure. The Qin family had fallen from grace in the eyes of the current emperor and was destined for historical oblivion. Were it not for Bai Qiuxue and Qin Yao, he would never have set foot in the Qin residence. Yet here was Qin Chuan treating him with such rudeness. "Qin Chuan, it appears you harbor delusions. The once respectable Qin family has now descended to this state, which is indeed laughable," Tang Lin scoffed. "If you have no further business, I must kindly ask you to leave." Qin Chuan extended his hand, issuing an expulsion order. This left Qin Yao in a difficult position as she interjected, "Master, my father's temperament has always been impulsive. I hope you do not take offense." "Qin Yao, Your father is utterly oblivious to the situation, Tang Lin retorted coldly. My dear Yao, you must not take him as your teacher any longer. Qin Chuan's voice was authoritative, causing Qin Yao's complexion to pale, while Tang Lin seethed with anger, exclaiming, very well. Excellent. Observing this scene, Qin Wentian sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of guilt as he gazed at Qin Chuan's resolute visage. For his sake, Qin Chuan had unknowingly offended countless individuals, and now he found himself at odds with a formidable figure from the Royal Academy, the very teacher of his own daughter. Qin Yao. Meanwhile, Mo Shang harbored an entirely different thought. He fixated on Qin Wentian, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Young Qin, when did he suffer this severance? Since he was 6 years old, Qin Chuan replied. The condition worsened until all his meridians were shattered. 6 years old, Mo Shang inhaled sharply. His gaze fixed on Qin Wentian. He then released his grip, his eyes flickering. If his speculations were accurate, what immense willpower this youth must possess. Reflecting on Tang Lin's previous demeanor, Mo Shang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the folly of the man. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The sound of galloping hooves resonating through the air. The members of the Qin family fixed their gazes, their expressions turning cold. Who dared to ride through the Qin residence? Soon, they beheld a group of knights, brandishing long spears and clad in armor, galloping fiercely towards them. At the forefront rode a figure draped in a flowing black cloak that danced in the wind, his piercing gaze sharp as a blade, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. Cold Eagle. On the spectators' stand, Qin Chuan's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated such commotion at the Qin residence today. Cold Eagle was once a deputy commander under his father's command, known for his treacherous and ruthless nature, always disdained by Qin Chuan's father. It was no surprise that he had allied himself with the Yi family, the sworn enemies of the Qin clan, to suppress their influence. Young master, it has been a while. Cold Eagle's eyes, as sharp as a hawk's, fixated on Qin Chuan. Cold Eagle, how dare you ride into the Qin estate with such audacity? Qin Chuan retorted, his demeanor frigid and unfriendly. Cold Eagle paid no heed to Qin Chuan's words. The Qin family had long since fallen into decline. The emperor himself turned a blind eye to the various factions suppressing the Qin estate, for as long as Qin Chuan's father, Qin Hao, remained alive. The emperor would never rest easy. Thus, no matter who trampled upon the Qin estate, the emperor would choose to feign ignorance, aligning with his desires. I have come to the Qin estate for 2 reasons. First, to ascertain whether the old master still draws breath. Second, to inform you that in 2 days, various factions from the kingdom of Chu will descend upon the Bai residence. Bai Qiushue is destined to enter either the Imperial Star Academy or the Royal Academy. At that time, both families will discuss the so-called marriage proposal, and the Qin family is expected to be present. Do not hide away. The members of the Qin family watched the retreating figure, and Qin Chuan's body trembled with rage. Should Bai Qiushue, with her prestige as a disciple of the Imperial Star Academy, choose to annul the engagement, it would be deemed entirely justified, and he, Qin Wentian, would be humiliated, an affront to the Qin family and to his very being. The Bai family has gone too far, Qin Chuan thought, utterly taken aback by their ingratitude. He resolved to witness the events unfold in 2 days. Indeed, Tang Lin remarked with a cold smile, Qin Chuan, prepare to be slapped in the face. Farewell. With that, he mounted a giant eagle and soared into the sky, the creature circling above with a cry that seemed laced with mockery. The entire Qin family fell into a deep silence. Since the current emperor began to suppress them, the Qin estate had been in a continuous decline, yet they remained steadfast. Never before having faced such humiliation. Elder brother, Qin suddenly spoke. You see the situation clearly. The Bai family has evidently allied with the Yi family against us. With Bai Qiushue's prodigious talents, if we attend in 2 days, we shall undoubtedly lose face. Are you suggesting that we, the Qin family, should heed Cold Eagle's words and remain in hiding? Qin Chuan replied coldly. Over the years, how many resources has Qin Wentian consumed from the Qin estate? How many Starfall stones have been utilized? Though I have my grievances, I have never voiced them. However, this matter concerns the prestige of the Qin family. I propose we expel Qin Wentian from the estate. We have done all we could over these years. Qin He's voice was somber, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Indeed, many within the Qin family harbored grievances against Qin Wentian. Qin Chuan had pampered this adopted son excessively, yet he was a cultivator and capable of rising to prominence. Third brother, what is your perspective? Qin Chuan inquired of the third member of the family, Qin Yi. Qin Wentian is more suited for a life among ordinary people. Qin Yi replied softly. In this present moment, the Qin residence has fallen into decline, merely due to some humiliation. It is proposed to expel the descendants of our ancestors' benefactor from the Qin house. Such an action fills me with shame and brings dishonor to my forebears in the afterlife. I would have no face to meet the spirits of my ancestors. As long as the Qin residence stands, so shall Qin Wentian endure. In 2 days' time, I shall summon the valiant sons of the Qin family to march against the Bai clan. Should anyone dare to discuss expelling Qin Wentian from the Qin house again, I shall personally bring them to justice. With that declaration, Qin Chuan struck his palm down upon the chair beneath him, and in an instant, the sound of cracking echoed as the chair splintered into pieces, leaving the space enveloped in silence. What debt of gratitude did Qin Wentian's ancestors owe the Qin family that would inspire such fervor in Qin Chuan? Those present felt a shudder of trepidation. They only knew that Qin Chuan had taken Qin Wentian as his adopted son and treated him with great respect, all to repay the kindness shown by Qin Wentian's forebears. For this favor, Qin Chuan was willing to sacrifice everything, a spirit that left them in awe. Yet, this ironclad loyalty commanded their respect, and each one stood upright in reverence. Wentian, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Remain at home, and your adoptive father shall seek justice for you. Qin Chuan said, his gaze softening as he looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian sighed inwardly. He had shattered his own meridians, causing his adoptive father worry. He had intended to explain the reasons behind his actions only after achieving mastery as a martial practitioner. Yet, he never anticipated that the Bai family's actions would stir such turmoil, affecting the entire Qin residence. He remained unaware of his lineage, as He Bo had never disclosed it to him, nor did he know the history between his ancestors. He only knew that the kindness Qin Chuan had shown him was a debt he could never repay. As Qin Wentian stepped down from the viewing platform and ascended the martial stage, he knelt on one knee, looking up at Qin Chuan. This matter arose from my actions. I shall resolve it myself without invoking the strength of the Qin house. The Bai family's insults may be endured by me, but I cannot allow them to tarnish the dignity of the Qin residence. I, Qin Wentian, will bear this burden alone. One knee down. I thank you for your fatherly love. Qin Chuan stepped forward and helped Qin Wentian to his feet. As their eyes met, both bore smiles. This time, Qin Wentian did not address him as adoptive father but rather as father. I have always believed in you. One day, you will achieve what others cannot. Qin Chuan declared with unwavering determination in his gaze. Beside them, Mo Shang squinted slightly, a broad smile upon his face. Compared to Bai Qiuxue, he found greater affinity with the young man before him. With formidable talent and a resilient mind, given time, he would undoubtedly become a great figure. 2 days hence, all major factions gathered at the Bai residence, while the Qin house prepared to mobilize. It appeared that a grand spectacle awaited. Chapter 8. Siblings. Dear brother Qin, I wish to closely observe my nephew's condition. Can you trust me? At this moment, Mo Shang stepped forward, gazing intently at Qin Wentian, his eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. If brother Mo is willing, I could not ask for more, Qin Chuan replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The Imperial Star Academy is a revered institution that everyone in the kingdom of Chu dreams of attending, and its higher-ups hold power that surpasses even that of the royal family. Years ago, the Chu royal family, wary of the immense strength of the Imperial Star Academy, established the Royal Academy, much like they had previously supported the Yi family to suppress the Qin family. Qin Wentian, follow me, Mo Shang instructed, leading Qin Wentian away. Qin Chuan turned to his sister, Qin Yao, and said, you should come too. Qin Yao nodded and trailed behind them at a distance. As Qin Wentian felt Mo Shang's piercing gaze upon him, he sensed a shiver run down his spine. The brilliance in Mo Shang's eyes was reminiscent of the stars, revealing the power of the star soul. It dawned upon him that Mo Shang might possess the heavenly eye star soul. To think that one with shattered meridians could still cultivate, Mo Shang remarked softly, startling Qin Wentian. Indeed, it was the heavenly eye star soul, capable of perceiving the fluctuations of the stars. He never anticipated encountering someone who had truly reformed their shattered meridians to forge a stellar pulse. Mo Shang felt a thrill of delight within. He had just confirmed that Qin Wentian had indeed suffered from severed meridians, yet he was undeniably a martial practitioner. This could only mean one thing: rebirth through destruction. If he were to achieve the most perfect cycle of meridians, the stellar cycle. Even though it was merely a nascent form, it had already surpassed others in the ability to mobilize internal energy. This young man must be recruited into the Imperial Star Academy. Do you have any instructions for me, senior? Qin Wentian inquired, looking at emotion. The intensity of the stellar power within you should be at the 5th level of the body refinement realm, correct? In 2 days, various factions will gather as renowned academies recruit disciples, and you will face numerous challenges. While your talents are exceptional, you must elevate your strength within a short span. I have some items to gift you. You must come in 2 days. With that, Emotion grasped Qin Wentian's hand and directly placed a book and a stone into his palm before soaring into the air. Qin Wentian's gaze sharpened as he observed Emotion, who moved with the grace of a swallow, effortlessly gliding through the air. It stirred a longing within him. One day, he too would soar among the heavens. Glancing at the items in his hand, Qin Wentian's pupils constricted in shock. The stone pulsated with a powerful stellar energy, revealing it to be a rare star meteorite. The book bore 3 prominent characters: Dragon Subduing Fist, the Imperial Star Academy. Qin Wentian silently committed this to memory and stowed the items away. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching, and a figure appeared beside him, a gentle fragrance wafting through the air. I've warned you before, Bai Qingsong is quite cunning. I opposed this marriage from the start, yet you were infatuated with beauty. Qin Wentian smiled, his gaze shifting to a stunning profile. With crescent-shaped brows, sparkling eyes, and a delicate complexion, her skin seemed almost ethereal, evoking a longing to kiss her. Qin Yao, like Bai Qiushue, was among the 4 most beautiful women of Tianyong City, possessing remarkable beauty. If I were truly enamored with beauty, I would be clinging to Sister Qin Yao every day. Qin Wentian jested. Stop your banter, she retorted. Qin Yao cast a sidelong glance at Qin Wentian and remarked, You have caused my father and my teacher to fall out. It will surely be difficult for you to navigate the academy from now on. How do you intend to make amends? Qin Wentian retrieved the meteorite from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yao with a smile, saying, This meteorite contains potent celestial energy, likely sourced from the 2nd heaven. You may use it for your cultivation. Qin Yao looked at Qin Wentian, her gaze stern. Every time father gives you a meteorite, you secretly hand it to me. Now that I have reached the Wheel Vein realm, do you still think I need yours? With this thought, Qin Yao's expression softened. Although today's events had led to a rift between her father and teacher Tang due to Qin Wentian, she could not bring herself to blame him. Ever since they were young, he had assisted her in her training, always discreetly offering her the meteorites their father provided, insisting that she keep it a secret. It was his support that had enabled her to reach her current level of cultivation. Qin Wentian, feeling elated, replied, All right then. This time I shall not give you one. With only 2 days remaining, he indeed needed to harness the energy of the meteorite to enhance his own strength further. Be good, Wentian. I have met many remarkable young women in the Imperial City. When the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to someone. Do not take too much to heart those from the Bai family, who are so superficial, Qin Yao advised. Qin Wentian was well aware that this was the true reason for Qin Yao joining him. She sought to comfort him, fearing he might be disheartened by the recent events. As he paused, Qin Wentian squatted down, causing Qin Yao to stiffen momentarily. What are you doing? Get up, she exclaimed. Come on, Qin Wentian chuckled. Get lost. Qin Yao retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shot him a glare, turning her body slightly. Beauty, this is not the first time. Who used to climb all over me when we were kids? Now that we've grown, you pretend not to recognize me as your brother, Qin Wentian teased, prompting Qin Yao to stamp her foot in annoyance at his teasing of her childhood embarrassment. Qin Yao was slightly older than Qin Wentian, nearing 17, and had blossomed into a graceful young woman. With Qin Wentian's playful reminder of their past, she felt a touch of embarrassment, yet she nonetheless shifted her stance, resting her hands on his shoulders while her gaze wandered to the left. Let us go, Qin Wentian said, supporting her legs as she leaned on him. Feeling the softness of her form against his back, prompting him to smile. Qin Yao has indeed grown up. Qin Yao bit her teeth in frustration, tugging at Qin Wentian's ears while glancing around nervously, wary of being seen. Though they were siblings, they were not blood-related, and Qin Yao could not feel as at ease as she had in their childhood. It seems I was worried for nothing, Qin Yao muttered, observing that he hardly resembled a person who had suffered a setback. The two exchanged playful banter as they arrived at a courtyard, the residence of the Qin Chuan family, which was divided into eastern and western sections. Qin Chuan and his wife, along with Qin Yao, resided in the eastern courtyard, while Qin Wentian and He Bo occupied the western one. At that moment, a woman appeared in the courtyard, seemingly not yet 30, bearing some resemblance to Qin Yao. Upon seeing Qin Wentian carry Qin Yao inside, she broke into a warm smile. Yaoer, Even at this age, you still enjoy clinging to Wentian, do you? Qin Mu was well aware that although Qin Yao was slightly older than Qin Wentian, it was often Qin Wentian who took care of Qin Yao, resembling more of an elder brother. Mother, that's not true. This fellow is taking advantage of me. Qin Yao complained to Qin Mu as she dismounted from Qin Wentian's back. What other advantages has Wentian not taken from you? Qin Mu replied with a warm smile, causing Qin Wentian to chuckle nervously, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Mother, Qin Yao, exasperated, stamped her foot, which made Qin Mu laugh heartily. Mother, I shall go check on Uncle He now. Feeling the mischievous gaze of Qin Yao upon him, Qin Wentian quickly slipped away to the western courtyard, where he spotted an elderly figure diligently cleaning the yard. This aged figure, surprisingly, was both one-armed and one-legged, stooped as if in the twilight of his years. Uncle He, allow me to assist, Qin Wentian approached. However, the old man slowly turned, gazing at Qin Wentian with a solemn expression. You have condensed your star soul? Qin Wentian was not surprised by Uncle He's insight and nodded calmly. Which level have you reached, and what type of star soul do you possess? Uncle He inquired. 5th level, Thunderhammer Star Soul. The frail body of Uncle He trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and turned to walk towards the back courtyard in silence. Qin Wentian silently followed Uncle He to the training ground in the rear yard, where the old man sat upon a stone pedestal, observing Qin Wentian. All these years, I have made you shatter your meridians, endure inhuman suffering, yet I forbade you from absorbing the world's essence and communicating with the martial destiny stars. Do you resent me for that? The world is captivated by fleeting pleasures, eager to absorb the essence of the heavens while simultaneously aspiring to become martial destiny practitioners, unaware that such actions tarnish their innate talents. Years of meditation have led you to the achievements of today. From now on, I shall no longer interfere with your training. But you must always remember one thing. You are never to absorb the essence of the heavens. Only the purest of martial destiny practitioners can continuously open the stargates and condense their star souls. Qin Wentian nodded, stating, I shall remember. Uncle He had previously imparted that the world is filled with greed, with most individuals simultaneously absorbing the essence of the heavens and the power of the stars to hasten their cultivation, yet this would ultimately obscure their innate gifts. This world belongs to the martial destiny practitioners. Chapter 9. The Dragon Punch. Heibai gazed at Qin Wentian and said, Release your star soul for me to observe. Qin Wentian nodded, his thoughts shifting as he opened the stargate. In an instant, a magnificent phantom of a heavenly hammer appeared above him, dazzling in its brilliance, adorned with a halo of crimson gold that encircled the vibrant star soul, symbolizing its nobility. The 9-heaven star river connects the star souls formed from the 3 higher heavens, each bearing a faint golden halo. The more elevated the martial destiny star, the more formidable the energy it contains, its hue shifting, and the halo growing brighter. Upon reaching the middle 3rd heaven, the color metamorphoses into crimson gold. Thus, the mere release of a star soul reveals to others that one has connected with at least a star soul from the 4th heaven. However, it is generally acknowledged that only the most formidable beings of the Tiangang realm can open 4 stargates to communicate with star souls from the 4th heaven. You, in your youth, have directly ascended to the 5th heaven. Such talent will bestow numerous advantages, yet it may also invite calamity. Do you comprehend this? Heibai spoke slowly to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded, fully grasping the implication. Bai Qiuxiue, with her first martial destiny star from the 3rd heaven, had already garnered fame throughout the Chu kingdom. Should word of his connection to a martial destiny star from the 5th heaven spread, many would seek to recruit him. Yet it is likely that others would wish for his demise. Martial cultivation is categorized into the body refining stage, the meridian stage, the Yuanfu stage, and only then does one enter the Tiangang realm, becoming a Tiangang master. The terrifying existence of the Tiangang realm transcends the Yuanfu stage, encompassing heaven and earth. It is said that among the hundreds of millions in the vast Chu kingdom, few have ever heard of a Tiangang realm powerhouse. Should one appear, they could embody the law of a nation. I have taught you methods for acupoint manipulation that can suppress the color of your star soul. Do you recall them? Heibai inquired once more. I remember, Qin Wentian affirmed with a nod. Good. Your first star soul originates from the 5th heaven, the heavenly hammer star, which will endow you with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. While I do not concern myself with your future cultivation, exercise caution when condensing your 2nd star soul. If you can hinder the actions of others to aid your own attacks, it would be advantageous. You may take this into consideration. Now go, Heibai concluded, closing his eyes. Qin Wentian retreated to the edge of the training grounds, where a bookshelf stood, laden with numerous tomes, each a testament to Heibai's dedication. Since his childhood, Qin Wentian had perused these works, revisiting them many times. Among them, the acupoint manipulation methods were the most abundant. He speculated that Heibai's star soul might be intricately linked to these techniques. These methods of acupoint manipulation encompass a wide array of practices, including healing techniques, meridian harmonization, and potential activation. Now that he had become a martial destiny practitioner, he could channel the power of the stars into these techniques, thereby harnessing greater strength. Qin Wentian selected a tome, reviewing its contents, and then seated himself in meditation. He began to insert silver needles into the acupoints on his head. Before long, he sensed that the color of the star's soul power hidden within his star gate gradually faded slightly. This alteration in hue did not diminish the star soul's power. Unbeknownst to Qin Wentian, the acupoint manipulation method he was practicing was an exceedingly rare secret technique, one that could not be found throughout the entire Chu kingdom. After a considerable duration, Qin Wentian finally removed the silver needle, opened his eyes, and murmured, "Unless I intentionally invoke the celestial force to awaken these sealed acupoints, the star soul shall not reveal its original luster." He then retrieved the star meteorite, sensing the overwhelming celestial power within, which was evidently derived from the second celestial realm. Star meteorites are exceedingly precious, having fallen from the illustrious celestial bodies of the 9 Star River. The energy from these celestial stars is unfathomably potent, and martial cultivators can only communicate with them through focused intent, gradually absorbing a mere fraction of their power. Thus, even a small fragment of a meteorite harbors formidable energy. Furthermore, this star meteorite can enhance the probability of connecting with the celestial stars, for instance, by meditating with this meteorite. Qin Wentian would find it easier to sense its originating celestial body and communicate with it, thereby consolidating the star soul. Many individuals embark on their journey as martial cultivators by harnessing the power of star meteorites. It is evident that the rarity of star meteorites is such that ordinary individuals, unless from prestigious families, would find it virtually impossible to acquire one. The immense energy contained within this meteorite, combined with the dominance of the heavenly hammer star, should facilitate my swift breakthrough, Qin Wentian mused. He then took out the dragon subduing fist manual to peruse its contents, feeling a surge of trepidation. The dragon subduing fist is a profound technique. The body refinement realm serves as the foundation of martial arts, a state of attaining corporeal perfection, within which one cannot cultivate advanced techniques, but rather the fundamentals and moves. Only upon reaching the pulse realm can one harness formidable powers of advanced techniques. The dragon subduing fist is a remarkable technique, encompassing both the moves chapter and the divine techniques chapter, enabling martial practitioners to progress from basic moves to divine techniques. The dragon subduing fist is characterized by its fierce and domineering essence, its momentum akin to that of a dragon, comprising 3 signature moves. Furious Dragon emerges from the sea, Dragon soars in the wilderness, and 9 Heavens Dragon roar. The initial move, Furious Dragon emerges from the sea, appears deceptively simple. However, it requires an indomitable forward momentum, as if a furious dragon were bursting forth from the depths of the ocean with overwhelming force. Qin Wentian meticulously studied the key points of the moves within the manual, then attempted to practice in the training ground. He unleashed punch after punch, envisioning the power within him as a furious dragon, fierce and unyielding, surging forth from the sea. Yet, something felt amiss. His movements were clumsy, lacking the fluidity depicted in the manual's illustrations. As he practiced, Qin Wentian reflected upon his actions, striving for perfection. After a considerable time, he paused, closed his eyes, and contemplated. In his mind's eye, he seemed to visualize a dragon, its form commanding and its presence formidable. Suddenly, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, brilliance igniting within them. He lowered his waist, stepped forward, his form resembling that of a dragon, and with a thunderous roar, transformed into a furious dragon, his fist striking out with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as a stone pillar shattered, debris scattering in every direction. With his long hair billowing, Qin Wentian stood tall, youthful vigor radiating from him. He gazed at his fist, his striking eyes sparkling like stars. The power of such a move was astonishing. Should he reach the pulse realm and unleash the divine techniques of the dragon subduing fist, the terror it would invoke is unimaginable, subduing dragons and tigers alike. As the furious dragon emerges from the sea, Qin Wentian remains undeterred, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. The exhilarating sensation brought forth by this formidable power ignites his passion and fervor. Remarkably, he has absorbed the immense stellar energy contained within the meteorite, a testament to his terrifying affinity with celestial forces. Throughout the day, Qin Wentian persists in his rigorous practice of the forging technique, ultimately shattering the constraints of his realm and ascending to the 5th level of body refinement, rendering his physique ever more exquisite. Within a mere week, he has conquered 5 levels. Should this news spread, it would astonish the world. Upon breaking through, Qin Wentian shows no inclination to rest. Immediately delving into the second move of the dragon-subduing fist, Dragon S battle in the wilderness. For 2 consecutive days, he neglects sleep and sustenance, dedicating himself entirely to this pursuit. One day, as the stars in the heavens gradually fade, a pale light appears on the eastern horizon. Qin Wentian opens his eyes, feeling revitalized. Yet, a shadow of contemplation lingers as he gazes vacantly at the sky. Today marks the birthday of Bai Qingsong and the gathering of various factions at the Bai residence. Reflecting on the recent events, Qin Wentian feels as though he is ensnared in a dream. Bai Qingsong's betrayal, Bai Qiushue's coldness, and the innocence of Qing'er weigh heavily on him, alongside the unwavering loyalty of his adoptive father. In the blink of an eye, he has transformed into a martial practitioner, condensing his star soul. It is time to confront these matters today. Chapter 10. Gathering at the Bai residence, crimson flames soared into the sky, casting a fiery glow upon the earth and enveloping the ancient capital of Tianyang City. Within its confines, magnificent palaces and towers stood tall, their grandeur accentuated by the sun's refracted light. Ancient bluestone streets meandered towards a central location, where a vast martial arts arena lay. Behind the arena loomed a majestic grandstand, and further beyond stood an expansive estate, the Bai family residence in Tianyang City. At this moment, Bai Qingsong, the current head of the Bai family, sat upon the grandstand, accompanied by a 16-year-old maiden. With her fair skin and cascading hair, she was a rare beauty, her figure graceful and alluring. Congratulations to the head of the Bai family on your grand birthday. Below the grandstand, a red carpet staircase welcomed a steady stream of well-wishers, to which Bai Qingsong responded with a courteous nod, a broad smile gracing his face. Head of the Bai family, your beloved daughter is just 16, with a boundless future ahead, a guest remarked, directing a knowing smile towards the young lady beside Bai Qingsong. You flatter me, Bai Qingsong replied dismissively. As the crowd around them grew increasingly animated, many bringing along the younger generation from their households, clearly for the purpose of college enrollment. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the distant bluestone street, the clattering of iron hooves echoing as thousands of horses galloped forth. Even from afar, the ground trembled under their powerful advance, drawing the crowd's gaze instinctively towards the source, their pupils narrowing in unison. The Night Legion. The crowd gasped, their eyes widening at the sight of silver helmets, gleaming armor, and pristine white steeds thundering toward them. As they approached, the assembly could only perceive a shimmering silver apparition, their hearts racing in response to the spectacle. Tianyang City had never witnessed such a formidable knightly force. It was evident they hailed from the imperial capital. The moment the Knightly Legion halted before the martial arts arena, onlookers caught glimpses of the dark, piercing eyes of the knights. Sharp and intimidating, one glance was enough to send shivers down the spine. With a synchronized clang, the knights dismounted from their steeds, save for their leader, who placed his hands upon his helmet and slowly removed it, revealing a pair of keen, penetrating eyes. It was the Cold Hawk. He addressed Bai Qingsong, stating, from the capital of Chu, the Silver Feather Knight Legion extends its birthday wishes to head Bai Qingsong. As his words resonated, someone stepped forward, presenting a congratulatory gift. The capital of Chu, the Silver Feather Knight Legion. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Visitors from the capital of Chu had arrived. Bai Qingsong maintained a serene smile as he regarded the Cold Hawk, replying, thank you kindly. Please take a seat. The Cold Hawk nodded slightly before proceeding along the red carpet to take his place on one side of the grandstand. Just then, the thunderous sound of iron hooves reverberated once more, causing the crowd's hearts to tremble anew. For this time, it seemed as though several bluestone streets were resonating simultaneously. From the capital of Chu, the Mo family comes to congratulate head Bai Qingsong. From the capital of Chu, the Prince of Zijuan arrives to extend birthday greetings to head Bai Qingsong. The resounding echoes approached gradually, heralding the arrival of a formidable legion, accompanied by the majestic golden lions as they emerged within the throng. However, the most captivating sight was the slow procession along the cobblestone street, where a few ornate chariots adorned with tulip engravings made their way forward, drawn by a dragon horse with long antennae. It seemed the rumors of the Yi family's intentions to ally with the Bai family were indeed substantiated. Many speculated that those arriving from the imperial city must have close ties with the Yi family. From the chariot embellished with tulips, an elder disembarked. Exuding vitality and keen insight, Bai Qingsong rose respectfully, exclaiming, "The presence of Elder Yi graces us. Please, take a seat." The elder from the Yi family nodded slightly, leading his companions onward. Though few in number, their presence was undeniably significant, as he was a superlative powerhouse of the Yuanfu realm. "Qiu Shui, this is what you have brought me, what you have brought to the Bai family." Bai Qingsong clasped his hands tightly, suppressing his elation as he whispered to the girl beside him, fully aware that this grand spectacle was solely due to her, his daughter, Bai Qiu Shui. In the distance, a group approached, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. The Wufu Academy from Chu City had arrived. Many had come specifically for the opportunity to enroll in the Wufu Academy, which was hosting its recruitment event. The existence of the Imperial Star Academy was confirmed. Stepping into such an institution promised the potential to become a powerhouse of the Yuanfu realm, a status revered throughout the entirety of Chu. Excitement spread among the onlookers, including members of prominent families who harbored high hopes for their younger kin. Additionally, there was the Royal Academy, founded by the Imperial family, and the revered Shifeng Academy, alongside the 7-star Martial Academy, all of which were highly esteemed. The excitement was palpable as the 4 most distinguished martial academies had congregated, clearly vying for Bai Qiu Shui's attention, while other factions, aware of their inferiority, opted to refrain from participating. The 4 martial academies positioned themselves prominently before the stands, directly facing the crowd. At that moment, one individual spoke with a calm demeanor. "Today, those under the age of 16 possessing the strength of 36 bulls are eligible to partake in this examination, granting a chance to enter one of our esteemed 4 academies. Anyone who meets these criteria and is interested may now step forward." As his words resonated, a stir of commotion ensued among the crowd. Many sighed in disappointment. The requirement of possessing the strength of 36 bulls at such a young age merely allowed participation in the examination. For martial practitioners, achieving such strength typically necessitated reaching the 6th level of body refinement, leaving many without even the qualifications to participate. However, it was noted that exceptions could be made for those with extraordinary talents, such as those who had connected with celestial realms or higher martial destinies. Suddenly, the earth trembled, a distant rumble growing nearer, as if a mighty force was surging forth. The crowd's gaze shifted in unison, turning to behold a throng of iron-clad cavalry galloping towards them, sweeping through like a tempest, swiftly approaching the martial arena and parting the sea of onlookers. The leader reined in his steed, his piercing gaze fixed upon Bai Qingsong at the stands. "Brother Qin Chuan has arrived. Please take your seat," Bai Qingsong remarked coolly, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he remained seated. Qin Chuan and his companions dismounted, making their way onto the arena, directly ascending to a section of the stands. The crowd's eyes followed them, for seated in that area were the distinguished members of prominent families from Tianyang City, each accompanied by their exceptional young heirs. Qin Yu was among them, her prodigious talent having secured her a place in the Royal Academy over a year ago. Now, 3 of the 4 renowned beauties of Tianyang City were present. Bai Qingsong harbored intentions of a union with the Yi family, and it was rumored that 2 days prior, cavalry had personally visited the Qin residence, ensuring their presence today. It seemed Bai's family intended to bring Bai Qiu Shui into the Imperial Star Academy, thereby annulling the marriage arrangement, leaving the Qin family to bear the shame. Whispers rippled through the crowd, while Qin Chuan scanned the throng, seemingly in search of something. His gaze soon settled upon a solitary figure. Wentian, he thought, his pupils narrowing slightly. Indeed, Qin Wentian had arrived, already mingling within the crowd. His demeanor was calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay an unmistakable resolve. "Now, all those wishing to participate in the assessment, please step forward," announced Tang Lin, one of the examiners from the Royal Academy. To emphasize the Academy's regard for Bai Qiu Shui, not only was Tang Lin present, but also several others, including his senior brother. One by one, exceptional youths ascended the stage, while from the stands, young scions from various influential families of Tianyang City entered the arena. Among them was Ning Feng of the Ning family, merely 15 years old, yet already possessing the formidable strength of the 7th level of body refinement, having awakened his star soul last year, an extraordinary individual. Then there was Qin Yu, nearing 16, though he had not yet awakened his star soul to become a martial practitioner. He wielded the strength of the 8th level of body refinement, with aspirations of entering the Academy's martial division. Lin Yu, under 16, was at the 7th level of body refinement, having condensed his first star soul at the age of 13, ranking among the 4 great beauties of Tianyong City. The majority of the crowd's attention gravitated towards Lin Yu, as she and Bai Qiuxue were frequently compared due to their similar ages. However, it seemed Lin Yu had now fallen behind in stature. The cultivation paths of these individuals differed greatly from that of Qin Wentian. Even those capable of condensing a star soul had commenced their training long before achieving that milestone. Bai Qiuxue was no exception. Though Qin Wentian had later advised her to refrain from excessive cultivation, urging her to avoid storing the essence of heaven and earth within her body. Yet, Qin Wentian understood that Bai Qiuxue had not ceased to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Otherwise, with Bai Qiuxue's innate talent coupled with his assistance, she might have established a connection with the martial destiny star of the 3rd heaven much earlier. At this moment, on the viewing platform, Bai Qiuxue rose to her feet. And in an instant, all gazes that had been fixed upon Lin Yu were irresistibly drawn to her. The prodigy of the Bai family, the foremost talent of Tianyong City. One of the 4 renowned beauties had attracted the attention of various powers from the kingdom of Chu. Unbeknownst to her, this enchanting young woman had already accumulated an abundance of accolades, compelling admiration from all around. Chapter 11, Assessment. Bai Qiuxue gracefully descended. Her flowing black hair dancing in the gentle breeze, her stunning beauty captivating all who beheld her. With each step she took, it seemed as though she stirred the very souls of those around her. In unparalleled beauty, many silently lamented. Such a woman possessed not only extraordinary looks but also exceptional talents. It was said that before Bai Qiuxue had even condensed her star soul, she was already a prodigy at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Now, she shone brightly in the city of Tianyong, and any man fortunate enough to marry her would have no regrets in life. Some reflected on the rumors of a forthcoming union between Bai Qiuxue and Yi Wuqing, pondering that perhaps only someone of Yi Wuqing's remarkable status and talents could be worthy of her. In contrast, Qin Wentian was deemed somewhat presumptuous, destined for humiliation. Yet, the motives behind the Qin family dispatching troops to the Bai family remained a mystery. Before long, Bai Qiuxue strolled onto the martial arts platform, standing casually as if all the brilliance of the world converged upon her. At that moment, over 30 individuals were already present on the stage. In the stands, the gazes of the 4 major martial academies were fixed upon Bai Qiuxue, while others went largely unnoticed, for they had come solely to witness her. Only Imo Shang appeared unfazed, his eyes flickering with anticipation as he called out, "Is there anyone else? Do not miss this rare opportunity." "That should suffice," Tang Lin remarked nonchalantly, fixated on Bai Qiuxue, whom he was determined to claim. At that very moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, ascending the steps towards the martial arena. Upon seeing the youthful, somewhat immature face of the newcomer, many were taken aback. "Qin Wentian?" Whispers spread through the crowd. Qin Wentian had also arrived and was now on the martial arts platform. Did he not understand the rules? Bai Qingsong was equally unprepared for Qin Wentian's presence. His gaze was fixed on Qin Wentian, then he glanced at Qin Chuan nearby, silently thinking that the Qin family had sent someone to rescue Qin Wentian late at night. And now both the Qin family and Qin Wentian had made their appearances. This made everything manageable. He had not informed Bai Qiuxue of her encounter with Qin Wentian the previous night. Imo Shang's eyes lit up upon seeing Qin Wentian, his gaze narrowing into a sly smile. Bai Qiuxue could always yield when necessary, but today, Qin Wentian was determined to shine. Unintentionally, Imo Shang glanced at Tang Lin beside him, who wore an expression of disdain. This delighted Imo Shang's heart, as he imagined the brilliance of Qin Wentian's display and how Tang Lin's expression would transform in response. On the martial arts platform, Bai Qiuxue turned her gaze towards Qin Wentian, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of displeasure as she said, "Qin Wentian, this is not your place. Please step down." Noticing that Qin Wentian merely stared at her, Bai Qiuxue's brow furrowed in frustration as she continued, "Qin Wentian, I understand your reluctance. However, there exists an insurmountable chasm between us, making it impossible for us to be together. No matter how unwilling you are, do not act recklessly. The martial arena is not where you belong. Leave. Wentian, my dear nephew." Upon the platform, the voice of Bai Qingsong resonated. Qin Wentian slowly turned his gaze towards the stand, where Bai Qingsong, with a smile, addressed him. "Wentian, my dear nephew. My daughter Bai Qiuxue has devoted herself to teaching you over the years, hoping to guide you onto the path of cultivation. Though her efforts have borne no fruit, she has given her all. Yet, I never anticipated that you would behave so beastly." Bai Qiuxue had been his mentor? Beastly? Qin Wentian's expression faltered. And upon seeing Bai Qingsong's unabashed demeanor, a chill crept into his heart. How could such a despicable individual, whom he once revered as a father figure, be so low? Although you and Xiu Xue have a verbal engagement, you are not yet wed, and yet you wish to indulge in lewd acts. Even harboring designs on my younger daughter Bai Qing. I am pained by this, but in light of past relations, I shall not hold it against you. I hope that after today you will no longer appear before me. Upon hearing Bai Qingsong's brazen words, countless onlookers cast disdainful glances at Qin Wentian, accompanied by a barrage of harsh insults. Silence. Tang Lin's indifferent voice cut through the clamor, restoring quiet to the surroundings. He fixed his cold gaze upon Qin Wentian and declared, "It is one thing to be unable to cultivate, but to behave as a petty person is unacceptable. The head of the Bai family may not hold it against you, but that does not give you the right to act recklessly here. Leave at once." Junior brother. Tang Lin's companion, a middle-aged man clad in finery, glanced at him. Tang Lin continued, "Senior brother. This man is naturally devoid of any cultivation ability and has a prior engagement with Bai Qiu. It is astonishing that she has endured the presence of such a person for 3 years." The middle-aged man grasped Tang Lin's intent to ally with Bai Qiu and chose to remain silent. Qin Wentian's expression hardened. The Royal Academy, renowned throughout the Chu Kingdom, had disappointed him with their treatment of Bai Qiu. "I have stepped onto this stage for the recruitment of the 4 great academies. I have not committed any egregious acts. You, as a representative of the Royal Academy, should not indulge in such sycophancy. My eligibility for this assessment has yet to be determined. Yet you resort to humiliation and suppression. If this is the conduct of the Royal Academy, it is indeed a lamentable sight." "Impudent," Tang Lin bellowed. "I have personally verified this. Can there be any mistake?" If the senior were to act based solely on personal preference, Qin Wentian had no retort. Standing tall and resolute, he embodied dignity. The younger brother makes a valid point. "Tang Lin, your rashness betrays a lack of grace." Mo Shang, observing the discord between Qin Wentian and Tang Lin, found amusement in the unfolding drama. "Let us commence the assessment. It can begin now." The representatives from the 4 major factions chimed in. Soon, 2 upright stone mirrors materialized on the combat stage, each adorned with 9 dim halos. Though similar in form, they exuded distinct energies. The left mirror emanated a gentle aura of earthly essence, while the right mirror radiated a subtle starry energy. The first round of the assessment will test your affinity for earthly and stellar energies. Step forward, one by one, a voice announced. These stone mirrors, known as the observation mirrors for earthly and stellar energies, were utilized by select powerful factions to gauge the innate talent of their disciples. In the realm of the 9 heavens, individuals possess a natural affinity for both the elemental force of the earth and the celestial energies of the stars, each endowed with a single star of talent. This innate ability allows them to activate the luminous rings at the base of the stone mirror. And with just a 1-star affinity for the earthly energies, they are sufficiently equipped to absorb the essence of the world and cultivate their martial skills. However, to ascend to the rank of a martial fate practitioner and commune with the celestial stars, one must possess a 3-star affinity for the stellar energies, thereby illuminating 3 radiant rings. Thus, while all inhabitants of the continent can pursue martial cultivation, achieving the status of a martial fate practitioner remains a formidable challenge. Many speculate that this difficulty arises from the fact that humans are born amidst the earthly realm, where elemental forces are ubiquitous, facilitating their cultivation. In contrast, the celestial energies reside high above in the 9 heavens. Nevertheless, both affinities, earthly and stellar, can be cultivated through diligent practice, such as meditation to enhance one's spiritual essence. The stronger the affinity, the greater the talent. Intriguingly, many individuals with a strong affinity for stellar energies often take longer to manifest their star souls, as they aspire to further refine their connection through meditation, seeking to commune with even higher celestial martial stars. At this moment, an individual approached the stone mirror of elemental observation on the left, placing their palm into the specially crafted groove. Suddenly, brilliance erupted, and 3 luminous rings lit up sequentially from the bottom to the top, indicating a 3-star talent for earthly energies. The individual then moved to the star observation mirror and repeated the action, but this time, only 2 rings illuminated, prompting the onlookers from the 4 esteemed martial academies to shake their heads in disapproval. "You may step down," one representative, selected by the 4 academies, remarked coolly. Disappointment clouded the young man's face as he reluctantly descended from the martial stage, having failed the first round of assessments. The second contender exhibited a 4-star affinity for earthly energies and a 2-star affinity for stellar energies, suggesting a potential for martial cultivation but rendering the prospect of becoming a martial fate practitioner nearly impossible, resulting in elimination. Before long, for individuals had been dismissed, filling the atmosphere with palpable tension as the pass rate for the first round of evaluations proved astonishingly low, befitting the renowned martial academies of the state of Chu. Chapter 12. The Divide. At this moment, a youthful figure stepped forward. It was Ning Feng from the Ning family. Ning Feng was expected to succeed. The crowd's gaze flickered as he approached the left side's observation mirror. Placing his palm in the groove, suddenly, the 2 lower rings illuminated simultaneously, followed swiftly by the 3rd, 4th, and soon the 6th ring, indicating a celestial affinity of 6 stars. He then moved to the right side's star observation mirror for another test, where 4 rings lit up, showcasing a 4-star talent, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Ning Feng had emerged as one of the 4 most likely candidates to enter the Martial Academy today. On the viewing platform, representatives from the 4 major factions nodded in agreement. All had passed, qualifying for the next round of assessments. Ning Feng, with a triumphant smile, exhibited a hint of youthful arrogance as he made his way to the opposite side of the crowd. Soon, individuals began to step forward for their assessments. Some managed to impress several of the 4 martial academies, while others could only satisfy a single faction. As long as one was not entirely dismissed, they qualified for the next round. Qin Yu demonstrated an astonishing celestial affinity with a 7-star talent, surpassing Ning Feng, although his star affinity was only 3 stars. Nonetheless, it garnered nods of approval from the 3 factions, indicating that entry into the Imperial Star Academy was indeed a formidable challenge, reserved only for those of extraordinary martial destiny. The crowd murmured, recognizing the difficulty of entering the Imperial Star Academy, a cradle for geniuses. Lin Yu was exceptional. Not only one of the 4 beauties, but also possessing remarkable talent, with a 6-star celestial affinity and having condensed her star soul at the tender age of 13. Yet, the attention shifted to Bai Qiuxue. All eyes turned to the last 2 untested individuals on the martial stage, Bai Qiuxue and Qin Wentian, though Qin was largely overlooked. Qin Wentian, pay attention, Bai Qiuxue remarked, casting a fleeting glance at him before stepping towards the left observation mirror. With her delicate jade hand resting in the groove, 3 rings flashed, swiftly followed by the illumination of 7 rings, indicating a 7-star talent. If it weren't for my meditation to enhance my affinity with the celestial forces, my cultivation would be far beyond what it is now, Bai Qiuxue stated calmly, not sparing Qin Wentian another glance. She then approached the right side, repeating the action, and in an instant, the rings shimmered brilliantly, akin to the stars. The spectacle was blinding. The crowd shielded their eyes, and soon, 8 rings shone forth, emanating celestial light, prompting many in the audience to rise in excitement. Celestial affinity, 7 stars, star affinity, 8 stars, an extraordinary prodigy. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet as many gasped in astonishment. Bai Qiuxue, Royal Academy, we welcome your esteemed presence, Tang Lin remarked with a smile, extending an olive branch after merely the first round of assessments. 7-star Martial Academy, we welcome you to join us. Shifeng Academy sincerely invites you to become a part of our ranks. Imo Shang, standing beside, was about to speak when he heard Imo Shang whisper, wait. The unexpected revelation momentarily stunned the man, who cast a fleeting glance at Imo Shang and whispered, what do you mean by this? Qin Wentian calmly approached the left side of the observation mirror, placing his palm upon it, whereupon 5 radiant rings of light shimmered. Causing many to pause in astonishment, Qin Wentian possessed a 5-star talent. Subsequently, he moved to the right and gently placed his hand upon the star observation mirror. And in an instant, a series of rings of light flickered to life, 7 brilliant beams igniting, striking on to the hearts of the onlookers. A 7-star talent? The crowd's pupils constricted, yet at that moment, the 8th ring also illuminated, the starlight sweeping across the martial stage, leaving everyone in disbelief. How could this be possible? Qin Wentian's gaze turned to Bai Qiuxue as he calmly inquired, is an 8-star talent impressive? As the words fell, the final ring on the star observation mirror gleamed. Buzz. The resplendent starlight seemed to cascade from the heavens, vying for brilliance with the sun. All 9 rings upon the star observation mirror glowed simultaneously. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as the stone mirror fractured, and in an instant, beams of starlight surged skyward with a sharp crack, the star observation mirror shattering completely. Qin Wentian remained where he stood, his palm hovering in the air, eyes fixed on Bai Qiuxue. Is an 8-star talent truly remarkable? Taking a deep breath, Mo Shang realized the star observation mirror could not withstand such power. This was beyond a 9-star talent, and his eyes sparkled like stars. Hearing Xing Feng's inquiry, Tang Lin's expression momentarily stiffened as he replied in a low voice, "Senior brother, this individual is born with a severed meridian, incapable of cultivation, expelled by the Bai family. And today they intend to annul the engagement. Such a person, even with an exceptional 9-star talent, is ultimately inconsequential, perhaps better off without." Xing Feng nodded discreetly, concluding that Tianyong City and the Bai family would not be mistaken, lamenting the squandered talent. Bai Qiuxue regarded Qin Wentian, her beautiful eyes flickering with uncertainty. It was no wonder he could teach her. His talent was indeed formidable. Yet what good would it do? Yi Wuqiu was the true genius, one of the 10 prodigies of the capital. Qin Wentian, your inability to cultivate allows you to meditate in peace, undistracted, yet it has unexpectedly forged a certain charisma. This is, regrettably, a pity, Bai Qiuxue stated calmly, her expression once again unperturbed. In the upcoming second round of assessment, I shall reveal to you the vast chasm that lies between us. Chuckling softly, Tang Lin remarked, "Consider the first round as a pass for you. However, the second round will test your strength. Qin Wentian, should you fail to meet the assessment criteria, you will have played me in the 4 martial academies. And I shall ensure you understand the consequences of deceit." Strength drum. As his words concluded, an enormous drum was brought to the martial stage, positioned upright, its surface facing those who had passed the first round. The demon bullhide strength drum was designed to measure power. Qin Wentian cast a calm glance at Tang Lin. A 9-star talent, and he considered this a pass? Ridiculous. His gaze swept across the surroundings, noting that after the first round, only 9 individuals remained on the martial stage. And it seemed that this round would likely result in near total elimination. 36 bull strength was the baseline to participate in the assessment. Yet possessing such strength did not guarantee acceptance into the 4 prestigious martial academies. As the drum sounded, it resonated with the strength of 10 mighty bulls. Let us strive to make the drum reverberate multiple times, for each individual is granted 3 opportunities. A voice echoed, and one individual approached the force drum. His body bent like a bow drawn taut, and with a sudden roar, he launched himself forward, his fist cutting through the air with a fierce gust. Crashing into the drum. Boom. The sound of the drum reverberated, echoing across the heavens and the earth, a single strike embodying the might of 10 bulls. Boom. Boom. The second and third strikes followed, their echoes lingering in the air. Gradually, the sound diminished, seemingly falling short of the 4th strike. The representatives from the 4 academies shook their heads. This individual lacked the strength to achieve 4 strikes and did not possess the innate talent of a martial disciple, leading to his elimination. I shall give it a try. Lin Yu stepped forward, feeling rather frustrated as she had been overshadowed by Bai Qiuxue. With a flicker of thought, a starry rabbit appeared above her, revealing her star soul. The rabbit star soul granted her agility and swift movement, with keen ears attuned to the surroundings. As Lin Yu surged forward, she resembled a whirlwind, delivering a powerful punch that struck the drum with a resounding crash. Boom, boom, boom. A continuous series of 6 drum beats followed, the sound echoing endlessly. Lin Yu possessed the strength of over 60 bulls. Her seemingly delicate frame could effortlessly vanquish a ferocious beast. Her first opportunity was spent with all her might. "Welcome to the 7-Star Martial Academy," called out one of its representatives, recognizing Lin Yu's remarkable talent, worthy of cultivation. "Welcome to the Divine Wind Academy," echoed another voice, eliciting a smile from Lin Yu. Yet, her gaze drifted towards the Royal Academy and the Imperial Star Academy, both of which remained silent. Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment and said, "I shall join the Divine Wind Academy." Subsequently, only Qin Yu and Ning Feng received invitations, joining the 7-Star Martial Academy and the Divine Wind Academy, respectively. However, the Royal Academy and the Imperial Star Academy did not extend their branches to them, seemingly only interested in Bai Qiuxue. Even the extraordinary talents of Lin Yu and her companions failed to sway their interest. This left only Bai Qiuxue and Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian opened his eyes wide in realization. Bai Qiuxue calmly addressed him before stepping up to the force drum. With a simple yet powerful punch, the drum resonated 5 times, shaking the very fabric of the world. At the 7th level of body refinement, Bai Qiuxue's casual strike wielded the force of 50 bulls, an astonishing feat, given that she had spent considerable time in meditation, hindering her cultivation, which had only awakened her star soul at the 3rd celestial level. Otherwise, her realm would have been even higher. For martial cultivators harnessing the primordial energies of the universe. The corresponding powers at the 9th level of body refinement are as follows. 1 bull strength, for bull strength, 9 bull strength, 16 bull strength, 25 bull strength, with the 7th level corresponding to the immense power of 49 bulls. For martial disciples, strength is enhanced significantly, and the Star Soul greatly amplifies this power. Different types and heights of Star Souls yield varying degrees of enhancement, thus rendering a standard definition of strength elusive, yet undoubtedly surpassing that of ordinary martial cultivators. Baiqiu gazed calmly at Qin Wentian, her form retreating as the radiant Star Soul blossomed forth. The golden crane Star Soul revealed signs of solidification along its delicate golden halo, indicating its origin from the third heaven. The crane calls in the wild, Baiqiu exclaimed, resembling a predatory crane as she swiftly unleashed a claw strike, akin to a flash of lightning accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. The heavens reverberated with a muffled roar, causing the crowd's eardrums to tremble as if on the verge of deafness. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 5 drumbeats echoed. Yet the tumult showed no signs of abating. Boom. The resonant sound shook the very earth, marking the 6th beat. The spectators in the stands rose, standing solemnly. Truly, she was a prodigy, an undeniable genius. As the reverberations lingered, with a final boom signifying the 7th drumbeat, it felt as though a tempest swept through the realm. 7 beats, the might of 70 bulls. This was the terrifying amplification bestowed by the Star Soul and her mastery of techniques. The bull-high drums, crafted from the flesh of monstrous bulls, seemed on the brink of collapse. Moreover, Baiqiu had achieved the 7th level of body refinement through her prior cultivation of the primal forces. Had she instead focused on honing her stellar energy after condensing her Star Soul, her strength would have surged even further, bolstered by her celestial lineage from the third heaven. The crowd beheld the unparalleled beauty upon the training platform, momentarily entranced, while Qin Wentian beside her appeared diminutive in comparison, just as she had proclaimed. In the second round of the assessment, she would reveal to Qin Wentian the vast chasm that separated them. Chapter 13, the resplendent radiance upon the platform. All eyes were cast towards the void above, the echoes of the drumbeats lingering in the air, as if a formidable current of terror coursed through the heavens and earth. The power was overwhelmingly daunting. A prodigy indeed. It was no wonder that Yi Wuxia of the Yi family forsook the opportunity to ally with the royal family through marriage, opting instead for Baiqiu. This woman, a phoenix among women, would surely achieve greatness comparable to that of Yi Wuxia. Xing Feng of the Royal Academy mused silently, resolved to ensure her admission into the prestigious institution. Baiqiu, should you join the Royal Academy, I can immediately bestow upon you a technique of the Yuanfu level, along with 3 formidable divine arts. Each technique is exquisitely refined. What say you? Xing Feng proclaimed, formally extending an olive branch to Baiqiu. Similarly, the Xinfeng Academy expressed its willingness to offer Yuanfu-level techniques and 3 powerful divine arts, alongside the personal tutelage of esteemed elders from the Academy. The allure of Xinfeng Academy's proposal was undeniable. The 7-star martial house offered to provide 3 Yuanfu-level techniques of your choice, along with 3 potent divine arts. Furthermore, they extended a unique privilege allowing you to bring 5 members of your family to train within the martial house. The 7-star martial house not only wished to nurture Baiqiu, but also offered her the opportunity to advance her family. Welcome to join the Emperor Star Academy. Chan Demo Shang, standing beside her, unable to restrain his enthusiasm. At last, a smile graced Baiqiu's usually indifferent visage as she beheld the simultaneous invitations from the 4 esteemed academies. Observing the figures rising from the platform, Baiqiu chose not to respond immediately. Instead, she turned to Qin Wentian and calmly remarked, "You should now comprehend the reality of our situation, do you not?" "What do you mean?" Qin Wentian countered. "The matter of marriage, when faced with such an absolute disparity, is but a jest. From now on, I suggest you embrace a life of ordinariness," Baiqiu stated with tranquility. "Our lives are destined to remain parallel lines, never to intersect." With that, Baiqiu turned away, striding towards the platform where all gazes were fixed upon her, eager to discern whom she would choose. "Your assessment concludes here. However, my journey has yet to commence," Qin Wentian stated calmly, causing Baiqiu to momentarily falter. Did he, too, wish to test his mettle? Qin Wentian approached the formidable drum, drawing a deep breath. His current cultivation stood at the 5th level of body refinement. Despite the tremendous augmentation conferred by the heavenly hammer star, a gap in strength remained between him and Baiqiu. Yet, he was resolved to exert every ounce of his energy in this endeavor. The disparity of two realms was significant. An ordinary practitioner at the 5th level of body refinement possesses the strength of merely 25 bulls. However, Qin Wentian, as the purest martial destiny practitioner, had established a connection with the martial celestial bodies of the 5th realm. By harnessing the overwhelming power of the heavenly hammer star, he could amplify his strength to over 50 bulls. Moreover, having diligently practiced the dragon-subduing fist in recent days, he had mastered its techniques, further narrowing the gap between himself and Bai Qiushui. Thus, he was prepared to give everything he had. Humph! Tang Lin scoffed. Should Qin Wentian fail to produce 3 resounding strikes, he would ensure that Qin Wentian faced dire consequences. Imo Shang's eyes narrowed slightly, his smile deepening, as if he could sense the rising aura of a lion awakening. Upon the viewing platform, Qin Chuan's expression fluctuated. Could it be that when Tian had truly broken free from the constraints of the absolute veins and embarked upon the path of cultivation? Qin Wentian gazed ahead at the force drum, and in that moment, he transcended into an ethereal realm, forgetting everything. As if he sought to vent all the humiliation he had endured in recent days upon the drum before him. Suddenly, Qin Wentian moved, his fist like the wind, striking directly at the force drum. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 sounds of the drum, though commonplace, still rendered many speechless. Born with the absolute veins, Qin Wentian had produced 3 resounding beats, signifying that he possessed the strength of 30 bulls. Wentian, Qin Chuan trembled violently. To him, those 3 drumbeats resonated like heavenly music, shaking his very soul. Beside Qin Chuan, Qin Yo clenched her fists tightly, acknowledging that Qin Wentian had indeed struck 3 times. Tang Lin, Bai Qing Song, Bai Qiushui, and others were momentarily taken aback, astonished, yet soon regained their composure. So what if it was 3 beats? Merely 30 bulls worth of strength. Perhaps Qin Wentian had merely cultivated the primordial power of heaven and earth. From within Qin Wentian's body, the sound of cracking bones echoed, as though he was imbued with boundless power. The stellar veins transformed into a swirling passageway, with the celestial energy converging wildly, flowing through the stellar veins into his arms, causing his clenched fist to emit a sharp crack. An enraged dragon emerging from the sea. At this moment, Qin Wentian resembled a furious dragon, bursting forth from the ocean, gathering endless power in the radiance of his fist, and striking fiercely at the force drum. Boom. The sound of the drum reverberated through the heavens, causing a slight ache in the eardrums of the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The drum beats continued relentlessly, swiftly reaching 4 strikes, and the momentum showed no signs of abating. However, the sounds of his bones were entirely overshadowed by the resounding drum, and with the 5th beat, those on the platform trembled. Qin Wentian had struck 5 beats, and the residual force lingered. A smile graced Qin Wentian's eyes, devoid of disappointment. Unexpectedly, he had broken through to the 5th level of body refinement, stepping into the 6th level. It seemed the power of that fallen star had not been squandered. Excellent. Qin Chuan could not suppress his exclamation of delight. 5 beats, the strength of 50 bulls, and it was on the verge of summoning a 6th beat. The slumbering genius had finally awakened. 5 beats, they were evidently unprepared for Qin Wentian's prowess. You actually concealed your cultivation of the primordial power of heaven and earth from me. Amusing, Bai Qiushui glared at Qin Wentian. With the strength of 50 bulls, he might possess the cultivation of the 7th level of body refinement, or even greater, yet he had not gathered the stellar soul, which implied that Qin Wentian had been diligently practicing the primordial power of heaven and earth all along. She could never have fathomed that Qin Wentian had reached this level of cultivation in a mere 7 days. Nor could she comprehend the perfection of a martial practitioner forged from the celestial energy of the 5th level, and the ferocity of the amplification of his strength. How tragic. Qin Wentian gazed at Bai Qiushui and calmly uttered a few words. Suddenly, the light of the stars radiated brilliantly. Above Qin Wentian's head, the star soul coalesced into a colossal hammer, surrounded by a rich golden halo, even more luminous and resplendent than her star soul. The power of the stars contained within seemed to be even more immense. Boom. In an instant, the entire space trembled. Star soul. Heavens. Qin Wentian not only unleashed a force of 50 bulls, but also condensed his star soul. He was a martial cultivator. It was known that just moments ago, Qin Wentian had displayed a talent for star affinity exceeding 9 stars. This star soul was undoubtedly formed from the martial stars of the triple heaven, shining even brighter than Bai Qiushui's. The crowd's hearts quaked violently. The talent for star affinity surpassing 9 stars, the star soul from the triple heaven at this moment. The halo enveloping Qin Wentian seemed to overshadow Bai Qiushui entirely. Good, good. Qin Chuan could not help but exclaim, feeling as though he had expelled all the pent-up frustration within him. It was exhilarating, a martial cultivator with a talent exceeding 9 stars. Possessing a star soul from the triple heaven. Who dared say my son Qin Wentian was unworthy of Bai Qiushui? Was she truly deserving of my son Qin Wentian? Qin Chuan coldly directed his gaze towards Bai Qingsong, whose expression was particularly remarkable, seemingly unable to believe what he was witnessing. How could this be possible? The 4 Academy's martial individuals, who had already taken their seats, stood in unison, fixated on the star soul above Qin Wentian's head, its brilliance dazzling and resplendent. The true prodigy has emerged. Mo Shang inhaled deeply, his gaze fervent. He was among the first to recognize Qin Wentian. This sleeping dragon had finally awakened. Imperial Star Academy welcomes your addition. Mo Shang smiled as he extended the first invitation. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian seemed oblivious, his focus solely on Bai Qiushui. A cold smile curving his lips as he spoke. I would like to inquire of the Bai family how I, Qin Wentian, have plotted against you, Bai Qiushui, and what qualifications you possess to instruct me. As his words fell, Qin Wentian took a deep breath. The star power within him transforming into a terrifying vortex that converged into his arms, as if threatening to burst them apart. His fist morphed into a heavenly hammer, resembling a soaring dragon, an embodiment of might, surging forth with boundless power. The thunderous impact of the hammer and dragon descended upon the force drum. This was his most potent strike, meant to exhaust all his strength. Bang, 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 bang. The heavens and earth quaked. The drumbeat resonated through the skies, echoing 5 times in succession, the atmosphere shifting dramatically, showing no signs of ceasing. Bang. The 6th strike reverberated like a stampede of horses, shaking the hearts of all present. Bang. With the 7th strike, the crowd's bodies and hearts trembled in unison. This sound equaling Bai Qiushui's record. Even more terrifying was the lingering resonance. The drumbeats had not yet ceased. Bang. As the 8th strike resounded, it seemed as though the crowd's ears were rendered deaf to the sound. They merely felt the tempest rush against their cheeks, battering their faces, while their hearts appeared to have become numb. This hurricane similarly lashed against Bai Qiushui's visage, the 8 drumbeats acting as a resounding slap upon her face. So profound and deafening. Subsequently, in the 2nd round of the assessment, I shall unveil the vast chasm that separates us. My life is destined to run parallel to yours, forever devoid of intersection. The words once spoken by Bai Qiushui lingered, yet in this moment, they seemed utterly insipid. A roar erupted, perfectly synchronized. As the army of the Qin Manor bellowed in unison, resembling the roar of a dragon, in this realm, only the radiance of Qin Wentian appeared to prevail. While Bai Qiushui's brilliance, with the arrival of that 8th drumbeat, was utterly eclipsed. In terms of talent and strength, she possessed not a single attribute that could rival Qin Wentian. The individuals beside him exchanged a glance with Mo Shang, their brilliance flickering, and subsequently nodded in silent agreement. The 2 prodigies were evidently eclipsed by Qin Wentian's splendor. Henceforth, they forsook Bai Qiushui in favor of Qin Wentian. The Imperial Star Academy, because of Qin Wentian, rejected Bai Qiushui. This declaration sent a tremor through the hearts of the crowd, impacting their very souls. The events of this day unfolded with such drama and splendor. Chapter 14. Choice Qin Wentian stood there, gazing at Bai Qiushui, his eyes hinting at a latent sharpness, the vigor of youth. Had he not advanced to the 6th level of body refinement, it would have been challenging for him to achieve the resonance of 8 drums. A typical 6th level practitioner possesses the strength of 36 bulls, but Qin Wentian, endowed with the formidable heavenly hammer star soul, coupled with the ferocious convergence of stellar elemental power, could unleash a force double that of an ordinary 6th level practitioner. With the enhancement of the dragon subduing fist, his strength soared to a staggering equivalent of 80 bulls. A single punch packing the impact of 80 bulls, how terrifying indeed. Qin Wentian merely observed Bai Qiushui in silence. The heavenly hammer star, soul hovering above him, spoke more eloquently than words ever could. The 8 resounding drumbeats carried more weight than any verbal proclamation. Through his actions, Qin Wentian conveyed to Bai Qiushui who truly matched whom. At this moment, Bai Qiushui felt somewhat numb. When the 8 drumbeats echoed and the heavenly hammer star soul erupted, she could scarcely believe it was real. Qin Wentian was more talented, more extraordinary than she. Today, the grand powers of the imperial city, the 4 great academies of Chudu, had gathered. The Bai family aimed to leverage this opportunity to announce Bai Qiushui as prodigious talent to the people of Tianyong City, intending to elevate her into the Imperial Star Academy and proclaim to all that she, Bai Qiushui, was beyond the reach of Qin Wentian, who merely sought to cling to her coattails. Had Qin Wentian remained the incapable waste he once was, the Bai family's aspirations would have come to fruition effortlessly, and everyone would have deemed him unworthy even to carry Bai Qiushui's shoes, let alone become her husband, an affront to her dignity. The Qin family, Qin Wentian, aspiring to attach himself to the Bai family through Bai Qiushui, was but a foolish dream, utterly unrealistic. Yet, reality proved to be far more exhilarating than imagination. Now, who would dare claim that Qin Wentian was unworthy of Bai Qiushui? With an extraordinary 9-star celestial talent, he could commune with the stars of the third heaven. And the 8 drumbeats echoed, who could rival him? Qin Wentian lifted his gaze towards Bai Qingsong, feeling somewhat speechless. Bai Qingsong, harboring such darkness in his heart, amusingly envisioned him as a calculating individual. 7 days prior, I had aided in guiding Bai Qiushui to commune with the stars of the 9th heaven, allowing her to connect with the martial destiny stars of the 3rd heaven and condense her star soul. Overnight, Bai Qiushui became a sensation throughout the Chu kingdom, and I felt immense joy in being able to assist her. However, I never dreamed that from that day forth, your attitude towards me would transform completely, leading to my confinement. Yet, I still hope that on your birthday, which is today, I could help you commune with the martial destiny stars and bring you joy. I could never have imagined that Bai Shu, who had always been so amiable towards me, would come to seek my life. The purpose behind this attempt on my life was merely to curry favor with the Yi family, as a means to express your stance due to the relationship between the Qin and Yi families. Bai Shu, you sought to demonstrate your loyalty by eliminating me, all in the hopes of paving the way for Bai Qiushui to marry Yi Wuqiu. I could never have imagined that Uncle Bai, with whom I have spent 3 years, could be so despicable and sinister. I had diligently gathered the essence of the stars, sacrificing sleep and food in my pursuit of cultivation. I escaped from the Bai family and have now arrived here. Bai Qiushui claimed that I concealed my cultivation of the primordial forces of heaven and earth. And you too believe that my intentions are duplicitous and insidious. How absurd. Qin Wentian spoke slowly, unveiling the truth before everyone, so starkly evident. As they gazed at Qin Wentian, they felt his youthful figure seemed to grow mightier in an intangible way. The radiance of the essence of stars around him appeared even more luminous. In comparison, the brilliance surrounding Bai Qiushui gradually dimmed. The Bai family is utterly vile. Ask yourself, how has my Qin family treated the Bai family these past 3 years? The people of Tianyong City are witnesses to it all. Yet, given their current actions, do we still need to question their treachery? No matter how forthright you are, they will persist in judging you with their darkened hearts. On the platform, Qin Chuan took over Qin Wentian's words and slowly descended, entering the martial arena. He continued, such a family, such despicable individuals. It is laughable that I, Qin Chuan, agreed to a union between my son and them. This is my grave mistake. Bai Qiushui, what merit does she possess to deserve my son, Qin Wentian? As his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from Qin Chuan, and in an instant, violent primordial force surged around him, traversing the void. With a wave of his hand, the turbulent primordial energy coalesced into a colossal sword, striking down onto the martial arena. The great sword swept through, causing the crowd to tremble with fear. 3 years ago, I promised the Bai family this marriage, which nearly led to a catastrophic error. Today, I, Qin Chuan, declare to Tianyong City, this engagement is henceforth annulled. Bai Qiushui shall not set foot into my Qin family's abode. The void fell silent. Today, who will withdraw from the engagement? The victors claim the spoils. Talent speaks for itself. The Qin family's withdrawal from the betrothal is forthright. Who dares to utter disparaging words? If Qin Wentian fails to cultivate further, with Bai Qiushui's astonishing talent, who would dare question the Bai family's withdrawal? Bai Qiushui's expression twisted slightly in anger. Today was meant to be the day she showcased her brilliance, proving to all that Qin Wentian was unworthy of her. However, his extraordinary talent had turned everything on its head. Qin Chuan's words were a profound humiliation for her. Moreover, just moments ago, Imo Shang had rejected Bai Qiushui because of Qin Wentian. Today was supposed to be her day of glory, yet it had devolved into one of great disgrace. All because someone she intended to humiliate had surpassed her. Qin Wentian. Bai Qiushui's voice was icy, her gaze fixed on him with a chilling intensity. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me today, I shall repay tenfold. Her voice was frigid to the bone, her resolve unwavering. She had never anticipated that what should have been her most radiant day would instead become her most humiliating. The disgrace I have suffered at your hands? Qin Wentian smiled, saying, your family has treated me in such a manner, yet you dare to utter such words. The humiliation you have endured is merely a reflection of what you wish to impose upon me. Now, however, you bear the consequences of your own actions. Had it not been for the deeds of your family, today's events would have only served to elevate your family's prestige. A profound silence fell over the crowd. Qin Wentian's words rang true. The humiliation endured by Bai Qiuxue was originally intended for him, yet it was Qin Wentian's brilliance that turned the tables, leading to the Bai family's self-inflicted downfall. Qin Wentian continued to gaze at Bai Qiuxue, closing his eyes as he declared, from this moment forth, there shall be no bonds of affection between you, me, or the Bai family. Should you dare to insult or provoke me again, I shall return the favor tenfold. Begone! His furious shout reverberated through the air, striking Bai Qiushue's face like a scorching slap, far more potent than the dismissive begone she had hurled at him moments earlier. Bai Qiushue, staring at Qin Wentian, remained silent for a moment before responding. I, Bai Qiushue, accept the conditions of the Royal Academy and am willing to join the Royal Academy of the State of Chu. Xingfeng, upon hearing Bai Qiushue's declaration, did not exhibit the excitement one might expect. He cast a cold glance at Tang Lin, whose expression darkened. They had come seeking Bai Qiushue, and securing her should have filled them with joy. However, having witnessed an even more extraordinary presence that stood opposed to Bai Qiushue diminished their elation to a mere whisper. Tang Lin, you have done well, Xingfeng remarked softly, causing Tang Lin to shudder. Xingfeng understood that Tang Lin had undoubtedly offended Qin Wentian. If he were to compete with the Imperial Star Academy for talent now, he would have no hope. They could only settle for Bai Qiushue. Otherwise, they would walk away with nothing. Bai Qiushue noticed the lack of welcome from Xingfeng and Tang Lin, who instead were murmuring to one another, intensifying her feelings of shame and indignation. Bai Qiushue, we welcome your addition. When spring arrives next year, the Royal Academy will officially enroll disciples from all corners. Bring this to register directly, Xingfeng said, his hand trembling slightly as a golden token flew toward Bai Qiushue. She grasped it, noticing the characters Royal Academy engraved upon it, elegantly inscribed with a majestic flair. Qin Wentian, the road ahead is long, Bai Qiushue thought, clutching the Royal Academy token tightly, vowing to cleanse herself of today's disgrace. Qin Wentian, I promise you conditions double those of Bai Qiushue from the Divine Wind Academy. The Seven Stars Martial House offers the same. Voices from the Divine Wind Academy and Seven Stars Martial House echoed, emphasizing their regard for Qin Wentian, which surpassed their interest in Bai Qiushue. Today, Qin Wentian's name would surely resonate throughout Tianyang City. Qin Wentian, the Imperial Star Academy makes no promises. The name Imperial Star Academy itself is the best guarantee, Mo Shang stated calmly, exuding confidence, for the mere mention of the Imperial Star Academy signified everything. The crowd felt a shiver at Mo Shang's solemn words. The Imperial Star Academy was indeed extraordinary. However, Qin Wentian's gaze was directed towards the direction of Shunfeng Academy and Qixing Martial Mansion, causing Mo Shang to tense up, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. His words were so eloquent, surely they would be effective against a youthful novice like Qin Wentian. No, how could such a talent slip away? Mo Shang mused inwardly, then spoke with a solemn expression. Of course, if you have any requests, just let me know. What I can offer will undoubtedly be on par with any other martial mansion or academy. The crowd was taken aback by his statement, and even Qin Wentian was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Mo Shang truly was an intriguing character. Nevertheless, Qin Wentian continued to bow towards Shunfeng Academy and Qixing Martial Mansion. Qin Wentian, whatever conditions you have, I will acquiesce. Mo Shang's feigned demeanor crumbled completely, and he looked at Qin Wentian with a pitiful expression. He thought, even if he lost a bit of face, he could not let him escape. Seeing Mo Shang's expression, the crowd felt a wave of embarrassment. Was this truly the same Mo Shang who had solemnly proclaimed that Emperor Star Academy was the best? What a debacle! Qin Wentian expressed his gratitude for the kindness shown by Shunfeng Academy and Qixing Martial Mansion, which made Mo Shang's heart leap to his throat. Yet, he continued, however, as a junior with limited connections, I still choose Emperor Star Academy. With that, Qin Wentian lifted his head, a smile adorning his face. Both Shunfeng Academy and Qixing Martial Mansion felt a sense of disappointment, yet they understood Qin Wentian's choice. They thought to themselves, this individual is not only extraordinarily gifted but also humble and upright. far surpassing Bai Qiuxue. He will surely achieve greatness in the future. Indeed. We hope you become a formidable force. Members of both factions extended their blessings to Qin Wentian. Thank you, Qin Wentian replied, then turned to Imo Shangth, who was rolling his eyes and muttering under his breath, "You little rascal, just wait until you arrive at the academy. I will have my way with you." Haha. I hope Brother Imo can offer this lad some guidance, Qin Chuan remarked, fully aware that Imo Shang meant no malice. He laughed heartily, and Imo Shang joined in the laughter. Today had been quite exhilarating. Despite a minor setback earlier, it had proven to be rather entertaining. Chapter 15, The Edict. On the occasion of Bai Qingsong's birthday celebration, visitors from the imperial capital gathered in the royal city, where the four esteemed academies converged. Yet, the most resplendent figure was neither the Bai family nor Bai Qiuxue, but rather Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had secured admission to the Imperial Star Academy, while Bai Qiuxue was poised to enter the Royal Academy. However, this outcome was not universally welcomed, as it contradicted the desires of a powerful faction seated in the stands, the Tulip family of the imperial capital. The elder of the Yi family, at this moment, was visibly displeased. His discontent mirrored that of the other guests from the imperial capital who had come to honor Bai Qingsong, primarily out of respect for the Yi family. Originally, it was anticipated that Bai Qiuxue would sever ties with the Qin family, leading to a union between the Yi and Bai families. Yet, the unfolding events took a starkly opposite turn. The elder of the Yi family observed the jubilant Qin Chuan and his companions in the arena, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He then cast a casual glance at Bai Qingsong and remarked, "Have you wavered?" "Father," Bai Qiuxue approached, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy as she regarded her father. "The Yi family will postpone the announcement regarding Wuk and Bai Qiuxue," the elder stated, his gaze fixed forward, causing both Bai Qingsong and Bai Qiuxue to stiffen. Qin Chuan's earlier remarks had thoroughly humiliated Bai Qiuxue. Should the Yi family now assume the engagement, they would undoubtedly face criticism, accused of taking in a castaway from the Qin family. However, Bai Qingsong's expression darkened. They had completely severed ties with the Qin family, and losing the Yi family's support would render them vulnerable in Tiannong City. Moreover, Qin Wentian had just delivered a profound affront to Bai Qiuxue. The Yi family's actions, compounded by the earlier displays from the various academies' martial factions, would undoubtedly exacerbate her humiliation. There is no need for hesitation. I shall ensure everything is arranged properly. The Qin family will become a matter of the past, the elder of the Yi family declared softly, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. This left Bai Qingsong and his daughter feeling a sense of foreboding. The Yi family was not so easily dealt with and would not afford them the same leniency as the Qin family had. "Qiuxue, you must strive diligently in your cultivation," Bai Qingsong silently urged. Bai Qiuxue seemed to understand her father's intent, her fists clenched tightly. The Yi family's postponement of the engagement would not deter her. In the future, she would ensure that they regretted their actions today, as well as the Qin family and Qin Wentian. Turning her gaze back to the arena, Bai Qiuxue and her companions observed the triumphant demeanor of the Qin family. The elder of the Yi family, witnessing their arrogance, could not help but coldly remark, "To flaunt a modicum of talent and be so self-satisfied, it is no wonder that the Qin family has declined through generations since Qin Wu, yet remains oblivious to the need for change. How tragic." Qin Chuan's expression suddenly hardened as he directed a sharp gaze toward the stands. The decline of the Qin family was an open secret among the great powers of the imperial capital. The emperor intended to diminish the Qin family's influence, and they would inevitably fall. Meanwhile, the Yi family was ascending during this pivotal moment, as the emperor deliberately supported them while suppressing the Qin family, all while maintaining a facade of neutrality. How laughable. The elder of the Yi family maintained an unwavering calm in his gaze, devoid of any ripples. He casually remarked, "At the age of 15, Yi Wuqing had already opened his second stargate and condensed his second star soul, which originated from the martial destiny stars of the third heaven. As for Qin Wentian, at 15, he was likely still struggling to enhance his affinity for stellar energy in hopes of connecting with the martial destiny stars of the third heaven. How could he possibly compare to Yi Wuqing?" The elder's serene voice carried an undeniable authority, sending a shiver through the crowd. It was known that meditation could enhance one's affinity for stars, which led many to postpone the condensation of their star souls in pursuit of higher martial destiny stars. Bai Qiuxue and Qin Wentian were probably among them. It seemed they indeed fell short of Yi Wuqing's brilliance. The name Yi Wuqing shone too brightly, making him seem unattainable. Many mused that he was likely to reach the Yuanfu realm before the age of 20. Qin Chuan found it difficult to refute the elder's claim, as Qin Wentian's cultivation was merely in its infancy. Little did they know, Qin Wentian's first star soul also stemmed from the martial destiny stars of the fifth heaven, and it had only been mere days since he condensed his star soul to attain his current prowess. However, at that moment, the elder of the Yi family continued, directing his gaze at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian possesses extraordinary talent, and his awakened star soul is worthy of cultivation. I believe the most suitable place for him is not the Imperial Star Academy, but rather the Divine General Martial House in the state of Chu. No, Qin Chuan firmly rejected the notion, asserting that it was up to Qin Wentian to choose which academy to join. The Yi family had no right to interfere. Those with broader perspectives widened their eyes in surprise. The Divine General Martial House was dedicated to nurturing elite military personnel for the state of Chu, a true weapon of the nation. Many officers had emerged from its ranks, and it was a purely military institution, closed to outsiders, admitting only exceptionally gifted youths from among the military. In the past, Qin Wu had dominated the state of Chu, instilling fear in the feudal lords, not only due to his immense martial prowess but also because he was the overseer of the Divine General Martial House. This house had been the first target of the current emperor's purges against the Qin house. Today, the Divine General Martial House was firmly under the emperor's control. How could Qin Wentian possibly gain entry? The ancestors of the Qin family, such as Qin Wu, devoted themselves to the nation and promoted the Divine General Martial House. Now, the descendants of the Qin family have forgotten their forebears and are unwilling to join the military and enter the Divine General Martial House. This is a disgrace to their ancestors, the elder of the Yi family scoffed. At that moment, Mo Shang was equally displeased, astonished by the Yi family's underhanded tactics. Qin Wentian has already agreed to join my Imperial Star Academy, yet you, Yi Mo, now propose he join the Divine General Martial House. What is your intention? Mo Shang's voice carried a hint of coldness. Qin Wentian has not yet formally entered the Imperial Star Academy. He remains unbound, not yet considered one of us. Yi Mo replied, meeting Mo Shang's gaze with composure. Thus, his future remains undecided, and my suggestion for him to go to the Divine General Martial House does not reflect my personal will. As he spoke, Yi Mo's lips curled into a chilling smile. He glanced at the cold eagle beside him, who understood the unspoken cue, rose to his feet, and stepped forward. From his bosom, he produced a decree. Casting a disdainful look at Qin Chuan as he said, "This is the Imperial Edict. Shall I read it, or would you prefer to peruse it yourself?" Qin Chuan's expression hardened. The current emperor had finally emerged to deliver a devastating blow to the Qin residents. It turned out that Yi Mo and the Cold Eagle had come to Tiannong City not for Bai Qiuxue, but for the Qin family. The talents of Qin Wentian had merely caused some embarrassment for the Yi family, yet it would not thwart their true objective. "Please, go ahead and read," Qin Chuan replied, his heart sinking like ice. The Cold Eagle smirked frostily and began, "By imperial decree, the illustrious achievements of Qin Wu are well remembered, his prowess striking fear across the lands. The late emperor, in recognition of Qin Wu's merits, posthumously conferred upon him the title of Martial King. However, this honor falls short of adequately acknowledging his contributions to the state. As the Qin family gradually declines, I feel deeply remorseful towards the Martial King. Therefore, by today's decree, all exceptionally gifted individuals within the Qin residence shall be directly enrolled in the Divine General's Martial House under the supervision of the Cold Eagle. Moreover, any outstanding members of the Qin family's private army may also be brought into the Silver Feather Knights for training, with selections made in collaboration with the Yi family and the Cold Eagle." Upon hearing the contents of the decree, those present from the Qin residence trembled in anger. What a commendation of Qin Wu's past glory! This was clearly an attempt to undermine them by seizing their talented youth, while also permitting the Cold Eagle to freely recruit from the Qin family's private army into the Silver Feather Knights. Consequently, the Qin family would be left with no hope at all. If our ancestors were to witness this, they would surely be grateful for the emperor's great favor, Qin Chuan remarked, his anger transforming into a calm, yet bitter irony. In the vast realm of Chu, with its millions of inhabitants and countless family powers, the state itself was the mightiest force, yet it did not meddle in the affairs of families within its borders. The Qin family, however, was different. As a family of generals, they were subjects of the state. Thus, the imperial court could directly issue edicts to the Qin family, and obedience to such commands was their duty. Beside Qin Chuan, Qin Wentian felt a wave of desolation. It was evident that the Yu family and the Cold Eagle had come prepared, and the accidental revelation of his talents had provided them with the perfect opportunity. Initially, the emperor had exiled the Qin family to Tianyong City with the mere title of Martial King. And now he prepared to bestow a similar favor that would strip the Qin family of all hope. Qin Wentian pondered darkly, should the Qin family resist, it would mean disobeying the emperor's edict, and the Cold Eagle's forces would spring into action. What choice lay before the Qin family? To continue adhering to the emperor's decree, or to rebel? Chapter 16. The heart of youth. The reactions of the Qin family members were vividly perceived by Yi Mo and Lung Ying. However, Yi Mo maintained an air of calmness and spoke again. The emperor's benevolence extends even to individuals. Qin Yao, Qin Shang, and Qin Ji are all permitted to leave their original academies and pursue their cultivation at the Divine General Martial Academy. What? Qin Shang's face turned pale, and the beautiful eyes of Qin Yao shifted dramatically. Was this an attempt to capture them all? Currently, only she, Qin Yao, and Qin Shang remained in the Qin residence, while Qin Ji was cultivating in Chu City. This was something Xing Feng could attest to. Yi Mo casually mentioned it, and immediately, the gazes of the crowd fell upon Xing Feng from the Royal Academy. Even Tang Lin looked at him, unaware of this information beforehand. Indeed, the emperor had already made arrangements with the academy. Xing Feng replied with tranquility, and the hearts of the Qin family members sank into despair. What a ruthless emperor! This was a lethal blow to the Qin family. Coincidentally, all members of the Qin family were present today, and it was likely that Qin Yao and the others were also there, along with Qin Wentian, who would all be taken to the Divine General Martial Academy under the emperor's direct decree. The academy would surely cultivate them well. Lung Ying's gaze remained sharp as a blade. His presence in Tianyong City was indeed unrelated to Bai Qiuxue, purely for the sake of the Qin family. Though the emperor has shown great kindness to the Qin family, we have long ceased to involve ourselves in state affairs, nor do we aspire to military service. We can only decline the emperor's goodwill, Qin Chuan remarked, fixing his gaze on Yi Mo from the platform, his voice heavy with gravity. Do you dare defy the emperor's decree? Lang Ying pointed his spear at Qin Chuan, exuding a fierce aura that charged towards him. Lung Ying, Yi Mo called out sharply, prompting Lung Ying to lower his spear. Yi Mo then stood with his hands clasped behind his back and calmly stated, Qin Chuan, the emperor has entrusted this task to me and Lang Ying. I will do everything to fulfill it. You may defy the emperor's decree, and perhaps he may show mercy towards you, but I shall find it exceedingly difficult. Therefore, it is best for you to acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo abruptly fell silent, merely staring at him. After a moment, an unusual smile flickered in his eyes as he remarked, You may certainly try. Qin family scion. Qin Chuan shouted, and suddenly, a chilling aura permeated the space. The members of the Qin family swiftly left their seats, mounting their steeds, their sharp gazes sweeping over Yi Mo on the platform as they bellowed, onward. The frigid atmosphere seemed to lower the temperature of the space, causing many to involuntarily shiver. As their eyes scanned the faces around them, a thought arose. Had it not been for Yi Mo's interference, even without Qin Wentian demonstrating his talents, the Bai family would not have dared to insult him without facing dire consequences. The Qin family had endured humiliation for far too long. Now, with the emperor pressing them repeatedly, he sought to send their family's young men to their demise. Even if the Qin family were to rebel, they would never comply. Yi Mo observed the departure of the Qin family members and smirked. Lang Ying, the Qin family has disregarded the emperor's edict. You shall surround the Qin residence with the silver feather cavalry. Understood, Lung Ying nodded. Furthermore, wielding the decree, inform the commander of Tianyong City to mobilize the Chu Dragon Guards to seal off Tianyong City and assist you in monitoring the Qin family, ensuring that no one from the Qin family steps beyond the confines of Tianyong City. Yi Mo continued, instilling a sense of trepidation in those around him. The Chu Kingdom, with its myriad cities, was garrisoned by the Chu Dragon Guards, the fundamental force through which the royal family exerted control over the nation. These guards seldom interfered in the affairs of the cities, only responding to decrees from the royal family. Clearly, the monarch of Chu had dispatched Yi Mo to Tianyong City with the intent of rendering the Qin residents powerless henceforth. On the viewing platform, Bai Qingsong observed Yi Mo's ruthless demeanor, a chill creeping into his heart. The Yi family was indeed the most formidable force in the current Chu kingdom, wielding a brutal hand that far surpassed that of the Qin residents. Yet, this realization brought Bai Qingsong a measure of relief. At least his Bai family had no cause for concern regarding retribution from the Qin household. As for the impending marriage between Yi Wuqing and Bai Qiuxue, He harbored some reservations, but ultimately he was unconcerned. He believed that even without Yi Wuqing, his daughter Bai Qiuxue, with her exceptional talent, could rise to prominence without reliance on a man. Qin Wentian, hailing from the Qin residence, would likely not escape Yumo's grasp, yet their royal academy had Bai Qiuxue, which sufficed. Mo Shang, however, wore a cold expression. The relationship between the Imperial Star Academy and the Chu royal family was exceedingly intricate. With Yi Mo taking action against the Qin residents due to Qin Wentian's lack of formal enrollment in the Imperial Star Academy, he found himself at a loss for words. The most fundamental reason for his silence was his physical presence in Tianyong City. His strength was insufficient to contend with Yi Mo and his ilk. By the time he could summon reinforcements from the Imperial Star Academy, it might be too late. The events unfolding outside the Bai residence in Tianyong City were nothing short of shocking. Bai Qiuxue, wielding the prestige of being the city's foremost prodigy, summoned the 4 great academy's martial houses to her side, preparing to humiliate the Qin residents and annul the marriage with her formidable talents. Yet, no one anticipated that the seemingly incapable Qin Wentian would rise with even greater prowess in the arena as the 4 martial houses vied for supremacy, and the Imperial Star Academy refused to support Bai Qiuxue. From that moment on, the title of Tianyong City's greatest genius belonged to Qin Wentian. However, with Yi Mo now targeting the Qin residents, the fate of this prodigious talent remained uncertain. Little did one expect the sovereign to be so ruthless. The martial king bled and sacrificed for the Chu kingdom, only for them to meet such an unfortunate end. As long as the Qin residents stood, it seemed the current emperor could not rest easy, lamenting the sacrifices made by their ancestors for the Chu family. Within the Qin residence, an atmosphere of fury permeated the air. Qin Chuan remained silent, acutely aware of more than his peers. He had heard that the emperor's health was deteriorating, and for the safety of Chu, he would tolerate no forces that might influence his decisions. His father, Qin Hao, had wielded terrifying influence in the military years ago. Now deemed a potential liability. Given the circumstances, anger proved futile. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerged. The Qin residents had produced a genius. Qin Chuan turned to Qin Wentian beside him, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "Wentian, today you have avenged yourself splendidly. You rascal. No wonder you were so confident a few days ago. You must have already condensed your star soul and didn't tell me." Secretly practicing for 2 days without a thought for food or drink, Qin Yao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Wentian, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. A smile graced Qin Wentian's face, though a weight lingered in his heart. For many years, he had considered himself an integral part of the Qin residence. The gaze of the members of the Qin family converged upon Qin Wentian, whose talents displayed today undoubtedly constituted the greatest surprise for the Qin residents, albeit rendering many somewhat awkward. Qin He, the second elder of the Qin family, turned his attention to Qin Wentian and spoke, "Wentian, I once contemplated expelling you from the Qin residence. Fortunately, that notion never materialized, for otherwise, I would be deemed a sinner of the Qin family. I owe you my apologies." As he spoke, Qin He slightly bowed to Qin Wentian, signifying his sincerity. "And I, Qin Yi, if you harbor any dissatisfaction towards me, feel free to let my elder brother impose any punishment upon me. Should I utter a single word of protest, I would not be worthy of being a son of the Qin family," Qin Yi declared, his voice robust yet imbued with a sense of masculine valor. "Uncle, third uncle, your concerns are solely for the Qin family. How could I possibly hold any grievances against you? After all, I have consumed a considerable amount of the Qin family's resources in the past," Qin Wentian replied with a smile, showing no sign of resentment. "Indeed, let us not forget. The star meteorite that father bestowed upon you was surreptitiously given to me by you," Qin Yao interjected in defense of Qin Wentian, leaving Qin Chuan and the others momentarily astonished. This revelation implied that Qin Wentian had not relied upon the star meteorite for his cultivation. "Father, uncle, third uncle, you may be unaware, but Wentian possesses a unique understanding of the star soul condensation. He was the one who assisted me in its formation, and moreover, he has provided me with the star meteorite given by father for my cultivation." Qin Yao unveiled the truth, drawing more eyes towards Qin Wentian, who merely offered an awkward smile. "I had no need for it, so I gave it to my sister." Qin Wentian sheepishly scratched his head. Qin He and Qin Yi stared blankly at Qin Wentian, silently lamenting the fact that this young man possessed such magnanimity, while they had harbored thoughts of expelling him. The innocence of youth evoked a sense of shame within them. Both vowed in their hearts to devote all their strength to protect this remarkable youth henceforth. Chapter 17. the starry little ones. As Qin Chuan observed the perilous situation, he felt a surge of joy at the unity displayed by the Qin residents. The young men of the Qin family were resolute and steadfast. The late emperor had bestowed grace upon their ancestor, Qin Wu. And both Qin Wu and the elder had always cherished this favor, dedicating themselves to the service of the Chu kingdom. Yet now, the royal family sought to erase the Qin lineage from existence, and the elder could no longer endure such treachery. Qinya whispered softly, and Qin Wentian, aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded slightly. Grandfather knows what must be done. Furthermore, you, my friend, have concealed your mastery of the star soul from me. With a force akin to that of 80 bulls, what realm have you attained? As they walked, Qin Yao's enchanting eyes fixed upon Qin Wentian. Her curiosity evident as she inquired, without considering the enhancements from the star soul and techniques, an ordinary martial artist, even at the 9th level of body refinement, would only possess the strength of 81 bulls. Guess? Qin Wentian shrugged. At the 6th level of body refinement, to wield such might seems rather unusual. How could I possibly guess? Qin Yao pouted, then glanced at him with a smile. Are you feeling disappointed about the dissolution of your engagement with the stunning Bai Qiuxue? Why should I feel disheartened? I have a beauty right beside me, Qin Wentian replied, casting his gaze up and down Qin Yao's figure, standing at 7 meters tall. Her graceful curves and ample bosom made her an exceptional beauty, especially after her experiences in the capital of Chu, which had imparted her with a mature allure. You even dare to tease your sister? Upon noticing Qin Wentian's unabashed gaze, Qin Yao's cheeks flushed, and she swiftly pinched his waist, causing him to gasp in surprise. Sister. I was wrong, Qin Wentian chuckled, and only then did Qin Yao relent. She reached into her bosom and produced 2 star meteorites, causing Qin Wentian's expression to shift. This is the star meteorite you once gifted me. You knew that one day I would condense my star soul and would need it. So you intentionally saved 2 for me, Qin Yao said, taking Qin Wentian's hand and passing him the meteorites. Looking at her beautiful face, Qin Wentian felt a warmth in his heart. The significance of star meteorites to martial practitioners was self-evident. They could swiftly enhance one's cultivation. The fact that Qin Yao had chosen not to use them, preferring to cultivate gradually while reserving these invaluable treasures for him, touched him deeply. Sister? Qin Wentian gazed at Qin Yao, prompting her to meet his eyes as she smiled. What is it? Planning to pledge yourself to me? Qin Wentian's eyes flickered as he stared intently at her, causing a rush of crimson to bloom on Qin Yao's lovely visage. She quickly turned away, saying, Focus on your training. You must show everyone your resilience. With that, Qin Yao dashed into the courtyard. Once calm, Qin Wentian centered himself, his consciousness perceiving the presence of the Stargate. There, the Hammer Star Soul lay in wait, brimming with immense power. The Hammer Star Soul was born from my communion with the martial fate stars of the 5th heaven. Even now, I am yet insufficient to unleash the full extent of its might. Even when I eventually step into the realm beyond the Tiangang, it shall continue to support my cultivation and battles. Qin Wentian pondered silently. The higher the rank of a star soul, the more terrifying the energy it contained. Thus, despite only being at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, he could unleash an astounding force, a boon bestowed upon him by the Star of the Hammer. Moreover, the Star Soul of the Hammer should also grant him the talent for forging, a potential he had yet to fully uncover. As Qin Wentian contemplated, his consciousness drifted towards the starry figure, a sense of awe enveloping him. This figure harbored memories and even imparted to him the method of tempering through countless trials. An enigma indeed. Furthermore, this starry figure was formed from a stone left behind by his long-deceased father, likely a fragment of an exceptionally high-grade meteorite. The stone must have absorbed the power of the stars to awaken. With this thought, Qin Wentian's consciousness gravitated towards the starry figure. However, at that moment, the figure appeared dim and lifeless, seemingly sealed away, rendering his consciousness incapable of communication. With a flicker of thought, the star veins transformed into a vortex, and the star power within him surged wildly towards the starry figure, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, uncontrollable and relentless. In an instant, beams of starlight penetrated the starry figure, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Indeed, Qin Wentian felt a tremor within, continuously channeling his star power into the figure. It resembled an abyss, ceaselessly consuming without yielding any response. Eventually, Qin Wentian ceased his efforts, opening his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickering within. To awaken the starry figure, an immense amount of star power would be necessary, far beyond what he currently possessed. Contemplation crossed his mind. This starry figure could grant him the method of enduring trials, and it was the sole relic left by his father, possibly concealing profound secrets. A strong urge to explore surged within him. Resolutely, Qin Wentian held a meteorite in his palm and closed his eyes once more. The star power within him flowed from his limbs and bones, wildly surging towards the starry figure. Simultaneously, he absorbed the star power from the meteorite, drawing it into his body. He remained in this state for quite some time, as the starry figure ravenously absorbed the star power, seemingly insatiable. Qin Wentian felt a sense of frustration. If he could channel the energy of a meteorite into his body and use it to refine his flesh, he might ascend to the next realm more swiftly. Yet, the star power he absorbed was wholly consumed by the starry figure. At this moment, Qin Wentian found himself trapped, compelled to uncover the truth. As time passed, the continuous consumption of star power within him caused the supply from the meteorite to dwindle rapidly. The star power contained in the meteorite in his palm began to show signs of depletion, and finally, the starry figure flickered with a hint of light. There was a reaction. A shudder ran through Qin Wentian as his consciousness drifted towards the starry figure. He sensed that this figure was akin to a consciousness entity, and his own awareness became ensnared in the boundless consciousness contained within the starry figure. Qin Wentian felt insignificantly small, as if he were adrift in the vast expanse of the celestial river. Qin Wentian's consciousness sought to communicate with the boundless awareness, yet he found nothing to grasp. Those consciousness entities seemed to be sealed away. He needed the power of the stars. Qin Wentian fervently summoned the celestial energy, pouring it into the Starman, until the power of one star meteorite was entirely consumed. He then took up a second meteorite, determined to uncover the truth. At last, he sensed that the sealed consciousness entities were beginning to shimmer with light. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, when suddenly a brilliant starlight erupted, enveloping his consciousness with a colossal awareness. Abruptly, he felt a beam of light pierce into his mind, causing a tremendous shock to his consciousness. As if it were on the brink of disintegration, his spirit trembled, his head throbbed painfully, and his body felt as though it might collapse. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian realized that moment was reminiscent of his experience undergoing rigorous training, fleeting yet seemingly eternal. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat. Memory surged forth, another wave of recollection. His heart surged with intensity as the Starman dimmed once more, driving his consciousness outward, yet his mind was enriched with new memories. The Starman resembled a treasure trove composed of endless fragments of memory, each activation bestowing him with extraordinary recollections, precisely what he required. The last time it had been the method of rigorous training, and now it was fragmented memories regarding artifact crafting. Dear departed father, what kind of stone have you left for me? Qin Wentian gazed into the void, as if he beheld a silhouette, a gentle visage, that of his late father, seemingly watching over him from the heavens. After a moment of silence, Qin Wentian opened his palm to regard the second consumed meteorite and murmured, activating the Starman necessitates immense celestial energy, and this energy can only sustain a fraction of the memory fragments. To activate it again, I must utilize another precious meteorite. After this quiet reflection, Qin Wentian resumed drawing power from the meteorite, but this time not to activate the Starman, but to replenish the energy spent within his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, he began to organize the memories he had absorbed. Artifacts are categorized into ordinary weapons and divine weapons. Ordinary weapons provide no enhancement, whereas divine weapons augment a warrior's power. Thus, when martial cultivators refer to artifacts, they are alluding to divine weapons. Divine weapons are graded from 1 to 10, each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Those capable of crafting divine weapons are held in high esteem, known as blacksmiths or artifact masters. Furthermore, individuals possessing a forging star soul find it easier to become blacksmiths. Qin Wentian's heavenly hammer star soul is a variant of such. The memories conveyed that for an artifact master, aside from mastering primary crafting techniques, the ability to inscribe divine patterns is crucial. Those endowed with a forging star soul possess a distinct advantage in crafting, as they can inscribe divine patterns directly within their bodies, subsequently infusing these patterns into divine weapons using their star soul. Qin Wentian gradually absorbed the memories he had acquired, a recollection that even encompassed the intricacies of array formations. Divine patterns, in essence, represented a unique form of array, specifically designed for the crafting and forging of artifacts. They were exceedingly complex. Within these memories, numerous fundamental and mixed divine patterns awaited his slow contemplation. The status of a blacksmith in this realm was unparalleled, possessing the ability to forge star souls. Even as a mere first-tier blacksmith, he could craft divine weapons in exchange for fallen star stones. should he ascend to the ranks of a second-tier blacksmith. Joining the Star River Guild would elevate his standing even further, commanding respect even within the Imperial City, where both the royal family and the Yi clan would tread carefully in their dealings with him. As Qin Wentian pondered, the star soul bestowed upon him from the fifth heaven was a gift he could not afford to squander. Having been drawn into this tumultuous storm, he needed to plan for his future and that of the Qin manor. Thus, alongside his cultivation to enhance his strength, he resolved to become a master blacksmith. Over the past 5 days, Qin Wentian immersed himself in comprehending divine patterns by day, while dedicating his nights to meditation and practicing the thousand-hammer refinement technique, remaining oblivious to the world around him. At this juncture, he felt there was little he could alter, since Qin Hao advised him to refrain from concern. He focused solely on his self-improvement. Presently, within the training grounds, numerous iron plates lay scattered, each adorned with intricate patterns. These were the results of his recent practice in comprehending divine patterns. The divine patterns appeared almost alive, undulating upon the surface of the iron plates, weaving together into intricate designs. My accuracy has improved significantly, Qin Wentian mused as he stood there, feeling the divine patterns within his star veins radiate like symbols. These extraordinary patterns arranged themselves into a remarkably sharp sword, imbued with formidable penetrating power, while in his hand, he wielded a colossal hammerhead, reminiscent of a star soul. As Qin Wentian's footsteps trembled slightly, the sword of divine patterns surged through his star veins, racing toward his arm, before flowing into the heavenly hammer. In that instant, he raised his arm and brought it crashing down upon the iron plate below. With a resounding clang, the heavenly hammer struck the iron plate, illuminating it with a sword-shaped divine pattern that sparkled with celestial brilliance, exuding a keen aura that rendered the specific trajectory of the divine pattern indiscernible. A smile of delight graced Qin Wentian's face. With the essential divine patterns of forging no longer a challenge, the act of crafting would soon become effortless. Indeed, he was a born blacksmith. Qin Wentian chuckled softly, pleased with his ability to inscribe divine patterns, yet he remained unaware of the tremendous advantage he possessed over other blacksmiths. Chapter 18. The Star River Guild in the Grand Hall of the Qin residence. The members of the Qin family had gathered, yet their expressions were far from pleasant. What is the current state of Tianyang City? Qin Chuan inquired, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. What news from the Imperial City? Is there any word from the Imperial Star Academy? He pressed further, aware that the Qin family maintained its own intelligence network within the Imperial City. The situation in the Imperial City. One of the attendees hesitated, his expression flickering. Very few are aware of the events transpiring in Tianyang City. News has been tightly sealed. Moreover, Yi Wuqing of the Yi family has recently ascended to the 9th level of the Cycle Realm, hastening his pursuit of the Yuanfu realm, garnering attention from those above. The Imperial Star Academy feels the pressure as well, compounded by the royal family's influence. They have not been particularly proactive regarding young master. With a sharp crack, Qin Chuan clenched his fists, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. The talent of Wentian remained unrecognized, overshadowed by Yi Wuqing's gifts and the oppressive weight of the royal family. Inwardly, he murmured, Wentian, I hope you grow swiftly and demonstrate your worth to them. Notify everyone to limit their outings, Qin Chuan commanded, his expression resolute. Furthermore, send several star meteorites from our reserves to Wentian. A ripple of apprehension coursed through the crowd. It was evident that Qin Chuan was determined to nurture Qin Wentian at all costs, leaving a glimmer of hope even in the face of potential calamity for the Qin family. Soon, Qin Wentian received the 3 star meteorites sent by Qin Chuan, a gesture that stirred mixed feelings within him. The Qin family had been struggling financially in recent years, their resources dwindling, and it was fair to say they were impoverished. Yet, this only strengthened Qin Wentian's resolve to forge ahead. On this day, Qin Wentian exited the Qin residence through a side door. The Silver Feather Knights had stationed themselves at the main entrance, confronting the Qin family members, yet they hesitated to issue a kill order. While the surface remained calm, Qin Wentian was acutely aware of the turbulent undercurrents. This was a game of strategy. However, he chose to ignore these tensions and made his way to the central area of Tianyang City, home to the Star River Guild. The Star River Guild spanned across 100 cities in the Chu Kingdom, with its headquarters situated in the capital. The branch in Tianyang City was merely a subsidiary. Although the Star River Guild typically refrained from meddling in external affairs, its influence was formidable and immeasurable. Qin Wentian had even heard rumors that the Star River Guild in the capital was not the true headquarters. It was precisely because of the guild's unique status that Qin Wentian ventured here. Seeking to learn the art of crafting, and to establish a position within the guild that would safeguard him against potential treachery once he reached the Imperial City. The Star River Guild comprised various divisions: crafting, alchemy, martial arts, and the Celestial River Division. His adoptive father had always remarked that the Star River Guild was the most enigmatic of forces, unfathomable in nature. As Qin Wentian gazed at the magnificent hall before him, he contemplated his path forward. Qin Wentian. At that moment, a voice called out, and he turned to see a graceful figure before him, Linyu, one of the 4 renowned beauties of Tianyang City, who had recently been accepted as a disciple by the Divine Wind Academy following the assessments a few days prior. After the annual festival, Linyu prepared for her journey to the Imperial City by visiting the Xinghe Guild to request Master Fengping to forge a divine weapon for her. Master Fengping was renowned for crafting first-tier superior divine weapons. The Qin family is on the verge of annihilation. And you still have the audacity to forge a divine weapon for your trip to the Chu capital? Linyu found Qin Wentian's demeanor somewhat peculiar and couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Wentian frowned slightly and replied coldly, "Even if the Lin family perishes, the Qin family will endure." Linyu's assertion about the Qin family's downfall irked him. Impudent. Linyu's expression shifted as she glared at Qin Wentian. Accustomed to being pampered, she had never been rebutted and instinctively scolded him. However, she soon smiled faintly and remarked, "I almost forgot. You have become quite the genius. Far removed from the Qin Wentian of old. No wonder your tongue is so sharp." Sharp tongue? Qin Wentian was momentarily speechless. This woman had clearly grown accustomed to her status as a spoiled heiress. Casting a disdainful glance at Linyu, he turned to leave. Wait, feeling the disdain and contempt in Qin Wentian's gaze, Linyu's expression darkened as she followed him. Being one of the 4 beauties of Tianyang City and a prodigy, she was accustomed to adoration from her peers. Yet, after Bai Qiuxue awakened her star soul, everyone began to regard Linyu as inferior. The citizens of Chu came specifically for Bai Qiuxue, which left her feeling unsettled. During that day's assessment, Linyu had hoped to succeed in the examinations of the Imperial Star Academy or the Royal Academy based on her talents, but she failed. In contrast, Bai Qiuxue and Qin Wentian effortlessly garnered everyone's attention, while she remained in the shadows, a feeling she loathed, coupled with the envy she harbored towards Qin Wentian. Inside the spacious hall of the Xinghe Guild, numerous individuals were present. Upon entering, one could immediately see the reception area ahead. Qin Wentian approached and was greeted by a stunning woman clad in the distinctive attire of the Xinghe Guild, which accentuated her alluring figure. "Do you require weapon forging or pill concocting?" the woman inquired, her smile inviting, as most visitors to the Xinghe Guild sought either service. "I wish to become a forging apprentice," Qin Wentian stated. "Ah, you are fortunate today. Master Fengping will be here shortly. I can recommend you, though I cannot guarantee he will accept apprentices. Please wait over there," the woman replied, unfazed, as many sought to become apprentices of either a forging or alchemy master. An apprentice? Such a whimsical notion, Linyu scoffed, having entered alongside Qin Wentian. It was exceedingly difficult to become a skilled forger, and many forgers were reluctant to share their knowledge of divine patterns with apprentices. "Miss Linyu, Master Fengping is aware of your visit today and will come to see you personally shortly," the receptionist said, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Linyu, drawing the attention of many within the hall. "Is this the talented young woman destined to join the Divine Wind Academy? Truly enchanting." "Thank you, Master Fengping." Linyu felt a sense of pride as she sensed the gaze of the crowd upon her, a smile gracing her lips. Master Fengping and old Master Lin were close friends, thus he naturally extended special consideration towards her. "Indeed, Linyu, your father and I are old acquaintances. There is no need for such formalities. Just call me Uncle Feng." A hearty voice resonated as Fengping, clad in a starry robe and adorned with a smile, approached Linyu. "Uncle Feng, I must trouble you this time," Linyu replied, a hint of triumph flickering in her eyes as she inadvertently cast a glance at Qin Wentian. "Not at all. Now that you have become a member of the Divine Wind Academy, if you require any divine weapon or have special requests, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall personally craft a weapon tailored to your needs," Fengping responded. "Uncle Feng, my star soul is that of a rabbit, light and agile. I wish to forge a sword, a 3-foot blade, designed for nimbleness and grace." "Very well. I shall inscribe feathered divine patterns upon the sword to reduce its weight and enhance its agility," Fengping said with a smile. Linyu beamed with satisfaction just as the reception lady approached Fengping. "Master Fengping, those individuals over there wish to request the forging of divine weapons, and one seeks to become an apprentice. Ensure that you have recorded their requests and the compensation they are willing to offer." Present them to me later, and I shall make my selections. Have those interested in apprenticeship come forth? Feng Ping inquired, prompting the crowd to murmur in admiration. This was the stature of a master, first documenting requests and compensation, then deciding whether to forge based on his discretion. In the state of Chu, the status of a blacksmith was exceedingly high. It's him, Lin Yu declared, pointing at Qin Wentian. A rather insolent fellow. Qin Wentian frowned slightly, contemplating that it was Lin Yu herself who often spoke indiscreetly. This woman truly harbored a princess complex. Did he offend you, Lin Yu? Yes, she nodded. Leave it to me, Feng Ping chuckled. Lin Yu, you too shall return in 3 days to collect your divine weapon. As for the aspiring apprentice, follow me. Qin Wentian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stood and followed Feng Ping. After exchanging greetings with Lin Yu, Feng Ping took the record paper from the reception lady and led Qin Wentian through the left entrance of the Grand Hall, revealing an extraordinary realm within, the blacksmith division of the Starry River Guild. As a first-tier blacksmith of the Starry River Division, Feng Ping possessed his own exclusive forging chamber. Upon entering the forging hall, Qin Wentian was met with an overwhelming heat, the flames illuminating the high temperature of the space. In mere moments, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Come in, Feng Ping beckoned. As Qin Wentian stepped inside, he observed multiple rooms within the forging hall. And in the chamber he entered stood a massive furnace, embedded deeply into the ground, with fierce flames continuously blazing beneath it. Feel free to explore, Feng Ping remarked casually. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, sensing the pride of Feng Ping as a blacksmith. Being merely a first-tier blacksmith, he possessed an exclusive forging hall, and many sought his expertise, which clearly illustrated the elevated status of blacksmiths. This is the forging material, Feng Ping indicated. Qin Wentian approached a side hall, which housed numerous vessels, each inscribed with characters, containing the metallic materials required for forging. He then moved to another side hall, filled with a variety of weapon models, swords, spears, halberds, shields, and gloves, all devoid of substance. Qin Wentian's expression sharpened as he realized that these weapon models were hollow. They were specially crafted molds, shaped to resemble the divine weapons to be forged, even bearing intricate patterns. By melting the forging materials in the furnace until they became liquid, one could subsequently pour the liquid into these molds and allow it to solidify and cool, thus forming the rudimentary shape of the divine weapon. Place those molds by the furnace. I must commence the forging, came the voice of Feng Ping. Qin Wentian nodded discreetly, transporting the molds to the furnace, while Feng Ping stood nearby, engrossed in his notes, likely selecting which divine weapon he would assist in forging. A sword, a shield, a spear, and 2 blades. Pour the liquid from the furnace into the molds I specified. All of it into the molds? Qin Wentian's brow furrowed momentarily, for he understood, despite his lack of experience in forging, that different divine weapons required distinct proportions of materials. For instance, a sword must be forged to achieve sharpness, while a shield must embody weightiness. Thus, the requirements for the forging materials would inevitably differ. What do you know? This furnace is calibrated for the golden ratio of forging materials, capable of producing any weapon. Once shaped, inscribing different divine patterns will yield various effects. The essence of forging lies in the divine patterns. Do you comprehend? Feng Ping, noticing Qin Wentian's skepticism, retorted coldly. I understand, Qin Wentian replied calmly, though inwardly he scoffed. Feng Ping merely lacked the diligence to forge meticulously, by using the same forging materials for all weapons and merely inscribing divine patterns to forge them into divine weapons. He would surely reap considerable rewards. Forging masters must indeed be exceedingly wealthy. Chapter 19. The innate smith. A smith must not only cultivate their skills but also comprehend the intricate patterns involved in forging divine weapons. Most smiths engage in forging tasks to amass wealth. Such was the case for Feng Ping, who could not possibly devote himself entirely to the creation of every divine weapon. The so-called golden ratio liquid from the furnace was sufficient for him to forge numerous divine arms. At Feng Ping's behest, Qin Wentian infused the forging liquid into the mold, subsequently placing it into the forging chamber to await solidification. Meanwhile, Feng Ping was preparing a smaller furnace beside the grand one, instructing Qin Wentian, go to the materials hall and fetch me 1 pound of bronze, half a pound of silver sand, half a pound of blood rock, a small quantity of starlit steel, and light aluminum. This was for the crafting of a sword, specifically a lightweight one. Within the memories of forging that Qin Wentian possessed, the information regarding the materials was clear. Bronze served as the primary component, while silver sand would enhance the sword's luster. The other materials would ensure the sword was both nimble and sharp, particularly the precious blood rock and starlit steel. Master, are you crafting a soft sword for Linyu? Qin Wentian ventured to inquire. Feng Ping cast him a glance, replying coldly, You do possess some insight, recognizing my intention to forge a soft sword. Lin Yu's father and I share a mutual acquaintance, and she herself is a prodigious talent. My efforts in crafting for her shall be earnest. You, however, seem to have drawn her ire merely to capture her attention. I advise you to abandon such foolish thoughts. If you can diligently serve as my apprentice for 3 years, I shall bestow upon you the knowledge of some rudimentary patterns for your understanding. 3 years, and merely rudimentary patterns? Qin Wentian murmured, acknowledging the significance that smiths place on these patterns. What, do you find that duration excessive? Do you comprehend the sacrifices I made to acquire the patterns from the Galaxy Guild? Feng Ping retorted with a snort. Now, go fetch the materials. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and proceeded to the materials hall to retrieve what Feng Ping required. Upon his return, he witnessed Feng Ping placing the materials into the forging furnace. The flames here were the terrestrial fire provided by the Galaxy Guild. Without their assistance, many smiths would struggle to even melt the materials. Underscoring the rigorous nature of becoming a smith, Qin Wentian lamented internally, the starlit steel, being exceptionally hard, could not be melted by ordinary flames. The higher the grade of the divine weapon to be forged, the more challenging the materials would be to melt. However, for a smith, the most elusive and paramount elements remained the patterns and the ability to comprehend and inscribe them. Once all the forging materials were placed into the dedicated furnace, Feng Ping awaited the mold to develop fissures. He then instructed Qin Wentian to position a sword mold upon the anvil. With a mere touch of his finger, the mold cracked open, revealing the sword, its form glowing red from the flames. At this moment, the weapon had yet to fully solidify and cool, presenting the optimal opportunity for inscribing the patterns. Feng Ping uttered a few words, and as the power of the stars surged, he extended a finger, whereupon a dazzling force manifested, transforming into a celestial carving knife. This was the Star Soul. Feng Ping's Star Soul took the form of a carving knife. Though not a forging Star Soul, it was nonetheless excellent for inscribing divine patterns. Qin Wentian contemplated quietly as he observed Feng Ping meticulously etching divine patterns into the blazing sword with his carving knife Star Soul, showing no concern for Qin Wentian's presence. The intricate patterns intertwined in complex designs, almost indistinguishable to the naked eye, reminiscent of the human body's veins, with the sword symbolizing the corporeal form. However, Feng Ping likely did not realize that Qin Wentian was acutely aware of his actions. The etching represented the sword-shaped divine pattern from foundational divine patterns, intended to enhance the sword's sharpness and augment its attack power, though Feng Ping's execution appeared somewhat crude. Qin Wentian's mind was as clear as a mirror, yet he chose to remain silent. Feng Ping, lacking the finesse in crafting divine patterns with his Star Soul, found himself somewhat challenged by this endeavor. In truth, Feng Ping was aware of his limited advantages in cultivating his carving knife Star Soul, which compelled him to devote considerable effort to the path of weapon forging. He had achieved some success, yet little did he know that Qin Wentian silently scorned him for it. If you could master these divine patterns, your life would be devoid of worries, he thought. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Ping remained in high spirits. Casting a casual glance at Qin Wentian as he inscribed divine patterns on all the weapons, waiting for them to cool completely before proceeding to polish, sharpen, and adorn them with sheaths and other decorative elements. Strikingly, the divine patterns inscribed vanished entirely upon completion of the forging process, as if they had melded into the weapon's essence, becoming an integral part of it. Give it a try, Feng Ping offered as he handed a newly forged divine weapon to Qin Wentian. Grasping the sword, Qin Wentian felt the surge of starry power coursing through it, evoking a profound sense of connection, as though the divine patterns were part of his own veins, allowing the starry energy to flow within and unleash the sword's might. How wondrous! Qin Wentian marveled. Having never practiced before, he had never encountered such divine weapons, and the remarkable effects of the divine patterns astonished him. You have observed the forging process clearly today. If you truly wish to become a long-term apprentice, I shall focus on inscribing the divine patterns, while you handle the other tasks. What do you say? Feng Ping proposed to Qin Wentian. The crux of weapon forging lies in the inscription of divine patterns. Mastering the various materials for different divine weapons is essential, though polishing and sharpening also require skill. As for the flames, within the Star River Guild, there was no need for concern. Thanks to the readily available resources at the Star River Guild, Feng Ping was able to mass-produce low-quality first-tier divine weapons. Yet, Even these inferior first-tier divine weapons were exceedingly precious to many practitioners of the body refinement realm outside. Unappreciative, Feng Ping scoffed, adding, I shall take a brief rest. Please help me dispose of some discarded items. As Qin Wentian watched Feng Ping depart, he mused that this fellow was quite cunning. Although he could produce a batch of ordinary quality divine weapons within a day, he insisted others wait 3 days for their retrieval, creating the impression that his forging was time-consuming. Of course, should Feng Ping choose to dedicate himself to crafting a single divine weapon, 3 days would indeed be warranted. Much like when he assisted Lin Yu in forging her divine weapon, as the inscription of divine patterns is no trivial task. Any deviation in the patterns could lead to a failure in the forging process. After Feng Ping departed, Qin Wentian retrieved a sword-shaped mold and proceeded to infuse it with a liquid forged according to the golden ratio. He was eager to undertake the endeavor personally. From the depths of my recollection, divine patterns and divine weapons were categorized into 10 distinct levels. A first-tier divine weapon necessitated a first-tier divine pattern for its creation, while a second-tier divine weapon required at least a second-tier divine pattern. These tiered crafting patterns were derived from combinations of fundamental divine patterns, with higher-tier patterns presenting greater challenges for comprehension. I struggled to understand even some of the third-tier patterns from my memories. Qin Wentian mused to himself that when the cooling mold began to show cracks, he would place it upon the forging stone. With a sudden tremor of his palm, he shattered the mold. As he gazed upon the glowing sword, the celestial energy within him intertwined fervently, gradually coalescing into a splendid design, the sword-shaped divine pattern, known as Flying Sword, classified as a first-tier divine pattern. In his palm, a celestial hammer materialized, continuously morphing to match the shape of the sword, while the entwined celestial patterns within him surged toward the hammer, imprinting themselves onto its base. Lifting his hand, Qin Wentian struck down upon the sword with a resounding force, the engraved patterns on the hammer directly embedding into the blade, forming the sword's intricate veins. Breathing deeply, Qin Wentian was uncertain of the outcome. He stowed the hammer and commenced the final stages of polishing the sword. However, just as he was about to sharpen the blade, Feng Ping hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing Qin Wentian's actions, his expression froze, and he frowned, inquiring, What are you doing? Master Feng Ping, I wish to attempt the polishing myself, Qin Wentian replied. Do you believe this is an ordinary place? The materials you have wasted are sufficient for me to forge a divine weapon. Can you afford the cost? Feng Ping retorted. Infuriated, and with a swift flick of his sleeve, sent the yet-to-be-sharpened sword clattering to the ground. Today, Master Mu Qing is coming to inspect. Consider yourself fortunate, now. Leave at once. Feng Ping clearly did not anticipate that an apprentice would dare to be so audacious, his voice cold. Qin Wentian's countenance stiffened. Feng Ping was indeed a proud craftsman. With a disdainful snort, he turned and departed. You ungrateful wretch. I even contemplated extending my compassion to you. Feng Ping exclaimed in anger as Qin Wentian exited. Just then, several figures approached, all clad in starry robes. The foremost among them exuded an extraordinary presence, accompanied by a striking young woman, while an elderly gentleman followed closely behind. As Qin Wentian brushed past them, the young woman cast a fleeting glance in his direction, her gaze further emphasizing the arrogance of the craftsmen, individuals of lofty aspirations. Feng Ping, what has provoked such ire? Mu Qing and his companions entered the crafting chamber. Master Mu Qing, President, Feng Ping greeted the newcomers with a bow, his face now beaming with smiles, devoid of any trace of anger. Indeed, Mu Qing nodded. Stepping into the crafting hall, let us see how your crafting skills have progressed. As he spoke, he happened to notice the sword beside the casting stone and could not help but pick it up. Observing a person's failures often reveals more about their true skill. Feng Ping was just about to say something when he noticed Mu Qing's expression suddenly brighten, turning to him with astonishment. Feng Ping, your proficiency in weapon forging has improved remarkably. Feng Ping was momentarily taken aback as Mu Qing returned the sword to him. With a mere thought, he channeled the power of the stars along with the elemental forces of the world into the blade, causing his own expression to transform with equal brilliance. How is this possible? Feng Ping questioned, somewhat incredulous. This sword suffers from poor material selection. You must have used a well-matched furnace liquid for its refinement. But the intricacy of the divine patterns is astounding, truly flawless. Although it is merely a first-tier divine pattern, it has reached an extraordinary pinnacle. You are surely not far from becoming a second-tier weaponsmith. Mu Qing smiled at Feng Ping and continued, after the new year. I plan to take an assistant to the Imperial City, and I believe I have found my candidate. Feng Ping, this sword is undoubtedly your creation, is it not? Feng Ping hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Of course. Very well. I shall give you 3 days to forge a divine weapon that showcases your utmost skill, Mu Qing said with a grin before turning to leave. Feng Ping's heart sank, his complexion paling slightly. Earlier, in his moment of greed, he had foolishly admitted to the creation of the sword. But now he wondered how he could possibly inscribe the divine patterns. Greed was indeed perilous. That young man. Yes, I must find him. Feng Ping's heart raced. If he could not locate Qin Wentian, he would be doomed. Chapter 20. Oppression. Qin Wentian departed from the Star River Guild in a state of discontent, yearning to witness whether the mysterious patterns he had inscribed could indeed forge mystical weapons. Unfortunately, he was unceremoniously expelled before he could ascertain this. Nonetheless, he had gleaned valuable insights into the crafting process, which would undoubtedly aid him in the future should he encounter conditions akin to those of the artifact refining hall, enabling him to forge weapons independently. As Qin Wentian halted at a distance from the Qin residence, he observed a contingent of armored knights encircling the estate. How audacious they were to challenge the Qin family. His expression darkened at the sight, especially upon noticing Qin Chuan and others gathered there. He urged his steed forward. The assailants did not impede Qin Wentian's approach, allowing him to join Qin Chuan and the others unchallenged. Wentian, you should enter the estate first, Qin Chuan advised upon his arrival. There was no evading this. The first batch of candidates had already been chosen, and Qin Wentian was among them. The commander of the Silver Feather Knights, Cold Eagle, sneered, for the ones he awaited were nearing, and he felt no urgency. Qin Wentian approached Qin Yao, his expression filled with inquiry. Do you recall the words of that old man from the Yi family after the last Academy Martial Assessment? The people from the Divine General Martial Manor are on their way. You, I, Qin Shang, and Qin Ji are to be forcibly taken as the first group. Qin Yao's countenance was grim, prompting Qin Wentian to recall the previous assessment when Yi Mo had mentioned that the sovereign had granted the talented individuals of the Qin family the opportunity to train at the Divine General Martial Manor, which was, in fact, a means to tightly control them. Now, it appeared they intended to execute this plan forcibly. If the Yi family understood the Qin family well enough, they would know we would never surrender our people. If Wuxiulua were to arrive, it would likely be for more than just the 4 of us, Qin Wentian murmured, casting a heavy pall over the group. The reason these individuals had yet to act was their fear of the last hidden power of the Qin family, the Martial King and his guards. In the distance, the setting sun elongated the shadows of an approaching group. A cavalry swept through like a tempest, gradually coming into view. At the forefront were 2 figures, a dark-skinned middle-aged man exuding a menacing aura, and beside him, a youth of about 16 or 17, whose piercing eyes resembled those of a wild beast, emanating danger. Qin Chuan, Wuxiua's icy voice resonated as he regarded the gathered Qin family members. By the sovereign's decree, Qin Yao, Qin Wentian, Qin Shang, and Qin Ji are to accompany me to the Divine General Martial Manor for training. A sardonic smile curled Wuxiulua's lips as the youth beside him spurred his horse forward, pointing at Qin Chuan. Old man, don't overestimate yourself. My master has been courteous, but don't mistake that for significance. You lot from the Qin family should be on your knees, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to enter the Divine General Martial Manor. Presumptuous. The members of the Qin family were incensed. How dare this young upstart direct insults at Qin Chuan? Is there no one to discipline the descendants of the Yi family? Qin Chuan shot a glare at Yi Lang. Discipline? Yi Wolf gazed upon the individuals of the Qin residence with an air of disdain. Despite being barely 16, his eyes glimmered with a savage ferocity. Pointing at the people behind Qin Chuan, he proclaimed, this pitiful group raised by the Qin family can be crushed by my single hand. Do you dare to believe it? What an arrogant fellow. I shall witness how you intend to crush us, a young descendant of the Qin family, unable to endure Yi Wolf's humiliation. Bellowed as he lunged at him. Buzz. Yi Wolf's form transformed into a gray shadow, vanishing in an instant. Such swiftness. A howl of agony echoed through the air, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Qin Mu was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground, his bones shattered by the overwhelming force. Crack. Yi Wolf's foot struck the earth with tremendous force, creating a massive fissure, showcasing the extent of his power. His beast-like gaze fixated on Qin Mu's body as he charged forward once more, his hand morphing into a lethal claw aimed directly at Qin Mu's head. The sheer force of that claw would undoubtedly shatter his skull. The expressions of the Qin family members shifted to one of horror. Many even closed their eyes. Qin Mu. among the younger generation of the Qin family, was quite formidable, boasting a cultivation level of the 9th stage of body refinement, yet he was utterly defenseless against this assault. More infuriatingly, Yi Wolf dared to kill. Impudent. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's hand seized Yi Wolf's arm just before it descended upon Qin Mu's head. His demeanor as steady as a mountain. On the ground, Qin Mu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he met Yi Wolf's gaze, overcome with dread. Yi Wolf raised his head to meet Qin Chuan's eyes, a look of contempt flickering in his beast-like orbs. If the young cannot, shall the old step forth? Though filled with anger, Qin Chuan sighed inwardly. Despite his long residence in Tianyong City, he was well aware of the dynamics within the imperial city. Not to mention Yi Wuqing, several young members of the Yi family posed a significant challenge to the younger generation of the Qin family. This disparity stemmed not only from talent, but also from the vast difference in cultivation resources between the declining Qin family and the illustrious Yi family. Arrogance, pure arrogance. The Qin family members wore grim expressions, and Qin Yao could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Yi Wolf, you are insufferably arrogant." Yi Wolf's gaze fell upon Qin Yao, his eyes roaming over her figure, lingering suggestively on her chest, revealing a hint of lust that rendered Qin Yao's complexion suddenly pale. "Qin Yao, though your talent is mediocre, your beauty is captivating. Why not become my concubine?" Yi Wolf leered at her, inciting immense fury among the young members of the Qin family. Qin Yao was the cherished jewel of the Qin family, one of the 4 most beautiful women in Tianyong City, both stunning and exceptionally gifted. How dare Yi Wolf propose such a thing? Qin Yao stepped forward, yet was restrained by Qin Wentian beside her, whose gaze remained fixed on Yi Wolf. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had yet to unleash his true power, and he was eager to test it. "Sister, allow me," Qin Wentian said with a gentle smile directed at Qin Yao. "Dealing with such scum, I fear it might tarnish your hands." Qin Wentian wore a smile, playfully pinching Qin Yao's cheek, causing her to pause momentarily and shoot him a glare. This fellow, even at such a time, still had the audacity to jest. Yet, she understood Qin Wentian. He always maintained a carefree demeanor, as if nothing troubled his mind. However, his presence was undeniably heartwarming. "Be careful," Qin Yao cautioned. "Rest assured," Qin Wentian replied, scratching his head with a smile as he stepped outside. He beheld Yi Lang's fierce gaze, which radiated a ruthless intensity, despite being of similar age. Yi Lang was undoubtedly a formidable character, brimming with arrogance and disdain for all. "Qin Wentian," Yi Lang remarked, his eyes glinting with a mix of mockery and indifference. "I shall render your hand useless for having touched Qin Yao. I've heard you've reached the peak of the body refinement realm. Though I am merely at the 6th level, I am curious to see how you intend to incapacitate me." Qin Wentian replied coolly, "I will restrain my strength to the 6th level of the body refinement realm, allowing you to witness just how insignificant the so-called genius of the Qin family truly is." Yi Lang's eyes sparkled, and then he lunged forward, akin to a wolf charging through the wilderness, the wind howling fiercely in his wake. Yi Lang's claws aimed directly at Qin Wentian's head, the sound of his sinews cracking resonating ominously. The celestial wolf claw emanated a shadowy radiance. He had indeed suppressed his powers, yet they remained terrifyingly potent. Observing Yi Lang's restraint, Qin Wentian's expression turned icy, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Exuding an air of arrogant dominance infused with peril, the stellar energy within him spiraled violently, surging towards his arm. With a thunderous stomp, Qin Wentian propelled his arm forward, soaring like a majestic dragon, unyielding in its pride. The chilling celestial wolf claw collided with the descending dragon fist, producing a dreadful sound. Yi Lang emitted a low, guttural roar, feeling as though his claws might shatter. A profound sense of danger flickered in his eyes. "You dare deceive me?" Yi Lang's body was rocked by a fierce upheaval, his blood surging tumultuously. He roared, realizing that the strength he faced transcended that of the 6th level of the body refinement realm. His aura erupted in full force, cracking and popping throughout his body. Initially pushed back by Qin Wentian's might, he now appeared even more perilous, gathering his energy. As the fierce wind swept through, Yi Lang lunged once more, his ominous presence suffocating the air around them. Qin Wentian felt as though the entire world was engulfed in a chill, as if a pack of monstrous wolves were descending upon him. What an overwhelming aura, Qin Wentian mused inwardly, recognizing that this force could potentially crush him. Yet, the stellar energy within him intensified, coalescing like a tempest in his star veins. Every ounce of stored stellar power surged forth into his arm, and in that moment, Qin Wentian felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. Chapter 21. Ruthlessness. The members of the Qin residence observed with palpable tension as Yi Lang lunged towards Qin Wentian. In a moment of fervor, Yi Lang's hand trembled, and he appeared to transform into a ferocious wolf. A spectral image of a beast tearing towards Qin Wentian with a fearsome roar, intent on shredding him to pieces. The beast wolf star soul. It was no wonder that an aura of wildness emanated from Yi Lang. The onlookers' expressions tightened as they witnessed Qin Yao springing towards Qin Wentian. Her star soul manifested as an ancient tree. Her first star soul was that of the ancient tree. Yi Lang, stand down. Qin Yao commanded with a delicate yet firm voice, as sharp shards of ancient wood morphed into deadly swords, launching themselves at Yi Lang. The violent essence of primal energy surged forth, unleashing a terrifying power that exemplified the Wheel Meridian realm. Shatter. Yi Lang, driven by a frenzied force, exuded an aura of terrifying wildness, resembling a beast that tore through the ancient wooden blades with overwhelming strength, continuing his assault on Qin Wentian. Roar. At that moment, Qin Wentian's arm transformed into a colossal hammer, radiating with resplendent starlight, which then morphed into an azure dragon, its roar echoing through the heavens. As it bore down upon Yi Lang with formidable might, the clash between the chilling Wolf King and the domineering azure dragon unleashed a tempest, causing both Qin Wentian and Yi Lang to be thrust backward, leaving deep gashes in the ground beneath them. Qin Yao's countenance shifted dramatically as the ancient wood ensnared Qin Wentian's body. He collided against Qin Yao, finally halting his retreat, yet felt utterly drained. Blood seeping from multiple lacerations on his fists. Such strength, the disparity in realms is overwhelming, Qin Wentian mused inwardly. Realizing that the celestial power he had amassed throughout his body had been nearly expended in that singular strike, leaving him feeble. Truly, the star souls formed from the convergence of celestial bodies in the fifth tier above, coupled with the crystallization of the star meridian, could momentarily concentrate the stellar energy within him into that one blow, allowing him to withstand Yi Lang's full force assault, albeit at the cost of depleting his own celestial strength. At this juncture, Yi Lang was equally astounded. He had been repelled, and the bloodstains on his suspended claws testified to the fact that Qin Wentian had managed to injure him. I will ensure your demise, Yi Lang bellowed, fixing his gaze upon Qin Wentian. With each step he took forward, the aura of bestial ferocity intensified, causing the ground to buckle under the weight of his presence. Should you continue your insolence, do not blame me for being unmerciful, Qin Xuan remarked coldly, observing Yi Lang's relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao Luo's eyes glinted with a ruthless light. Qin Wentian was indeed a formidable adversary that needed to be eradicated. Bring Qin Wentian and Qin Yao along with their companions here. Anyone who obstructs this order shall be deemed to oppose the imperial decree. Wu Xiao Luo stated with a chilling tone. Seize them. Both Emo and Cold Eagle exclaimed simultaneously, and in an instant, a suffocating aura enveloped the vicinity as soldiers wielding long spears advanced upon the Qin residence, instilling a sense of dread. Just as their orders were issued, a sudden surge of archers erupted from within the Qin residence, swiftly forming rows, their massive horns drawn to a crescent shape, embodying a magnificent display of power. It appeared that the Qin residence was on the brink of rebellion. Emo spoke coldly, his body soaring into the sky as he charged towards the archers. The sound of arrows being loosed echoed through the air, transforming into a torrential downpour aimed at the knightly order. Each arrow shrieking with a terrifying sharpness as it pierced the void. Numerous arrows were also directed at Emo in midair. Above him, two star souls simultaneously erupted. The first, the soul of the Azure Eagle, bestowed upon him agile speed and ferocious strength. The second, a formidable star soul resembling a towering mountain. The Stone Mountain Star Soul hardened his skin into rock, enhancing both his offensive and defensive capabilities. Emo's eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a falcon as his stone-like hand struck out, unleashing a cataclysmic force that obliterated every whistling arrow, shattering them into fragments. With his Yuanfu realm cultivation, he had awakened two star souls and even opened a third stargate, though he had yet to condense a third star soul. His power was exceptionally formidable. At that moment, two elders appeared behind the archers. One of them glanced at the airborne Emo before launching himself into the clouds. The martial guards? The martial Azura remained mounted, his eyes glinting with cold light. These figures must be the martial guards who once followed Qin Wu in glorious battles, though they had long since lost their former splendor. In the direction of Qin Wentian, Yu Wolf charged at him like a wild beast, flanked by strong protectors, enabling him to strike with full force. Those from the Qin residence who attempted to obstruct him were instantly grievously injured. Qin Yao and Qin Wentian retreated steadily, her expression darkening as she looked at the approaching Yi-Wolf, who sought to slay Qin Wentian. I will block him. A figure appeared before Qin Yao and Qin Wentian, sweeping a leg out. Thud. Yi-Wolf defended against the powerful kick with his arm, then seized that leg with his other hand, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Qin Xiao, retreat. Qin Yao's face stiffened, but it was too late. Yi-Wolf's hand blade struck down onto Qin Xiao's thigh, eliciting a piercing howl as he collapsed. His face pale, one leg severed and blood gushing. Qin Yao and the others had retreated to the entrance of the Qin residence, where more martial guards surged forth, forming a formidable barrier. Yi-Wolf lifted his gaze to glance at Qin Wentian before looking down at Qin Xiao, his fist crashing down on Qin Xiao's head. Blood splattering in a vivid display, adding a savage edge to his demeanor. Qin Yao, I will make you my plaything, my slave. I will toy with you as I please. Yi-Wolf's voice was cold as he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Qin Yao trembled slightly, fury consuming her. Her eyes burned with rage, seemingly deaf to Qin Chuan's words. Yet at that moment, Qin Wentian grasped Qin Yao's hand and said, Sister, let us enter the residence. Inquiring about the heavens, Qin Xiao. Qin Yao's eyes were a fiery red. Although Qin Xiao was not her biological brother, he was still a member of the Qin family. His ancestors had followed Qin Wu into battle, and ever since, the Qin family had borne the surname Qin. Though he was of a collateral line, the Qin household never regarded them as outsiders. They were all brothers and sisters. I will undoubtedly avenge him, without fail. Qin Wentian's calm voice concealed a chilling indifference, his steady gaze ablaze with a primal fury as he fixed his eyes on Yi Lang. Remember me, for I shall kill you. Qin Wentian vowed that he would indeed slay Yi Lang. He was certainly not the first. Yi Lang trampled upon Qin Xiao, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. As Qin Wentian led Qin Yao into the Qin estate, the arrows of the martial guards repelled the assailants outside. With the martial guards present, breaching the Qin estate would not be an easy feat. Upon entering, they discovered the Qin estate in disarray. They had not anticipated that the Yi family and their legions would truly launch an onslaught against the Qin residents. Father, we must stay and assist, Qin Yao insisted, her spirit unyielding. The Qin estate shall not fall, she declared, tears streaming down her cheeks. I merely suggested a hypothetical, since they act unjustly. Your grandfather will know how to choose. If we can hold out for a few more days, there is hope for the Qin estate, Qin Chuan stated, which eased the tension among Qin Yao and the others. It seemed the old master still had a plan. The Qin estate must not be obliterated in such a manner. Father, I shall go train, Qin Wentian said to Qin Chuan before turning away, leaving Qin Yao and the others momentarily stunned. No one noticed his tightly clenched fists, blood seeping from where his nails dug into flesh. Qin Chuan observed Qin Wentian's retreating figure, his gaze flickering with sharp intensity as he quietly asked, Yaoer, if something were to happen, and I entrusted you with the task of protecting Wentian, what would you do? Qin Yao's body trembled violently. She stared blankly at her father, tears cascading down her cheeks, yet a glimmer of a smile danced in her eyes. Father, as long as Wentian is here, so am I, my child. Qin Chuan gazed at Qin Yao, his expression tender. Wentian possesses an unimaginable resilience of spirit, and now he reveals remarkable talent. I hope that one day, the Qin estate shall have someone capable of overturning this indifferent imperial authority. Chapter 22. The visit of the flattening Qin Wentian was engulfed in anguish as he witnessed the brutal demise of Qin Xiao, his head shattered by Yi Lang's merciless assault. The sinister smile of Yi Lang was indelibly etched in his mind. Clenching his fists tightly, Qin Wentian sat in the training grounds, inhaling deeply to calm his turbulent thoughts. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. As dusk descended, Qin Wentian momentarily transcended into his own realm, impervious to the cacophony of the outside world. Above him, resplendent brilliance unfolded, revealing the celestial hammer star soul. In an instant, from the distant fivefold heaven, the luminous essence of his martial command star, the celestial hammer star, cascaded down, intertwining with the star's soul and transforming into an ethereal, vibrant light across the night sky. He placed 2 star meteorites atop his star soul, which, under the influence of stellar forces, floated amidst the dazzling radiance. The star power within these meteorites surged forth, merging with Qin Wentian's star soul, which subsequently refined the impure stellar energy. Although he understood that this process would result in some loss of star power, it was necessary. For the raw star energy from the meteorites paled in comparison to the celestial energy from the celestial hammer star. Before long, Qin Wentian felt the pulsating star power coursing through his limbs and bones. He then employed the method of the 1,000 hammer refinement. his body resonating with an intense roar as his vital essence surged like a raging river, distorting the muscles on his face. The brutal star energy pounded against his flesh in a self-inflicted torment, yet his corporeal form grew ever stronger and more perfect. The following day, news of the siege on the Qin residence spread throughout Tianyang City. Many who gathered outside the estate lamented the fall of what was once a formidable stronghold, now on the brink of becoming a mere memory. Outside, the forces of the Chulong Guard, the Silver Feather Knights led by Lang Ying, and the Martial Azura Knights formed a formidable blockade around the Qin residence, launching probing assaults with cold arrows. The defenders within, skilled warriors of the Qin family, valiantly held their ground at every critical juncture. Onlookers speculated that the Qin residence could not withstand the onslaught for much longer and was on the verge of collapse. With only 2 days remaining until the annual sacrificial day, a day of ancestral homage, many wondered if the Qin family could endure until the next year. Within the estate, an oppressive atmosphere loomed as key figures, including Qin Chuan, convened to discuss strategies. The three knight factions are poised for a direct confrontation at their command. With our Qin family's current strength, there is little hope for victory in this battle. Qin Chuan cast his gaze over the assembled crowd and spoke. How formidable is the power of the martial guard? Someone inquired of Qin Chuan. It is not only the external legions that remain largely uninformed. Even those within the Qin residence possess limited knowledge of the martial guard's prowess. The martial guard consists entirely of elite warriors. While their numbers might barely suffice to withstand an assault, a significant disparity remains overall. What of those once loyal to the martial king? Would they not rally their forces? Surely, the elder must have made arrangements. Yet, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. It appears the outside forces are not in a hurry to launch a full-scale attack, which only heightens my concerns. Qin Chuan sighed, his voice echoing in the vast hall, devoid of any strategies. After a moment of silence, Qin Wentian spoke. Should the enemy initiate a total assault, I will dispatch a contingent under the command of Qin He and Qin Yi, accompanied by the younger generation, including Qin Yao, Wentian, and Qin Shang. They are to withdraw and avoid engagement at all costs. Brother, I refuse to be a coward, Qin Yi exclaimed vehemently. Our martial achievements are limited. The younger generation represents the future of the Qin family. I entrust our lineage to you not to become cowards. Do you understand? Qin Chuan slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming, causing Qin Ye's expression to stiffen. This matter requires no further discussion. Those who defy this command are unworthy of being called sons of the Qin family. Qin Chuan's words left the assembly in stunned silence, with the younger generation, including Qin Yu and Qin Wentian, seething with indignation, itching to rush out and confront the enemy. Master, at that moment, someone entered from outside, addressing Qin Chuan. Master. Master Feng Ping from the Star River Guild seeks an audience. Star River Guild? Qin Chuan's expression turned to one of surprise. Please, let him in. Shortly thereafter, Feng Ping stepped into the grand hall. Upon his arrival, Qin Wentian could not suppress a peculiar look. Greetings, Master Qin Chuan, Feng Ping said. What brings you to the Qin residence? Qin Chuan inquired politely, acknowledging the distinct status of a master craftsman. I have come to seek young Master Wentian, Feng Ping replied, casting a wry glance at Qin Wentian. On that day, Mu Qing had mentioned taking him to the imperial city, and in a moment of greed, he had claimed the divine weapon was his creation. He had not anticipated that Mu Qi would request him to forge it again, which left him quite troubled. Thus, he had to rush to inquire with Lin Yu, only to learn that the apprentice was indeed Qin Wentian, and that the Qin residence was under siege. However, he felt compelled to come, bolstered by the respect afforded to him as a member of the Star River Guild, which allowed him to concoct a plausible reason to gain entry. The crowd exchanged curious glances. What could Feng Ping possibly want with Qin Wentian? Is there something you need? Qin Wentian asked coolly. I wish to collaborate with young Master Wentian on forging a divine weapon, if you would permit it, Feng Ping said, sensing the chill in Qin Wentian's demeanor, and managed a tremulous smile. A flicker of intrigue crossed Qin Wentian's mind. Could it be that the divine weapons he had casually forged surpassed Feng Ping's own capabilities? Otherwise, there would be no need for Feng Ping to seek him out. It seems those arcane patterns from my memories are indeed extraordinary, Qin Wentian mused inwardly. Realizing this, he could not help but smirk coldly. In this time of peril for the Qin family, I cannot afford to indulge a master craftsman in forging weapons. Should anything happen to your materials, I would be unable to compensate you. Please, excuse me. Feng Ping forced a smile as he gazed at Qin Wentian, humbly stating, Young Master Wentian, should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to express them. First, may I inquire why you seek my expertise in crafting weapons? Qin Wentian fixed his gaze upon Feng Ping, noting that the divine weapon he inscribed that day was merely a first-tier artifact, capable of producing at most a superior first-tier weapon. Feng Ping should also possess the ability to achieve this, although his mastery of divine inscriptions may not surpass his own. It seemed unnecessary to seek his assistance. A troubled look crossed Feng Ping's face. If the master preferred not to divulge, there was little left to discuss. He glanced at Qin Chuan, who understood the signal, and beckoned to the crowd, prompting many to depart, leaving only a few remaining. The master may speak, Qin Wentian declared, causing Feng Ping's expression to solidify. Sighing inwardly, he perceived he had no alternative but to recount the events. Upon hearing the details, Qin Chuan and the others were astounded. Qin Wentian was capable of inscribing divine patterns. Wentian, I can escort you to the Star River Guild. Mu Qing will assuredly ensure your safety. Qin Chuan's eyes gleamed with a sharp glint, and Qin Wentian contemplated this. Recognizing that Mu Qing had once been the master of the Star River Guild's weapon crafting hall in Tiannong City, and his skills had evidently grown more formidable, granting him significant standing. If he were willing to lend his support, it might provide assistance to the Qin residents. Meanwhile, Feng Ping exhibited a sense of urgency. Finding himself in a predicament, Master Feng, Qin Wentian addressed him, I cannot possibly collaborate with you in crafting divine weapons. However, your desire to follow Mu Qing is solely to enhance your weapon crafting skills. I am well versed in numerous divine patterns and can share some with you, while you, in turn, could explain to Master Mu Qing. In that case, thank you, young Master Wentian, Feng Ping replied with polite gratitude. Please wait a moment. Qin Wentian exited the grand hall, leaving Qin Chuan and the others wearing perplexed expressions. Elder brother, have you taught Wentian how to inscribe divine patterns? Qin, he inquired curiously. The intricacies of divine patterns are exceedingly complex. I am not proficient myself. How could I teach Wentian? Qin Chuan shook his head, speaking softly. Strange. Yaoer. Wentian has always been close to you. Are you aware? That scoundrel keeps many secrets from me, Qin Yao retorted, though she too hoped that Qin Wentian could establish a connection with the Star River Guild, as it might offer him protection from the impending crisis posed by the Qin residents. Casting star souls. Feng Ping's heart trembled as he regarded Qin Wentian. Indeed. My star soul is forged from the star souls, connecting with the martial destiny stars of the third layer of heaven. These iron ingots are for you. Moreover, should Master Feng be able to procure a batch of divine weapons for me, I would be willing to exchange them for divine patterns. Qin Wentian's words stirred profound excitement within Feng Ping. The intricacy of Qin Wentian's divine patterns was remarkable, and if he could comprehend even one, crafting a pinnacle standard first-tier weapon would be effortlessly achievable. As Qin Wentian observed Feng Ping departing, his expression shifted, deliberately revealing his talent for weapon crafting. Hoping to make Mu Qing aware of it, he pondered whether Mu Qing's influence could potentially extricate the Qin residents from its predicament. Father, I shall take my leave as well, Qin Wentian announced, preparing to delve into the deeper mysteries of second-tier divine patterns. Chapter 23, Crisis. Time seemed to fly for Qin Wentian. Within the span of 2 days, he fervently practiced his cultivation and comprehended the second-tier divine patterns, consuming 2-star meteorites in the process. At last, he ascended to the 7th level of body refinement, his celestial energy coursing through his organs, his breath robust, each inhalation and exhalation seeming to encapsulate a torrent of vitality. With a mere punch, he could unleash an immeasurable force equivalent to that of 50 bulls. He longed for more time to elevate his cultivation and amplify his strength. However, for those in the Qin residence, time dragged on painfully. The onslaught from the 3 knightly orders grew increasingly ferocious, with lives lost at every moment. The flames of oppression and hatred had reached a boiling point, and a voice emerged from the Qin residence, calling to fight back at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing oneself. Qin Chuan did not acquiesce. Instead, he gathered all the clan members together to pay homage to the ancestral portrait of Qin Wu in the ancestral hall. Today marked the day of the annual memorial, and the elder of the Qin family, Qin Hao, also made an appearance. After the ancestral rites, the members of the Qin family departed the hall. As they walked through the residence, a clan member carried a corpse past them, prompting someone to shout, Elder, let us fight back. If this continues, we will be trapped to death. There is no need, Qin Hao replied calmly. They seek me. I have already contacted several old friends from the past. If I am taken as a prisoner to the imperial city, they will march from the borders. As long as I am in their hands, those people will be at ease. Father, this cannot be. The Qin residents must not let you take such a risk. Qin Chuan shook his head. realizing the elder's intention was to sacrifice himself. The territory your grandfather fought to establish has now fallen into my hands. I cannot bear to see it destroyed. Qin Hao smiled faintly, then approached Qin Wentian and the others, gently ruffling Qin Wentian's hair, and kindly said, "Take good care of Wentian. You must ensure nothing happens to him." With tears in his eyes, Qin Chuan nodded heavily. Grandfather Qin Wentian felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Could it be that the Qin residents truly could not weather this calamity? "Elder, the Star River Guild has arrived," someone reported, startling Qin Wentian and igniting a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps a turning point had emerged. "Quickly, please," Qin Chuan urged. Moments later, they beheld several figures approaching, some of whom bore numerous large packages on their backs. "Old Master Qin, I am Mu Qing, here to seek young Master Wentian," the foremost figure declared. It was Mu Qing, whom Qin Wentian had met previously at the Star River Guild, accompanied by the proud young lady and Feng Ping. Qin Hao nodded slightly, and Qin Wentian stepped forward, saying, "I am honored to meet Master Mu Qing. Qin Wentian, I have observed the divine patterns you inscribed, which are remarkably exquisite. Would you be willing to join the Star River Guild and become my disciple?" Mu Qing inquired. "If I agree to join the Star River Guild and become your disciple, can you ensure the safety of the Qin residents?" Qin Wentian asked, gazing intently at Mu Qing. Mu Qing hesitated momentarily, then shook his head gently. "The matters concerning the Qin residents are exceedingly intricate, involving far too many complications. Although I am part of the Star River Guild, it would not be prudent for me to interfere too much. However, should you consent, I can ensure your safe departure at this moment. Wentian, accept his offer." Qin Hao and Qin Chuan both spoke up. However, Qin Wentian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Could he not safeguard the Qin manor? Was fleeing alone while abandoning his family the answer? Contemplating this, Qin Wentian shook his head. "Master Mu Qing, I cannot acquiesce. Please reconsider. If you nod your head, with your prodigious talent, you will have everything you desire in the future, including the chance to avenge the Qin manor," Mu Qing urged. Qin Wentian and the others gazed at him, recognizing the weight of the moment. Yet, Qin Wentian resolutely shook his head, stating, "If I can ensure the safety of the Qin manor, I will certainly agree." Mu Qing, observing Qin Wentian, offered a bittersweet smile and replied, "I lack such power. However, I still wish to retain such a talented individual. You may first become a guest elder of the Star River Guild, and later decide if you wish to formally join. Though I cannot intervene in this matter, once you are affiliated with the Star River Guild, I believe no one would dare to act against you." Qin Wentian's eyes sparkled with hope, and he bowed to Mu Qing, saying, "Thank you, Master Mu Qing. I am willing to become a guest elder of the Star River Guild." "Good. I hope you arrive at the Star River Guild safely. I shall await your presence," Mu Qing said, patting Qin Wentian on the shoulder before turning to leave. Feng Ping behind him waved his hand, and several individuals began to unveil a number of bundles, revealing an array of divine weapons on the ground. "This is all I possess. 8 top-tier first-grade divine weapons and 37 mid-tier divine weapons," Feng Ping announced, the result of his frenzied forging over the past days. "Thank you," Qin Wentian said, handing Feng Ping a piece of second-grade iron with divine inscriptions, which made Feng Ping leave in ecstatic delight. "These divine weapons will bolster the strength of the Qin manor. Wentian, choose a few for yourself. The surplus can be divided with Qin Chuan," Qin Hao suggested. Qin Wentian nodded, selecting only one divine weapon, a long spear, fierce and unyielding, perfectly suited to him. A sudden, anguished scream shattered the brief tranquility of the Qin manor, followed by cries of alarm echoing throughout. The crowd looked up to see a barrage of fiery arrows raining down upon the manor. In an instant, flames soared skyward, signaling that the assailants had launched their full-scale assault. Qin Hao flickered and dashed toward the manor's exterior. "Father!" Qin Chuan and the others followed suit. As chaos erupted within the Qin manor, only those engaged in battle advanced toward the outside, while the guards steadfastly maintained their positions. Soon, at the entrance of the Qin manor, Qin Hao emerged, and Wuxiu Luo raised his hand, commanding everyone to halt. Yet, flames continued to erupt from within the manor, and powerful forces breached the walls, charging directly at the guards. Many outside witnessed this scene, appearing as if they were about to witness the downfall of the Qin manor. "Wuxiu Luo, I shall accompany you, but spare those within the Qin manor." Qin Hao slowly approached Wuxiu Luo and his men. "Such candor from the old man compels me to spare those in the Qin manor," Wuxiu Luo replied with a smile. "However, the condition is that I must ensure the old man can leave with me unimpeded." As his words fell, 2 knights approached Qin Hao, brandishing long spears. Qin Chuan and his companions grasped their weapons tightly, their bodies already slick with sweat, overwhelmed by anxiety. Suddenly, they witnessed the two knights thrust their long spears forward simultaneously, an immense force propelling them. A chilling sound echoed as the spears pierced through Qin Hao's legs, blood gushing forth as two gaping wounds appeared. "Father! Old man!" Qin Chuan and the others roared as they rushed forward, but a thunderous command erupted from Qin Hao's lips. "Stop!" Lying prostrate on the ground, unable to rise, Qin Hao's companions halted, their faces ashen, filled with a seething hatred. The warhorse of the ruthless Wuxiu Luo approached Qin Hao, overlooking him with a visage that bore a sinister intent. "Indeed, the old man is a man of temperament, yet my words remain unspoken. The condition for sparing the Qin residents is their non-resistance, and I still intend to take a few key individuals with me." As his words fell, Wuxiu Luo coldly commanded, "Take the old man away." A multitude of knights, armed with long spears, advanced slowly toward Qin Hao, still somewhat wary. However, Qin Hao was too weak to resist and was taken away. Turning his back to the Qin residents, he shouted, "Qin Chuan, remember my words. Brother, kill them all." Qin Ye's eyes shimmered with ferocity, ablaze with fury. "Everyone, follow me to slaughter." With a single command from Qin Chuan, a multitude of warriors simultaneously unleashed their star souls and marched forward, the clattering sound resonating against the ground, filled with iron resolve and tragic grandeur. The warhorses galloped forth, 3 cavalry regiments sweeping through like a hurricane, charging toward the people of the Qin residents, erupting into a bloody battle. "Withdraw through the west gate. Brother has arranged a martial guard awaiting there." Qin He led the group in a frantic dash. Amidst the chaos, Qin Wentian and Qin Yao raced toward their dwelling. "Second uncle, I will see my mother. You all head to the west gate first." Tears streamed down Qin Yao's cheeks as she witnessed her father fighting valiantly while she had to flee. "Hey Bo, come with me." Qin Wentian wished to carry Hey Bo away, but saw him hand over a star-shaped object, saying, "Do not worry, even if the Qin residence falls, and loyal subjects are slaughtered, the royal family cannot afford to lose face. They seek only the core members. A bystander like me will not be of concern." "No." Qin Wentian, realizing Hey Bo's intention to spare him, shouted in anger, "Trust my judgment. Over these years, have you ever seen Hey Bo air? The flames cannot reach this place." Hey Bo smiled faintly, replying, "Remember, you may only use it when your life is at stake. Now go. Do not drag down the Qin residents." Qin Wentian took a few steps back, then knelt before Hey Bo, bowing thrice before turning away. Hey Bo had raised him for so many years, always keeping his word. Unable to persuade him, Qin Wentian harbored a thought, just as Hey Bo had articulated. Even if the Qin residents fell, those outside represented the royal family's dignity and would not massacre a meritorious family. Hey Bo was not an important figure in the Qin residence, while he himself was the one specifically targeted. Perhaps having Hey Bo by his side would pose a greater danger. Chapter 24. A cold heart. The Qin residence was fortified with gates on all 4 sides. As Qin Hao was captured and the estate succumbed to flames, individuals from the Qin family poured out of each entrance in a desperate bid for escape. Except for the eastern gate, where Qin Chuan faced the enemy head-on, cavalry surged from both the southern and northern gates, striving to protect the family members as they broke through. Yet, at this moment, the core figures of the Qin family had gathered at the western gate. "Quickly," Qin He urged as he saw Qin Wentian and Qin Yao approaching. Upon his command, they firmly planted their feet on the ground, their bodies soaring into the air before landing atop a steed. "Let us go." Qin He led the cavalry forward. At the forefront stood a group of martial guards, each bearing a colossal hornbow on their backs, holding spears in their right hands, while swords dangled from their left saddles, enabling them to engage in battle with multiple weapons. The icy wind brushed against their faces, carrying a sense of desolation. As Qin Wentian and his companions galloped towards the west, they were met with a sudden apparition of figures emerging from the bustling streets on either side. Upon recognizing the leaders among them, anger surged through the Qin family members. The elder of the Yi family, Yi Mo, along with Yi Lang and the head of the Bai family, Bai Qingsong, had evidently joined the ranks to besiege the Qin estate. This wolf had been nurtured by the Qin family itself. The martial guards showed no signs of halting. The knights swiftly positioned their long spears, drawing their horn bows in one fluid motion, knocking 3 arrows simultaneously. Without exception, they unleashed a volley of arrows, each bow releasing a trio of projectiles. Notably, the foremost archers shot arrows that shimmered with resplendent starlight, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound that resonated through the air, indicating the sheer power of their projectiles. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows found their marks, piercing the throats of several adversaries with lightning speed, continuing their trajectory unimpeded. Kill. Qin barked coldly. Fully aware of the elite prowess of these martial guards, which included a formidable presence from the Yuanfu realm capable of contending with Yimo, Qin Wentian urged his steed onward, grasping the long spear from his back. The power of the stars flowed through his arm and into the spear, rendering it an extension of himself. Blood blossomed ahead, its vivid hue intensified under the sunlight. Qin He and Qin Yi unleashed their star souls, plunging into combat with Yi Lang's men, while a contingent of knights charged towards Qin Wentian and his party. A long spear suddenly lunged toward Qin Wentian's throat, swift, precise, and imbued with a fierce killing intent that whipped around him. In that moment, he felt no fear, only calmness. His eyes sparkled like stars as he thrust his spear forward, clashing with the tip of his opponent's weapon. Boom! The tremendous force reverberated through the adversary's arm, causing the spear to slip from their grasp. Yet, Qin Wentian's spear, like a relentless tide, grazed past the fallen weapon, driving straight into the foe's throat. The steed carried Qin Wentian onward, and as he released his grip, the spear emerged from behind his opponent's throat, exuding a scent of blood. Before Qin Wentian, Yi Wolf's vicious claws were firmly clasped around the skull of a martial guard. With a slight exertion, the guard tumbled from his steed, his head crushed and lifeless. Yi Wolf's ferocious gaze, brimming with a wild essence, fixated on Qin Wentian, emanating a hint of disdain, his lips curling into a smirk, seemingly a provocation. This time next year marks the day of mourning for your Qin family. Qin Hao and Qin Xuan shall face public execution in the imperial city for their treason. Yi Wolf coldly declared, then pointed towards Qin Yao, who was engaged in battle nearby. Spare that woman. I wish to savor her demise at my leisure. Distracted by his words, Qin Yao narrowly avoided a strike from her opponent. Qin Wentian cast a frigid glance at Yi Wolf before turning his steed and galloping away. Fleeing? Yi Wolf's contempt deepened. Today, they had ensnared the Qin family in an elaborate trap. Those who chose this path would not escape alive. His mount charged fiercely after Qin Wentian as Yi Wolf commanded, "Do not let anyone interfere. His life is mine." Countless spectators in the inns and taverns lining the road were astonished by the unfolding confrontation. The man just now was Qin Wentian from the Qin family. Rumored to be a waste, yet astonishingly, he displayed terrifying talent and formidable combat prowess during the assessment. But what of that? The pursuer was Yi Wolf, the prodigy of the Yi family in the imperial city, disciple of the Azure commander. Qin Wentian was destined to perish. A chorus of sighs arose from the crowd as, in mere moments, Qin Wentian and Yi Wolf raced to the opposite end of the thoroughfare, where the terrain was open and conducive to battle. From any elevated position along the street, one could behold the spectacle. At that moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Wentian reined in his horse, turning to face the relentless Yi Wolf. With a hum, Qin Wentian hurled his long spear, conjuring a tempest that surged towards the oncoming figure, not aimed at Yi Wolf, but rather at the steed he rode. With the horse's speed and momentum, evasion was an impossibility. A sickening sound echoed as the spear pierced through the horse's skull, eliciting a mournful cry. Yi Wolf was propelled skyward, akin to a soaring rock, diving towards Qin Wentian. Though merely at the body refinement stage, he could not achieve true flight, yet his immense strength allowed him to leap with remarkable grace. Moreover, Yi Wolf's star soul was that of a wolf, endowing him with extraordinary leaping ability. At this moment, he resembled a demonic wolf, his claws reaching out toward Qin Wentian, radiating an ominous power. Qin Wentian, unable to exert force upon his steed, leaped backward from the saddle. Yi Wolf's claws sank into the horse's skull, the overwhelming force instantly killing the creature. While he descended to the ground, both combatants were now mounted no more, facing each other directly. Yi Wolf licked the blood from his lips, gazing at Qin Wentian as if he were already a corpse. A practitioner of the 9th level of body refinement possesses the strength of 81 bulls, yet Yi Lang, a peak martial artist in the realm of body refinement, augmented by his star soul and techniques, can effortlessly unleash a terrifying power exceeding 100 bulls. Qin Wentian remained exceptionally composed, determined to deny Yi Lang even the slightest opportunity now that he had lured him here. In his hand, 9 silver needles appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he precisely pierced 9 acupoints on his body. In an instant, he felt his potential being continuously awakened, an overwhelming sensation of power coursing through him, compelling him to let out a roar. Familiar with the needle acupoint technique taught by He Bo, Qin Wentian had never employed this method of awakening potential. aware of its side effects. However, this time, he was resolute in his intent to eliminate the man before him. Regrettably, he would not witness the destruction of the Qin estate, nor see his sister, Qin Yao, reduced to his plaything. Yi Lang, with a sinister grin, advanced forward, his demon wolf star soul illuminating the surroundings. He showed no intention of holding back, prepared to annihilate his opponent with ruthless and overwhelming force, leaving Qin Wentian no chance at all. During their previous encounter, Qin Wentian's desperate strike was formidable, yet Yi Lang remained unyielding, confident in his own strength. As Yi Lang approached, Qin Wentian unleashed his own star soul, the soft golden radiance dazzling enough to elicit gasps from the onlookers, witnessing a duel of genius martial artists. With a hum, Yi Lang's body created an afterimage, resembling a fearsome black demon wolf lunging towards Qin Wentian with suffocating speed. In that moment, Qin Wentian's calm demeanor was almost terrifying. His keen senses detected Yi Lang's rapid approach, the chilling aura enveloping him as if it would tear him apart. With a slight pivot of his foot, he finally moved, his star soul flickering as he unleashed his arm like a heavenly hammer, manifesting a fearsome dragon shadow. The overwhelming might of the heavenly hammer star soul intertwined with the dragon-subduing fist, exuding an aura of terrifying pressure. Heavenly Wolf Claw, Yi Lang's devastating assault. With razor-sharp claws capable of rending boulders and shattering hills, posed an insurmountable challenge for flesh and blood to withstand. Nine Heaven's Dragon Roar. This marked the second clash between the two, a confrontation of their most potent attacks. With a thunderous boom, Qin Wentian felt his fist tearing apart, while Yi Lang experienced an incomprehensible force surging from his palm into his arm, threatening to shatter it and penetrate his very being. Boom. A horrific force reverberated within Yi Lang's body, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing violently to the ground, where he spat out a mouthful of blood. After breaking through, Qin Wentian's strength surged to a new level. With the foundational body refinement of the 7th layer, he possessed the might of 49 bulls. As a 5th layer starry body refiner, augmented by the star soul techniques and the method of awakening potential, the power of his strike was astonishingly formidable. This blow, however, drained half of Qin Wentian's strength. He did not unleash his full power as he had previously, for doing so would render him incapable of continued combat. Nonetheless, this single strike left Yi Lang grievously wounded. After all, Yi Lang, like most martial cultivators, commenced his training in the primal forces of heaven and earth before he could condense his star soul. The physique he forged pales in comparison to that of Qin Wentian, resulting in a significantly weaker amplification from his star soul. Naturally, Qin Wentian faced his own challenges. He retreated several paces before regaining his footing. Yet he did not allow a moment's respite. Like a ferocious beast, he trampled the earth as he lunged toward Yi Lang. Yi Lang's expression stiffened, and his countenance grew colder. In an instant, he leapt into action, but Qin Wentian's ferocious fist descended upon him like a colossal mountain, leaving the agile Yi Lang no time to evade. He could only brace himself for another direct confrontation with Qin Wentian. Boom. In a hurried effort to gather his strength, Yi Lang was once again sent flying. After being severely wounded twice, his vitality was in turmoil, causing him to spew blood repeatedly, his face ashen. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he found himself locked in the gaze of Qin Wentian's eyes, filled with murderous intent. For the first time, Yi Lang felt the chilling grip of death's fear, a profound coldness enveloping him, an icy sensation that was almost unbearable. Chapter 25, The Rampaging Youth. Yi Lang, evidently, did not foresee the sudden surge of power emanating from Qin Wentian. Had he anticipated such a terrifying transformation, he would not have engaged Qin Wentian in such a head-on confrontation. Yet, with one misstep, regret held no value as Qin Wentian charged towards him once more. Master. From a distance, the experts of the Yi family observed the unfolding scene, their expressions turning ashen, particularly Yi Lang's guards, who frantically surged forward. Stop them, Qin bellowed, his body launching forward with the ferocity of a cheetah, knocking one assailant off his steed. Simultaneously, several arrows from the martial guards sliced through the air, striking down another foe. The ground trembled as Qin Wentian raced towards Yi Lang, his slender form now resembling a tempest, swift enough to instill fear. Such speed. The members of the Qin household were astounded, suddenly recalling the once overlooked, silent youth who had tirelessly trained each morning, undeterred by the elements. As Qin Wentian dashed by, he seized the spear embedded in Yi Lang's steed's skull, his piercing gaze fixated on the fleeing figure ahead. With a sudden roar of fury, he seemed to channel all his pent-up rage into that single thrust. The spear sliced through the void, aimed directly at Yi Lang, more lethal and swift than an arrow. Be careful, Yi Mo shouted in alarm, sensing the imminent danger, prompting Yi Lang to leap away with urgency. With a resounding thud, the spear, originally aimed at Yi Lang's head, pierced through his leg instead, anchoring him to the ground and eliciting a haunting cry of anguish. A chilling breeze swept through as Qin Wentian closed in on Yi Lang, raising his foot to stomp down mercilessly on Yi Lang's back, the sheer force causing him to spew blood. In that moment, silence enveloped the battlefield. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle. They beheld the youth's eyes ablaze with a frigid intensity as he extracted the spear from Yi Lang's leg, then flipped him over. In Yi Lang's eyes flickered a palpable fear of death. He had never envisioned meeting his end in such a manner. The members of the Yi family appeared to hold their breath. Should Yi Lang perish, his guards would follow him to the grave. Qin Wentian, should you dare plunge that spear downwards, you will awaken a hell upon this earth, Yi Mo warned coldly. Raising his head, Qin Wentian cast a glance at Yi Mo, a sinister smirk playing upon his lips, his eyes brimming with disdainful mockery. Lowering his gaze once more, he fixed his cold stare upon Yi Lang and declared with icy resolve, I promised I would kill you. Should you dare to harm me, you will suffer a most terrible fate. Yi Lang's eyes still bore a wild ferocity, glaring defiantly at Qin Wentian, issuing his threat. Qin Wentian, if Yi Lang dies, your Qin household will not withstand the wrath of the Yi family, Yi Mo added, exerting pressure, their pride unyielding even in this dire moment. Remember, Yi Lang will not be the first. As Qin Wentian's indifferent voice echoed, his spear suddenly whistled downwards, piercing through the skull of Yi Wolf with a soft yet chilling sound. Time seemed to freeze as the weapon embedded itself into the ground, blood splattering forth. Yet Yi Wolf's eyes remained open, as if he could not fathom the reality of his demise. The distant crowd stood in a daze, their chests heaving, only now realizing that Qin Wentian's frantic dash had not been an act of retreat, but rather a ploy to lure his prey, Yi Wolf, leaving him no chance of escape. Well done, Qin, Yu roared, acknowledging the efficacy of Qin Wentian's strike. Come for me, for if I survive today, I shall become your family's nightmare, Qin Wentian declared, leveling his spear at Yi Mo with icy resolve, before turning and sprinting into an alleyway. Yi Mo stepped forward, leaping into the air. However, a martial guard of the Yuanfu realm stood directly in his path. Qin Wentian intended to entice the Yi family into pursuing him, thereby granting the Qin household a chance to flee. Yet, he could not allow the airborne Yuanfu realm expert, Yi Mo, to chase after Qin Wentian. Kill Qin Wentian, Yi Mo commanded coldly, prompting the Yi family members to rush forth in pursuit of Qin Wentian. With Yi Wolf slain, they could not afford to let the murderer escape. The wrath of the Yi family would be unbearable. Bai Qingsong remained in stunned silence, unable to shake the shock of the once smiling youth revealing the iron-blooded essence inherent to the Qin clan. The look in his eyes instilled a vague sense of fear within Bai Qingsong, and deep down, a faint regret lingered. Yet, that regret was swiftly drowned by reason. The most pressing matter was to obliterate the Qin residents and eliminate Qin Wentian, ensuring the Qin family could not rise again. Many from the Yi and Bai families pursued Qin Wentian, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Qin household. Everyone retreat to the Star River Guild, Qin he commanded. But what about Wentian? Qin Yao expressed her concern. Do not betray Wentian's intentions. I shall find him. Qin Yi, I leave this to you, Qin he declared, resolutely charging towards Qin Wentian's location. With bloodshot eyes, Qin Yi bellowed, retreat. As the Yi family members rushed into the street where Qin Wentian had vanished, they found no trace of him. Given Qin Wentian's familiarity with Tianyang City, he would not have taken a direct route for them to follow. Upon reaching a fork in the road, they immediately split into pairs to pursue, determined to find him alive or dead. Each time they encountered a junction, they swiftly divided, for a single group would struggle to locate the deliberately concealed Qin Wentian. This street was one of the most bustling thoroughfares in Tianyang City, with numerous alleyways unsuitable for mounted pursuit, prompting some riders to dismount and proceed on foot. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian lay hidden in a deserted alley at the street's end, clutching a falling star, drawing upon its power, neglecting even the refinement through star souls, as he desperately needed to replenish his strength. A voice penetrated Qin Wentian's ears, causing his entire being to tense up. The sound of footsteps approached, amplifying his alertness. In the next moment, two figures darted past him, only to suddenly halt as if they had sensed his presence. Buzz! In that fleeting instant, Qin Wentian, like an arrow released from its bowstring, or a fierce leopard, thrust forward with his spear. The weapon, reminiscent of a dragon, roared with a terrifying sound, merging the dragon's subduing fist into the thrust, exuding an overwhelming might. With a swift motion, one figure turned, only to find the unavoidable spear piercing into his throat like a bolt of lightning. The other person's heart trembled. Seasoned by battle, he instinctively took a step back, widening the distance between himself and Qin Wentian. Tiger burst fist. He bellowed, unleashing a dreadful gale towards Qin Wentian. Akin to a ferocious tiger tearing into its prey, as waves of fist energy surged with untamed ferocity. Possessing divine abilities, he was a cultivator at the Wheel Meridian realm. Yet at this moment, Qin Wentian was uncharacteristically calm, his gaze solely fixed upon his opponent. Although this individual was not a martial destiny cultivator, a Wheel Meridian realm expert could unleash divine power and perform ranged attacks without proximity, wielding a significant advantage over those at the body refining realm. Roar. The spear, like a dragon, swept forth, breaking through the oncoming fists as if shredding through a fierce tiger. With the enhancement of the divine weapon, Qin Wentian's strength had ascended to match that of a Wheel Meridian realm cultivator. After all, his opponent was merely at the first level of the Wheel Meridian realm, limited in power. In that brief moment, Qin Wentian resolved to eliminate his foe swiftly. What a ferocious power! The man was taken aback as Qin Wentian shattered his divine technique with a single thrust, realizing the reason behind his ability to slay Ye-Wolf. He retreated once more to avoid giving Qin Wentian a chance for close combat, launching a barrage of furious punches, intent on overwhelming him. Radiant star-like energy erupted as Qin Wentian's left hand manifested a heavenly hammer, tracing a magnificent arc before crashing forward with an air of terrifying dominance. Boom. The force of the punches clashed with the hammer's might, dispersing the divine power, while Qin Wentian braced himself against the residual force. His eyes gleaming with a fierce determination as he advanced several steps forward, his spear unyielding. Die. Suddenly, Qin Wentian released his grip, sending the spear hurtling forth like an enraged dragon. Though his opponent desperately resisted, the sheer might behind Qin Wentian's strike was unparalleled. As the spear pierced directly into the center of the foe's brow, claiming the life of the Wheel Meridian realm expert. With a deep breath, Qin Wentian withdrew the spear, swiftly disappearing into an alleyway, making his way toward the other end. The commotion would likely attract attention soon. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt fatigue wash over him. After all, he was merely at the 7th level of body refining. The consecutive slayings of Ye-Wolf and 2 martial cultivators, coupled with the recent impact he had endured, had taken a considerable toll on him. Once the effects of the acupoint technique wore off, he would be even weaker, and he must reach a safe location before that happened. Chapter 26. Reinforcements. Qin Wentian cast aside the divine spear without a moment's hesitation. The weapon in his grasp made him conspicuously visible, easily traceable by those pursuing him through inquiries with passers-by. He did not indulge in any false sense of security merely for having slain a formidable opponent of the Wheel Meridian stage. For that individual was but a practitioner of the elemental forces of heaven and earth. Their power was insufficient should he encounter a stronger adversary. He would be unable to contend, and despite the enhancement of the spear, he would meet the same fate in battle. At such a juncture, he understood the necessity of making choices. After discarding the spear, he purchased a robe from a nearby shop to conceal his original attire. He then meandered through the street, occasionally crossing paths with those who sought to apprehend him. Yet, by silently turning into an alley, he rendered himself difficult to detect. He had instructed someone to act as a guide, establishing guards at various exits while allowing others to infiltrate the area in search of him. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he would be discovered. Presently, Qin Wentian leaned against a wall, nonchalantly toying with a star-shaped object given to him by the Black Elder. He was unaware of its contents, but it was evident that the Black Elder would not bestow upon him something without value. At that moment, faint footsteps approached, tightening his chest. A glance revealed an individual sauntering toward him. With his head bowed, Qin Wentian merely suspected, prompting the stranger to call out, "Raise your head." Qin Wentian did not comply, his tension mounting as the footsteps drew nearer, the power within him gathering. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, prepared to strike. When a sharp sound pierced the air, a spear had pierced the stranger's neck. From a nearby courtyard emerged a familiar figure. Second uncle. Qin Wentian's gaze sharpened. It was Qin He, who had followed him after seeing his approach. Alive. Qin He uttered those words, then hastily made his way toward the alley's exit. Clad in a robe similar to Qin Wentian's, he donned a bamboo hat, lowering his head. This way, as long as he did not reveal his face, he would be nearly indistinguishable from Qin Wentian, the robe effectively masking any discrepancies in their physiques. Second uncle. As Qin Wentian recognized the departing figure, he suddenly grasped his intentions and called out softly. However, a clattering sound echoed from outside, For Qin, he had deliberately caused a disturbance to draw attention. They found him. Here. Exclamations soon echoed from outside, sending a tremor through Qin Wentian's heart. He recalled by Qing Song's duplicitous visage, some individuals appeared genteel and refined, yet were utterly vile at their core, while others, though seemingly aloof, could not conceal their iron-blooded valiance. The men of the Qin household shed blood, but shed no tears. I must survive. Qin Wentian clenched his fists, his mind resolutely focused on a singular thought, to live. As Qin Wentian hastened his pace, he realized that Qin He's actions would undoubtedly stir up a significant commotion, inevitably drawing pursuers to encircle him. However, should his identity be unveiled, the chasers would quickly regroup, compelling him to escape this area while there was still a fleeting opportunity. The flames of rage and the instinct for survival transformed into an invigorating force, propelling Qin Wentian forward with remarkable speed as he navigated through the alleys and streets. Soon, he arrived at an unguarded opening. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out and swiftly followed a broad avenue, flanked on one side by a towering wall that separated the inner streets from the outer thoroughfare. At that moment, a lithe figure leaped onto the wall ahead of him, a young woman, approximately 18 years of age, her attire clinging to her form, accentuating her exquisite curves. Her shoulder-length black hair danced in the breeze, and upon catching sight of Qin Wentian, her eyes sparkled with recognition. She playfully placed her hand to her lips and whistled, a charming smile gracing her face. Although Qin Wentian did not recognize this alluring woman, it was evident from her gaze that she was familiar with him. Yet, she displayed no hostility, prompting him to continue his rapid flight. Nevertheless, he soon noticed that the woman was moving parallel to him, effortlessly gliding along the top of the wall while he remained on the avenue below. Haha, have we found him? A hearty voice echoed, and soon after, Qin Wentian saw another figure vaulting onto the wall, glancing in his direction. When this lady takes action, there's no issue, the woman chuckled, and without exchanging words, they persistently followed him. This development made Qin Wentian inwardly curse. The conspicuous movements of the duo on the wall would undoubtedly attract attention, risking exposure. He quickened his pace, veering off the avenue and onto another expansive road, aiming for the Xingna Guild, where perhaps he could find temporary refuge. The sound of galloping hooves grew louder, and soon, a cloud of dust heralded the arrival of a group of knights, led by none other than Emo. Shadows emerged on either side, and Qin Wentian's complexion paled. He was exposed, and this time, escape seemed impossible. Leave no room for survival, Emo stated coldly, his gaze betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Suddenly, two figures surged towards Qin Wentian with terrifying speed, instilling a sense of dread within him. These were undoubtedly formidable adversaries from the Wheel-Pulse realm, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept past him from behind, and before he could react, a shadow charged toward the two assailants barreling towards him. With each colossal stride, the ground trembled violently beneath his feet, leaving deep impressions in its wake. A soft, slicing sound pierced the air, and the space around them seemed to freeze. Qin Wentian witnessed the enigmatic figure's palms, sharp as blades, pierce the hearts of the two attackers. With a subtle exertion of force, the Yi family warriors, who had been rushing to eliminate him, collapsed limply to the ground. Such strength! Qin Wentian's expression shifted as he realized that the formidable individual responsible for the demise of the Yi family was none other than the figure traversing the high wall. At that moment, the woman atop the wall appeared by his side, accompanied by a multitude of flickering silhouettes from various directions, all youthful figures, predominantly under the age of 20. These young individuals exuded a strikingly similar aura, setting them apart from the ordinary. Your junior brother is quite handsome, the woman remarked, her brows adorned with a hint of alluring mirth. A delicate fragrance wafted into Qin Wentian's nostrils, coupled with her alluring physique, stirring his thoughts. He inwardly cursed her as a siren. Her beauty could easily rival that of the four renowned beauties of Tianyang City, yet she possessed an even more captivating allure. Particularly, the contours of her voluptuous form, accentuated by her fitted attire, provoked an urge within him to lose composure. Junior brother? Upon hearing this appellation, a contemplative expression crossed Qin Wentian's face, as he realized he had not pledged allegiance to any sect. However, when a figure materialized in his line of sight, enlightenment dawned upon him, revealing the identity of Mo Shang. Thus, the origins of these individuals became apparent, students of the Imperial Star Academy. I trust this is not the intention of the Imperial Star Academy, Yi Mo spoke calmly, asserting that the Academy should have distanced itself from this affair. Mo Shang and his companions ought not to be present here. although Mo Shang was unaware of the underlying interests at play. He held a fondness for Qin Wentian. The young man's spirit, determination, and talent resonated with him. Consequently, he resolved to protect Qin Wentian and mobilized his students to hasten to Tianyang City, resulting in the current predicament. With that said, I can rest assured. Mo replied composedly. He then gestured with his hand, prompting the soldiers surrounding them to simultaneously engage. While the combat prowess of the Imperial Star Academy students was formidable, they were significantly outnumbered. Since Mo Shang had chosen to intervene, they might as well remain in Tianyang City together. Chapter 27. The malicious heart of man. The iron cavalry trampled across the earth, surging towards Qin Wentian and the direction of the Imperial Star Academy. Mo remained still, his gaze fixed on Mo Shang. Since these individuals represented merely personal interests, he felt no obligation to show them any courtesy. Qin Wentian glanced around. The individuals brought by Mo were still converging towards this location. However, the Imperial Star Academy had merely a dozen martial cultivators, all remarkably youthful. This battle promised to be exceedingly challenging. Deshan called the alluring woman beside Qin Wentian. Instantly, a robust figure surged forth, star souls bursting into brilliance. Above him, two star souls manifested. The first was that of an ape, radiating a terrifying ferocity, as if it were alive. The second was that of a stone golem. The combination of such star souls would yield formidable defenses. Qin Wentian's pupils contracted. The ape star soul and the stone golem star soul formed an undeniably superlative defensive pairing. And their offensive capabilities would also be formidable. Those with the talent to condense multiple star souls would deliberate carefully over their combinations. Earth explosion. The young man known as Deshan smashed his fists fiercely into the ground, unleashing an overwhelming torrent that surged forward. The earth erupted violently, creating deep craters, as warhorses whinnied in alarm. Yet, warhorses continued to leap from the sides, charging directly at Deshan. He trembled slightly, his stature unwavering as he stood like a mountain. Long spears whistled towards Deshan, but he seized both spears in his hands simultaneously. The warhorse collided with him, yet the terrifying force failed to budge him an inch. Indeed, his defenses were formidable. Qin Wentian felt a tremor in his heart as he witnessed Deshan lift both the man and the spears, bringing them crashing down to the ground, flesh and blood scattering. The warhorses, frightened, bolted away, causing chaos in their formation, as if one man could hold back a myriad. In other directions, battles erupted instantaneously. Qin Wentian beheld an individual wielding two sword star souls, who seemed to merge into one, emanating a dreadful sword aura. Where he passed, blood rained down like a storm. All were dual star soul practitioners of the Wheel Meridian realm. The Imperial Star Academy only accepted prodigious talents. Nevertheless, Mo's numbers were significant, and some attackers still slipped through towards Qin Wentian. Yet, he saw the woman beside him smile gently, her hand suddenly flicking outward. In an instant, a whip-like shadow flashed, sending the figure atop the warhorse flying, lifeless upon impact. The whip was as sharp as a sword. A single strike claiming a life. "Junior brother, you must leave this place," the woman said, her arm draping over Qin Wentian's neck, her smiling face mere steps away, unsettling him as he inwardly cursed the enchantress. "Go. Your presence here will disrupt their battle," Wan Huan continued. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, recognizing that, given his current strength, he would only be a burden. "Let us depart." Qin Wentian decisively moved towards the less crowded area. "I will protect you, dear brother." Wan Huan followed closely, her whip sweeping through the air, instantly clearing a path ahead. "You Fei, cover my rear." "Understood." The young man wielding a sword leapt into the void, landing deftly behind Ruo Huan, whereupon he unleashed a flurry of sword light, causing the pursuers to fall lifelessly to the ground. "Junior brother, where shall we go?" Ruo Huan inquired. Maintaining an effortless pace alongside Qin Wentian, her movements graceful and unstrained. "Can Elder Mo Shang and the esteemed seniors contend with such foes?" Qin Wentian questioned. "Alas, we possess no strength to match them. Besides our master, who has attained the Yuanfu realm, the highest cultivation among us is merely the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian realm. On the opposing side, Mo is a formidable Yuanfu realm expert. Accompanied by numerous powerful adversaries of the Wheel Meridian realm, this is not even their full force. Should another Yuanfu expert appear, the tide of battle would decisively turn." Compelling the members of the Imperial Star Academy to retreat immediately, Ruo Huan articulated clearly, her understanding of the terrifying might of a Yuanfu expert evident. She knew that if another appeared, Regardless of her comrades' prowess, they would be forced to flee at the swiftest possible pace. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. It was evident that these individuals had risked considerable danger to rescue him in Tianyang City. Ruohuan let out a light laugh and asked, "Where are we headed now?" "To the Star River Guild," Qin Wentian replied, causing Ruohuan to reveal a hint of surprise. "Have you joined the Star River Guild?" she inquired, her enchanting eyes shimmering as if deep in thought. "Is it possible to avoid going there?" Qin Wentian regarded her with mild astonishment before responding. "My family may also be there, and with Tianyang City sealed, the Star River Guild is the only refuge available." Ruohuan refrained from further protest and sprinted alongside Qin Wentian toward the direction of the guild without a moment's pause. Upon reaching the Star River Guild, the effects of the needle acupoint technique waned, and an unprecedented fatigue overwhelmed his body, urging him to collapse, yet he could not yield at this moment. Inside the Star River Guild, Qin Yi and Qin Yao were indeed present. However, compared to their numbers during the breakout, only half remained, with the majority of casualties being the martial guards. The core members of the Qin family were all accounted for, albeit bearing injuries. "Wentian," they called as Qin Wentian entered the guild, rushing toward him. "Have you news of your second uncle?" Qin Yi inquired. Qin Wentian's expression tightened as he shook his head, causing both Qin Yi and Qin Shang's faces to pale noticeably. "It seems my suspicions were correct. The Qin family is truly facing annihilation." Nearby, a piercing voice rang out, prompting Qin Wentian to turn his gaze sharply, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Yu had come today to retrieve a divine weapon, and upon witnessing Qin Wentian and his companions in such disarray, she could not help but scoff derisively. With measured steps, Qin Wentian approached Lin Yu, his cold gaze sharp as a blade, rendering her momentarily speechless. "The family is doomed. Do you seek to vent your frustrations on me?" she retorted. "Begone," Qin Wentian stated emphatically, causing Lin Yu's expression to freeze. "Begone? This wretched dog dares to command me." Despite her indignation, the pressure Qin Wentian exerted instilled within her a sense of unease. "Master Fengping." At this moment, Fengping approached from a distance, and Lin Yu's heart leaped with joy as she ran towards him. "Get away," Fengping coldly uttered before Lin Yu could reach him, causing her steps to falter and her complexion to turn pale. Fengping was in a foul mood and had no time to acknowledge Lin Yu. He walked straight to Qin Wentian and said, "Young Master Wentian, you have arrived. Master Mu Qing is currently in seclusion refining his artifacts and will emerge shortly. Please rest in the hall for a moment." Fengping's politeness rendered Lin Yu's expression rigid, while Qin Wentian and his companions nodded and took a seat, their spirits heavy with unease, leaving the room in silence as they contemplated the precarious situation of the Qin residents. "Leave me be. Do not seek me out again," Fengping said indifferently to Lin Yu, disregarding the humiliation evident in her eyes. Many from the Star River Guild were observing the Qin residents, lamenting the decline of a once mighty house that had thrived in the state of Chu, now teetering on the brink of collapse, facing imminent peril. Time passed slowly. Yet Master Mu Qing did not appear. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from outside as a group of iron cavalry halted 100 meters from the Star River Guild. It was Yumo's men arriving, and immediately, Yumo, accompanied by several others, approached the entrance of the Star River Guild, their gazes locking with those of the Qin clan, a dreadful pressure enveloping the atmosphere. The clattering of hooves continued as more of Yumo's reinforcements arrived, including Wu Xianglua. The members of the Qin residents felt an overwhelming weight bearing down upon them. "Thank you for your patience," a clear voice rang out, as Mu Qing, the president of the Star River Guild, and a proud woman approached. "Qin Wentian, have you considered the matter at hand?" Mu Qing inquired with a gentle smile, exuding a comforting presence. "The matter?" Qin Wentian was taken aback. "Joining the Star River Guild and becoming my disciple," Mu Qing clarified. "Isn't Master Mu Qing a guest elder?" Qin Wentian questioned, confusion evident on his face. No. The president has stated that guest elders are no longer necessary here. Please contemplate the offer to join the Star River Guild and become my apprentice." Mu Qing maintained his smile. Next to Qin Wentian, Ruohuan narrowed her eyes, having pieced together the unfolding situation. Leaning closer to Qin Wentian, she whispered, "Do you possess something he desires? As a guest elder, he holds no sway over you. But should you join the Star River Guild and become his disciple, you would be bound to follow his every command." Qin Wentian was not foolish, nor were the members of the Qin residents. At this moment, they regarded Mu Qing's gentle smile with a chill, as it resembled a venomous serpent, instilling fear. Clearly, Mu Qing had deliberately awaited Yumo's arrival, bringing the Qin residents to a desperate juncture before revealing himself, leaving Qin Wentian with no room for choice. What a cunning individual. Feng Ping silently cursed, his eyes betraying his fury. He believed he was no longer a virtuous individual. Yet after spending a few days with Mu Qing, he felt an overwhelming sense of naivety. His discontent stemmed from the fact that the second-tier mystic pattern bestowed upon him by Qin Wentian had been borrowed by Mu Qing. When he attempted to reclaim it today, he was instead met with humiliation at her hands. Chapter 28. Summoning the battle beast. Qin Wentian's gaze remained fixed upon Mu Qing. Observing the chilling smile that graced his lips, he inquired, "What if I refuse to comply?" "It would be prudent for you to acquiesce," came the response from the woman beside Mu Qing, her demeanor radiating an unwavering arrogance as she looked down upon Qin Wentian and his companions. Master Mu Qing is a second-tier artifact master, verging on the threshold of the third tier, given the status of the Qin residents. "This is a boon bestowed upon you, a mark of honor. Do you comprehend?" "Qin Wentian, this is your opportunity," added the vice president of the Xinghe Guild. At that moment, Qin Wentian keenly sensed the palpable arrogance emanating from the trio before him. It was an ingrained pride that rendered him and the Qin residents insignificant in their eyes. Were it not for his possession of several exquisite second-tier runes, they would scarcely deign to acknowledge him. For Mu Qing, a mere utterance of refusal would suffice to cast him and Qin Yi into an abyss of despair. "Then why did you summon us to the Xinghe Guild in the first place?" Qin Ye's voice was frigid, laden with fury. Had he not acquiesced to Qin Wentian's request, the Qin residents would never have placed their hopes in the Xinghe Guild. Mu Qing cast a fleeting glance at Qin Yi, responding with an air of indifference. "Even if Qin Wentian agrees, you shall not receive the protection of the Xinghe Guild. Despicable. I require no protection from you." Qin Ye's roar echoed through the air as he unleashed a ferocious strike towards Mu Qing. A glimmer of menace flashed in Mu Qing's eyes as he flicked his fingers, summoning a terrifying flaming lion that lunged at Qin Yi, sending him hurtling across the arena with a thunderous crash. "This is the Xinghe Guild. I harbor no desire to take your life, but there shall be no second chances," Mu Qing proclaimed, his countenance remaining serene. The disparity between the Yuanfu realm and the Wanmai realm was vast. Despite Qin Yi being an 8th-level Wanmai cultivator, he was utterly outmatched. The members of the Qin residents seethed with indignation, yet they were acutely aware of the formidable presence of the Xinghe Guild, a reality that was both agonizing and suffocating. "Have you made your decision?" Mu Qing addressed Qin Wentian. Should Qin Wentian nod in agreement, not only would he secure his life, but he would also gain entry into the Xinghe Guild. To Mu Qing, it was evident that any rational individual would recognize the favorable choice. "Wentian, the Qin residence harbors no cowards," Qin Yao interjected coldly. "There are no cowards in the Qin residence," the others echoed in unison. "Even in death, we shall not endure such humiliation. The disgrace of today, if we survive, shall be etched into our memories." Qin Wentian cast one last glance at Mu Qing before turning away, striding towards the exit of the Xinghe Guild. Were it not for Mu Qing's guidance, they would never have found themselves in such a dire predicament. The members of the Qin residence followed Qin Wentian, their glances filled with fury as they regarded Mu Qing. "Clear the way. Allow them to leave. Do not tarnish the dignity of the Xinghe Guild," Mu Qing commanded, his eyes narrowing slightly, a chill radiating from him as he addressed Yi Mo and the others outside. Yi Mo and his companions retreated, parting to create a path for the departing individuals. Their fates now rested firmly within Mu Qing's grasp. As Qin Wentian and his companions descended the steps of the Star River Guild, they entered the expansive courtyard outside, only to find that all escape routes had been sealed off. "On our way here, you questioned whether we should come. Did you foresee this?" Qin Wentian quietly inquired of Ruo Huan beside him. The Star River Guild, unlike other factions, maintained a distinct identity, refraining from external interference while wielding formidable power. Its members were primarily driven by profit, which led Qin Wentian to worry that what he could offer would pale in comparison to what the Yi family could provide. However, it appeared he had misjudged. They seemed to value what he could contribute more than he anticipated, yet he had declined their overtures. Ruo Wan's calm voice, however, sent a chill through Qin Wentian. Looking back, he noticed Mu Qing and the woman beside him standing on the steps, their gazes filled with disdain. As if mocking his folly, the legion before them stepped forward, their spears pointed menacingly at Qin Wentian and his companions, the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. The individuals to their left and right also advanced. In the direction of the Star River Guild, two formidable figures, Yi Mo and Wu Shiluo, stood guard. "The Qin manor shall perish," Qin Yi roared, his voice laced with deep resentment. In this dire situation, despair etched itself onto the faces of the Qin Manor members, aware that their demise was imminent. In the distance, countless onlookers gazed upon the scene with heavy hearts, pondering whether the Qin Manor would be erased from existence from that day forth. Ruo Wan lifted her gaze to the void, where a black eagle circled ominously. Should the Qin Manor be doomed today, the Imperial Star Academy would have no choice but to withdraw with Qin Wentian. Clutching the star-shaped object bestowed upon him by Heibo, Qin Wentian felt the residual stellar energy within him surge forth towards it. At that moment, Yemo gestured, signaling that a massacre was about to commence. The palpable aura of slaughter instilled a sense of resolve among the members of the Qin Manor. They knew they had to fight with everything they had. But in that instant, a brilliant light erupted from Qin Wentian. A pained scream pierced the air as a terrifying force surged forth, engulfing his arm. The crowd gasped in horror as they beheld his arm being consumed, replaced by a massive, beast-like appendage. This bizarre spectacle left the onlookers in shock, and soon, they witnessed Qin Wentian's body being devoured, as if a monstrous creature was taking shape, intent on enveloping him entirely. "Wentian, let go!" Qin Yu roared upon seeing the star-shaped object in Qin Wentian's grasp. Yet, at that moment, Qin Wentian felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He could not relinquish it. In the blink of an eye, he was utterly consumed. And before the crowd stood an enormous, wild beast, embodying a primal ferocity, with Qin Wentian's essence flickering within, heavy yet brimming with might. This was Qin Wentian's sensation in that moment. He could feel the terrifying power contained within his colossal form, yet he struggled to bear such a burden, as he was already at his limits. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Boom, boom. The colossal demon ape suddenly sprang into action, its enormous palm crashing down toward the ground. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd below as they fled in a frenzy. With a thunderous sound, the earth shattered, blood gushing forth beneath the palm, as lives were obliterated, creating deep craters in the ground. This strike was as terrifying as a mountain's weight pressing down. The demon ape extended its hand, revealing a celestial hammer that it swung violently, causing flesh to fly and instantly annihilating 4 or 5 individuals, reducing them to mere pulp. The powerful and gruesome scene caused the hearts of those surrounding the Qin residents to race uncontrollably. The massive form of the demon ape began to dance, employing a technique of hammering, a method honed through countless trials. Qin Wentian found himself lacking the strength to sustain such a heavy burden. Only by exerting the utmost limit of his own abilities could he hope to sweep away the adversaries before him. In the wake of the demon ape, no one was left alive. Those who came with Yemo began to panic, fleeing desperately. Even the formidable warriors at the Wheel Meridian realm were no match for it, as if facing an ancient behemoth that slaughtered indiscriminately. In the distance, Imo Shang, accompanied by the members of the Imperial Star Academy, arrived and was momentarily stunned by the sight of Qin Wentian's shadow within the demon ape. Could it be a battle beast summoned by the Star Soul? Imo Shang's heart trembled violently, but how could this be possible? Qin Wentian was merely at the body refinement realm, possessing only a singular Star Soul. Where did this demon ape come from? To Imo Shang's knowledge, no one in the entirety of the Chu Kingdom could condense and summon a Star Soul to call forth a battle beast. This transcended his understanding. Kill. At that moment, Qin Yi let out a roar, snapping the members of the Qin residents out of their stupor, prompting them to retaliate against their assailants. This burden would not be sustainable for long. They had to act. Imo Shang surged forth like a tempest, and the strong from the Imperial Star Academy joined the fray. The demon ape swept through, quickly charging toward Yemo and Wuxiu Luo, causing their pupils to contract. Their star souls erupted forth, imbued with boundless strength as the celestial hammer swung toward Yemo, gathering all his might. Yemo leapt forth like a soaring eagle, his palm crashing down, transforming into a mountain that thundered against the massive hammer. Boom! The mountain shattered, and Yemo was directly thrust into the Star River Guild. Stronger than even those at the Yuan Mansion realm, the crowd trembled at the sight, watching as the demon ape roared and charged toward Yemo. With wings of eagle feathers sprouting from his back, Yemo ascended into the air, but as the demon ape's foot struck the ground, the earth collapsed beneath it. The Star River Guild trembled, on the brink of collapse, as the demon ape's body spun in the void, generating a whirlwind that concentrated all its power into the hammer, striking out with ferocity. Boom! Yemo's body was sent crashing into the ground, his complexion pale, while simultaneously, the demon ape also descended, half kneeling and struggling to rise. Kill! A voice roared from the demon ape's mouth, that of Qin Wentian, as the crowd beheld the demon ape rise and step toward Yemo. its enormous eyes gleaming with a ferocious killing intent. Yi Mo beheld the colossal figure before him, his complexion drained of color, and uttered, "Qin Wentian. Should you dare to take my life, both Qin Hao and Qin Xuan shall perish." Before his words could fully resonate, a thunderous crash echoed as the celestial hammer descended, transforming into starlight and vanishing, leaving Yi Mo a mangled mass of flesh. The demon ape, with its silent strides, advanced steadily towards the entrance of the Star River Guild. The battle abruptly ceasing as all eyes turned to the formidable creature. With a furious roar, it instilled fear in Wu Xiu Luo, who fled into the void, his expression grim. The remaining spectators, witnessing Yi Mo's demise and Wu Xiu Luo's retreat, found no resolve to continue the confrontation and scattered in haste. As Qin Yi and the others prepared to pursue, they beheld Qin Wentian, having exhausted his final reserves of strength, collapse from within the demon ape, falling to the ground. "Wentian!" Qin Yao exclaimed, rushing towards him. At that moment, the demon ape turned its gaze upon the fallen Qin Wentian, its eyes flickering momentarily. To Qin Yao's astonishment, the massive creature squatted down, gently lifting the unconscious Qin Wentian in its embrace, a grin spreading across its face, revealing a hint of tenderness within the beast's eyes. Chapter 29. By Qin's talent, Qin Yao's hand extended toward Qin Wentian, frozen in place as she witnessed the demon ape lifting him, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of unreality. This beast seemed not to be a true demon beast, otherwise, Qin Wentian could not possibly be within its form. Yet, the emotion reflected in its eyes was undeniably genuine. How could this be? How could a summoned battle beast manifest beside Qin Wentian? If this were not a summoned creature, then what was it? Mu Qing, with his extraordinary insight, still found it impossible to discern the true nature of the demon ape. Qin Yao pursued the demon ape, but Qin Yi restrained her, reminding her of the dangers that lingered, for the Yi family had been repelled, yet the influence of their faction still permeated Tianyang City. It was too perilous for Qin Yao to chase after Qin Wentian. For the moment, however, the crisis here had been alleviated. Qin Yi turned his gaze towards Mu Qing. Speaking coldly, what has transpired today will be etched in the memory of the Qin residents. Mu Qing cast a dispassionate glance at Qin Yi, displaying not a trace of concern, his haughty demeanor radiating disdain as he replied, "You are fortunate. Should you wish to find me, seek me at the Xinghe Guild in the Imperial City." With that, Mu Qing and his companions entered the guild, treating the Qin residents with indifference, viewing it merely as a declining family in the eyes of an arrogant master craftsman. Qin Yi led the members of the Qin family away alongside those from the Imperial Star Academy, while the distant onlookers remained in a state of stupor. Soon, news of the events began to circulate throughout the city. Qin Wentian had transformed into a fearsome demon ape and slain Yi Mo, a figure of the Yuanfu realm. This incident was steeped in mystery, elevating Qin Wentian to a hot topic of discussion across Tianyang City. On the same day, another astounding event unfolded. A cavalry force from the northwest of the Chu Kingdom breached the blockade of Tianyang City, advancing directly toward the Qin residents. It was said that this was a legion stationed in the northwest of Chu, led by a general who had once served under Qin Wu. Upon learning that the Yi family had entered Tianyang City, he had hastened his arrival under the cover of night. The situation in Tianyang City changed rapidly. The Qin residents began to reorganize, while the Marshal Azura was compelled to withdraw. The Bai family also issued orders to relocate, preparing to journey to the capital of Chu. Bai Qing appeared aged, having once been full of vigor after Bai Qiu Shui's star soul awakened. Yet, he had not anticipated that Qin Wentian would emerge so suddenly, causing the Bai family to suffer consecutive setbacks, compounded by his disobedient younger daughter. "I will not go with you," Bai Qing declared calmly to her father. Yet, she had lost much of her former vivacity, her demeanor now considerably colder. For days, she had been kept under soft confinement. "Impudent! Where is your filial piety?" Bai Qing retorted angrily. "Filial piety? Father, do you still remember teaching me about filial duty and righteousness? But what have you done? Hypocrisy and treachery. Your actions have harmed the Qin residents and led to the demise of Brother Wentian." Bai Qing's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her resentment toward her father palpable. Why had everything she once believed in been a mere facade? Her father was a false virtuous man, a young girl who had always idolized her father, believing in the inherent goodness of humanity, now bore witness to the betrayal of her beliefs, a cruel shock for a 15-year-old girl. "Brother Wentian, I am your father. The so-called benevolence and righteousness all require a path paved by self-interest. Everything I do is for the Bai family, for you sisters." Bai Qing's gaze turned icy. "Why can't you be a little more like your sister?" Why can't you disguise yourself as she does, deceiving even me? I never expected her heart to be so cruel, especially when Brother Wentian treats her so well. Bai Qing sneered coldly. It seems I have raised you in vain all these years. No wonder your sister possesses exceptional talent, while you cannot even cultivate. Bai Qing felt a profound disappointment. Is this what talent is? Bai Qing laughed coldly. Suddenly, the resplendent brilliance of stars erupted in the night sky, leaving Bai Qing momentarily stunned. The star soul hovered above Bai Qing's head, a shadowy specter reminiscent of the underworld, adorned with a faint golden hue. The crimson gold star soul originates from the fourth heaven and beyond. Boom. Bai Qing felt a violent tremor in his head, momentarily leaving him dazed. The fourth heaven. Bai Qing's first star soul, derived from the martial destiny of the fourth heaven. This revelation rendered Bai Qing dumbfounded. He watched as the star soul gradually enveloped Bai Qing, transforming her into a spectral being radiating a chilling aura, prompting Bai Qing to shudder involuntarily. Well, it is indeed fitting that you are my daughter. Yet, if you possess such talent, why choose such a frigid star soul? Bai Qing's body continued to tremble. I am not incapable of cultivation, rather. Brother Wentian taught me to refrain from harnessing the elemental energies of heaven and earth, allowing me to better sense the celestial bodies. He also imparted to me the method of meditation, enabling me to perceive the star soul of the third heaven, akin to my sister. However, due to my disappointment in you, I strive to ascend further. I fear not death. Even in death, I shall continue to ascend. My consciousness is entirely consumed by negative emotions, and by the time I reached the fourth heaven, I had lost all awareness. Thus, I did not choose the star soul. It chose me. Brother Wentian shares no blood relation with me, yet he is kind and resilient. He taught me optimism and positivity, his smile always pure. You are indeed my father, yet you have taught me hypocrisy, betrayal, ruthlessness, and cold-bloodedness. What right do you have to be called a father? You are unworthy. With that, Bai Qing turned and walked away, leaving Bai Qing in a daze, his mind echoing with a single phrase, you are unworthy. Closing his eyes, deep within Bai Qing's heart, the hidden regret began to resurface. He pondered how things might have been had he not betrayed the marriage agreement. 2 daughters, both exceptionally talented, especially Bai Qing. With her fourth heaven prowess, a miracle for the state of Chu. Yet, she does not acknowledge him as her father. 3 days later, to the west of Tianyang City. In a forested area, a snow-white, fluffy snow dog circled on the ground next to a handsome young man lying down. Little one, what have you brought me here for? A girl clad in white, resembling a beautiful sprite, seemingly untouched by earthly affairs, chased after the snow dog. Soon, her enchanting eyes widened in surprise as she noticed someone ahead. The snow dog squatted beside the young man on the ground, its adorable eyes gazing at the girl in white, exuding an irresistible charm. Qing, that little rascal. We chased him all the way from the imperial city to here without success, and now he seeks us out for a dead person. The girl in the green attire shot a displeased glance at the snow dog beside her. This little creature has been toying with us. He could easily escape but chooses to dangle us along, which is utterly infuriating. Qing shook her head with a wry smile and approached the young man to assess his injuries, then remarked, he is merely gravely injured and has fainted from exhaustion. His vitality is depleted. With that, Qing retrieved a pill from her bosom and placed it into the young man's mouth. The medicine dissolving instantly and flowing into his body. You have lost your mind. That is a high-grade second-tier pill. The girl in green was taken aback. The rarity of such pills, akin to divine weapons, could drive even those at the Pulse realm into a frenzy. Since we encountered him, Norlan. There is a grass hut not far from here. Let us rest there. Qing said to the girl, subsequently lifting the young man onto her back. Insanity, pure insanity. Norlan shook her head. If word got out in Chudu that Qing was carrying a man, it would surely cause an uproar. Even more vexing was that as they walked, the man's hands hung near Qing's chest, occasionally brushing against her, causing her cheeks to flush. Her beauty becoming even more pronounced. What are you staring at? The girl in green glared at the snow dog trailing beside them, muttering, this little brat has it too good. Norlan, he knows nothing of our circumstances, and since he sought our aid, it must be fate. Qing replied with a bitter smile, never having anticipated such intimacy with a man. If the esteemed 10 of the imperial city were to find out, even a dozen heads would not suffice to contain the scandal. Norlan shook her head, well aware of the high status of those pursuing the maiden in white. Yet Qing had always paid them no mind. The 2 women arrived at the grass hut, nestled in a clearing within the forest, beside a tranquil river. creating a serene atmosphere. Norlon kindled a fire and, upon seeing Mo Chi-Ching and the snow dog approach with some herbs, exclaimed in surprise, "Can that little rascal truly find spiritual medicine?" The snow dog dashed swiftly to Norland's side, sitting proudly with its head held high, its eyes gleaming with a hint of provocation, prompting Norlon to roll her eyes. "Arrogant little rascal," she muttered, though secretly intrigued. Mo Chi-Ching approached with a smile, saying, "As I mentioned, he can communicate with spirits. I wonder what kind of beast he is, yet he stubbornly refuses to follow me, leading us on this wild chase. I shall prepare the herbs." Mo Chi-Ching settled beside Norlon, who made space for her, while the snow dog leaped onto Qin Wentian's lap, lying beside him. Only when Mo Chi-Ching had brewed the medicine and offered it to Qin Wentian did the snow dog move aside, watching quietly. Chapter 30. The situation under the tender care of Mo Chi-Ching. Qin Wentian's face gradually regained a hint of color, restoring its luster. However, he remained in a deep slumber. The snow dog occasionally lay beside him, but at times would leap into Mo Chi-Ching's embrace, eliciting continuous smiles from her, for this little creature was utterly adorable. "Nolan, can you guess what kind of beast he is?" Mo Chi-Ching inquired. "Such an astute creature is rare, but this little one is rather diminutive," Nolan replied. Mo Chi-Ching's radiant smile caused Nolan to momentarily lose focus. "You seem to be in high spirits these past few days. I have never seen you smile in front of others." "Well, there are no outsiders around," Mo Chi-Ching shrugged nonchalantly. "And him?" Nolan pointed to the unconscious Qin Wentian. "You have even cradled him before." A faint blush crept onto Mo Chi-Ching's cheeks as she shot Nolan a glance, then turned her attention back to Qin Wentian, scrutinizing him closely. "He does appear quite handsome. Yu Wuqing is also quite dashing. You have never acknowledged him either. It is said he has gone to Tianyang City to become engaged to a woman. Perhaps he realizes there is no hope in pursuing you." Nolan remarked with a dismissive pout. "By the way, we are right next to Tianyang City. The Yi family should be dealing with the Qin household by now." Mo Chi-Ching sighed, lamenting for the Qin household. "Someone is coming." At that moment, Mo Chi-Ching spoke again. "He should be waking soon. We ought to leave." As she said this, Mo Chi-Ching stepped outside the thatched cottage and addressed the snow dog in her arms. "Little one, would you like to come with me?" "All right. I shan't force you. If you prefer him, stay by his side," Mo Chi-Ching said with a hint of resignation, then quickly departed with Nolan. The snow dog gazed longingly at her retreating figure, seemingly reluctant to part. Once Mo Chi-Ching and Nolan ventured into the woods, indeed, a group approached, 3 young individuals. 2 men and a woman. "What an adorable little creature," the young woman exclaimed as she dashed toward the snow dog, but it showed little interest in her, turning instead to re-enter the cottage. "Brother, there is someone here. He appears to be unconscious," the girl said as she neared the thatched hut and saw Qin Wentian lying there. She removed her water flask and offered him a sip. "Yenner, just ahead is Tianyang City. We shall rest for a day and then continue our journey. Let us not meddle in other affairs," the young man, weary and dusty from the road, advised. They had exhausted several horses in their haste to reach the imperial city, planning to purchase new mounts once they entered Tianyang City. "Understood." The girl stuck out her tongue playfully, a charming sight. At that moment, Qin Wentian coughed twice and gradually opened his dazed eyes, meeting the gaze of a youthful and beautiful face. "You're awake," Lu Yin said, a gentle smile gracing her features upon seeing Qin Wentian regain consciousness. Sitting up, Qin Wentian realized that aside from a lack of strength, he felt quite well. In fact, he sensed he had broken through to the 8th level of body refinement. Yet, there was not a trace of star power within him. The burdens of that day's battle had been immense. Controlling the frenzied body of the demon ape had nearly cost him his life. Thankfully, he had pushed beyond his limits and awakened. "No wonder Heibo advised me against taking action until I faced death," Qin Wentian mused to himself. Nevertheless, it can be said that misfortune has brought fortune. He had broken through his limits and taken a step forward. Unbeknownst to him, his attainment of the 8th level of the body refinement realm was indeed due to pushing his limits, but it was Mo Chi-Ching's elixir that played a pivotal role. Otherwise, given his physical condition, he wouldn't have been able to recover in less than a month or 2. "Thank you for saving me." Qin Wentian expressed his gratitude to the young girl, evidently mistaking her identity. "It was merely a trivial matter. Is this little dog yours?" "How adorable," the girl replied with a smile. It was only then that Qin Wentian noticed a fluffy, snow-white puppy had appeared beside him, as Lu Yin reached out to embrace it. The puppy leaped directly into Qin Wentian's arms. "Lu Yin, we should continue our journey," urged another young man waiting outside. He flashed a sweet smile at Qin Wentian before turning to leave. My name is Qin Wentian. He introduced himself as he rose, cradling the snowy dog and stepping outside. He observed Lu Yin gracefully wave goodbye as she slowly departed. However, Qin Wentian's gaze fell upon the charred timber and broken jars of the grass hut, which still bore a faint scent of medicinal herbs. Thank you, Qin Wentian murmured softly, watching Lu Yan's retreating figure. Meanwhile, in the distance, two pairs of eyes, belonging to Imo Chi-Ching and Nolan, remained fixed on him. Well, it seems we can confirm his safety now. Yet, he appears to have mistaken his savior for someone else. Do you wish to go out and clarify? Nolan chuckled, glancing at Imo Chi-Ching. Let's go. Imo Chi-Ching replied with a smile, turning to leave. In the tranquil grass hut, with only the sound of flowing water, Qin Wentian remained, accompanied solely by the snowy dog. Curiosity piqued, he observed the little creature nestled in his arms. Its entirely white fur was soft and plump, and its beautiful eyes sparkled with an almost sentient intelligence as it lifted its head to scrutinize him. Were you waiting for me all along? Qin Wentian felt an odd sensation. The puppy's eyes narrowed into a slit as if it were smiling at him, causing Qin Wentian to be taken aback. Could it possibly understand his words? All right, if you do not wish to leave, then follow me for the time being, he said with a wry smile. He then sat cross-legged, placing the snowy dog on the ground as he began his cultivation. He was eager to ascertain the current state of Tianyong City, but he knew he must first restore his strength for self-preservation, as the light of the stars cascaded down from the fifth heaven upon him. Qin Wentian contemplated that the human body serves as a vessel capable of containing stellar elemental force. The higher one's realm, the greater the capacity of this vessel. In the body refinement realm, one could store star power within their limbs and bones, subsequently utilizing it to temper their physical form and enhance their strength. Upon reaching the wheel meridian realm and activating the body's acupoints, one could open up 9 meridians, allowing the star power to be stored within all acupoints, erupting with immense strength during combat. By the time night fell, Qin Wentian felt a profound sense of ease, even more comfortable than during his peak before the injuries. He was brimming with vitality, in addition to his realm advancement. The effects of Imo Chi-Ching's elixir were apparent, though Qin Wentian remained unaware that he had ingested a high-grade second-tier pill. Rising to his feet, Qin Wentian surveyed his surroundings. He recognized that he was in the forest just outside the western gate of Tianyong City, a place he had ventured into during his childhood while hunting with Qin Chuan and others. After cleansing himself in the water, he departed from this location, surprisingly followed by the snow dog, which piqued his curiosity. Though night had fallen, Tianyong City was ablaze with light, lanterns hanging throughout the streets. The ancient city pulsated with vitality. Regardless of the grand tales unfolding within its walls, the lives of the common folk remained unchanged. They continued to gather at tea houses and taverns, engaging in discussions of history and the affairs of the world, reveling in hearty drinks. As Qin Wentian passed an open-air tavern, he halted in his tracks, captivated by the voices emanating from within, discussing matters he yearned to understand. The Qin family faced dire straits. The venerable patriarch Qin Hao and the family head Qin Chuan had been captured and were en route to the imperial city. Already imprisoned in the dungeons of Tianlao, with the imminent threat of execution looming over them. Even if they escaped execution, falling into the hands of the Yi family for judgment would spell their demise. Moreover, the Northwest Army was encamped just outside Tianyong City, rumored to march forth under the cover of night, hastening towards the imperial city. Reliable sources indicated that not only the Northwest Army but also 3 of the 8 border garrisons of the Great Chu Kingdom had mobilized, leaving the borders vulnerable and the populace in a state of alarm. Who dares to act so audaciously? A voice exclaimed in disbelief. Audacious? Their forebears were connected to the Martial King. Now, with His Majesty even targeting the offspring of the Martial King, who knows when the flames of conflict might reach them? These individuals are prudent, maintaining their alliances and refraining from relinquishing military power as the Qin family did, choosing instead to guard the borders. The emperor is aware of the precarious situation, thus he has refrained from rash actions. Otherwise, the consequences of unrest at the borders would be dire. With the 3 armies advancing towards the imperial city under the banner of purging treachery, they claimed that His Majesty had been manipulated by the Yi family into striking down loyal subjects. Their cause was well-founded, as long as the 3 armies stood firm. The lives of Qin Hao and Qin Chuan remained secure. Should they falter, the emperor would have no reservations about issuing execution orders. It was unforeseen that, since the Martial King's campaign, the state of Chu would descend into such turmoil once again. The imminent defeat of the 3 armies seemed inevitable, perhaps within 3 years. And since the Martial King's era, The emergence of a prodigy like Qin Wentian was indeed rare. However, in the span of 3 years, it would be challenging for Qin Wentian to rise. Speaking of Qin Wentian, his rarity was undeniable. Had it not been for that day when he summoned the demon ape to vanquish Emo, the Qin family's lineage would have faced utter destruction before the arrival of reinforcements from the northwest. Yet, Qin He, the second son of the Qin family, demonstrated remarkable resolve. Despite losing a leg in the upheaval of Tianong City, he took the helm of the Qin family and the Northwest Army, while simultaneously expelling Qin Wentian from the family, showcasing great fortitude. Indeed, he exhibited courage by severing ties with Qin Wentian, allowing him to distance himself from the rebellion. This way, Qin Wentian could still enter the imperial city's Dixing Academy to pursue his studies, where the academy's influence would assure his safety. It was a protracted game of strategy, and it remained uncertain whether Qin Wentian could rise before the fall of the three armies. Indeed, within the Qin residence, great expectations are placed upon Qin Wentian. After all, this is a world governed by martial prowess, where only the formidable warriors who traverse the realm can dictate the fate of the world. With sufficient strength, imperial authority becomes trivial. My word shall be law, and in a fit of rage, I could unleash a river of blood. Ultimately, this is a realm for the martial artist. The individuals present, caught up in their excitement, momentarily lost themselves in dreams of becoming martial titans, gazing down upon the world and wielding dominion over the fates of the masses. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian absorbed all these words, yet his heart was filled with an indescribable complexity. Chapter 31. The long journey. Qin Hao and Qin Chuan were escorted to the imperial city, while Qin Yi faced the grim fate of a broken leg. The three armies prepared to march towards the imperial city. Qin Wentian understood that this was a tactic to apply pressure on the royal family. Only through such means would they hesitate to swiftly condemn Qin Hao and Qin Chuan to death. As for the expulsion from the Qin family, Qin Wentian was fully aware that it was a veiled form of protection for him. Perhaps, after his disappearance, Elder Mo had engaged in some dialogue with the Qin family. In the realm of martial arts, the strong wield supreme authority. Should I one day ascend to greatness, I shall trample upon the imperial power beneath my feet. Taking a deep breath, flames ignited within Qin Wentian's heart. His first star soul originated from the fifth heaven. The second and third star souls could be attained as well. Given time, what was imperial power in comparison? Under the cover of night, Qin Wentian arrived at the Qin residence. From a distance, he discerned several figures by the gates, each leading a horse and bearing luggage, seemingly preparing for a journey. Sister Yo. As he observed them mounting their steeds, Qin Wentian hastened towards their direction. Before long, Qin Yao and the others approached him, momentarily stunned upon seeing Qin Wentian. Wentian. Qin Yao's face lit up with joy as she dismounted her warhorse and rushed to his side. Sister, Qin Shang, Qin Ji, where are you all headed? Qin Wentian inquired. Wentian, grandfather and father have been taken to the imperial city. The Qin family, with no other choice, must send troops to the imperial city. If defeated, it would be a dead end. Uncle has decided we should journey to the Snow Cloud Nation for training, Qin Yao explained. Understanding dawned upon Qin Wentian. This battle was indeed unavoidable, with the outcome nearly predetermined. Their departure was the wisest choice. We hurried here overnight to avoid being targeted. The younger generation of the Qin family will leave in batches. Wentian, once you reach the Imperial Star Academy, focus on your training and pay no heed to the war. Qin Yao said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I understand. You too? Qin Wentian nodded solemnly. It was nearly impossible for the flames of war to reach the imperial city. Qin He and the others were aware of the futility yet persevered regardless. By the way, Uncle He has gone missing, and we cannot locate him. Uncle and third uncle are also outside the city. You need not return to the Qin residence. Proceed directly to the Imperial Star Academy, Qin Yao advised. Let us set off early to avoid drawing the attention of the Yi family, Qin Shang interjected, approaching Qin Wentian. Wentian, among the Qin family, your talent is unparalleled, and your future achievements may surpass all. You must strive to become a formidable force capable of influencing a nation. Brother. You too. I will ensure that the Yi family pays in blood for uncle's grievances, Qin Wentian vowed earnestly. Qin Shang's father, Qin He, had sacrificed a leg for him, and now he was to lead troops southward for the sake of the Qin family. Exercise caution upon reaching the imperial city, Qin Shang said, firmly patting Qin Wentian's shoulder. Wentian, we shall take our leave now. Qin Yao's eyes were slightly reddened, revealing her reluctance. She approached Qin Wentian and opened her arms slightly. Qin Wentian smiled, embracing her and gently patting her back. Sister, do not worry. Father will be fine. Uncle and the others are working hard in the military. I will also strive diligently at the Imperial Star Academy. But you, upon reaching the Snow Cloud Nation, must remain vigilant. Indeed. Qinya reluctantly let go, tears tracing her cheeks as she smiled through her sorrow, looking at Qin Wentian and saying, "You little rascal, when we meet again, you must become a true man of iron and blood, capable of protecting your sister." With that she turned, her foot gracefully landing on the horse's back. Qin Wentian clenched his fists, casting one last glance towards the Qin residence, his heart burning with an unwavering resolve to grow stronger. Just then, a voice broke the silence, prompting him to turn around and narrow his eyes at the approaching figure. Humph. Qin Wentian scoffed, a cold glint in his gaze, as he recalled the arrogant image of Mu Qing from the Star River Guild. What does this have to do with me? I wish to be your disciple, Feng Ping declared, leaving Qin Wentian momentarily stunned. The proud artifact master seeking him as a teacher? I understand your doubts about my character. Over a decade ago, I became a martial practitioner, but lacking in talent and perception, I sought the guidance of an artifact master who told me I could enhance my perception through engraving divine patterns. I apprenticed under him for a full decade, yet all he granted me were the simplest divine patterns. Qin Wentian had given him a second-tier divine pattern, which he had hoped to comprehend slowly, only for it to be brazenly taken away by Mu Qing. I, Feng Ping, am not a good person. But once I accept payment, I will forge divine weapons for others. Even if the quality is lacking, the rank will meet the requirements. I have my principles. But Mu Qing has none. Yet, what can I do? Without opportunity, I can only look up to him, no matter how much I despise him. Qin Wentian could sense the despair emanating from Feng Ping. Everyone has their own story, and Feng Ping's journey had been fraught with challenges, only to have his hopes effortlessly snatched away by Mu Qing. So what? Qin Wentian replied calmly, his empathy restrained. Qin Wentian, your talent is extraordinary. You can easily comprehend second-tier divine patterns that others cannot. If you were to pursue artifact crafting, vast rewards would follow. But I suspect your true focus lies in martial arts. I can manage everything else for you, providing all resources without claiming a single thing for myself, paving the way for your martial path. Qin Wentian felt a flicker of temptation. He understood the lucrative potential of an artifact master. Yet crafting required more than just mastering divine patterns. It demanded significant time and effort to gather materials and navigate myriad complexities. He was certain he wouldn't dedicate much time to it in the future. Feng Ping's words clearly struck a chord, though he, too, had his own motives. In this world, who would assist another without reason? You are an artifact master, yet you seek to be my disciple? Do you not feel it beneath your dignity? Qin Wentian continued, realizing that the only thing he could offer Feng Ping was the divine patterns. You should be aware that it is easy to add embellishments to a beautiful setting, yet difficult to provide support in times of need. My vision, as Feng Ping, is far from shallow. Although you currently face numerous challenges, if you endure, I fear that in the future, I may not even possess the privilege to serve you. At that time, will you still regard me, the humble Feng Ping, with any esteem? To be able to learn from you would be a great honor for me, and the notion of losing my dignity pales in comparison. Furthermore, I yearn to witness the rise of a genius firsthand. I wish to see you trample that scoundrel Mu Qing underfoot. When you look down upon him, I wonder if he will still hold his head high, gazing at us with contemptuous pride. Feng Ping's eyes still burned with anger. He could only rely on Qin Wentian to defeat Mu Qing, wagering everything on him. Qin Wentian regarded Feng Ping before shifting his gaze to the magnificent steeds behind him. Is one of these prepared for me? He inquired. Of course, replied Feng Ping, his expression tinged with nervousness as he watched Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian stepped forward and mounted one of the steeds, while simultaneously, a snow-white figure darted from the shadows and leaped onto the horse's back like a fleeting specter. This fellow moves with remarkable speed, Qin Wentian mused, glancing at the snow dog. With a squeeze of his legs, the steed bolted forward. Master, wait for me, Feng Ping exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face as he trembled with excitement and leapt onto another horse to chase after Qin Wentian. Master, don't you think you should bestow upon your disciples some tokens of apprenticeship, perhaps some second or third-tier divine patterns? Just a few would suffice. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes at Feng Ping's lewd grin and retorted, Get lost. With that, the steed beneath him surged ahead with even greater speed, racing towards the imperial city under the cover of night. Haha, Mu Qing, you wretched scoundrel, just wait. Feng Ping laughed heartily, keeping pace. Before long, the two burst forth from Tianyang City, galloping along the wide road beneath a canopy of stars, dust swirling around them. This marked Qin Wentian's first journey afar. As the wind brushed past, the past was buried in the swirling dust of a world steeped in blood and vengeance. He was coming into the realm of martial arts. The imperial city of the Chu kingdom sprawled endlessly, stretching across millions of miles, the largest city in the kingdom, with a population tenfold that of Tianyong City, bustling with activity. At this moment, at the foot of the imperial city, the weary Qin Wentian sat atop his steed, lifting his gaze to the towering city walls. Feeling a slight stir within his heart, the walls rose to a height of 5 zhang, forged from a unique material. Even peak-level practitioners of the body refinement realm would find it impossible to shake them. "Master, we have arrived. Let us enter the city," Feng Ping whispered. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and the two dismounted, walking towards the city gates, joining the queue to enter the imperial city. Inside, the broad stone-paved roads spanned dozens of meters, the roars of beasts echoing all around. So many powerful beings, and many of their mounts are actually demonic beasts. Qin Wentian inhaled deeply, his heart swelling with excitement. Not far ahead, a gigantic demonic beast stood, a blue ape, upright and imposing, with a young man perched upon its shoulder, exuding an air of authority. The Azure Ape is a 4th-tier demon beast, comparable to a cultivator at the Wheel Meridian realm, yet it serves merely as a mount. Demon beasts are categorized into 9 levels. First-tier demon beasts are akin to those at the lower 3rd stage of the body refinement realm, 2nd tier to the middle 3rd stage, and 3rd tier to the upper 3rd stage. This pattern continues, with 9th-tier demon beasts reaching the pinnacle of the Yuanfu realm. Beyond the 9th tier, demon beasts can assume human form, shedding their beastly appearances. At that moment, a voice echoed, and Qin Wentian turned his gaze to see 2 figures approaching from the roadside, Ruo Huan from the Imperial Star Academy and Dashan. A smile grazed Qin Wentian's face as he inquired, "What brings you here? Is it not for you, junior brother?" Ruo Huan replied, linking her arm with Qin Wentian's. Her voluptuous form brushed against him, prompting a wry smile from Qin Wentian. His senior sister was truly. The Yi family often keeps a watchful eye here. Hence, our teacher must exercise caution. Your sister has endured several days of hardship for your sake, Ruo Huan continued, her breath fragrant and her eyes alluring. "Thank you, senior sister," Qin Wentian expressed, feeling gratitude in his heart. Mo Shang, their teacher, had indeed been thoughtful, fearing that the Yi family might conspire against him. Such a little fellow still gets shy. "I want to tease you further," Ruo Huan remarked, releasing her grip upon noticing Qin Wentian's awkwardness. Her gaze then fell upon the snow dog perched on Qin Wentian's shoulder. "What a beautiful creature. Come to your sister." The snow dog squinted its eyes slightly before leaping into Ruo Huan's embrace. To everyone's astonishment, its small paws began to move on Ruo Huan's prominent figure, as if scratching something, revealing a delicate curvature that left Qin Wentian utterly speechless. It felt as though he had taken in a lecherous dog. Ruo Huan paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, her enchanting eyes fixed on Qin Wentian, who felt a deep flush of embarrassment. "You certainly understand your master's intentions, though you are bolder than he," she teased, cradling the snow dog. Qin Wentian's forehead was lined with sweat, and at that moment, Ruo Huan whistled, summoning a piercing cry from the sky. A black eagle swooped down, landing gracefully before her. "Junior brother Qin, I am Dashan. Ruo Huan is like this. Just get used to it. Let us ascend," Dashan said with a hearty grin, his demeanor more affable. Qin Wentian nodded, pondering that maintaining composure around Ruo Huan would be imperative, for the temptation was immense. The imperial city is vast. Without flying, one cannot fathom how long it would take to traverse. "Let us ascend, and I shall introduce you to this grand city," Dashan continued, his tone amiable. Yet, Qin Wentian recalled witnessing Dashan summon the Demon Ape Star Soul and the Stone Man Star Soul, displaying formidable combat prowess and terrifying defense. Abandoning their steeds, the four mounted the Black Eagle. With a fierce cry, it soared into the heavens, propelling forward as a gust of wind swept past, causing their robes to billow. Junior brother Qin, despite the size of the imperial city, its layout is quite orderly. The area we currently occupy is known as the slums, a haven for the powerless and transient souls in the city. This region is the largest, densely populated, and houses millions, accounting for half of the entire city's population. The words of the towering mountain left Qin Wentian in silent astonishment. From his lofty vantage point, he beheld a scene of unparalleled prosperity below, towering edifices, a ceaseless flow of people, and the frequent sight of beastly mounts. Such vibrancy surpassed even the grandiosity of Tianyong City, yet this was merely the slum area. The imperial city was divided into 7 major districts. The slum area constituted the first. A chaotic zone of mixed elements formed the second, The third comprised the 9 esteemed academies and martial houses, alongside numerous powerful families. The fourth was home to the Xinghe Guild, the Divine Armory, and several prominent clans. The fifth housed the nobility and esteemed officials. The sixth was the Imperial Palace. And the seventh was the ominous Dark Forest. The mountain briefly outlined the layout of the Imperial City before delving into further detail. It turned out that beyond the Imperial City lay the Dark Forest, with half of the city enveloped by this perilous wilderness. Thus, the palace, the noble district, the Xinghe Guild, the Divine Armory, and the 9 martial academies all shared a perilous boundary with the treacherous Dark Forest, which they regarded as a realm for honing their skills. The Imperial City was vast, teeming with myriad factions, while the area of the 9 academies and martial houses lay at the city's very heart. The Black Eagle soared at an alarming speed, and it was not until 2 hours later that they came to a halt, circling in the air. The sounds of ferocious roars and howls echoed around them, and Qin Wentian's pupils contracted as he observed the swirling mass of beasts above and the numerous monstrous mounts below. What manner of place is this? Qin Wentian marveled, noting that several grand avenues converged toward a colossal arched gateway. Beyond this archway lay an expanse that, while populated, was devoid of the circling beasts. We have traversed the first and second districts. Ahead lies the area of the 9 martial academies. Beyond that door, we enter the core of the Imperial City. Flight is prohibited for ordinary folk on the other side of that arch. Only those of Yuanfu realm possess the privilege. Behind that arched gateway is our destination, the examination site for admissions to the various academies, said Ruo Huan. Let us descend. Upon her words, the Black Eagle dove down, landing upon the ground where a bustling crowd surged toward the arched gateway. The arrival of spring marked the season for admissions to the martial academies, drawing many of Chu's talented youth to this place. How could there not be throngs of people? Qin Wentian mused that in Tianyang City, countless individuals aspired to the martial academies of the Imperial City. You need not undergo the assessment, junior brother Qin. Proceed directly to the examination instructor to collect your Imperial Star Jade token, after which you may join the academy. This token is unique to our Imperial Star Academy and holds great significance, only permitted to be carried by examination instructors during the annual admissions period. Thus, Master Mozhang did not provide it to you, the mountain remarked as they walked. Understood. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, just then noticing a surge of people pressing forward. It's that girl. No wonder it's so lively, Ruo Huan said with a gentle smile as the soft sedan chair glided forward, revealing 2 graceful figures within, partially obscured by delicate veils. As the snow dog in Ruo Huan's arms suddenly dashed out, it headed straight for the sedan chair, leaping inside, leaving Qin Wentian momentarily stunned. Inside the sedan, Mo Chi-Ching was taken aback as a snow-white figure leapt into her embrace, and she exclaimed with delight, "Little one, how did you get here?" Beside her, Nolan rolled her eyes, muttering, "This little rascal is truly relentless." Mo Chi-Ching shot Nolan a glance, her smile captivating, and she gracefully pulled aside the curtain, instantly captivating the gaze of many. How beautiful! This was the renowned beauty of the Chu Kingdom, breathtakingly lovely. If one could share a bed with her, they would willingly embrace death the following day. Such a stunning woman. Qin Wentian had encountered many beauties, including Qin Yao and Bai Qiuxue, both renowned in Taiyong City. Yet they paled in comparison to the girl before him. Mo Chi-Ching noticed Qin Wentian and offered him a gentle smile before drawing the curtain closed. She smiled at me. A companion beside Qin Wentian appeared dazed. It seemed she smiled at me. Hearing the murmurs around him, Qin Wentian blinked, wondering if he too was merely imagining things. Had she truly smiled at him? Is she beautiful? A voice inquired. However, Ruo Huan was evidently unimpressed by such flattery, grinning mischievously at him. With senior sister's charm, she undoubtedly attracts men far more than she does. Qin Wentian replied, his voice trembling slightly. Such sweet words, Ruo Huan replied with a light laugh. But that girl is certainly a femme fatale. It's no wonder you were momentarily entranced. If I were a man, I too would be enamored by the most beautiful woman in the Chu Kingdom. Nearby, Deshawn scratched his head, seemingly in agreement. But it's merely a fantasy. Several in the capital's top 10 beauties have attempted to pursue her, yet none have succeeded. Anyone foolish enough to chase her would likely meet a grim fate. It seems you possess some self-awareness, Ruo Huan chuckled, just as the snow dog transformed into a blur and leaped back into her arms. Indeed, a lecherous little creature. Ruo Huan glared at the little one, who nestled closer into her embrace, gazing at her with a seemingly pitiful expression that could melt anyone's heart. In the departing sedan, Nolan turned to Mo Chi-Ching and asked, "Is it truly him?" "Yes, I didn't expect him to come to the Imperial City, and that little one came along with him. Imo Chicheng nodded slightly. I wonder what brings him here. Ah, our illustrious Imo beauty is showing concern for someone, Nolan teased playfully. Not at all. Imo Chicheng shot Nolan a glare. Indeed, after all, our esteemed Imo beauty saved his life and has shared an intimate bond with him. It's only natural to care. Though it's a pity he doesn't even know you, Nolan continued to jest. Imo Chicheng could only manage a wry smile, admitting to herself that her curiosity was piqued. Chapter 33. The Alliance of the Nine Academies. After Imo Chicheng's departure, Qin Wentian and his companions joined the throngs of people heading towards the Grand Archway. Upon crossing this magnificent gateway, they entered an expansive area bustling with countless young individuals, predominantly spirited youths aged around 15 or 16. Today marked the deadline for enrollment across various academies, hence the considerable turnout. Deshawn spoke up, noting that this vast expanse was divided into 9 streams of people, all queuing to register for the preliminary assessments. Look, right at the center is our Imperial Star Academy. Many have gathered there. Deshawn pointed towards a section ahead where numerous individuals anxiously stood in line, while others, evidently disheartened, departed, having failed the initial evaluations and thus lost their eligibility. Why is he here today? Deshawn's brow furrowed as he observed the elder overseeing the assessments for the Imperial Star Academy. Confused, Qin Wentian turned to Deshawn, who explained, this elder's name is Jiang Taiyan. Our Imperial Star Academy holds a preeminent position in the state of Chu. Yet some elders within the academy have differing views on our approach to handling affairs. Teacher Imo advocates for a stance of detachment from the royal family and the powerful, while Jiangtian, conversely, aligns closely with the elite. Furthermore, the lack of assertiveness during your previous incident stemmed from the interference of this faction. Qin Wentian's expression turned serious as he comprehended the implications. Had the Imperial Star Academy been more forceful, it would not have solely been Imo Shang and his disciples who ventured to Tianyong City to safeguard him. Let us proceed. Since we have arrived, what can he do? Ruo Huan narrowed her captivating eyes slightly, sensing something amiss. Logically, he should not be present today. The group advanced forward, soon arriving at the Imperial Star Academy's designated area, which was marked by an extensive queue. As the most prestigious academy in the state of Chu, it naturally attracted the largest number of aspirants, including individuals from neighboring nations who crossed borders to partake in the admissions process, which was based solely on talent rather than nationality. However, the academy's elimination rate was equally formidable. The young men in the queue could not help but let their imaginations wander at the sight of Ruo Huan's alluring figure. Given their youthful exuberance, just as Ruo Huan and Qin Wentian approached the front, a figure clad in white blocked their path. This individual, possessing a pair of sharp eyebrows and an attractive demeanor, appeared to be around 18 years of age, exuding an air of confidence. Junior brother Qin. This person was named O Chun, possessing a strength at the 8th level of the Pulse realm, having trained at the Imperial Star Academy for 2 years. You should be cautious of him, Deshawn whispered discreetly. Senior O, Ruo Huan greeted with a smile. I am here to collect the Imperial Star token from Elder Jiang. O Chin regarded Ruo Huan with a calm gaze before shifting his attention to Qin Wentian, his eyes piercing like arrows as he coldly commanded, get in line. O Chin. He has already passed Teacher Mo's assessment in Tianyong City, Ruo Huan retorted, her expression growing stern. O Chin remained unfazed, gazing back at Ruo Huan, and coldly replied, and what of that? Humph. Ruo Huan let out a cold snort, then turned to Elder Jiangshan, saying, Elder Jiang. Ruo Huan has come on the master's orders to collect the Imperial Star Jade Tablet. Jiangshan appeared not to have heard her, his gaze fixed ahead as he replied. Form an orderly queue. Elder Jiang, Imo Shang has already assessed him. Ruo Huan noticed that Jiangshan did not even glance in her direction, her expression darkening. Was this personal vendetta? After all, she had always stood in opposition to O Chin within the academy, and Jiangshan, alongside Imo Shang, had done the same. Only then did Jiangshan shift his gaze towards Ruo Huan and Qin Wentian, his demeanor as frigid as O Chin's. He passed Imo Shang's assessment, yet failed mine. We have already reached an agreement with the martial divisions of the 9 academies. Today marks the final day of assessments. Those who have passed the preliminary evaluations will partake in a joint venture into the dark forest, where they will hunt ferocious beasts. Only those who return alive will be permitted to join the martial divisions of the 9 academies. Thus, he too must survive if he wishes to obtain the Imperial Star Jade Tablet. What is the duration of the trial? Ruo Huan inquired coldly. 1 month, Jiangshan replied. At that moment, Qin Wentian felt numerous gazes upon him. His perception had always been keen, and following that instinct, he turned his eyes to the distance, discovering several stairs directed at him from the direction of the Royal Academy. Among them was a figure clad in azure robes, strikingly beautiful, her gaze emanating a subtle chill. It was none other than Bai Qiuxue. The Bai family had already relocated to the Imperial City, and Bai Qiuxue had come to the Royal Academy to participate in this joint venture of the 9 academies. Junior brother Qin, they intend to target you. Dashan warned Qin Wentian. The reason I advised you to be cautious of Qin is that he has a strong relationship with you, Wuqiu. Qin Wentian's heart was as clear as a mirror. He had not anticipated that upon entering the Imperial City, a trap would already be laid out for him, ready to ensnare him whole. Indeed, most individuals from the martial divisions of the 9 academies were unaware of the true motives behind this trial. Aside from the new recruits, it was primarily orchestrated with Qin Wentian in mind. Most did not recognize him. They merely understood that this trial was the final round of assessments, fraught with peril. Recently, the martial divisions had notified everyone that those concerned about danger could withdraw. Ruo Huan fixed her gaze on Jiang, asking, "What of the fairness of this assessment?" The joint venture of the 9 academies involves all participants entering the Dark Forest. Furthermore, each academy will dispatch 2 elders and 4 senior students to oversee the proceedings, ensuring safety. What do you wish to challenge? Jiang replied coldly. Who are the elders and students from our Imperial Star Academy overseeing this? Ruo Huan pressed on. Myself and Imo Shang, while the students will naturally be those senior students under our tutelage. Imo Shang is already aware of this and has consented, Jiang said with a frigid smile. Upon hearing this, Ruo Huan slightly nodded and then turned her gaze to Qin Wentian, who smiled and declared, "I will participate in this trial." The moment he agreed, he distinctly noticed the boy beside Qin curve his lips into a chilling smile. "Let us take a moment to rest over there," Ruo Huan suggested, leading Qin Wentian and the others away. "Brother Qin, during this assessment, there will likely be those who will target you. You must exercise utmost caution. The Dark Forest is inherently rife with dangerous beasts," Deshan advised Qin Wentian. "I respect teacher Imo Shang's decision. As for the other students and the beasts, I will handle them with care," Qin Wentian responded. "Since you say so, you must have your own considerations. However, do not underestimate these students, especially the noble ones from the Imperial Star Academy and the Royal Academy. Some possess exceptional talents, and despite their youth, their strength is formidable," Ruo Huan cautioned. "Indeed, let us await the commencement of the trial," Qin Wentian nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the direction of Bai Qiuxue, who was surrounded by a throng of young admirers, basking in their attention. A testament not only to her innate talent, but also to Yi Wuqing's influence. "Master, perhaps I should find a place to stay in the Imperial City first," Feng Ping suggested to Qin Wentian. "All right, do as you wish," Qin Wentian replied without objection. "I will wait for you to emerge, Master," Feng Ping smiled, then departed. Confident that Qin Wentian would emerge unscathed, eager for him to become a formidable master craftsman before Mu Qing. The assessments of the 9 academies were in full swing, yet they bore no relevance to Qin Wentian, who chatted with Ruo Huan and Deshan nearby. In the expansive square, a colossal beast hovered in the air. It resembled a lion but bore wings, a terrifying 8th-level griffin. Standing atop the griffin were 2 figures, Imo Shang and an elderly man. "Master." Jiang agreed to the Royal Academy's proposal. "Why did you not intervene?" Imo Shang queried, puzzled. "Imo Shang, do you hold this youth in high regard?" The elder replied with a smile. "Indeed, to be candid with you, Master, I am quite fond of this young man. Otherwise, I would not have requested your esteemed presence for this trial, as I intended to prevent him from entering the Dark Forest," Imo Shang confessed. "Since you admire him, why not allow him to go?" The elder gazed thoughtfully at the vast assessment grounds. "This batch of students has some promising talents, their overall level is impressive, and I look forward to this trial." Imo Shang sighed, silently wishing, "Good luck, little fellow." "Grandfather, you called for me?" At that moment, a white demon crane soared through the air, carrying none other than the most beautiful woman of the Chu Kingdom, Imo Qingqing. "Yes, this time. You will accompany Imo Shang into the Dark Forest. Do not linger at home," the elder chuckled, before turning away. "Imo Shang, this griffin will accompany you. Take good care of Qingqing." Imo Shang was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of his master's intentions. He turned to Imo Qingqing, nodding slightly, captivated by her beauty. His master's granddaughter was rarely seen, a woman who could drive the noble youths of the Chu Kingdom to madness. He wondered what special purpose his master had in allowing her to accompany him into the Dark Forest. Chapter 34. The Dark Forest as the sun began its descent. The vast expanse saw a significant reduction in the number of individuals present. With the preliminary assessments concluded, the martial houses of the 9 academies ceased their recruitment, leading many to depart in disappointment. Meanwhile, those who remained gradually converged towards the Central Imperial Star Academy and the Royal Academy. At this moment, a figure clad in white and bearing a long sword approached Qin Wentian and his companions. Qin Wentian recognized this young man as the swordsman from Tianyong City, who possessed dual sword star souls. Ruo Huan, Dashan, the teacher has instructed you to proceed. Yu Fei called out to Ruo Huan and the others. Has the teacher mentioned which 2 individuals from our side are to enter the Dark Forest? Ruo Huan inquired, recalling Jiangzhen's words that both Jiangzhen and Imo Shang could each bring 2 senior students with them. You, along with another individual. Though the teacher did not specify who, Yu Fei replied, we shall find out upon our arrival. Very well, Ruo Huan nodded. And the group made their way towards the gathering crowd. The martial houses of the 9 academies had qualified 5,000 participants for the Dark Forest trial, a staggering figure. However, considering the number of applicants just days prior, it became evident that this was a selection of 1 in 100. The Royal City's 9 academies attracted the elite youth of the entire Chu kingdom. To become a formidable warrior, one must confront various crises. This will serve as your first lesson. Embrace it fully. At this juncture, a voice from the direction of the Royal Academy resonated, addressing the throng before them. The young warriors stood solemnly, understanding that a trial devoid of bloodshed could not be deemed a true test of a warrior's mettle. Suddenly, a strong wind arose in the nearby sky, heralding the arrival of 2 fierce beasts soaring towards them. Upon spotting a figure atop one of the beasts, many gazed in astonishment. How beautiful! It is Emo Chiching. She has come. In this region, individuals below the Yuanfu realm were typically prohibited from riding beasts through the skies. Yet Emo Chiching was an exception, and none dared question her. Zhang Zhun and O Chun were taken aback to see Emo Qincheng alongside Emo Shang, but quickly turned their focus to the gathered crowd, declaring, since we are all here, let us commence our journey. Everyone, run at full speed. We must enter the Dark Forest before sunset. Junior brother, take care of yourself. Ruo Huan smiled at Qin Wentian before leading the way ahead. The lecherous snow dog nestled comfortably in her arms, refusing to budge. Qin Shitty, I shall await your return at the academy, Dashan said, patting Qin Wentian on the shoulder. The individuals from various academies began to align and set forth. As a multitude of beasts soared into the air, their riders being the leading instructors, while the students dashed along the ground, heading towards their designated direction. The Dark Forest enveloped half of the royal city, making it impossible for them to advance straight ahead without crossing the palace grounds. Among the 5,000 participants, the Imperial Star Academy had the fewest members, with only 500, while the Royal Academy boasted over 800. As they all sprinted with unwavering determination, the earth trembled beneath them, reminiscent of the thunderous gallop of countless steeds, stirring a tempest in their wake. Many passers-by gazed at these vibrant figures with smiles, recognizing that these individuals would become the pillars of the Chu kingdom's future. Within the ranks of the Imperial Star Academy, a jovial, rotund youth ambled alongside Qin Wentian, greeting him with a cheerful wave. Despite their swift pace, the exertion was minimal for those who had embarked upon the martial path, allowing for easy conversation. What is your name? Inquired the plump boy. Qin Wentian. And you? Fan Lu, with fan meaning ordinary, and Lu meaning joy. He replied with a grin. Qin Wentian assessed him. Dressed in simple attire, his hair somewhat tousled, yet a smile adorned his face. That name suits you quite well, Qin Wentian chuckled. Ha, Fan Lu beamed. Then his gaze shifted to a maiden upon a soaring crane ahead, whispering, this beauty from the state of Chu is truly stunning. My heart flutters at the sight. Observing Fan Li's enraptured expression, Qin Wentian could not help but roll his eyes, though he too acknowledged Imo Qingqing's beauty. However, I find senior sister Ruo Huan far more to my taste. Her figure, her ample curves, tut-tut. Fan Li's demeanor grew lecherous, nearly drooling at the thought. Do you know senior sister Ruo Huan? Qin Wentian inquired. How could I possibly? I have only heard tales, the first enchantress of our Imperial Star Academy. Who doesn't he know of her? Alas, I can only dream, Fan Li chuckled, his voice trembling with excitement. Turning to Qin Wentian, he said, you, my friend, seem awfully serious. Are you perhaps thinking of that? With a glance at Fan Li's lascivious expression, Qin Wentian rolled his eyes and muttered, get lost. This fellow was undoubtedly a character. Stop pretending, heh. Fan Li shot him a knowing look, leaving Qin Wentian speechless. Indeed. The imperial city of the state of Chu was replete with both prodigies and beauties. Over there, Fan Le pointed towards the Royal Academy's crowd, is by Qiu Xue, who is quite lovely. It is said she has communicated with the martial celestial bodies of the third realm. Our own Imperial Star Academy is no less illustrious. That pretty boy at the front is Feng, a formidable talent, possessing the second realm of the wheel veins and dual star souls. Fan Le gestured towards a youth, who was none other than the boy standing beside Chen earlier, a pair of brothers, it seemed. Look over there, at that striking girl in black. She possesses the first realm of the wheel veins and dual star souls, though certain aspects are slightly lacking. Fan Le mused to himself. However, do you know who the foremost genius of our Imperial Star Academy is this year? Who? Qin Wentian asked with curiosity. Right before your very eyes, Fan Le replied, his face contorting into a rather mischievous grin. Fan Le, are you boasting again? Chided a nearby individual, who approached with a smile. Clearly having witnessed Fan Le's boastfulness on previous occasions, Qin Wentian chuckled. Despite Fan Le's penchant for exaggeration, he was indeed amusing company. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 9 grand teams traversed the eastern gate of the imperial city. Enveloped by the dark forest, the city had endured numerous beastly uprisings throughout its 3,000-year history, resulting in towering gates that pierced the sky, a spectacular sight akin to a chasm. Beyond the eastern gate, there lies a town, serving as a buffer zone between the imperial city and the dark forest. This town is bustling with adventurers and those seeking experience. Upon witnessing the members of the 9 major factions rushing past like a tempest, many stood in awe. Could these be the students of the 9 academies' martial houses? Indeed. They exude a vibrant energy, and the sight of numerous handsome men and beautiful women elicited laughter and conversation among the passing adventurers. Proceed onward. You are to set up camp in the dark forest. A resonant voice echoed through the void, causing a chill to run through the crowd. They were to spend a month honing their skills, enduring countless nights within the dark forest, relying solely on their own resources for sustenance. As night gradually enveloped the land, the members of the 9 factions finally arrived at the edge of the dark forest. Before them stood towering ancient trees, stretching endlessly, exuding a wild and eerie aura. When everyone came to a halt, an unusual silence fell over the space as they realized the genuine peril that lay ahead. Standing atop the ethereal beast beside the dark forest were the powerful figures from the 9 academies' martial houses, addressing the assembly. You shall now enter the dark forest. By dawn tomorrow, you must venture 10 miles into its depths. This 10-mile expanse will be considered the periphery. During the next month, should any of you be found lingering in this outer zone, it will be deemed a failure in your assessment. Now proceed. The 10-mile area, designated as the periphery, was relatively safe, as it was frequented by humans and harbored no formidable beasts. Qin Wentian, let us go together, Fan Le proposed. Very well, Qin Wentian nodded. And soon the members of the 9 factions began their descent into the dark forest. The formidable assembly of 5,000 spread out in groups of 3 or 5. Journeying together, guided by the faint starlight, Qin Wentian and Fan Le traversed the dark forest. Some adept in fire abilities conjured flames to illuminate their surroundings, while others utilized luminous pearls for light. Let us venture 8 or 9 miles in, then find an open space to rest for the night. We can delve deeper at dawn. That way, we won't breach any regulations, Fan Le whispered. As they navigated the path, Qin Wentian and Fan Le struck stones to ignite flames, wielding torches as they advanced. I feel as though someone is watching us, Fan Le murmured as they proceeded. A shiver ran through Qin Wentian. He too sensed it, his intuition always keen. In Tianyang City, he had slain Yi Mo and Yi Lang, showcasing extraordinary talent, clearly. The Yu family would not let him go easily. This trial was, in part, orchestrated for him, Qin Wentian, while simultaneously serving to temper the disciples of the various academies. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, ensuring that none of the academies would reject such an opportunity. Chapter 35, The Genius Fatty Before Stepping into the Dark Forest. Qin Wentian was acutely aware that there might be those who would seek to harm him. However, since Master Mo did not voice any objections, it was likely intended as a means to hone his skills. At present, his strength was at the 8th realm of body refinement, boasting a power exceeding 100 bulls. He could easily contend with those at the 1st realm of the pulse cycle. Yet, should he encounter a formidable opponent possessing a potent star soul within the pulse cycle, he would find himself at a considerable disadvantage. Qin Wentian pondered silently and then whispered to Fan Le, I have enemies. Perhaps it would be best if we part ways. The rotund figure turned his gaze, illuminated by the faint glow of the fire, and looked at Qin Wentian with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. responding with a smile. I, Fan Lu, am the foremost genius of this cohort. How could I abandon a companion? Rest assured, even though we have entered the dark forest, they would not dare to strike within a 10-mile radius. The students have yet to disperse, and to slaughter a companion would not bode well for their reputation. With a cheerful demeanor, Fan Lu continued, let us proceed. There is a clearing ahead where we can find some light. Very well, Qin Wentian replied, appreciating Fan Lu's straightforwardness. Though somewhat awkward, he was a decent individual. Ahead, on a sloping open space, several individuals had erected simple tents. Qin Wentian. A voice tinged with surprise emerged as Qin Wentian's gaze fell upon one of the tents. A smile blossomed on his face upon recognizing a familiar face. Lu Yan. What brings you here? He inquired as he approached, recalling how she had saved his life during their last encounter. I am here for the assessment of the Divine Wind Academy. Quickly extinguish that fire and come inside. The light will attract beasts, Lu Yan replied with a smile. Inside the tent, besides Lu Yan, there were two young men, her brother, Lu Yu, and her friend, Zhou Fan. Lu Yan, how can you so casually invite strangers in? Lu Yu remarked, frowning, while Zhou Fan displayed a similar displeasure. Brother, this is Qin Wentian, whom we met outside Tiannong City last time. We are here for the assessment of the Imperial Star Academy. Fan Lu adjusted his attire and stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, beautiful. I am Fan Lu, the future star of the Imperial Star Academy. The Imperial Star Academy? Lu Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest as she reached out to shake Fan Lu's hand. Lu Yan, you are exceptionally beautiful and talented. It is truly rare, Fan Lu remarked. Did you set up this tent? You must possess considerable experience in wilderness survival. Is Qin Wentian your friend? He is my good brother. Thus, we are also friends now. Qin Wentian glanced at Fan Lu's unwavering grip and was left speechless, thinking, this guy is truly something else. I do not know him, Qin Wentian replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Since we have encountered each other, we might as well be friends. Although our accommodations are humble, let us rest here for the night. We can set out together tomorrow. It will be safer that way. Lu Yu suggested, approaching with a warm smile directed at Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. Indeed, it would be rude to refuse, Fan Lu readily agreed. While Qin Wentian stood by in silence. Lu Yan, Fan Lu, I shall take a stroll outside, Qin Wentian said with a smile as he exited the tent. This fellow. Fan Lu shot a glare at Qin Wentian before turning to Lu Yan. Lu Yan, we shall meet again shortly. As he spoke, he followed closely behind Qin Wentian and inquired, what is the matter? Do you not fancy Lu Yan? No, Lu Yan is quite amiable. But her two companions seem rather unwelcoming towards us. Why linger here? Qin Wentian replied, noting that Fan Lu had also perceived the shift in attitude when he mentioned being a candidate from the Imperial Star Academy, indicative of some influence. Moreover, someone had been watching us intently. I must cultivate to enhance my strength and not disappoint them. A cold smile crept upon Qin Wentian's lips, causing Fan Lu to momentarily pause. The boy's smirk bore a sharpness, as if revealing fangs. Very well, as the foremost genius of the Imperial Star Academy, I shall indulge them for a while, Fan Lu grinned. Disregarding Fan Lu's bravado, Qin Wentian approached an ancient tree, seated himself cross-legged, and promptly closed his eyes to meditate. Moments later, an ominous humming resonated from within him, akin to the tumultuous roar of a stellar ocean. Fan Lu squinted slightly, recognizing the ferocity of the technique, but decided it was time for him to take action. With a flicker, he darted into the thicket. Bathed in starlight, Qin Wentian appeared strikingly serene. Yet within him raged a tempest. The power of the stars surged violently through his body, refining his organs in the star vein, perfecting his physical form. Before dawn, the students in the vicinity began to awaken and set forth on their journeys. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Wentian noticed Fan Lu, the hefty lad, sprawled beneath a tree, equipped with a bow and a quiver full of arrows. Fatty, it's time to depart, Qin Wentian called out. Only then did Fan Lu awaken from his stupor. Grinning widely at Qin Wentian. How did you craft this bow? Qin Wentian inquired with curiosity. Though somewhat rudimentary, the weapon exuded a sense of sharpness. I chopped down a few ancient trees and hunted a demon beast for materials, Fan Lu casually explained. Now, let us set off. Indeed, let us go. The two youths exchanged glances and simultaneously rose to their feet, racing into the depths of the dark forest like a tempest, their figures vanishing in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a group of youths charged towards them, led by the newly admitted student from the Imperial Star Academy, Ofeng, accompanied by several other newcomers from various martial academies. Pursue them. Once we cross this area, we can engage directly, Ofeng commanded with a fierce tone. And the group sprinted after them like a pack of ferocious leopards. Fatty, you can run quite fast, Qin Wentian remarked as daylight broke, allowing him to discern clearly. He observed Fanla sprinting alongside him, his corpulent form surprisingly agile, prompting an impressed click of his tongue. I am a genius, Fanla declared proudly. Qin Wentian cast a disdainful glance his way, stating, there are 6 pursuing us. Ofeng is at the second layer of the wheel vein realm. One other is at the first layer, while the remaining 4 are at the body refinement stage. It will be somewhat challenging, but let us wear them down. Fanla remarked casually, igniting a spark of intrigue in Qin Wentian's eyes. Could this rotund fellow truly possess such insight into others' cultivation levels? There are others ahead. Qin Wentian noted, fixing his gaze on a broad expanse in the distance. The individual at the forefront of the Royal Academy is Yuzhan. I have witnessed his assessment at the Academy, possessing a cultivation level of the second stage of the pulse cycle, imbued with a murderous intent. What kind of adversary have you entangled yourself with? Change your position. As Fanla spoke, he immediately dashed to the left, and without a moment's hesitation. Qin Wentian followed suit. The Yi family is intent on his demise, employing great effort to achieve this. Their influence within the Imperial City is formidable. If he does not enter the Imperial Star Academy, he may well meet an untimely end. Teacher Imo Shang has indeed presented me with a formidable challenge. However, even so. What of it? This time, I have gained a true brother. Fan Lu, I am grateful. Qin Wentian remarked as he ran. Don't be so sour. I, the stout fellow, am gallant and chivalrous. Don't forget your chubby brother when you encounter beautiful women in the future. Fan Lu chuckled. The pursuers remained relentless, and after half an hour, they had delved deep into the dark forest, where traces of demonic beasts were evident. How strong are they? Qin Wentian inquired. Ofeng, along with 1 at the first stage of the pulse cycle, plus 2 at the body refinement stage. Shall we engage? Fan Lu replied. Yes, Qin Wentian responded decisively, coming to a sudden halt. Yet, Fan Lu continued his advance, leaping into the air and landing atop a large tree. He turned to Qin Wentian and said, I will control the situation. You focus on eliminating the 2 at the body refinement stage. All right, for reasons unknown. Qin Wentian felt an unusual trust in the rather unrefined Fan Lu. He steadied his stance, turning to await the approach of their pursuers. Upon seeing Qin Wentian halt, Ofeng and his trio slowed their pace, their gazes fixed upon him like venomous serpents, their murderous intent unabashed. The 4 of them approached Qin Wentian in a curved formation. How much of the Yi family's power has been mobilized to hunt me? Qin Wentian inquired, fixing his gaze on Ofeng. The Yi family? Many wish to see your end, including your crippled uncle who dared to rebel. He will surely meet the guillotine. Qin Hao and Qin Chuan have already been imprisoned in the Black Fortress. Ofeng replied with a cold smile. He then waved his hand, and instantly, the 3 to his sides charged toward Qin Wentian, their murderous intentions palpable. Suddenly, a terrifying arrow sliced through the air behind Qin Wentian, hurtling toward Ofeng with the speed of lightning. To the left, Fan Li's voice rang out, prompting Qin Wentian to lunge toward the body refinement stage adversary on his left. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh arrows continuously pierced the air, targeting the 3, leaving only the individual on the left for Qin Wentian. Break. The starry essence of Ofeng's spear manifested. The spear formed from gathered stars howling as it thrust toward the incoming arrows. However, the arrows seemed to subtly shift their trajectory, narrowly evading the spear and aiming directly for his brow. How is this possible? Ofeng's expression changed dramatically. In a panic, he unleashed a colossal palm strike, summoning a tempest. Yet, he was forced to retreat as the arrow was deflected, though it still pierced through his palm, blood oozing from his hand. Arrows capable of changing direction. Not only did Ofeng suffer such a fate, but the other 2 were not faring well either. One of the body refinement stage practitioners was directly pierced through the brow, succumbing to the arrow's lethal strike. As they encountered the onslaught of arrows, Qin Wentian lunged towards the corporeal cultivator on the left. When he unleashed his fist, it roared forth like a true dragon, a thunderous cry that resonated through the heavens, carrying with it an unfathomable might. In that fleeting moment before impact, the corporeal cultivator regretted his decision, realizing that his strength paled in comparison to Qin Wentian's. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Qin Wentian's dragon-descending fist surged forward like a relentless tide. The opponent, unable to even summon his star soul in time, was obliterated by the fist's radiant energy, meeting his demise. In mere moments, Fan Lu and Qin Wentian had dispatched 2 adversaries. Chapter 36. Burn, Youth Impressive. Qin Wentian smiled at Fan Lu. Steadying himself, Fan Lu drew his bow into a perfect arc, 3 arrows poised on the string. "I'm a genius," Fan Lu grinned. Qin Wentian had to admit that this somewhat unscrupulous chubby fellow was indeed a prodigy. "You'd best not meddle, or you will meet a grim fate." Feng's gaze was fixed on Fan Lu perched in the tree, his expression fierce. "First, deal with the one beside you," Fan Lu continued to smile. Seemingly unfazed by Feng's words, Qin Wentian nodded, his gaze turning icy as it fell upon the youth next to Feng. In that instant, as Fan Li's voice faded, the 3 arrows shot forth simultaneously, transforming into 3 blades of light aimed at Feng. In the blink of an eye, Fan Lu drew 3 more arrows from his back, his movements remarkably fluid. This time, a brilliant star of arrows materialized behind him, the celestial river of stars. With countless constellations, all represented the martial destinies. Any martial star could exist, and Fan Li's star soul was a manifestation connecting to a crescent-shaped bow star. At that moment, the arrows in Fan Li's hand shimmered with the brilliance of the stars and surged forth once more. Qin Wentian was engaged in a clash with another adversary, both releasing their star souls. His was a radiant hammer of the heavens, while his opponent's star soul resembled a towering iceberg, each strike emanating a biting chill. With a resounding crash, as they collided again, Qin Wentian felt an icy force penetrate his being, attempting to freeze his star veins, while his opponent's arm went numb from the impact. Despite possessing the 8th level of body refinement, Qin Wentian was astonished by the terrifying strength of his foe. "There are demonic beasts, Qin Wentian, hunt them down." Fan Li's expression grew serious. This time, he abandoned his self-crafted arrows and harnessed the power of the stars to strike at Qin Wentian's opponent, sealing off their escape route. With a thunderous roar, the star power within Qin Wentian surged violently, flooding through the newly opened star veins like a tidal wave, transforming him into a furious dragon, roaring forth with hair flying, ready to annihilate everything in his path. The youth opposite him turned pale as an arrow descended from above. He conjured 2 ice spears, thrusting them upward and forward in defense. "Die!" Qin Wentian roared, unleashing immense force that shattered the spears, charging forward despite the pain in his fists. The overwhelming power sent his opponent staggering back, and an arrow from the heavens descended, piercing through his skull, pinning him in place. Feng witnessed his comrade's demise, yet was thwarted by Fan Li's relentless barrage of arrows. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, Fan Li's arrows were wielded with terrifying precision and could change direction, making them nearly impossible to evade. At that moment, a wave of dreadful demonic energy surged forth. Qin Wentian's gaze shifted forward, revealing a pack of demonic wolves racing toward them, transforming into a terrifying tide of beasts. "Run!" Fan Lu loosed 3 arrows and leapt down from the ancient tree. Turning to flee, Qin Wentian quickly followed suit, sprinting away. "Kill them!" Subsequently, Feng unleashed a furious roar, a moment that stripped him of all dignity. For individuals had pursued Qin Wentian, and now, aside from himself, the other 3 lay lifeless. Even more infuriating was the fact that he possessed superior strength compared to his adversaries, yet he was utterly unable to exert it, ensnared by a relentless barrage of arrows. Qin Wentian paused upon hearing the sound, casting a glance at the nearby Fan Lu. "I observed figures behind the pack of demon wolves from my elevated position. He might have taken control of the Wolf King, as some among them had consolidated beast-taming star souls." Fan Li's face bore an expression of frustration as he remarked to Qin Wentian, "Your star soul is indeed formidable. To wield such overwhelming power at the 8th level of body refinement is astonishing." This rotund fellow was still pondering such matters, prompting Qin Wentian to respond with exasperation. "Perhaps we should prioritize our escape. The demon wolves in this dark forest clearly outrun us, and their strength can easily rend ancient trees. Making a retreat to the branch is futile. It appears we cannot escape," the portly man lamented. In no time, a multitude of demon wolves darted past them like phantoms, swiftly encircling their front and continuing their relentless pursuit. Clearly, these demon wolves regarded them as prey, poised for an encirclement. As they found themselves surrounded on the front and flanks, the leading demon wolf finally halted its charge, turning to reveal its bloodthirsty fangs and malevolent eyes brimming with ferocity. With a soft hiss, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu came to a standstill, their feet grinding against the ground as they ceased their advance, and Fan Lu discarded his bow. In its place, the star soul of the bow glimmered as a celestial bow appeared in his grasp. "Ignite your spirit, young one," Fan Lu proclaimed, and in that instant, it seemed as though he truly ignited. a terrifying aura radiating from him and expanding outward. In an instant, the demon wolves recoiled slightly, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation, while Fan Li's energy surged uncontrollably. "Brother, cover me. I shall slay the Wolf King." Fan Lu's gaze fixated on the largest beast ahead, his eyes sharp as a predator's. A brilliant beam of starlight pierced the heavens, shooting forth like a meteor toward the colossal wolf. The beast roared, its fearsome claws emanating a chilling glow, yet it was incapable of thwarting the arrow's trajectory, which lunged directly at its head. With a howl, the giant wolf attempted to evade, but the arrow, as if endowed with sight, rotated swiftly and remained unyielding. The wolf's expression shifted to one of terror as it raised its massive paw to shield its head. At that moment, the arrow veered suddenly, plunging into the wolf's thigh, producing a chilling sound as the creature's body was pinned to the ground by an overwhelming force. Both Qin Wentian and Fan Lu lunged fiercely toward the giant wolf, but several demon wolves leaped forth to obstruct their path. Get lost. Qin Wentian's star soul manifested, coalescing into a celestial hammer in his hands. He leaped into the air, wielding the hammer with grace, and struck down upon a demon wolf, sending its body crashing to the ground in a shower of blood and flesh. Qin Wentian's movements did not falter in the slightest. He wielded the technique of relentless refinement with fervor, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the nearby demon wolves, carving a path for Fan Lu. Fan Li's body surged forward, racing to the front of the colossal wolf pinned to the ground. 3 arrows, poised and ready, screamed through the air, piercing the beast. The giant wolf attempted to shield its head with its claws, but the arrows, shot at such close range, bore overwhelming force, shattering its claws and ultimately, the last star arrow penetrated the wolf's skull. Splendid. A smile graced Qin Wentian's lips as he beheld the scene. That giant wolf was a level 4 beast, stronger than those at the second stage of the Meridian realm, and Fan Lu had vanquished it on the spot. In that moment, the figure of the stout man seemed to grow considerably taller. A chilling wolf howl reverberated through the jungle, and from behind the pack of wolves emerged a youth clad in animal skins, his countenance icy. Beneath him lay another massive demon wolf. Nearby, Feng also stood, casting a frigid smile towards Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, as if regarding them as mere corpses. To his surprise, a new student had emerged from the Imperial Star Academy, one endowed with bloodline power. Feng gazed at Fan Lu, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Fan Lu possesses bloodline power. It is the strength of the bloodline. Qin Wentian mused inwardly. Having followed Old He for many years, he was well aware of the significance of bloodline strength. Martial artists connect with the martial destiny stars to condense star souls, relying on perception, talent, and perseverance. In contrast, the human bloodline is largely dependent on heredity. Those with potent bloodline powers often pass such abilities to their descendants, concealed within the blood. Some may awaken this power, while others may not. Thus, it is possible for bloodline power to be activated after several generations or to manifest due to bloodline mutations. Moreover, different types of bloodline power bestow varied abilities upon martial practitioners, and it seemed that Fan Li's bloodline could ignite his combat prowess, rendering him even stronger. Damn it, I killed the wrong one. Fan Li muttered under his breath, then shifted his steps towards Qin Wentian, stating, "My bloodline is the Imperial Flame bloodline, capable of igniting combat strength. I can infuse the power of the Imperial Flame bloodline into your body, causing your blood to boil for a brief period and granting you its effects, thereby enhancing your battle prowess." Very well. Qin Wentian nodded, and Fan Li's palms surged with a torrent of bloodline energy, transforming into a blood-red hand that pressed firmly against Qin Wentian's back. The Imperial Flame bloodline surged into Qin Wentian's body, and in an instant, he felt his blood boil, his aura rising, igniting with fervor. Boom. However, in that fleeting moment, Qin Wentian's body shuddered violently, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, sending tremors through the air. Fan Lu sensed something amiss. Watching Qin Wentian as he began to tremble, his complexion turning crimson, as if blood might spill forth. It seemed as though a primordial beastly force was threatening to consume Qin Wentian himself. I don't know. There is a force within my blood that is devouring your bloodline power, and I cannot control it. Qin Wentian's body convulsed increasingly. Damn it. Bloodline conflict? Can it work this way? The flesh upon the plump man's face quivered momentarily. Qin Wentian possessed a bloodline power, potentially of a higher caliber than that of his Imperial Flame bloodline. Fan Lu was acutely aware that bloodline powers typically lay dormant within an individual, only to be awakened under extraordinary circumstances. It was evident that within Qin Wentian resided a latent bloodline power, unbeknownst to him, which had been triggered by his imperial star bloodline. It remained uncertain whether this occasion would fully awaken the bloodline power within Qin Wentian. If successful, he would be able to harness this power at will in the future. If not, the bloodline power would remain in its dormant state. Chapter 37. Inversion of black and white. Feng's gaze fixated on Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, who were encircled by a pack of demonic wolves, his eyes brimming with a growing intensity of malice. The awakening of bloodline powers is a rarity among martial cultivators, yet these two possessed such bloodlines. They must be eliminated without delay. Mu Yi, take action, Feng commanded, directing his attention to the beast skin-clad youth upon the back of the Wolf King. How are you holding up? Fan Lu inquired, as he released a flurry of arrows from his starry bow. The second-tier demonic wolves exploded under the onslaught of his terrifying projectiles, though the third-tier wolves proved to be quite formidable. Third-tier beasts possess strength comparable to a human at the third stage of body refinement, and their wild nature often allows them to surpass martial cultivators at the seventh stage, reaching levels of the eighth or even ninth stage. I cannot control it, Qin Wentian grimaced, the overwhelming force of the bloodline beyond his grasp. How enviable. The rotund companion grinned, acknowledging the potency of an uncontrollable bloodline, one that Qin Wentian could not master. Since it cannot be controlled, let it burn brightly. With that, the stout figure plunged an arrow into the skull of a demonic wolf lunging at Qin Wentian. A drop of wolf blood splattered across Qin Wentian's face, igniting a frenzied glint in his eyes. He relinquished all restraint, feeling the terrifying bloodline power roar and churn within him, emanating an aura of sovereign dominance. Kill! Qin Wentian bellowed, and in that instant, the eyes of the wolves shimmered with a hint of reverence. A blood-red halo enveloped him as he unleashed the dragon-slaying fist, which struck forth like a roaring crimson dragon, obliterating a third-tier wolf and showering the vicinity with a rain of blood. A wolf sprang forth from behind, its agility remarkable and its numbers overwhelming. Even though Qin Wentian and Fan Li's combat prowess could contend with fourth-tier wolves, they found themselves at a disadvantage against such a horde. Get lost, Fan Lu shouted, rushing to Qin Wentian's side, his voice filled with fury. For the first time, he unleashed his second star soul, a visage resembling a devil with haunting eyes, causing the wolf lunging at Qin Wentian to falter and plummet. Meanwhile, Fan Li's arrow struck true, piercing the beast's skull once more. At this moment, Qin Wentian surged forward, the dragon-slaying fist carving a path through the carnage. Yet the tide of wolves remained relentless. Brother, target the Wolf King, Fan Lu roared, blocking the path behind Qin Wentian. With a resounding thud, Qin Wentian's foot stomped the ground, causing fissures to erupt as he leapt into the air, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the advancing wolf. As he landed, a tremendous force propelled him forward, his form arcing like a sharp arrow racing ahead. Awoo! The Wolf King howled, compelling the entire pack to abandon Fan Lu and converge upon Qin Wentian. I'll give it my all. Fan Li's expression hardened as he unleashed his dual star souls, the brilliance of his starry bow dazzling as 9 arrows soared simultaneously through the air, the sounds of impact echoing as the wolves on either side of Qin Wentian fell. 1 arrow for each beast. At this moment, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu were both in a frenzied state, unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows that sought to claim lives. When Feng and the beast-skin youth Mu Yi caught sight of Qin Wentian charging madly towards them, their pupils constricted. At this instant, it seemed as though Qin Wentian's bloodline ignited, plunging him into an extreme state of fury, his strength surging to terrifying levels. Feng, you are at the second level of the wheel pulse, with dual star souls, Mu Yi said to Feng, clearly urging him to intercept Qin Wentian. Feng's expression hardened as he unleashed his dual star souls. The star soul of the long spear and the star soul of the shield manifested before him. This time, he took no chances, for had he released his second star soul during his initial encounter with Fan Lu, he would not have suffered an injury to his palm from the arrows. The 2 star souls complemented each other. The first focused on offense, while the second fortified defense. The rampaging Qin Wentian charged forth, and Feng bellowed in fury, causing the spear to tremble in the air. The poison dragon spear technique unleashed a terrifying force, resembling a black dragon roaring towards Qin Wentian. As a practitioner at the second level of the wheel pulse, Feng had opened 2 will pulses, wielding divine powers of immense strength. The frenzied Qin Wentian struck out with the dragon descending fist, unleashing a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry. Shattering the void with an explosive sound, his momentum unstoppable. What formidable power! Feng's expression darkened. The force emitted by Qin Wentian had long surpassed that of 200 bulls, akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down upon him. Kill. Feng's spear technique resembled a venomous dragon, piercing directly towards Qin Wentian's eyes. However, in that moment, Qin Wentian extended his left hand and suddenly grasped the spear, blood gushing from his palm. Yet, his right fist, imbued with unparalleled might, struck towards Feng. Madman! Feng's face changed drastically. The power of the stars coalesced into an illusory shield, shimmering brilliantly in defense. With a thunderous crash, the ethereal shield shattered, and the overwhelming force sent Feng flying. At that moment, numerous figures of students appeared in the distance, drawn by the commotion of the earlier battle, as the howls of wolves echoed, attracting many onlookers. Simultaneously, the ground trembled with the sound of galloping hoofs. Yet, in their state of frenzy, neither Qin Wentian nor Fan Lu had time to heed the presence of others. Their eyes were solely focused on slaughter. A vast pack of wolves had nearly been decimated by Fan Lu's rapid-fire arrows. As he and Qin Wentian charged ahead towards Feng, simultaneously unleashing 3 tracking arrows towards the Wolf King and Mu Yi. Damn it, my star power is almost depleted. Fan Lu muttered under his breath. The bow and arrows vanished from his hands, yet he continued to race alongside Qin Wentian, pursuing the isolated Feng. Coughing a few times, Feng's lips bled, his complexion pale as he sprinted towards a nearby slope, revealing a deep-seated apprehension in his eyes. Upon the slope, numerous figures suddenly emerged, riding upon dragon steeds, the senior students supervising this trial in the dark forest. Stop! Qin, mounted on a dragon steed, lunged forward, roaring with fury, causing Qin Wentian and Fan Lu's pupils to constrict. Fan Lu halted, channeling his remaining star power into a bow and 3 arrows, which shot through the air towards Feng. Impudent! A glint of cold light flickered in Qin's eyes as the dragon steed beneath him transformed into a tempest. The spear in his hand sliced through the air, emitting a resplendent beam of light, while 3 arrows simultaneously detonated in the void. You seek death. With that, Qin unleashed his spear, hurtling directly towards Fan Lu. Fan Lu's expression shifted dramatically as he leaped backward, the spear striking the ground and causing the earth to shatter. The recoil from the impact sent a shockwave that struck Fan Lu's head, propelling him away. Fatty! Qin Wentian's face froze, his steps halting before Qin, who sat regally upon the dragon steed. Qin gazed down at him, his demeanor frigid as he coldly remarked, "You are here to hunt beasts. Yet you dare turn against your own comrades." As his words fell, Qin swung a fist towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his hand to block, but the overwhelming force was beyond his capacity to withstand. He was sent skidding across the ground, blood surging within him, his furious gaze locked onto Qin, radiating a fierce killing intent. This time, Feng sought to eliminate them. How could Qin remain oblivious? Yet now he twisted the truth. "You are exceedingly audacious." A cool voice interjected as Mo Chi-Ching arrived on her flying crane, her gaze toward Qin Wentian and Fan Lu tinged with coldness. Mo Chi-Ching recognized Qin Wentian, yet she was taken aback to witness him attempting to harm his fellow students during the assessment. Had she known this would transpire, she might have reconsidered her decision not to rescue him. "Miss Mo, these two are so brazen. Should they be dealt with here?" Qin inquired of Mo Chi-Ching. "I do not wish to witness fratricide. Let them go, but there must not be a next time," Mo Chi-Ching replied coldly. "Very well." Qin nodded. Turning to Qin Wentian, he declared, "Today, I spare your wretched life. Depart." The tumultuous bloodline power within Qin Wentian gradually subsided. With a frigid gaze, he glanced at Qin and Mo Chi-Ching, then allowed a chilling smile to grace his lips. "You all are quite impressive." Qin Wentian's smile bore a hint of desolation as he approached the injured Fan Lu, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm tough. I won't die easily," Fan Lu grinned. "Brother? It seems that beautiful women aren't necessarily goddesses. Let us go." Qin Wentian shot a glare at the fat man, then hoisted him onto his back, walking off into the distance while muttering under his breath, "Fatty, you are truly heavy." Mo Chi-Ching observed the 2 forlorn figures, sensing an inexplicable disquiet. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared as a snow dog leaped before her. Behind her, Ruo Huan arrived on a cold eagle, hovering in midair as she regarded the departing figures. "Mo Chi-Ching, you have gone too far," she remarked coolly. Mo Chi-Ching looked at Ruo Huan, confusion etched upon her face. A pang of inexplicable pain gripped her heart. "He is Qin Wentian." Mo Chi-Ching gazed at the distant silhouette, her heart heavy with sorrow. Chapter 38. The heart of darkness in the depths of the dark forest, Qin Wentian hurriedly carried Fan Lu on his back. Despite his own weakened state, he felt an urgent need to vacate the area to avoid drawing attention again. Neither he nor Fan Lu possessed the strength to continue fighting. What a stroke of misfortune, Fan Lu lamented from Qin Wentian's back. Had I known it would be this perilous, I wouldn't have meddled in affairs that didn't concern me. I, the plump one, still have much to accomplish. Silence, will you? Qin Wentian muttered under his breath, annoyed by the incessant chatter of the rotund figure. If you keep talking, I might just collapse. Exhausted, Qin Wentian recalled their earlier frenzied state, both of them fueled by a surge of bloodline power. However, the exertion had left them severely depleted, and their internal star power had been entirely consumed, rendering them exceedingly weak. Especially Fan Lu, who, already drained, had suffered a grievous wound from Ochen's weapon, causing a continual flow of blood. Fortunately, Qin Wentian was adept at acupoint techniques and had staunched the bleeding, but Fan Lu remained utterly powerless. I believe in swift retribution, but as a young genius, I must cultivate for another year or two before seeking vengeance, Fan Lu mused aloud. Qin Wentian, why is your realm so low? If only you had reached the Wheel Meridian realm, dealing with that scoundrel Foam would be effortless. Ignoring Fan Li's incessant prattling, Qin Wentian pressed on towards a nearby cave. Given their current condition, encountering a ferocious beast would be a death sentence. Upon nearing the cave, he gently set Fan Lu down and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Fan Lu, you should meditate and regain some strength, otherwise we will be in dire straits if we encounter a beast, Qin Wentian advised, settling into a meditative pose. Fan Lu mirrored his actions, both of them in a state of utter fatigue. Surely, we can't be this unfortunate, Fan Lu said, reopening his eyes just as a ferocious leopard approached. Fixating on them from within the cave, Qin Wentian's expression stiffened. He struggled to rise once more. With a sudden surge, the leopard lunged forward, swift as lightning. Simultaneously, the snow dog beside Qin Wentian transformed into a white phantom, its speed surpassing that of the leopard. A deep growl emanated from the snow dog, and to Qin Wentian's astonishment, the creature's form expanded dramatically, resembling the size of a third-level demon wolf. In an instant, it clamped its jaws around the leopard's throat. In the blink of an eye, the leopard crashed to the ground, its arteries severed, and it succumbed to its injuries almost immediately. Transformation? Is that possible? Both Fan Lu and Qin Wentian were taken aback. What left them even more speechless was the snow dog, which turned and approached the cave. Displaying an almost endearing demeanor towards Qin Wentian, its expression was quite ridiculous. Gradually, it returned to its smaller size, yet the formerly silly expression now appeared charming. What astonishing speed! Qin Wentian thought, a sense of awe welling within him. This little rascal is playing the fool while hunting the tiger. Let us call him Little Rascally, Fan Lu chuckled. How utterly ridiculous! Qin Wentian cast a disdainful glance at Fan Lu, remarking, nevertheless, the name isn't too bad. With that, he broke into a grin, and thus, the unfortunate snow dog was christened Little Rascal. With Little Rascal keeping watch outside, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu felt a sense of peace as they pursued their cultivation. As night fell, the stellar energy within both of them surged once more. Fan Lu opened his eyes and was taken aback by the violent, resonating sounds emanating from Qin Wentian's body. He could not help but marvel inwardly, for the commotion accompanying his own cultivation was nowhere near as tumultuous. Yet, the tenacity of this fellow was evident. Having just regained a modicum of strength, he immediately resumed his body-refining practices through his techniques. Fan Lu understood well that after the events of the day, Qin Wentian must be eager to elevate his realm swiftly, as they were still awaiting their revenge. Ochen, Feng, how he looked forward to it. A sly smile crept across Fan Li's face, tinged with a hint of coldness. He stepped forward, clutching the body of the demon leopard as he made his way outside, intent on satiating his hunger. When Qin Wentian opened his eyes, he beheld Fan Lu, rather unrefined, tearing into roasted leopard meat, grease smeared across his plump visage, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. You, having just regained some strength, are being rather ostentatious. That scent and the flames will surely attract beasts soon, Qin Wentian muttered under his breath. Yet, the recovery prowess of martial cultivators was indeed formidable. After a day of exhausting exertion, they had remarkably restored much of their vitality in a mere half-day. Thus, it was prudent to eat heartily and depart swiftly. Fan Lu devoured his meal with gusto, and Qin Wentian joined him, noticing the little rascal squatting beside him, gazing at him with a pleading expression. How much can you possibly eat with that little frame? Qin Wentian remarked as he offered a piece of leopard meat to the little rascal, who happily began to munch away. Typically, demon beasts absorb the essence of the heavens and earth for growth. This leopard meat was indeed a nourishing delicacy. As Fan Lu ate, he mused aloud. And Qin Wentian could feel the energy contained within the leopard meat. For an ordinary person, consuming such beastly flesh would likely lead to a swift restoration of strength. For the coming month, we shall revel in luxury, Fan Lu declared, rising to his feet. A demon beast approaches. We should make our exit. Agreed, Qin Wentian nodded. And together with the little rascal, they departed. They sought out another location, where Fan Lu, having filled his belly, began to sleep while Qin Wentian cultivated alone. With the little rascal on lookout. By day, the trio ventured out together, hunting demon beasts and naturally indulging in the delectable meat. Before long, it had been 10 days since the Martial Academy's members had entered the dark forest, and now the students had delved deep within, treading cautiously. At this moment, within a thicket, a group of individuals moved slowly. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing their expressions to change. They soon beheld a colossal iron-armored rhinoceros charging towards them, uprooting ancient trees in its wake. This was a peak level 3 demon beast, the iron-armored rhinoceros, exuding an overwhelming force. The group trembled, attempting to flee, but the gale struck their faces, and they could only watch as the iron-armored rhinoceros surged past them. To their astonishment, on either side of the armored rhinoceros, 2 youthful figures sprinted forward with alarming speed. "Fatty, take action," a voice commanded, and almost immediately, several starry arrows arced through the air, seemingly guided by an unseen force, as they relentlessly pursued the armored beast. With a flurry of 9 arrows, the armored rhinoceros appeared to be cornered, abruptly halting its advance. In that instant, another youth surged through the swirling dust, delivering a powerful punch that resonated with an almost draconic roar. With a resounding thud, the boy's fist struck the rhinoceros squarely on its forehead, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. They then witnessed the creature convulsing before collapsing heavily to the ground, emitting a dull thud. Such formidable strength. The armored rhinoceros, known for its impregnable defense, had been felled by a single blow. The onlookers were struck with awe as they beheld a snow-white hound leap onto the beast's back. Sporting a mischievous expression, the youths were none other than Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. Fan Lu stepped forward and remarked to Qin Wentian, "You monstrous individual. Your strength has become even more ferocious since breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement. Over the past 10 days of rigorous training, Qin Wentian had successfully ascended to the 9th and final tier of body refinement. By harnessing the violent stellar energy from the celestial hammer start to refine his physique. Coupled with the amplification from the 5th level of the stellar soul, it was no wonder his power was so formidable. I envy you. Can you manipulate your bloodline power at will?" Fatty inquired with a sly grin, hands planted on his hips. Instantly, Qin Wentian's countenance fell. Although he possessed a high-level bloodline power, he could not wield it freely. It lay dormant within him, eluding his perception. Moreover, aside from that serpent strike, do you possess any other techniques? Fan Lu continued. Indeed, you should hasten your cultivation. That day against Qin was quite embarrassing, and without relying on bloodline power, it would be quite challenging to contend with Feng. Fan Lu narrowed his eyes and strode forward. Qin Wentian nodded. The reason he had managed to defeat Feng, despite the latter being at the 2nd level of the Wheel Meridian, was entirely due to the explosive energy derived from his bloodline power. Now, in the 9th level of body refinement, he found it exceedingly difficult to triumph over Feng. Meanwhile, in another part of the dark forest, a flock of birds circled above, while below, Feng and Mu Yi had gathered once more, accompanied by 2 additional figures. Feng, the Qin family has long fallen into decline after being dispatched to Tianyong City for so many years. You expect me to intervene against a mere descendant of the Qin family in the realm of body refinement? One individual scrutinized Feng with an air of disdain. He was Hua Yun, a 2nd-year student from the Imperial Star Academy who had opened for Wheel Meridians and was also a member of the nobility. In the dark forest, participants from the 9 major academies were engaged in trials. However, it was impossible to prevent others from entering. Hua Yun happened to be training in the forest when he encountered Feng. The other youth was Yu Zhan from the Royal Academy, also at the 2nd level of the Wheel Meridian. That fellow has a companion with bloodline power, making him somewhat troublesome, he noted. Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He kept the fact that Qin Wentian possessed a bloodline to himself. He was determined to ensure that Qin Wentian perished in the dark forest, thus erasing the humiliation he felt from being pursued and fleeing in disgrace. Mu Yi, act now, O Feng commanded. Mu Ye's gaze shifted towards the void. And in an instant, the circling birds of prey surged forth in all directions, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 39. The unrelenting spirit Fan Li's cultivation was at the first level of the wheel vein realm, while Qin Wentian had reached the 9th level of body refinement. As long as they refrained from venturing too deep into the dark forest and exercised caution, they were unlikely to encounter peril. Thus, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu enjoyed a leisurely existence. Qin Wentian, have you begun to challenge the wheel vein realm? What kind of stellar soul do you desire for your second? Fan Lu inquired as they traversed the thicket. He was eager to see Qin Wentian condense his second stellar soul. The first stellar soul connected with the martial fate star of the third heaven. Therefore, it was undeniable that the second stellar soul would at least establish a connection with the third level. Bestowing upon Qin Wentian the formidable power of the dominant heavenly hammer star soul, something Fan Lu had keenly observed. I'm still contemplating. The celestial river of the 9 heavens is boundless. This time, I must choose wisely, Qin Wentian replied with a smile, equally anticipating the emergence of his second stellar soul. You are quite the anomaly, Fan Lu muttered under his breath. Many struggle to linger even briefly in the first heaven, hastily connecting with the martial fate stars. Yet here you are, leisurely deliberating on the third level. However, he added with a serious demeanor, though you may be extraordinary, there remains a gap between us. Qin Wentian had long grown accustomed to Fan Li's boastful remarks, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he deliberately sought to provoke the rotund companion. There's a fight occurring, they both exclaimed simultaneously, swiftly propelling themselves forward with great agility, closely pursued by an inconspicuous little rascal hidden in the underbrush. Not far from Qin Wentian, Lu Yin found herself in a state of despair. She had not anticipated encountering a 4th-level beast, the azure scale python. Before her, the serpent coiled like a small house, ensnaring her friend Zhuo Fan and swallowing him whole, a brutal scene that left her trembling in fear. Lu Yin, run! Liu shouted desperately upon seeing her frozen in place. Yet, Lu Yin was merely 16. The horrifying sight shattered her composure. As she watched the azure scale python slither closer, terror rendered her body quaking, her gaze fixated in a daze at the looming serpent. The python's enormous form halted before Lu Yin, casting its gaze upon her. In that moment, her spirit broke entirely, and she failed to hear the rush of wind approaching from the side. Vile beast! Qin Wentian shot forth like an arrow, targeting the python's head. He unleashed the third form of the dragon-subduing fist, the 9 heavens dragon roar, creating a tempest of force. The cold eyes of the azure scale python turned towards him as it lunged, its gaping maw aimed at Qin Wentian's body. Go! Qin Wentian bellowed at Lu Yin below. He seized the python's massive tail and was flung into the air. Simultaneously, a barrage of arrows surged forth, aimed directly at the python's eyes. Only then did Lu Yin regain her senses and turn to flee, while Qin Wentian collided forcefully with a large tree, pain coursing through his body. Fortunately, his physical strength was formidable, sparing him from serious harm. The terrifying roar of the azure scale python pierced the air. Having endured Qin Wentian's strike and then being struck in the eye by Fan Li's pursuing arrow, to their astonishment, it turned and fled. Clearly capable of rational thought rather than succumbing to rage. That hurt, Qin Wentian remarked without pursuing the beast. He glanced at Fan Lu. Not bad, fatty. Hee. The stout figure grinned widely as he approached. His second star soul, the phantom phase star soul, bestowed upon him the ability of telekinesis, enabling him to subtly alter the trajectory of arrows and effortlessly discern the cultivation levels of others. Although this star soul did not directly provide formidable offensive or defensive capabilities, it belonged to the control type, possessing significant potential for growth. After all, at present, the stout man could only apply this power to arrows, using his mental focus to redirect them at critical moments. Yet, as his telekinetic strength grew, he would eventually be able to manipulate swords and objects directly. Are you all right? Qin Wentian inquired as he stepped before Lu Yin, extending his hand toward her, who was seated on the ground, having succumbed to exhaustion after the snake's escape. Upon seeing the smiling youth, a trace of joy flickered across her face as she reached out to grasp Qin Wentian's palm, rising to her feet. It's nothing now. Just be careful in the future, Qin Wentian said with a smile. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, yet as thoughts of Zhuo Fan's demise crossed her mind. A shadow of sorrow clouded her expression. Above the forest, a black crow, drawn in by the earlier commotion, cawed, adding a note of desolation to the atmosphere. Black crow? Fan Lu suddenly lifted his head, squinting at the circling bird overhead, murmuring, It truly is an unrelenting spirit. Qin Wentian raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing what was amiss. He had not forgotten the lesson learned from the previous encounter with the wolf pack. Feng's companion could command beasts. Lu Yin, do not mention our acquaintance. Qin Wentian instructed her, exchanging a knowing glance with Fan Lu before they turned and sprinted deeper into the dark forest. This scene left Lu Yin momentarily stunned, wanting to pursue them. However, at that instant, a fierce wind arose, rustling the leaves, and she caught sight of several avian creatures swooping down from a distance, swiftly passing overhead, with figures atop them. Seeing this, Lu Yu instantly grasped Lu Yan's arm, saying, "Do not chase after them. They have encountered formidable opponents." "Brother." Lu Yan looked at Lu Yu, who continued, "Qin Wentian braved the assault of the azure scale python to save you, indicating he has some feelings for you. However, those riding the birds are evidently much stronger. Remember what Qin Wentian said? We do not know him." As soon as he finished speaking, a young figure was spotted riding atop a third-tier black eagle. Returning to their location, it was Yuzhan, with a smile upon his face. He leaped down and approached Lu Yin and Lu Yu. "I am Yuzhan, a trial student from the Royal Academy. And you?" he asked casually. "The person you just mentioned is Qin Wentian, a candidate from the Imperial Star Academy. However, I fear he may not emerge from the dark forest," Yuzhan inquired. "How long have you known him?" "We've only just met," Lu Yu replied, unable to lie in the face of Yuzhan's smile. "There's no need to be anxious. We only seek to confront him, harboring no malice towards you," Yuzhan reassured them, allowing Lu Yu to relax, though concern for Qin Wentian lingered in Lu Yan's heart. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu dashed forward, but the speed of the avian creatures was astonishing, gradually closing the distance between them. "Little rascal, transform." Qin Wentian let out a roar, and suddenly, a white phantom expanded, swiftly lunging towards Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. The two leaped onto it, feeling a slight squeeze. Once settled, Qin Wentian inquired about their cultivation levels. Among the three, Feng and that beast tamer are manageable, but the last one poses a significant challenge. "My mental power cannot penetrate his cultivation. He is likely above the third level of the wheel vein realm," Fan Lu replied, turning his back to Qin Wentian, his legs clasping the body of the little rascal. With a sudden flourish, he conjured a bow and shot 3 arrows into the air. However, the black eagle evaded with remarkable speed, causing the arrows to veer off course. Coupled with the terrifying velocity of the shadow's flight, Fan Li's mental control struggled to keep pace with the arrows. "This is problematic," Fan Lu muttered in frustration. "Fortunately, this little rascal is fast enough to rival flying creatures. If he weren't carrying us, he could easily shake off any pursuing avian without transforming. Yet, maintaining this state was not a viable solution. We must prepare for battle and eliminate that beast tamer. If we do so, they will lose control of the Black Eagle," Qin Wentian asserted. "Agreed. Let us wait for the right moment." The two began to strategize, while Fan Lu refrained from wasting his stellar energy on further arrows. As they plunged deeper into the dark forest, Huayan felt a sense of vexation. He had not anticipated that hunting the two would be so arduous. The white dog was darting about, and he had lost track of his own location amidst the chaos, aware that formidable beasts could emerge at any moment. Ahead, the dense forest suddenly opened up, revealing a clearing that led into a misty valley. "It is the illusion city," Huayan thought, his pupils contracting as he realized they had reached the edge of the illusion city within the dark forest. Qin Wentian and his companions also came to a halt. For within the misty valley ahead, a city loomed, ethereal and elusive. They appeared to regard this place with trepidation. The stout fellow narrowed his eyes, observing the three who had ceased their pursuit, steadily closing in. This time, escape for Qin Wentian seemed impossible. The two dismounted from the little rascal, whose form shrank back to its original size. A silent exchange passed between Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, and in an instant, Fan Lu drew back his bowstring, releasing 9 stellar arrows that soared through the air, whistling as they hurtled towards Mu Yi. "Little rascal," Qin Wentian shouted, and the little rascal leapt into Qin Wentian's hands. With a swift motion, Qin Wentian flung him towards the void where Mu Yi stood. Upon seeing the 9 arrows racing towards him, Mu Yi froze momentarily, realizing they nearly sealed off his escape. Gathering his strength, he countered the incoming arrows with a fierce strike. Almost simultaneously, a snow dog materialized before him, its body expanding as its sharp claws lunged toward his head. Mu Ye's expression shifted dramatically as he directed the black eagle upwards. However, the little rascal's claws tore into the beast's head, sending the black eagle plummeting while Mu Ye lost his balance and began to fall. All of this transpired in an instant, too swift to comprehend. The 9 arrows had merely served to immobilize Mu Yi for a fleeting moment, and in that moment, he found himself ensnared in a desperate predicament. On the edge of the mist, the rotund figure's arrow was aimed directly at him, and he grinned widely. Chapter 40. The impact of the wheel pulse realm. As Mai beheld the lecherous grin of the rotund figure, his heart sank into despair. In the wheel pulse realm, he found himself utterly devoid of leverage in the void, helplessly watching as arrows sliced through the air. With a desperate effort, Mai managed to deflect 2 arrows. Yet one struck him squarely in the forehead. This time, the cost of the pursuit was death. Simultaneously, as Mai was struck, Huan leaped directly from the Black Eagle, charging towards Fanla. Qin Wentian stepped forward, rushing to confront Huan, unleashing the ferocious dragon descending fist to counter the oncoming assault. With eyes ablaze with murderous intent, Huan unleashed the terrifying Starfall Fist, a force so immense that Qin Wentian felt a chilling tremor coursing through him. His expression shifted as he utilized the recoil to propel himself backward, colliding forcefully with Fanla. Fanla staggered several steps, nearly retreating into the mist before regaining his footing. What to do if we can't win? Fanla pondered, stabilizing Qin Wentian's body with a frown. The only option left was to flee. Qin Wentian's arm throbbed painfully. Had he not reacted swiftly, it might have been rendered useless. The little rascal seemed to grasp Qin Wentian's intent, dashing towards him. Together, they leaped, and the little rascal led them straight into the mist. This scene momentarily stunned Huan. Did they not realize that the Mist Illusion City was a death trap? Reckless creatures. Their primary aim was to eliminate Mai to prevent him from pursuing them. Feng stepped forward, secretly acknowledging their luck. The duo displayed an extraordinary synergy, compounded by the presence of a shape-shifting beast. Had it not been for the concern over Mai's pursuit, he might have been the initial target for extermination. However, their fate was sealed. The expanse of the dark forest was vast, with certain areas strictly off-limits. The Mist Illusion City was indeed a dead zone. Once entered, escape was impossible. With the task completed, yet Mai's demise required an explanation. Huan turned to depart, leaving Feng with a stiffened expression. This was somewhat troublesome. Within the mist, the little rascal led Qin Wentian and Fanla in a frenzied dash for a while. Is anyone pursuing us? Fanla's voice broke the silence. Seems not, Qin Wentian replied. It feels rather unsettling. Could it be dangerous? Fanla shivered, sensing an ominous presence. Perhaps, Qin Wentian mused. Must we perish here? The rotund figure's voice quivered with despair. In the thick mist, the path became indistinguishable, and they found themselves lost. I still have my pride. If I must die, let it be alongside a beauty. The rotund figure lamented, clutching Qin Wentian in a fit of despair. Qin Wentian responded with a swift kick, sending him tumbling away. After another half-hour, they finally emerged from the mist. Yet, upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A castle loomed ahead. The Mist Illusion City was not merely an illusion but a tangible fortress. Moreover, within the castle, they observed numerous armored soldiers clad in black, exuding an aura of grim intimidation. As they approached, a pair of black-armored warriors advanced, their spears aimed menacingly, the atmosphere of slaughter nearly toppling the rotund figure. Surely, I cannot be this unfortunate, the stout man lamented, his distress palpable. Tears welled up as he realized that all those present were practitioners of the Wheel Meridian realm, each surpassing him in strength, leaving him with no means of escape. Unexpectedly, Qin Wentian discovered a castle hidden within the dark forest, nurturing a cadre of formidable soldiers. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and both Qin Wentian and the stout man's star souls emerged, prepared for flight. At that moment, a figure clad in armor approached from the distance, calling out Qin Wentian's name in a voice tinged with hoarseness, a helmet obscuring his face except for his revealing eyes. Is it possible? Qin Wentian's pupils constricted in surprise. Here, someone recognized him. Everyone, step back, the approaching figure commanded indifferently, prompting the black-armored soldiers to withdraw. Allowing Fan Lu to exhale in relief, grateful for the stout man's survival. Who are you? Qin Wentian inquired, curiosity etched on his face. This misty illusion city was meant to be a dead end. Those who enter have no hope of escape. However, you're the exception. Follow me, the man replied, his voice still raspy, before he turned and strode toward the castle. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu trailed behind, their minds brimming with questions. The enigmatic figure led them to a comfortable abode, where a beautiful maidservant awaited them. Take good care of them, the mysterious man instructed the maid before addressing Qin Wentian. When you wish to leave, simply inform the maid, and I will ensure your exit. But remember, Do not disclose this place to outsiders. Otherwise, I assure you, you will not survive for more than 3 days. Certainly, certainly, the stout man grinned broadly. The mysterious figure cast one last glance at Qin Wentian, remarking, "Your cultivation has reached the 9th level of body refinement. You may attempt to break through to the Wheel Meridian realm." With that, he departed, leaving Qin Wentian in a haze of confusion. Who is he? Fan Lu queried once the mysterious man and maid had exited. How would I know? Qin Wentian shrugged, racking his brain for answers. Should we sneak away? Fan Lu whispered, but as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted it. For a bevy of beautiful maidens entered bearing platters of food, instantly captivating his attention. The maidens set the dishes upon the table before retreating to the side, prompting Fan Lu to exclaim, "Ladies, please join us." The maidens shook their heads, indicating their reluctance. Fan Lu felt a twinge of disappointment, his gaze fixating on the sumptuous feast before him: leopard gallbladder, bear heart, and red-scaled snake fruit, their lavishness overwhelming. Yet, the castle's location in the dark forest, combined with the strength of its inhabitants, undoubtedly conferred a natural advantage. To Fan Li's astonishment, shortly thereafter, someone delivered several star meteorites to Qin Wentian, claiming they were meant to aid him in breaking through his cultivation. Fan Lu began to suspect that Qin Wentian might indeed be the lord of this castle. As the saying goes, a good brother values loyalty. Thus, the stout man generously shared the star meteorites with Qin Wentian, concerned that he might not utilize them fully. Upon witnessing the star meteorite presented by his companion, Qin Wentian discerned that the other party bore no ill intentions. Otherwise, such a gesture would be unnecessary. In the ensuing moments, he commenced his tranquil cultivation, recognizing the pressing need to transcend his current realm. As for Fan Lu, he relished the complimentary delicacies and engaged in delightful conversations with the enchanting elder sister, living a life of sheer bliss. The culinary offerings here were certainly of royal quality, likely surpassing even those available to the offspring of the Chu royal family, proving immensely beneficial for cultivation. Besides the splendid treatment, they were never disturbed by anyone. As the night deepened like ink, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged on the ground. The ethereal mist above could not obscure the gentle cascade of starlight. At this juncture, a rumbling sound emanated from within him, as if a unique radiance coursed through his being. His physical form shimmered, bathed in starlight. He had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Fan Lu, lazily reclined nearby, observed Qin Wentian's diligent practice. This fellow was indeed tenacious, having immersed himself in cultivation for days on end. A soft sound echoed, prompting Fan Lu to squint at Qin Wentian. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was beginning to activate his acupoints. Was he about to challenge the Wheel Meridian realm? The rapidity of his cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. It seemed hardly any time had elapsed since his last breakthrough. Fan Lu mused, acknowledging that while the sumptuous food and the external influence of the star meteorite were factors, Qin Wentian's own cultivation techniques and star soul were undoubtedly formidable, perfectly suited for body refinement. The realm of body refinement aims to forge a flawless physique. Those with inferior techniques or weaker star power bestowed by their celestial constellations experience diminished results in body refinement. Conversely, the more superior the technique, the more potent the star power within, facilitating swift body refinement and allowing for the creation of a perfect body in a brief span. Clearly, Qin Wentian belonged to the latter category, endowed with an aggressive technique and an equally fierce star soul. The tumultuous star power from the hammer star continually descended into Qin Wentian's body, where an endless flow of stellar energy circulated, converging within each acupoint and launching an intense assault. Within the human body, numerous meridians and acupoints exist. To reach the Wheel Meridian realm, one must activate and stimulate all acupoints, enabling the body to store greater amounts of energy. Subsequently, the meridians must be connected, forging a complete wheel meridian that allows for unobstructed circulation of energy throughout every part of the body, enhancing not only offensive capabilities but also sensory faculties such as vision and hearing. Both ordinary martial practitioners and warriors of destiny can strive for the Wheel Meridian realm. As each acupoint was activated, a pained expression crossed Qin Wentian's face. The process of opening and stimulating acupoints was inherently excruciating. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, causing the previously tranquil space to resonate with crisp popping sounds. Beside him, Fan Lu silently marveled at his tenacity. This fellow was indeed commendable. Yet, despite this acknowledgement, a smile lingered on his lips. He vividly recalled the disdainful gaze of Chun and the relentless pursuit of Feng. It was imperative for this individual to dedicate himself to rigorous training, striving for an early breakthrough to coalesce his second star soul. Nowadays, the month-long assessment period seems to have come to an end. As dawn breaks, the students emerging from the dark forest for their trials gradually step out, while the instructors from the 9 academies await them outside. Those who have emerged from the dark forest will soon become members of their respective academies. Jiang Zhen and Mo Shang stand together, accompanied by Chun, Mo Qingcheng, and Ruo Huan. Feng has appeared. Upon seeing Feng, Jiang Zhen's lips curl into a smile, for he knows that Feng will soon join his faction. However, Ruo Huan's beautiful eyes flicker with displeasure, recalling that Feng had once laid hands on Qin Wentian within the dark forest. Although Mo Qingcheng and she had kept a close watch over Chun, they could not guarantee that Feng would not seek assistance from others, especially since the candidates for this assessment hail from various regions, most of whom are unfamiliar with one another, except for a few nobles from the imperial city who have mutual acquaintances. Mo Qingcheng cast a frosty glance at Feng, causing him to stiffen, lowering his head in deference and unable to meet her gaze. Before this woman, he felt utterly diminished, despite his desire to steal another look at her. Mo Qingcheng remains fixated on the departing candidates, burdened with guilt over the events of that day. When she witnessed Qin Wentian pursuing Feng, she had reprimanded Qin Wentian without inquiring into the details of the incident. However, as the sun sets and crimson hues spill over the dark forest, Qin Wentian still has not appeared, while over 300 students from the Emperor Star Academy have emerged. Compared to other academies, the Emperor Star Academy boasts the highest assessment pass rate, yet its numbers remain the smallest. Considering that there are over 100 cities in the Chu Kingdom, alongside young geniuses from other nations arriving, 300 individuals indeed seem rather insignificant. Feng, what has happened to Qin Wentian? Mo Qingcheng's icy gaze suddenly lands on Feng as she inquires coldly. I do not know. The dark forest is vast, and he may have encountered a demon beast. Feng replies, his voice tinged with anxiety. A formidable aura radiates from Mo Qingcheng, causing Feng to retreat behind Chun. She then coldly states, if anything has befallen him due to your actions, you shall face the consequences. With that, Mo Qingcheng turns and departs on her flying crane. Ruo Huan watches Mo Qingcheng's retreating figure, reflecting that since the woman has acknowledged her mistake, she cannot be blamed any further. Her gaze, equally frigid, sweeps over Qin and Feng. I will uncover the truth behind this matter. Mo Shang expresses some regret for having agreed with his master's opinion, knowing that Qin Wentian's cultivation is still weak and that he has been plotted against. If something were to truly happen, it would surely weigh heavily on his conscience. Chapter 41. The Divine Armory in the Blink of an Eye. It has been 7 days since the assessment of the 9 Great Academies Martial Arts Department. The influx of new students has infused vigor into the martial arts divisions of each academy. Today marks the first day of this new chapter, and presently on the battle platform stands Feng, whose prowess among the newcomers is notably formidable. Having vanquished his opponent, he exudes an air of confidence and triumph. However, as she observes this scene, a fleeting glimmer of coldness passes through Ruo Huan's enchanting eyes. She has always held a fondness for that sunny young man. Did he truly perish in the dark forest? Today, he should also be gracing this stage, not as the most radiant among them, but certainly capable of illuminating the surroundings. At the edge of the dark forest, 2 young men emerge, accompanied by an adorable snow-white dog. The air here is simply splendid, Qin Wentian remarks, gazing at the town ahead with a smile. At this moment, there seems to be a subtle change in his demeanor. His eyes shine brighter than before. He has now activated all his meridians, harnessing the stellar primordial energy, while completely unblocking the star veins, transforming them into a celestial circulatory system that connects with his organs and permeates throughout his body. Having reached the body refinement stage, he has forged a perfect physique. Stepping into the circulatory vein stage, he has stimulated all his meridians, enhancing his sensory perception and agility, thereby elevating his physical attributes across the board. Ladies of the Imperial City, I am coming. The stout companion closes his eyes, inhaling deeply in a state of bliss. Suddenly, Qin Wentian delivers a swift kick, causing the stout fellow to nearly lose his balance. Qin Wentian, you have gone too far, he exclaims, hands on his hips, glaring at Qin Wentian. But as Qin Wentian turns to face him, the stout man's bravado diminishes, memories of his previous humiliating defeat at Qin Wentian's hands flooding back, prompting him to mutter under his breath, you bully the stout too much. With that, the stout man strides ahead, while Qin Wentian follows with a subtle smile. It is hard for him to overlook the stout's antics. After all, the stout fellow had shamelessly summoned a maid to his room for a late-night chat just before their departure from the Illusion City. That had led to a rather vigorous reprimand from Qin Wentian. One may be lewd, but one should not invoke his name to flirt with ladies. Reflecting on his experiences within the ancient castle of Illusion City, Qin Wentian remains puzzled about the identity of the person who recognized him. Not only did this individual spare his life, but they treated him with unexpected kindness. Upon reaching the city gates, Qin Wentian prepares to enter, only to spot a familiar figure waiting outside, the unmistakable presence of Feng Ping. Master, Feng Ping, perched on a nearby stone, lights up at the sight of Qin Wentian and quickly jogs over. Noticing the dust covering Feng Ping, Qin Wentian feels a warmth in his heart, surprised yet pleased that Feng Ping awaited his arrival here. What brings you here? Qin Wentian inquires. By the way, Master, I have found a safe place, Feng Ping replies with a smile, seemingly recalling something joyous. Let us continue as we walk, Qin Wentian suggests. Very well, Feng Ping agrees. Feng Ping nodded slightly and proceeded to introduce to Qin Wentian. Among the numerous factions in the Imperial City, there exists an extraordinarily powerful entity known as the Divine Armament Pavilion. This formidable force primarily deals in divine weapons. Yet it also engages in the trade of various other treasures, boasting that anything you wish to acquire can be procured from the Divine Armament Pavilion, particularly an extensive array of divine weapons. Consequently, the pavilion employs many guest craftsmen who forge weapons on their behalf. However, unlike the Star River Guild, they do not undertake tasks, they merely sell treasures. Currently, I serve as a guest craftsman at the Divine Armament Pavilion. Indeed. What compensation do they offer you for assisting in weapon forging? Qin Wentian inquired. The treatment varies according to the rank of the guest craftsman. For instance, one gains access to the Martial Arts Pavilion to cultivate different levels of techniques and divine abilities. A fixed monthly stipend of Essence Stones and Starfall Stones is provided. Guest craftsmen of higher ranks enjoy exceptionally favorable conditions at the Divine Armament Pavilion, even surpassing those of the Star River Guild, Feng Ping continued. Qin Wentian appeared contemplative. Feng Ping's position as a guest craftsman at the Divine Armament Pavilion was indeed an excellent choice. He could engage in weapon forging, reaping benefits while facilitating his future endeavors, such as obtaining Starfall Stones for cultivation through Feng Ping's connections. Feng Ping, if you possess second-tier divine inscriptions, would you be able to forge second-tier divine weapons? Understanding divine inscriptions is extraordinarily challenging and cannot be mastered instantaneously. Even if one grasps the concept, it requires numerous attempts to engrave it properly. However, if I can truly master second-tier divine inscriptions, forging second-tier divine weapons would pose no issue. Very well, let us proceed to the Divine Armament Pavilion. This time, I shall inscribe the divine patterns, and together we shall forge divine weapons. Once completed, see if you can procure a few Starfall Stones for me, Qin Wentian mused. Although he had broken through to the Pulsation Realm, he had yet to open the Stargate, which necessitates immense stellar power. His recent attempts had not yielded success, and he would likely need the assistance of Starfall Stones. Furthermore, the celestial figure in his mind also requires substantial stellar energy to activate. Relying solely on the stellar energy within him and then absorbing power from the martial destiny star would be exceedingly slow. Should he succeed in forging second-tier divine weapons, acquiring Starfall Stones should not be problematic. Feng Ping's face brightened. The Imperial City is densely populated, and many martial cultivators have an immense desire for divine weapons, especially adventurers who understand that possessing such weapons can be life-saving in critical moments. Why haven't I seen anyone wielding divine weapons in the Dark Forest? Qin Wentian inquired of Fan Lu. Fan Lu, who had been listening nearby, inwardly cursed this anomaly for understanding divine inscriptions, an intricate and time-consuming endeavor that most people are reluctant to invest effort in. How could students possibly carry divine weapons during assessments? Do you think the academy instructors are fools? The stout fellow cast a derisive glance at Qin Wentian. That is a valid point. Qin Wentian shrugged and chuckled, noting that many individuals on the streets did indeed carry weapons. The Divine Armament Pavilion is situated in the 4th district of the Imperial City, an area populated by numerous prominent families and factions, including the Star River Guild. The roads here are exceptionally wide, and the architecture is grandiose, with passers-by possessing remarkable prowess. That is the Divine Armament Pavilion, Feng Ping remarked. Feng Ping pointed towards an imposing cluster of magnificent buildings ahead, bustling with numerous individuals entering and exiting. This locale is one of the favored haunts for the affluent and influential within the imperial city. Master, shall we venture inside? Feng Ping inquired. Those who wished for his demise would be sorely disappointed this time, as he was destined to step into the Imperial Star Academy. However, prior to that, he needed to consolidate his second star soul to enhance his capabilities, for the Imperial Star Academy is a realm populated by formidable figures. Feng Ping led Qin Wentian around the main architectural area of the Divine Armament Pavilion, entering the inner courtyard from a side entrance. The opulence of the Divine Armament Pavilion's main hall is sustained by the operations within this inner courtyard. Master, what type of divine armament shall we forge? Feng Ping asked as they arrived at the area designated for the placement of weapon molds. You may choose, select what you are most skilled at. I have comprehended a second-tier divine pattern, suitable for any divine armament. If all goes well on your end, this second-tier divine pattern should enable the creation of a second-tier divine armament, came the response. Then let us forge a bow, interjected Fan Lu unexpectedly. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes, dismissing his comment. After all, bows are among the most challenging divine armaments to inscribe, with their slender, curved forms making the intricate patterning exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, Feng Ping opted for a sword mold, preparing to forge a blade. After meticulously selecting the refining materials, Feng Ping commenced the melting process, while Qin Wentian seated himself to quietly ponder the second-tier divine pattern he had mentioned. It was a rather intricate combination of divine patterns, and Qin Wentian carefully analyzed the intricate lines of the divine patterns in his memory, subsequently tracing them within the circulatory meridians using stellar energy. Chapter 42. Treatment. The Hall of Divine Weapons, resplendent and majestic, is enveloped in a kaleidoscope of dazzling glassy brilliance, showcasing an array of divine armaments and treasures of varying ranks upon the numerous counters. The expanse of the hall is vast, spanning 3 levels, and it attracts at least tens of thousands of visitors daily. At this moment, a young figure clad in a white robe strides into the hall, a wine jug in hand, exuding an unmistakable scent of liquor. The drunken immortal has arrived once more in search of treasures. Shall we take a glance at what he brings? A voice calls out playfully, clearly belonging to a familiar face among the regular patrons. Someone offers me a drink. I shall seek you out later, the young man replies with a smile, making his way towards the second floor of the Hall of Divine Weapons. Laughter ripples through the crowd, many secretly lamenting the rarity of such a talented and amiable youth as the drunken immortal in these times. Renowned as one of the 10 prodigies of the capital, the drunken immortal possesses extraordinary talent and astounding swordsmanship, though he seldom wields a sword. The denizens of the royal city are well aware of his prowess. It is said that he once danced with a sword in a drunken stupor, reminiscent of an ethereal being, thus earning his moniker. Few remember his true name. Beyond his exceptional swordsmanship, the drunken immortal harbors a passion for collecting fine swords, which explains his frequent visits to the hall. Upon reaching the second floor, he heads directly to the sword display area, where an array of sword hilts adorns the walls. Looking for new acquisitions, I presume? A beautiful attendant greets him with a smile before retrieving several newly forged swords from the display. These are freshly crafted blades, all falling within the ranks of mid-grade and high-grade second tier. After examining each sword, the drunken immortal smiles and replies, I shall return another time. The attendant, seemingly accustomed to his routine, offers a gentle smile without further persuasion. At that moment, a young sword attendant approaches with 3 swords in hand, saying, Sister Sword Dance. These are the latest divine weapons just forged for you. Very well, Sword Dance responds, channeling her inner energy into the swords before glancing at the drunken immortal, who is observing her. Although these 3 swords are of second-tier quality, they do not match the ones you just inspected. Let me see. The drunken immortal takes a sip from his jug and accepts the 3 swords, testing each one before shaking his head. He then points to a seemingly ordinary sword on the left, asking, what is the price for this one? For a low-grade second-tier sword, if you desire it. Only a single piece of second-tier star meteorite will suffice, Sword Dance replies with a smile. The star meteorite she refers to is, of course, a standard spec meteorite. These meteorites, which can be utilized for cultivation or to assist martial practitioners in connecting with celestial stars, are regarded as a high-value currency across the continent, originating from fallen celestial bodies. These meteorites are irregularly shaped. Occasionally, a complete star meteorite can be worth an immense fortune as a mineral deposit. Once polished and cut into standardized specifications, they become what the masses refer to as star meteorites. The primordial stones infused with the elemental forces of heaven and earth serve as currency, albeit of a lesser grade. Those who frequent the Divine Weapon Pavilion are affluent individuals, and their medium of trade typically consists of starfall stones. The drunken immortal, having seized an opportunity, urged, "Show me." At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. He was Elder Jiang Taiyan, the steward of the second floor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. "Old Qin, take a look," the drunken immortal said, tossing a sword to Elder Jiang Taiyan. As Jiang Taiyan received the sword, a surge of stellar elemental energy flowed into it, and gradually, his expression transformed into one of extraordinary brilliance as he observed the sword dance. "Who sent this?" he inquired. "Drunken immortal, you are quite astute," Jiang Taiyan retorted, casting a sharp glance at the sword dance before turning on his heel to seek out Feng Ping. "I shall accompany you," the drunken immortal chuckled. Following Jiang Taiyan to the back courtyard of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, where Feng Ping resided, Feng Ping appeared taken aback by Jiang Taiyan's visit. As the steward elder of the second floor, Jiang Taiyan's standing was unparalleled, far beyond Feng Ping's reach. "Feng Ping, did you carve the divine patterns in this sword?" Jiang Taiyan queried, pointing to the sword held by the drunken immortal. Feng Ping's eyes flickered momentarily before he replied, "It was engraved by my master." "May I have the honor of meeting your master?" Jiang Taiyan inquired with a smile. "Elder Jiang Taiyan, this is my master, Qin Wentian," Feng Ping introduced. "Ah, a prodigy in his youth. Master Qin, shall we converse in a different locale?" Jiang Taiyan suggested to Qin Wentian, who nodded in agreement. Surprised that his engraved patterns had attracted the elder of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, affirming his suspicions regarding their exceptional value, the group proceeded to a lakeside pavilion within the inner courtyard of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, where the scenery was enchanting. "Drunken immortal, why do you linger here?" Jiang Taiyan shot a disapproving glance at the drunken immortal. "Anyone capable of forging a sword to my liking is a friend. Thus, I came to make acquaintances," the drunken immortal replied, reeking of alcohol. "Care for a sip?" he offered, raising his wine flask towards Qin Wentian. "This fellow is quite the character," Qin Wentian chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "Elder Jiang Taiyan, there are some flaws in this divine pattern," Jiang Taiyan remarked, turning his attention to Qin Wentian to address the matter at hand. "Would you consider selling this divine pattern to the Divine Weapon Pavilion? You may propose your price." At last, Jiang Taiyan revealed his intent. Qin Wentian regarded him with a smile and shook his head, recognizing that a single transfer to Jiang Taiyan would render his divine pattern worthless once the pavilion's craftsmen studied it. "Then, would you be willing to serve as a guest elder at the Divine Weapon Pavilion? I could arrange certain privileges for you," Jiang Taiyan proposed further. "I lack the time to remain at the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Feng Ping is here, and it would be the same for me," Qin Wentian replied, causing Jiang Taiyan to furrow his brow. He then added, "If Elder Jiang has no other matters, I must take my leave." "Elder Qin, please wait," Jiang Taiyan interrupted, producing several starfall stones that shimmered with contained stellar elemental energy, all sourced from the second heaven. "Elder Qin, do not be hasty in your refusal. Consider this as my payment for the sword." Jiang Taiyan pointed at the sword in the hands of the intoxicated immortal, while Qin Wentian gazed at the fallen star stones. Although his heart surged with excitement, he remained composed. The people from the Divine Weapon Pavilion were indeed affluent in the past. A single fallen star stone was a treasure for the Qin residents. The Qin family was truly impoverished, their resources depleting continuously. Beside them, Fan Le squinted, his eyes gleaming brightly, realizing this was a lucrative opportunity. "Afterward, can all the divine weapons crafted by Master Qin be entrusted to my Divine Weapon Pavilion for sale? We would provide half of the selling price to Master Qin, and of course, all the materials for crafting would be supplied by us. Furthermore, if Master Qin is unwilling to become a guest elder, I can elevate Feng Ping's guest elder status, allowing him access to the resources of the Divine Weapon Pavilion," Jiang Taiyan proposed. At last, Jiang Taiyan's words stirred Qin Wentian's interest. The compensation for selling the same item through his own hands versus the Divine Weapon Pavilion could differ immensely. The pavilion offered a substantial platform. Moreover, the crafting materials would be supplied by them, indicating genuine intent in their collaboration. "I cannot guarantee the frequent crafting of divine weapons," Qin Wentian replied, looking at Jiang Taiyan. "Valuable items are scarce. All of Master Qin's future masterpieces will be sold through auction. Naturally, we would never stipulate how many divine weapons Master Qin must forge. It would be entirely at Master Qin's discretion," Jiang Taiyan assured. "I agree." A youthful smile finally illuminated Qin Wentian's face, momentarily stunning Jiang Taiyan. Then, I shall not be modest regarding these fallen star stones. A glint flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes as he unceremoniously collected the stones. Boss, what about mine? The plump man's eyes sparkled as he directly addressed Qin Wentian as boss. Qin Wentian shot a disdainful glance at the plump man, but nonetheless handed him a fallen star stone. The plump man gazed longingly at the remaining stones in Qin Wentian's hands. It was met with indifference. Haha, Master Qin, do visit the Divine Weapon Pavilion often. I will arrange accommodations and a crafting hall for Feng Ping, and should you require any assistance, feel free to seek me out. Yang Chen stood up, chuckling, finding the two youngsters quite amusing. Certainly, Qin Wentian replied with a smile. Yang Chen then bid farewell, while the intoxicated immortal remarked to Qin Wentian, "Come find me when you wish to drink." After Yang Chen and the intoxicated immortal departed, Qin Wentian looked at the fallen star stones in his hands, a smile gracing his lips. At last, he could pursue the Stargate. Grandfather Qin, father, Qin Wentian silently vowed, not forgetting that his grandfather and father remained imprisoned. Chapter 43. The Qin Heavenly Sect. Yang Chen swiftly fulfilled his promise, promoting Feng Ping to a higher rank among the guest disciples. He granted Feng Ping a spacious courtyard adorned with elegant pavilions, serene ponds, and a resource-rich refining hall, along with attendants to cater to his needs. Feng Ping understood that all of this was due to Qin Wentian, which allowed him to enjoy such privileges. Initially, Feng Ping felt a hint of confusion, however. When Qin Wentian imparted to him the intricacies of a second-tier divine pattern for his gradual comprehension, he comprehended the reason behind Yang Chen's courteous demeanor. The value of this second-tier divine pattern undeniably justified such treatment. Qin Wentian collaborated with Feng Ping to forge several divine weapons, including a specially crafted set of combined second-tier divine armaments for Fan Lu, featuring arm guards with hidden crossbows, all made from lightweight materials for effortless portability, akin to wearing clothing. This consideration was to compensate for Fan Li's shortcomings in close combat, genuinely thrilling the plump fellow, who mused that aligning himself with a master craftsman ensured an abundance of treasures. His endearment towards Qin Wentian grew, affectionately addressing him as boss. Once everything was in order, Qin Wentian prepared to confront the Stargate. Under the night sky, the starlight of the nine heavens cascaded down, illuminating the darkness. Qin Wentian stood bathed in this celestial glow, while the light from the hammer star of the fifth heaven traversed the starry river and enveloped him, flowing into his being. In his hands, he grasped star meteors, as the surging stellar primordial force continuously surged into him through the celestial meridians, transforming into a formidable stellar vortex, crashing towards the location of the Stargate within his mind. While one is born with a Stargate, to establish a second gate, one must first open the meridians and channel the overwhelming stellar power through them to achieve its creation. This process necessitates the aid of tremendous stellar primordial force, underscoring the vast resources required for cultivation. Consequently, some signs of nobility possess an advantage in their cultivation due to the abundance of resources available to them. Qin Wentian's mind reverberated with intensity. The process remained excruciating, for cultivation is inherently a painful endeavor. Yet, through suffering, one gains corresponding strength. Without immense fortitude, one cannot tread the path of the powerful. The plump fellow busied himself with his arm guards and hidden crossbows, while Feng Ping immersed himself in the profound comprehension of divine patterns. Only the little rascal remained by Qin Wentian's side, as the night deepened like water. Qin Wentian was enveloped in the brilliance of the stars, enduring the onslaught as the celestial energy within the two star meteors began to dwindle. At last, as dawn approached, a resounding echo reverberated within Qin Wentian's mind, marking the emergence of a Stargate at the terminus of the celestial meridians. With the second Stargate now standing tall, Qin Wentian collapsed softly, a smile gracing his lips. The opening of the Stargate posed no significant challenge for him in subsequently condensing the stellar soul. Two meteors from the second heaven truly consume resources, Qin Wentian murmured with a smile, as the little rascal leaped onto his chest, playfully sticking out its tongue, exuding an adorable charm. Little rascal, soon I shall take you to meet Sister Ruoh Huan. Qin Wentian gently patted the little rascal's head, a smile gracing his lips. The Imperial Star Academy truly piqued his anticipation. How is Senior Sister Ruoh Huan? And what of Ofeng? He certainly would not forget the grace of the two assassination attempts. Qin Wentian's thoughts drifted to the stunning visage of Mo Qiqing, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the state of Chu. Men are naturally drawn to beauty, and Qin Wentian was no exception. However, Mo Qiqing's cold rebuke extinguished any fondness he had harbored. During the day, Qin Wentian practiced the Divine Dragon Fist mystical techniques. While the martial arts section consisted of merely 3 moves, the mystical section was a continuous series of profound techniques. In battle, it resembled an enraged dragon, fierce and relentless, exuding an overwhelming aura with formidable offensive power, unmatched in its dominance. At night, Qin Wentian began to condense his star soul. He did not aim for immediate success, but sought first to observe, his perception reaching up to the celestial rivers above, a vast expanse of stars, shimmering like silver. Each celestial body unique in shape, their endless light weaving an extraordinarily vibrant tapestry. Now, Qin Wentian's perception had gradually adapted, allowing him to soar effortlessly through the first 2 realms. Upon reaching the 3rd realm, he felt a significant pressure. The 4th realm imposed even greater strain, while the 5th realm continued to perplex him. He endeavored repeatedly, seeking breakthroughs to prolong his presence within these realms. After several days of such practice, his perception finally began to bear fruit, enabling him to endure for a longer duration. That night, 9 silver needles pierced the 9 acupoints in Qin Wentian's mind, sealing his 6 senses, allowing him to focus entirely. His perception condensed as never before. Soon, he envisioned a celestial passage, entering a state of self-hypnosis, his awareness flowing along the beams of starlight towards the heavens, gradually arriving at the magnificent celestial river. This time, Qin Wentian's perception did not falter. It directly advanced to the 5th realm. The immense pressure still left him breathless, his awareness feeling on the verge of shattering. He understood that he was still insufficient to communicate with the stars in the 6th realm and could only select from the 5th. The Frenzied Ape Star, capable of condensing the Frenzied Ape Star's soul, boasted formidable power and defense. The Thunder Sovereign Star, allowing the condensation of the Thunder Sovereign Star's soul, possessed the ability to control lightning. Qin Wentian's perception darted rapidly. He beheld a star resembling a giant, its light emanating a terrifying electrical aura, igniting within him the desire to connect. If he could commune with this martial destiny star, the star's essence infused with violent lightning would refine his body, yielding boundless power. The higher the celestial river, the more formidable the energy contained within the martial destiny stars, potentially revealing extraordinary celestial bodies. Resisting the urge to connect with the Thunder Sovereign Star, Qin Wentian continued his search. His perception then caught sight of an extraordinary star, resembling a slumbering figure. Merely gazing upon it, even before his perception could reach it, he was overtaken by a drowsy sensation, and soon, his awareness slipped beyond his control. As if ensnared in a dream. The Dream Star. A thought emerged in Qin Wentian's mind, and immediately, his consciousness slipped into a dream state, wholly involuntary. In this dream, his perception drifted towards the celestial bodies of slumber, where he began to gather the essence of the dream stars. This was a protracted reverie. Or perhaps not a dream at all. For Qin Wentian, it felt utterly real. In his slumber, he began to communicate with the celestial figures residing in his mind through meteorites, as these figures greedily absorbed the celestial energies, seemingly insatiable. Beside them stood 2 stargates, each occupied by a celestial spirit. At last, Qin Wentian's awareness was drawn into the celestial figure once more. This time, instead of absorbing memories, he beheld a magnificent scene unfold before him. He witnessed a breathtaking sect, seemingly perched atop a sacred mountain, soaring toward the heavens, exuding an aura that seemed to challenge the very cosmos itself. The Jiang Taiyan Divine Sect. Above this grand edifice, 4 resplendent characters were inscribed upon towering stone pillars, brimming with an overwhelming presence, indicative of the engraver's formidable prowess. Before this majestic sect stood a group of formidable beings, each radiating a brilliant halo, showcasing various celestial spirits that Qin Wentian had never encountered, transcending the limits of his comprehension. These spirits had transformed into daunting celestial phenomena, enveloping the entire world in their celestial spectacle. The impact of this vision was profound for Qin Wentian, leaving him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Yet, amidst this assembly of terrifying power, one figure stood at the center, a middle-aged man. His flowing black hair danced as if caught in a tempest, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an air of sovereignty in the face of the formidable crowd. An aura of brilliance enveloped him, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. Suddenly, the entire expanse morphed into a celestial world, the middle-aged man emanating boundless divine light. With a mere tremor of his palm toward the void, he unleashed a force that cleaved the heavens asunder, obliterating the celestial phenomena that shrouded the space around him. He then struck with a punch, embodying an unparalleled might, and Qin Wentian watched in horror as the formidable figures surrounding him displayed expressions of dread, their forms disintegrating into dust. What a terrifying display. That single palm struck with the authority of the heavens, annihilating celestial phenomena and sweeping away all life. Qin Wentian could not fathom the terror of that force. He could only observe it with his consciousness. Yet even so, it felt as if he witnessed a cataclysmic tide sweeping everything away. But at that moment, a surge of chaotic consciousness erupted, distorting the scene before him, which then vanished from sight. Qin Wentian felt his awareness re-emerge within the realm of the celestial figures as a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. Gradually, everything around him became hazy, and his consciousness was expelled from that realm. Gasping for breath, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, only to find himself gazing at the lewd visage of a rotund figure. "What are you doing?" he stammered, his body trembling slightly. The chubby figure grinned at him, then distanced himself. It was then that Qin Wentian realized he was still lying on the ground. "Qin Wentian, you truly possess an extraordinary ability to slumber. You have been lost in sleep for an entire 3 days." The plump fellow gazed skyward, expressing his mild frustration. What vexed him further was the sight of Qin Wentian resting with 9 silver needles piercing his head, while simultaneously, the celestial river above seemed to shower down with the brilliance of countless stars. Moreover, the enchanting aura surrounding Qin Wentian's presence was so captivating that it lulled even him into a state of drowsiness. That little rascal had succumbed to slumber right beside Qin Wentian. Chapter 44. The Divine Refinement Codex. Qin Wentian was momentarily stunned. Had he truly slumbered for 3 consecutive days? Star Soul. As he closed his eyes, 2 stargates unfurled within his mind, housing the Heavenly Hammer Star Soul and the Dream Star Soul, accompanied by dim celestial figures. Memories, indeed, memories surged forth, causing a throbbing pain in his head. Qin Wentian shook his head, gradually processing the influx of recollections. The Tiangong-level cultivation method, the dream forging art, was capable of supporting his ascension to the Tiangong realm. The dream forging art was delineated into 3 tiers: shallow dream realm, entering dream realm, and forgetting dream realm. The shallow dream realm facilitated the slowest cultivation, allowing practitioners to enter a simple slumber for training. The entering dream realm enabled deeper sleep for accelerated cultivation, even allowing one to weave dreams and guide others into them. The forgetting dream realm birthed true dream consciousness, granting dominion over life and death within the dreamscape. As Qin Wentian gradually assimilated these memories, a subtle tremor coursed through his heart. When he coalesced his first star soul, he was bestowed with the method of relentless forging, ideally suited for body refinement cultivation. Now, as he gathered his second star soul, the Dream Star Soul, memories of the dream forging art emerged, perfectly attuned to his star soul, as if the celestial figures were intentionally imparting this knowledge to him. Moreover, this time, he was not only graced with the memory of the dream forging art, but also a vast reservoir of knowledge, the Divine Refinement Codex. The Divine Refinement Codex was an extraordinary technique, not aimed at enhancing one's cultivation level, but rather at condensing stellar primal energy into a formidable force. According to the information within this expansive memory, the first tier of the Divine Refinement Codex required the use of a first-tier divine pattern to refine stellar primal energy. Forging divine essence. Employing divine patterns to condense stellar primal energy was something Qin Wentian had previously deemed unimaginable. In the realm of weapon crafting, divine patterns were treasures. A first-tier divine pattern could forge unparalleled weapons. For instance, inscribing a first-tier flying sword divine pattern upon a weapon could endow it with a sharpened aura and amplify its power. If an individual's stellar primal energy were wholly refined by a first-tier divine pattern, the simultaneous eruption of boundless true essence would be akin to a multitude of first-tier divine patterns unleashing their might. How terrifying would that be? Just envisioning the potentiality sent a rush of exhilaration through him. However, the cultivation of the Divine Refinement Codex was exceedingly arduous. To transform stellar primal energy into divine patterned energy, one not only had to expend vast amounts of stellar primal energy, but also require profound comprehension of divine patterns. Furthermore, this method of refining divine essence would undeniably consume a significant amount of time. Moreover, for martial practitioners, engaging in battle necessitated the consumption of true essence, implying that the divine essence cultivated over countless hours would be depleted in a single confrontation, necessitating a subsequent recultivation. It was evident that to pursue the Divine Refinement Codex, one needed abundant stellar meteoric resources and time, ensuring the perseverance required until one could condense first-tier divine essence in an instant, which would signify a monumental achievement. With a deep exhale, Qin Wentian slowly digested these memories, drawing in a calming breath. The cultivation of the Divine Spirit Codex proves to be exceedingly arduous. While the dream-forging technique accelerates one's progress, the Divine Spirit Codex constrains it to a near standstill. It is likely that the reckless middle-aged man besieged by the Jiang Taiyan Divine Sect has indeed practiced the Divine Spirit Codex. Qin Wentian reflects on the shocking scenes he witnessed and ponders the connection between himself and the Jiang Taiyan Divine Sect. Questioning why these events manifest in the starry little person. What secrets has my late father concealed? Qin Wentian longs to inquire of Uncle He, yet alas. Following the incident at the Qin residence, Sister Yao informs him that Uncle He has vanished. Fan Lu waves his hand before Qin Wentian's eyes, prompting a glare from him. Are you unwell? The rotund companion asks earnestly, suspecting that his friend may have been rendered foolish by slumber. Qin Wentian raises an eyebrow, a smile gradually forming on his lips, causing Fan Lu to shiver and retreat a couple of steps. Boss, I was merely concerned for your well-being. Nothing more, he chuckles, evidently still haunted by their previous altercation. Fan Lu's eyes gleam with mischief as he flashes a familiar lewd grin and winks at Qin Wentian, clearly insinuating that they are finally heading to the Imperial Star Academy, an event he eagerly anticipates. Now at the Pulsing Veins realm, Qin Wentian, with his ferocious star soul, should have little trouble dealing with Ofeng. A cold glint flickers in Fan Li's eyes as he contemplates this. Master, at that moment, Feng Ping approaches leisurely, a subtle smile gracing his face. What is it? Qin Wentian inquires. I bear good news. Today, the Divine Armament Pavilion auctioned a divine weapon crafted by my master previously. Thanks to an extensive promotional campaign, it attracted numerous attendees from the Imperial City. Some prominent figures even tested the weapon, discovering that not only does it enhance capabilities, but it can also store true essence and unleash it all at once. The excitement was palpable, and many participated in the bidding. Can you guess the price at which this second-tier inferior divine weapon was sold? Feng Ping exclaims with palpable enthusiasm, evidently pleased with the outcome. Realizing he has aligned himself with the right person, had he remained in the Star River Guild, his life might have been little more than an existence overshadowed by Mu Qing. What price? Qin Wentian inquires with curiosity. 15 second-tier star meteorites. Feng Ping responds with a grin. For an ordinary second-tier inferior divine weapon, 1 star meteorite suffices. This is the first auction to generate such a commotion, and it will undoubtedly attract more interest, even from artisans eager to study divine patterns. Qin Wentian smiles slightly, knowing that had he been the seller, such a phenomenon would have been impossible. In the future, as he deepens his understanding of divine patterns, he will be able to inscribe higher quality divine weapons, thus acquiring star meteorites to support his cultivation of the Divine Spirit Codex. Master, these are the star meteorites. The Divine Armament Pavilion has given me 8, Feng Ping says, presenting the star meteorites to Qin Wentian. Keep these 2 for yourself. I will return here to forge divine weapons when time permits. Be sure to contemplate the divine patterns, and do not neglect your own cultivation, Qin Wentian instructs, leaving 2 star meteorites with Feng Ping. Thank you, Master. Go on, now. Qin Wentian encourages Feng Ping to depart before he resumes his training in the dragon-subduing fist, gradually comprehending the Divine Spirit Codex and the dream-forging technique. The cultivation of the Refining Spirit Codex is by no means an overnight endeavor. However, on that night, Qin Wentian was able to enter the first level of the Dream of Dreams, the shallow dream realm. Within this ethereal state, he practiced in his slumber, while the brilliance of 2 martial fate stars illuminated him from above the 5th heaven. This enchanting scene left the onlooker, a chubby fellow, utterly astonished. Is it truly possible to cultivate while asleep? The chubby one was envious beyond measure. On the following morning, Qin Wentian bid farewell to Feng Ping with Fan Lu, borrowed 2 swift steeds, inquired about the right direction, and promptly set forth towards the Imperial Star Academy. Upon arriving, he noticed a multitude of individuals, much like themselves, making their way towards the grand entrance of the academy. Why is it so lively? Qin Wentian inquired with a hint of curiosity. Rolling his eyes, he pondered how he might contact Senior Sister Ra Huan and obtain the Imperial Star Jade token, only to discover that the academy seemed to be entirely open on this day. Which academy do you hail from? A girl with braided hair smiled and asked Qin Wentian. Imperial Star Academy, and you? Qin Wentian replied. I'm an Imperial Star Academy student as well. You're quite impressive. I study at the Qian Martial House, and today marks the last day of the Imperial Star Academy ranking battles. It just so happens that different academies are allowed to observe. So I thought I'd come to witness the prowess of the outstanding students at the Imperial Star Academy to inspire myself. I should still be able to catch some of the battles. The girl said with a smile. I rarely get a chance to come here, so I must hurry. Farewell. With that, she briskly walked away, waving goodbye to the two. Exchanging glances filled with amusement, Qin Wentian and Fan Le quickly joined the throng. Soon arriving at the central arena of the Imperial Star Academy, where a crowd had gathered to watch the fierce contests unfolding on the stage. Murong Feng. Without a doubt, the foremost talent of this year's Imperial Star Academy possessed a gift comparable to the 10 prodigies of the capital. At the tender age of 16, he had already reached the 4th level of the Pulse Realm, condensing dual star souls and showcasing immense potential. On the combat stage, his demeanor was remarkably composed as he effortlessly defeated his opponent with a single move, treating the encounter as merely a formality. The Academy of Chu, known as the Cradle of Genius, annually nurtures numerous exceptional talents. Besides Murong Feng, Lin Xiao and Du Hao also boasted accomplishments in the 3rd level of the Pulse Realm, alongside 3 individuals at the 2nd level. This cohort was significantly stronger than the last. The crowd below buzzed with conversation, leading Qin Wentian to privately acknowledge the hidden talents within the Imperial Star Academy. Alas, it seems I must strive diligently to establish my worth, Fan Le chuckled softly, glancing at Qin Wentian. But worry not, your first star soul originates from the martial fate stars in the 3rd level. Standing among them, you are undoubtedly unique. Like me, you likely did not cultivate the elemental energies of the world and instead awaited the awakening of your star soul before beginning your practice, hence the later start. Feng has taken the stage, Qin Wentian remarked, disregarding Fan Li's words, as his gaze fixated on the figure stepping onto the arena. A glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. He nearly dealt us a fatal blow, did he not? Fan Li squinted, inquiring. Indeed, Qin Wentian affirmed with a nod. Shall we orchestrate a grand scheme? Fan Le squinted his eyes into a narrow slit. What should we do? Qin Wentian inquired. Let us give it our all. Fan Le replied with a grin. Very well, Qin Wentian nodded, and the two exchanged a radiant smile. Chapter 45, on the battle stage in this session. Feng's prowess undoubtedly ranks within the top 10. Among the students of the Imperial Star Academy, Murong Feng stands at the 4th level of the Wheel Meridian, while Lin Xiao and Du Hao are at the 3rd level, accompanied by 3 others at the 2nd level, one of whom is Feng himself. In this round, Feng's opponent is at the 1st level, resulting in a significant disparity in strength. Under the relentless assault of Feng's frenzied serpent spear technique, his adversary is swiftly vanquished. Witnessing this scene, Jiang reveals a faint smile, remarking, Feng's spear technique possesses the agility of a serpent and the dominance of a python. He has truly grasped the essence of this divine skill. Following this battle, he has secured his place within the top 10. Indeed, Feng has not disappointed me, replies Chan indifferently, nodding in agreement, as everything unfolds as anticipated. Conversely, Shan's expression darkens, for their differing allegiances place him and Jiang as rivals within the Imperial Star Academy. Their disciples mirror this rivalry. With each new cohort of students, he, Jiang, and several other instructors partake in the selection process, or more accurately, it is the students who choose their mentors. Feng, evidently, is a designated disciple of Jiang, while Shang had high hopes for Qin Wentian. However, Qin has now been missing for over 10 days. Feng, in contrast, remains an unsettling presence, and he finds Qin's straightforward demeanor more agreeable. Ruo Huan gazes at the proud expression on Feng's face from the stands, her countenance betraying a hint of displeasure. As Feng prepares to depart from the stage, a sudden voice pierces the air. Impressive, truly impressive. A voice laced with playful mockery resonates, and soon they see a portly figure stride onto the arena. Upon sighting this rotund individual, Feng's eyes narrow, a glint of cold light flashing within them. How is it possible? He is still alive. Why would I not appear? Fan Le chuckles at Feng, causing the latter to realize something, promptly sealing his lips as if he no longer recognizes Fan Le. Long time no see. Another familiar voice emerges, and Feng beholds yet another well-known figure, Qin Wentian. Junior brother Qin. Deshawn in the stands grins broadly upon seeing Qin rise, while Ruo Huan's eyes sparkle with a hint of delight as she softly remarks, I knew you wouldn't be so easily defeated. A white phantom flickers and instantly leaps into Ruo Huan's embrace, as countless envious gazes fixate on the little rascal, who nestles against her soft form, inciting jealousy among many. Seeing Qin Wentian, Shang breathes a sigh of relief. Astonishingly, the fellow has directly ascended the battle stage. Meanwhile, The onlookers regard Qin Wentian and Fan Lu with puzzled expressions, wondering about the identities of these two unexpected arrivals. As Qin Wentian and Fan Lu gradually approach Feng, the latter retreats in trepidation, clearly intimidated by their presence. After all, he has witnessed their deeds within the dark forest, including the sight of Mu Yi being impaled by arrows in the void. Presumptuous. Who are you to cause such a disturbance here? Suddenly, Jiang exclaimed, casting a discerning gaze towards Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, appearing as if he no longer recognized them. Students of the Imperial Star Academy, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. Is it? Why have you only now made your appearance? Jiang scoffed. We were delayed due to certain matters, hence our late arrival. Fan Lu replied with a naive smile. You think a mere delay suffices? This is the Imperial Star Academy, not a place for your reckless antics. Leave. Jiang's voice was a chilling reprimand, his eyes flashing with coldness. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu exchanged knowing glances, a silent mockery evident in their expressions. May I inquire? Elder Jiang, if one successfully passes the preliminary assessment and subsequently participates in the trials of the 9 Great Academies Martial Forest, emerging alive, does that not qualify one as a formal student? Fan Lu inquired with a smile directed towards Jiang. Indeed, Jiang conceded, unable to refute such a universally acknowledged fact. When I took the assessment, it was Elder Jiang who personally supervised. I entered the Martial Forest trial, and many can attest to that. Now that I have emerged alive, surely Elder Jiang would not question my status as a student of the Imperial Star Academy? Fan Lu asked with an innocent grin. And if so, what of it? Jiang retorted with a cold snort, today, my Imperial Star Academy. Stop. Before Jiang could finish, he was interrupted by Fan Lu, who slowly lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Jiang with a broad smile. If that is the case, why do you still speak nonsense? As Fan Li's words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the space, all eyes fixed upon him. The arrogant youth, with his head held high, directed a brilliant smile towards Jiang. Despite his jovial demeanor, Fan Li's temper was not to be trifled with, for he had nearly met his end in the martial forest. To add insult to injury, Chen had humiliated him publicly with a single shot, an affront that weighed heavily on Fan Li's pride. With a dazzling brilliance, a celestial bow and arrow materialized in Fan Li's hands, and in an instant, he unleashed a shot that pierced the air, aimed skyward. The crowd looked up in bewilderment at the soaring arrow, only to soon realize it was descending, targeting the space behind Feng, seemingly sealing off his escape route. The moment Fan Lu drew the arrow, Qin Wentian sprang into action. The abruptness of this scene left the spectators momentarily stunned. It was all too sudden, having just berated Jiang. Fan Lu and Qin Wentian now confronted Feng in the arena of the Imperial Star Academy. Feng's expression darkened instantly. He wished to retreat, but the arrow had effectively blocked his escape. He understood the finesse of Fan Li's archery. With his retreat sealed, he had no choice but to advance. If he could defeat Qin Wentian, surely Jiang and Chen in the stands would not allow Qin Wentian and Fan Lu to act with impunity. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu merely required a fleeting moment to deal with him. With this thought, Feng turned, charging towards the oncoming Qin Wentian, choosing to press forward rather than retreat. His spear, the wild snake spear, lunged forth with a ferocity akin to a rampant serpent, aiming to pierce through Qin Wentian's form. With a furious rush, Qin Wentian unleashed a devastating punch, the might of the dragon descending fist manifesting in that moment. As a majestic azure dragon roared and charged at Feng's serpent spear technique, the sound of impact echoed bang, bang. The starry spear in Feng's grasp shattered inch by inch. Feeling the overwhelming force of the dragon's roar, his complexion paled instantly, as if the fierce winds could tear his very visage apart. In the realm of wheel pulse, Feng trembled internally. The aura exuded by Qin Wentian was indeed that of wheel pulse. Yet how could his assault be so formidable? He began to retreat, conjuring a shield of starlight. A tremendous roar reverberated through the void, and the crowd's gaze fixated intently on the martial platform. They witnessed a dragon's claw emerge, shattering the shield into fragments, before it swiftly clutched Feng's neck. In the next moment, they beheld Qin Wentian's hand gripping Feng's throat, lifting him effortlessly. Enough. Release him. Outcries erupted as Chen and 2 other youths descended upon the edge of the arena, their fierce auras radiating towards Qin Wentian, particularly Chen, who pointed his spear menacingly at him, a murderous intent seeping forth. You seek death, Chen sneered, his gaze fixed contemptuously on Qin Wentian, as if regarding a mere corpse. Qin Wentian despised such looks, reminiscent of his previous encounter in the dark forest. They made him profoundly uncomfortable. Thus, with a sudden tremor of his arm. He slammed Ofeng's body into the ground, the sound of shattering bones accompanied by a cry of anguish, leaving Ochen's face ashen. Before his very eyes, Qin Wentian was tormenting his brother. This was beyond mere humiliation. Even Mozhang and the others were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Before quickly regaining their wits, a multitude of thoughts flashing through Ma Xiang's mind, his gaze sparkling with intensity. This fellow was indeed an honest man. When roused, he was anything but. Ruin's enchanting eyes glimmered with a bewitching smile. Qin Wentian, appearing harmless in his demeanor, could unleash a tempest of fury when provoked, as evidenced in this very moment. Yet, she found it exhilarating. Chapter 46. Simple answers. The teachers of the Imperial Star Academy were visibly shaken. Rising to their feet as they observed the scene unfolding on the training platform, their expressions laden with concern. Today marked the final day of the new student ranking battle, and numerous outsiders had come to observe and learn. Yet, on this very day, 2 students had taken it upon themselves to attempt to kill Ofeng. Such audacity had never before been witnessed in the annals of the Imperial Star Academy. It was no surprise that the students of this esteemed institution were anything but compliant. Some external instructors, witnessing the spectacle, could not suppress a smirk. It was common for prodigies to exhibit arrogance, especially when a multitude of talents congregated in one place, where clashes were inevitable. The Imperial Star Academy was renowned as the cradle of genius in the kingdom of Chu, boasting many untamed prodigies, often the most challenging to discipline among the various academies. Thus, the instructors of the Imperial Star Academy were equally formidable. Among the spectators were several seasoned students, akin to Ruo Huan and Ochen, who wore subtle smiles, internally reflecting, how intriguing. The Imperial Star Academy has produced yet another troublemaker, and this time 2 at once. However, one could only wonder if their strength matched their audacity. Jiangzhen descended the platform step by step, casting a frosty gaze at Qin Wentian, stating coldly, "The Imperial Star Academy has never seen such brazen students. Someone must set a good example." Fan Le grinned as he approached Qin Wentian, observing Ofeng's furious eyes on the ground. The chubby student inadvertently placed his foot upon Ofeng's hand, twisting his toes, which elicited a pained scream from Ofeng, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. The chubby student lowered his head, offering an apologetic glance at Ofeng, saying, "My apologies, I didn't see you there." Despite his words, the pressure from his foot increased, resulting in an even more anguished cry from Ofeng, prompting nearby onlookers to roll their eyes at his lewdness. "Now do you see?" The murderous intent radiated fiercely from Ochen as he approached slowly. The chubby student, staring at Ochen, continued to apply pressure, causing tears to stream down Ofeng's face from the pain. "I see, but I want to move." The chubby student grinned at Ochen, recalling the disdainful gaze Ochen had cast upon him that day. He was not one to forget a slight easily. "Stop it." Qin Wentian commanded coldly, brandishing a resplendent starry hammer aimed at Ofeng's head. Should he bring it down, Ofeng's life would be forfeit. Jiang Zhen and Ochen halted their movements. Having encountered 2 madmen, even in the throes of fury, they had to exercise restraint. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Zhen inquired, looking at the 2, feeling a sense of humiliation for the first time in front of these students. If he could rescue Ofeng, he would ensure that Qin Wentian and Fan Le faced dire consequences. "That is a question for my boss," the chubby student chuckled, deflecting the inquiry to Qin Wentian, eliciting eye rolls from the crowd at his words. This chubby student is indeed quite low-key. Fan Lu was seething with indignation and fury over their experiences in the dark forest, leading him to unreservedly seek revenge. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the root of this matter still lay with Qin Wentian. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Qin Wentian on the martial stage, facing the tempest together. Yet, he entrusted the final decision to Qin Wentian. The stout fellow was rather discreet, but he was by no means timid. His presence at this moment signified that regardless of the choices made by Qin Wentian, he would bear the consequences alongside him. The seemingly lewd stout man was, in fact, quite loyal. Ruo Huan, a woman of remarkable intellect, observed from the stands, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Although she had only recently met this stout individual, she found herself drawn to him just as she was to Qin Wentian. "Stout fellow, do you think if we let Ofeng go, will Ochen apologize to us?" Qin Wentian inquired with a faint smile, his gaze directed toward Fan Lu. "Unlikely," Fan Lu replied, shaking his head. "He sought our lives in the dark forest. Now, he likely desires it even more. Even if we kneel and plead for mercy, the outcome would remain unchanged." "That seems to be the case," Qin Wentian murmured. causing Jiangxin and Ochen's expressions to darken further. Their conversation appeared to ignore the two entirely, as if they had no intention of sparing Feng. Qin Wentian turned his gaze to Mo Shang, who had also ascended the martial stage, and asked with a smile, "Teacher Mo Shang, I have a few questions I would like to pose. If you have no grievances with someone, yet they seek to kill you and have nearly succeeded several times, what would you do if that person fell into your hands? His family holds significant power," Qin Wentian continued. "I would not kill him. His family's influence remains substantial." Mo Shang replied. "Mo Shang," Jiangxin bellowed, fully aware of the implications behind their dialogue. It was clear to everyone present that Mo Shang was inciting Qin Wentian. At this moment, the crowd comprehended the situation entirely. It was evident that Feng sought to eliminate Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. Thus, they had boldly stepped onto the martial stage, prepared to trample Feng beneath their feet, even daring to challenge the authority of the Imperial Star Academy. Previously, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu had reached a consensus on how to deal with Feng. Whether or not to kill him, the outcome would be the same. Hence, the conclusion was clear: they would kill. Now, the dialogue between Qin Wentian and Mo Shang bore even greater significance. He was subtly seeking Mo Shang's opinion, and everyone listened intently, fully aware of the underlying message. Regardless of whether Feng lived or died, the power of the family would persist, unaltered, and they would undoubtedly retaliate against Qin Wentian. Thus, the decision to kill or spare him held no difference for Qin Wentian. Mo Shang. The ironclad rule of the Imperial Star Academy forbids students from engaging in lethal combat within the academy. You must understand the repercussions of violating this decree, Jiangxin warned, his tone laced with icy menace. It was audacious of Mo Shang to publicly express his stance, subtly hinting at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, Mo Shang continued, throughout history, there have been 3 instances where students have killed others within the academy. In one such case, the perpetrator was executed on the spot. Once again, the murderer, a student, was imprisoned in a forbidden area by the court for a full 50 years. Thereafter, he vowed never to leave the Imperial Star Academy and expressed his willingness to serve within its halls. The voice of Mo Shang rendered those around him solemn. For the rules of the academy were exceedingly strict. Within its confines, the occurrence of death was utterly forbidden. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. It was precisely due to these ironclad regulations that no one dared to act recklessly within the academy. Once more, Qin Wentian gazed at the halted Mo Shang and inquired, if this truly were a dead end, what then was the purpose of their earlier conversation? That murderer, now, was the head of the Imperial Star Academy. The calm tone of Mo Shang brought an abrupt stillness to the vast space, as the listeners comprehended the gravity of the Academy's laws, particularly concerning the slaying of peers within its walls. Qin Wentian looked into Mo Shang's eyes, refraining from asking why, for he had already grasped the truth. 3 students. 3 distinctly divergent fates. One had perished, another dedicated himself to the academy, and the last ascended to the position of its head. These fates were shaped entirely by the differing values they placed upon the academy. The students of the Imperial Star Academy were often headstrong, hailing from all corners, each possessing exceptional talents and untamed spirits. The academy never concerned itself with how rebellious or proud one was. What mattered was whether one had the merit to be rebellious and the capital to be proud. Genius and pride embodied confidence and ambition. Mediocrity and pride represented arrogance and folly. In this world, aside from blood relations, no one owed anything to another. If one desires others to invest in them, they must first demonstrate what they can offer in return. Qin Wentian had learned this lesson well in the Tianyang City Star River Guild. He had declined Mu Qing's terms, leading Mu Qing to betray him for the benefit of the Yi family. This was the stark reality. Now, Qin Wentian faced yet another choice. Regardless of whether he chose to kill Feng, the family, or Qin, they all sought his demise, thus he need not concern himself with them. The sole consideration for Qin Wentian was the stance of the Imperial Star Academy. He lifted his head, gazing at Qin, a radiant smile gracing his face, as if the answer had already crystallized in his clear eyes. In Tianyang City, he and the Qin family had been driven to despair by the Yi family. Upon arriving at the imperial city of Chu, Jiangxin had made things difficult for him, while Feng sought to extinguish his life. Before him loomed the formidable Yi family, the family, and perhaps even the most terrifying force in Chu, the imperial family. If he chose to endure this time, sparing Feng, the Yi and families would only scorn his cowardice, leaving him still unable to advance within the imperial city. Thus, for him, the answer was, in truth, quite simple. Chapter 47. The kill. Countless eyes were fixed upon Qin Wentian, pondering the decision he would make. The long spear in Ochin's grasp radiated a terrifying light, with waves of murderous intent surging unabashedly. Observing the smile gracing Qin Wentian's lips, a sense of foreboding began to creep into Ochin's heart. It seemed that Qin Wentian truly dared to take action. "Release him," Ochin commanded, his voice laced with a chilling coldness. Gazing at Ochin's icy visage, Qin Wentian remained remarkably composed, responding, "Even at this moment, you still cling to your so-called pride. Just like before, you regard me with that same disdainful gaze, suggesting that the death of the one you cherish means little to you." As he spoke, Qin Wentian's fists pulsed with light, causing the hearts of all present to tighten in apprehension. "If you make a move, I assure you, you will not become the third. The first will be your destined fate," Jiang Taiyan declared, locking his gaze on Qin Wentian. The reference to the third was a nod to the newly appointed head of the Imperial Star Academy. While the first was a fate that had met those who had crossed the Academy's path with lethal consequences. If it were merely the first, then in this vast Imperial city, if I do not slay him, he would still find no place to survive, Qin Wentian replied with a smile, indicating that the first held little value to the Imperial Star Academy, thus questioning how he could possibly secure a foothold in the Imperial city. Lowering his head, Qin Wentian directed his attention to Ofeng, who returned his gaze. In that moment, Ofeng felt a true sense of dread as he encountered the depths of Qin Wentian's eyes. "Your life is under my control. However, no one is willing to bow before you. The one you should resent is not me," Qin Wentian stated calmly. Ofeng's body trembled slightly, as if Qin Wentian's words were heralding his impending demise. Indeed, Ofeng had sought to take Qin Wentian's life multiple times, and it was to be expected that Qin Wentian would wish to eliminate him in return. Yet, his brother and Jiang Taiyan had not interceded on his behalf. A notion that filled him with sorrow. He had once revered his brother's pride, but now, that very pride, in the face of Qin Wentian, was what would cost Ofeng his life. With a swift motion, Qin Wentian raised his arm and unleashed the dragon-slaying fist. The roar of a dragon echoing as a colossal dragon lunged towards Ofeng's head with ferocity. The atmosphere thickened with an eerie silence. One could hear a pin drop. Qin Wentian had become the fourth individual in the history of the Imperial Star Academy to dare slay a fellow student within its hallowed grounds. Imo Shang and Ruo Huan's hearts skipped a beat at the sight. Qin Wentian had executed Ofeng on the spot. The crowd below collectively inhaled deeply, recognizing that the Imperial Star Academy had birthed two madmen. A glint of extreme cold flashed in Ochin's eyes as he advanced towards Qin Wentian, a palpable aura of murder emanating from him. "Ochin," Jiang Taiyan called out, halting Ochin in his tracks. He longed to pierce Qin Wentian's skull with a single thrust of his spear, yet he understood that Qin Wentian had transgressed a grave taboo of the Imperial Star Academy. Ochin could not afford to become the fifth, for while he might exact vengeance for Ofeng, he would likely find himself ensnared in a dire predicament. The Academy would not regard his background with any leniency for those who violated its ironclad rules. In the ranking battles for admission to the Imperial Star Academy, to kill a fellow student was an unprecedented act of provocation against its authority. Jiang Taiyan gazed at Qin Wentian as if he were observing a corpse. "I, Jiang Taiyan, in the capacity of the Elder of the Academy, hereby submit a request to the Court of Justice, seeking permission for Ochin to execute Qin Wentian on the spot, avenging his brother Ofeng." Jiang Taiyan's voice was frigid, as figures leaped onto the martial arena, all disciples of the Court of Justice, advancing menacingly towards Qin Wentian. Behind the throng, a middle-aged man approached leisurely. Qian Shou, the law elder of the Court of Justice, wielding the authority for law enforcement decisions within the Imperial Star Academy. His gaze was devoid of emotion as he cast a glance at Qin Wentian. During the Dark Forest trial, Ofeng had made several attempts to eliminate Qin Wentian. Otherwise, the two would not have sought revenge at the Academy. "I, Imo Shang, implore the law elder to show leniency, for I wish to take Qin Wentian under my wing as my disciple." Imo Shang stepped forward, likewise ascending the martial platform. Jiang Taiyan desired Qin Wentian's demise, while Imo Shang sought to protect him. Elder Qian Shou accused Imo Shang of inciting Qin Wentian to slay his fellow disciples, and now he brazenly shielded the perpetrator. "I, Jiang Taiyan, petition the Court of Justice to condemn Imo Shang." Jiang Taiyan advanced a step, standing in stark opposition. The senior students of the Imperial Star Academy were well aware of the animosity between Jiang Taiyan and Imo Shang due to their conflicting stances. Thus the unfolding scene was not surprising. However, how the Court of Justice would respond remained uncertain. "Qin Wentian, did you admit to the crime of killing a fellow disciple during the student ranking battle?" Qianzhou disregarded Jiang and Emo Shang, fixating coldly on Qin Wentian. The members of the Court of Justice had encircled Qin Wentian. Witnessing this, the crowd felt a chill. It appeared the Court of Justice would not show mercy to Qin Wentian. Would the Court of Justice investigate the matter of Feng's assassination in the Dark Forest? Qin Wentian inquired of Qianzhou. The Court of Justice would not pursue it. I shall seek my own vengeance. What crime is there in that? Qin Wentian's voice was assertive. This fellow, the imposing figure behind him, Dasha, was taken aback. How could Qin Wentian confront even the members of the Court of Justice? I, Jiang, request once more that the Court of Justice allow Chun to personally execute this child, avenging his brother. Jiang spoke again, and after a moment of silence, Qianzhou waved his hand, prompting the members of the Court of Justice to part, clearing the way for Chun and Qin Wentian. Elder Qianzhou, should the Court of Justice acquiesce to Jiang's request, I may have to intervene. Emo Shang, now displaying great resolve, stepped forward. Emo Shang, do you dare interfere with the law of the court? Jiang scoffed, stepping face to face with Emo Shang, while Qin, exuding murderous intent, approached Qin Wentian. Even Jiang's disciples, along with Emo Shang's disciples, gathered around Qin Wentian, confronting one another in the martial arena. The turmoil seemed to escalate. At that moment, in the eye of the storm, brilliant starlight suddenly illuminated above Qin Wentian's head, revealing his star soul, its halo radiant, its hue emanating from the third celestial layer. This spectacle caused Qianzhou to narrow his eyes slightly. He was unfamiliar with Qin Wentian and thus unaware that the star soul he had awakened was from the third celestial layer. The third celestial layer. What background does this individual possess? No wonder Emo Shang is so protective of him. As the star soul of Qin Wentian blossomed, many spectators couldn't help but murmur that the situation had grown increasingly intriguing. It seemed unlikely that the Imperial Star Academy would allow such a prodigious talent from the third heaven to fall. Qianzhou's eyes revealed a contemplative expression. This individual was indeed audacious, yet he possessed the merit to be so. He pondered how best to deal with Qin Wentian. Qin, take action, Jiang uttered softly, prompting Qin to step forward, charging straight at Qin Wentian. Almost simultaneously, Jiang positioned himself in front of Emo Shang, intent on preventing any attempts at rescue. Deshan's footsteps resonated as his star soul manifested, his imposing figure acting as an immovable barrier before Qin Wentian. He threw a punch, and it seemed as if countless boulders were hurtling towards Qin. Get lost. Qin bellowed, his spear releasing a dazzling starlight, as serpentine shadows rampaged wildly, shattering the descending rocks. His spear pierced through all obstacles. Deshan's expression darkened as he was forced back, despite Qin's arrogance. He was indeed a formidable figure among the students of the Imperial Star Academy. Qianzhou remained in a state of watchful observation. At this moment, Qin Wentian exuded an air of calm, unwilling to be oppressed by the Yi and O families in the Imperial City. He resolved to stand upon the martial platform of the Imperial Star Academy and demonstrate his worth before all. Even more resplendent starlight burst forth as Qin Wentian's second star soul emerged beside the heavenly hammer star soul, the dreaming star soul. Qianzhou raised his gaze towards the star soul, and in an instant, his expression froze in astonishment. The hue of this star soul was a brilliant golden red, enveloped in a radiant halo. Qianzhou, a formidable figure in the Yuanfu realm and an esteemed law elder at the Imperial Star Academy, had never envisioned witnessing a golden red star soul in a mere 16-year-old boy. It was beyond his imagination. Yet today he bore witness. Not only he, but all present were captivated. As the dreaming star soul radiated its golden halo, all conflicts and skirmishes seemed to lose their significance. With every gaze drawn inexorably to that singular star soul, Qin Wentian's demeanor remained serene, yet the way others regarded him had irrevocably transformed. This haloed star soul must belong to the fourth heaven, he mused. The first star soul connected to the martial star soul of the third heaven, the second to that of the fourth heaven. Qin Wentian had etched his name into the annals of the Imperial Star Academy, unprecedented in history. Cease at once. A voice suddenly resonated from the heavens above, akin to a thunderclap, awakening the combatants and the dazed onlookers alike. Qianzhou's pupils constricted, a flicker of reverence crossing his gaze as he commanded, "All halt. Those who defy this order shall face the penalties of the enforcement court." In that fleeting moment, all combatants paused, their eyes turning towards Qin Wentian, expressions rife with intrigue, particularly Jiang and Qin, whose faces displayed a veritable spectrum of emotions. A profound silence enveloped the arena, a deathly stillness, As the boy who had slain Feng became the sole focus of attention, the unequivocal protagonist of the day. Chapter 48. The outcome of disposition. After Qin Wentian consolidated his dreamlike star soul, he employed acupoint techniques to suppress its brilliance. However, this time he refrained from excessive suppression, merely allowing the crimson-golden hue to fade. He had previously contemplated that, given the Yi family's influence in the imperial city, if he did not exhibit sufficient talent to capture the attention of the senior officials at the Imperial Star Academy, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to establish a foothold there. He also chose not to unleash the full radiance of the fifth layer of heaven, for such audacity might provoke certain individuals to go to great lengths to eliminate him. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Having already passed Master Imo Shang's assessment in Tianyang City, and with the promise of the Imperial Star Academy, he traversed countless miles to reach the Imperial City and enroll. However, Jiang Taiyan did not grant him the Imperial Star Jade token. Instead, he required him to participate in the 9 Academy collaboration once again, to which he acquiesced. In the tranquil space, Qin Wentian slowly began to speak, undisturbed, his voice the sole sound resonating through the void. During the 9 Academy collaboration, Feng gathered other students, relentlessly pursuing him and Fan Lu, nearly succeeding. It was only due to Fan Lu igniting his bloodline power that they managed to defeat Feng and subsequently turn the tables on him. However, at that moment, Qin appeared, accusing them of harming their fellow disciples and nearly executing Fan Lu on the spot. At that time, who among the Imperial Star Academy would uphold justice for them? Qin Wentian recounted the events with measured clarity, and combined with the talent he displayed, the crowd began to feel that he was not in the wrong. Furthermore, upon hearing Qin Wentian's words, it became evident that not only was his talent extraordinary, but the portly Fan Lu also possessed bloodline power, marking him as a genius in his own right. This compelled the Imperial Star Academy to deliberate carefully. If the Imperial Star Academy still deemed him guilty, then please do not label him as a student of the Academy. He had yet to receive the Imperial Star Jade token, and thus was not a disciple of the Imperial Star Academy. Killing Feng was merely an act of vengeance upon entering the Academy. Qin Wentian's voice remained steady. Now, how shall this be handled? I await your esteemed decision. As his words fell, his resplendent star soul vanished. Yet the hearts of the crowd were far from placated. Master Imo Shang, having finally acquired such a promising disciple, found little joy if the Academy insisted on rejecting him and imposing a verdict. He gazed at Qianshou, speaking with an air of indifference, which caused all the pressure to converge upon Qianshou, placing him in a difficult position. At this moment, Qianshou had already relinquished any inclination to condemn Qin Wentian. Otherwise, those above would likely hold him accountable, and it was probable that senior officials were observing the situation. This thought left Qianshou somewhat vexed, as a misstep in handling this matter could lead to widespread discontent towards him. Of course, the most troubled was Jiang Taiyan. The moment Qin Wentian unleashed his dual star souls, he understood that Qin Wentian would not meet his demise. Not only would he survive, but he would also attract the attention of the upper echelons. And here was Jiang Taiyan, inexplicably at odds with such a promising individual. Moreover, there was Qin, who harbored an enduring hatred for Qin Wentian, wishing nothing more than to strike him down on the spot. Although the root of this animosity lay in his association with Yu Wuqing, he sought to assist Yu Wuqing in resolving this trivial matter. To him, it should have been a simple task. However, he never anticipated that it would culminate in the current predicament. Yet, no one would concede their fault, and thus, his ire was solely directed at Qin Wentian. His brother, Feng, had been slain by Qin Wentian in a manner that seemed futile and senseless. How could Qin not feel a surge of anger, especially when he would struggle to explain this to his family? At that moment, Qianshou finally spoke, astonishing everyone by directing a sharp reprimand at Qin Wentian. Nonsense. Since you have participated in the examination of the Emperor Star Academy and emerged alive from the Dark Forest, how can you not be considered a student of the Emperor Star Academy? Qianshou chastised Qin Wentian, asserting, the Emperor Star Jade token is merely a formality. By choosing the Emperor Star Academy, you are already its student. Thus, as the enforcement elder of the Emperor Star Academy, I possess the authority to discipline your actions. Although you seek vengeance today, the repercussions are severe. I have decided to confine you for a month. Concurrently, I will dispatch individuals to investigate the matter concerning the Dark Forest. If your claims hold true, then I shall regard this confrontation as a private dispute between you and Feng, unrelated to the Academy. However, should your words prove to be falsehoods, then I shall Qianshou seemed momentarily at a loss for how to address Qin Wentian's potential deceit, pausing before adding, "We shall discuss that later. For now, follow me." A soft chuckle escaped Wan Huan's lips, and she quickly covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. It was her first time witnessing the typically stern Qianshou in such an awkward situation, although Qianshou was chastising Qin Wentian. The underlying protection in his words was apparent to all, regardless of whether Qin Wentian lied. Feng had died in vain. Furthermore, Qianshou was evidently coercing Qin Wentian into the Emperor's Star Academy, declaring him a student as of now. Qin Wentian exchanged glances with Fan Lu, both sharing a smile, relieved to finally vent some pent-up frustration. However, Qin's gaze remained as loathsome as ever. The chubby fellow contemplated how delightful it would be to dispose of Qin as well, achieving perfection in his plans. Yet, he merely entertained the thought. His principle was to seek revenge at the right moment. For those he could not best, he adhered to the belief that a gentleman avenges himself after a decade. Conversely, for those he could defeat, he believed a hero should act without delay. Thus, he chose to be a hero against Feng while deciding to embody the gentleman with Qin. "And you, too, shall be confined for reflection," Qianshou commanded, addressing him. Yet, the chubby fellow appeared unfazed, flashing a broad grin and patting Qin Wentian on the shoulder, declaring, "A good brother shares in each other's tribulations. This is my brother. Qin Wentian, and I, Fan Lu, will certainly stand by him." With his head held high, he strutted about as though eager for the world to know of his brotherhood with Qin Wentian. Quite the buffoon. The corpulent man was excessively lewd, eliciting quiet disdain from the crowd, who perceived him as merely flaunting his authority. Yet, only Qin Wentian understood that during the tribulations within the dark forest, this man had no knowledge of his innate talents. When faced with peril, he had the option to depart alone, yet he chose not to. Although the man was repulsive, his lewdness possessed an oddly comforting warmth. The enforcers of the law escorted Qin Wentian and Fan Lu away, but Imo Shang remained unfazed. At the moment Qin Wentian manifested his radiant golden star soul, he had already foreseen the outcome. The events unfolding at the Imperial Star Academy would soon ripple through the various institutes. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu were sentenced to confinement, albeit in a remarkably elegant courtyard, steeped in antiquity and fragrance, complete with babbling brooks and quaint bridges. The corpulent man sighed, lamenting that the confinement would be perfect if only a few beautiful maidens were present. While the corpulent man reveled in his contentment, Qianshou found himself overwhelmed as numerous elders from the academy appeared before him. "Elder Qianshou, I merely wish to meet Qin Wentian. Is that request unreasonable?" A dark-skinned, towering figure addressed Qianshou, seeking an audience with Qin Wentian. "Elder Qianshou, I assure you it won't take much of your time. I only wish to have a casual conversation with Qin Wentian," another individual chimed in, gazing at Qianshou with a smirk. Confronted by the multitude, Qianshou felt a wave of exasperation. He was acutely aware of their intentions. Qin Wentian had recently entered the Imperial Star Academy and had yet to claim his Imperial Star token, thus he had not yet pledged allegiance to any mentor. Although Imo Shang had seized the initiative, they still believed there was an opportunity for persuasion. The group felt a pang of awkwardness at Imo Shang's presence. Yet they maintained their serious demeanor. "Today marks the final day of the ranking battles. You all gather here, yet how can the students select their mentors? The Vice Dean is currently in a fury, so do as you wish," Imo Shang retorted with a snort. After Qianshou departed with Qin Wentian, Imo Shang soon realized that all the instructors of the Imperial Star Academy had discreetly slipped away. As Imo Shang's words echoed, the individuals before him swiftly began to disperse, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Qianshou shook his head with a bitter smile, finally relishing the quietude. Turning towards Imo Shang, he remarked, "Imo Shang, the Vice Dean is furious. You should depart as well." Imo Shang regarded Qianshou and then smiled. "Before I go, Elder Qianshou, allow me a moment to speak with my disciple, Qin Wentian. I have some matters to discuss with him." Qianshou was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Imo Shang before responding with a smile. "Imo Shang, you never intended to leave, did you?" Caught in his ruse, Imo Shang offered an awkward smile, leaving Qianshou astounded as he stared at him, saying, "You are quite cunning. Now, go inside." Chapter 49. The Thousand Hand Seal. Upon seeing Imo Shang's arrival, Qin Wentian rose to greet him, a smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Teacher Imo Shang, please have a seat." Imo Shang regarded the figure before him with amusement, remarking, "Qin Wentian, you possess quite the audacity, daring to execute Feng in public. The O family is a powerful aristocratic clan within the imperial city, and your actions may have drawn their ire. Despite the gravity of his words, he continued, however, had it not been for the remarkable talents you displayed thereafter, you would have found yourself in peril. Fortunately, it seems that for the time being, matters have subsided. The Imperial Star Academy will accord you the attention you deserve. Any plotting by the Yi or O families must first reckon with the Academy's position. Understood, Qin Wentian nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, I have come to share some insights about the Imperial Star Academy, Imo Shang elaborated. The Academy's history predates that of the Chu Kingdom, founded by the legendary Di Song. It is said that 3 millennia ago, there were scarcely any martial practitioners in this realm, prompting Di Song to establish the Academy in an attempt to usher in an era of martial mastery. Imo Shang continued, today, the Imperial Star Academy is entirely comprised of martial practitioners, featuring 1 principal, 3 vice principals, 9 honored elders, 36 elders, and an indeterminate number of guest elders. The remaining individuals are the students. Students may only formally apply for graduation upon reaching the Yuanfu realm. Consequently, although each cohort enrolls only a few hundred, the majority require considerable time to attain the Yuanfu stage. Thus, the current student body exceeds 3,000. Their instructors consist of the 36 elders and the guest elders, with the latter being comprised solely of students who have entered the Yuanfu realm. Qin Wentian was taken aback, realizing the immense power wielded by the Imperial Star Academy. Indeed, these guest elders are disciples of the 36 elders. Upon entering the Yuanfu realm, they may apply for graduation. Yet many choose to remain at the academy to continue their cultivation and serve as guest elders, assisting their mentors and instructing the students. After all, only the top 30 students of each cohort have the privilege to select their mentors directly, while the remaining students are guided by the guest elders under the auspices of the elders. Do not underestimate the guest elders. Some possess abilities that surpass those of their own mentors, Imo Shang added with a smile. Qin Wentian and Fan Le comprehended the implications. Should senior sister Wan Huan or senior brother Deshan reach the Yuanfu realm and opt to stay at the Imperial Star Academy, they would become guest elders under Imo Shang's tutelage. I have yet to begin accepting disciples for this cohort. Might you both be interested? Imo Shang finally expressed his intent. Gazing at Qin Wentian and Fan Le, Qin Wentian nodded, as his arrival at the Imperial Star Academy was indeed motivated by Imo Shang, and he naturally wished to become his disciple. However, at that moment, Fan Le's eyes gleamed mischievously as he suggested, Boss, with 36 elders in the academy, I'm sure many would wish to take you as their disciple. Perhaps we should observe first and see how each elder conducts their apprentice ceremony. Imo Shang was momentarily taken aback by Fan Le's words. Observing the lewd expression on the chubby man's face, he was overwhelmed with the urge to give him a good thrashing. How audacious of this repugnant fellow to brazenly demand a master's gift. Turning around, Imo Shang noticed Qin Wentian smiling at him, which only intensified his disdain for the chubby man. He reached into his robe and produced 2 tomes, presenting them to Qin Wentian with the words, this is a set of martial arts techniques and a divine ability. The martial arts technique is of superior quality at the Yuanfu level, sufficient to support your cultivation to the peak of the Yuanfu realm. The divine ability is of mid-grade at the Earth level, wieldable only by formidable practitioners of the Yuanfu realm, boasting formidable offensive capabilities, though challenging to master. Consider it a token of apprenticeship. The classification of martial arts is directly aligned with levels of cultivation. Yuanfu level techniques can facilitate cultivation up to the Yuanfu realm, while Tiangang level techniques can elevate one to the Tiangang realm. Divine abilities are categorized into 3 tiers and 9 grades, with each tier, heaven, earth, and man, subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The human tier corresponds to the Wheel Meridian realm, while the earth tier aligns with the Yuanfu realm. Thank you, Master, Qin Wentian responded without hesitation, his enthusiastic call of master eliciting an eye roll from Imo Shang. However, a smile soon graced his face, signaling the conclusion of Qin Wentian's matter. Master, what about mine? Fan Lu winked at Imo Shang. Imo Shang regarded Fan Lu with a grin, responding, whether I take you as a disciple is something I shall ponder further. Oh, come on, Master, I've realized my mistakes. Fan Li's expression fell dramatically, eliciting laughter from both Qin Wentian and Imo Shang. The chubby man was simply too absurd. Chubby, I already possess suitable techniques for my cultivation, so I shall gift this martial art to you. Qin Wentian handed the martial arts tome to Fan Lu, retaining the divine ability for himself. Thank you. What divine ability is this? Fan Lu inquired, leaning closer to Qin Wentian. The 1,000-hand seal, Qin Wentian replied. This divine ability is notoriously difficult to master. When cultivated to its zenith, it can unleash a thousand-handed palm strike of immense power. The Elder of the Thousand Hands earned his title through the mastery of this technique. So Qin Wentian, make sure to delve into it thoroughly, Mo Shang advised. Indeed, I will, Qin Wentian nodded. He had nearly perfected the dragon's subduing fist. And with the addition of the refining spirit codex and the dream forging method, acquiring the thousand-hand seal was a fortuitous boon. Now, here are your Imperial Star Jade tokens. During this month of seclusion, devote yourselves to your cultivation. Once you emerge, I will have your senior brothers and sisters introduce you to the academy. Mo Shang concluded as he began to depart. The chubby man winked at Qin Wentian before diving into his martial arts studies. Qin Wentian, meanwhile, perused the thousand-hand seal. Observing that it comprised 5 distinct techniques: the diamond seal, the wheel C seal, the void-breaking seal, the withering seal, and the great thousand-hand seal. The first technique, the diamond seal, is exceptionally powerful and unyielding. The second, the wheel C seal, strikes like relentless ocean waves, combining rigidity with softness, its power boundless. Upon reaching the great thousand-hand seal, the resultant palm strike resembles that of a colossal thousand-hand Buddha, overwhelming the heavens and the earth. Though the thousand-hand seal boasts formidable power, it is also incredibly demanding on one's yuan force, requiring immense energy to manifest such a terrifying attack. Qin Wentian mused, powerful indeed. But it consumes a great deal of yuan force. Refining spirit codex, divine patterns. Suddenly, Qin Wentian conceived a possibility. The first layer of the divine refinement codex required the condensation of divine essence through a first-tier divine pattern. What if he utilized the palm imprint divine pattern in conjunction with the thousand-hand seal? The power generated would be utterly terrifying. This notion stirred something within Qin Wentian. He recalled the palm imprint divine pattern, which could be employed to forge divine gloves that amplify one's attack. With this thought, he commenced his practical endeavors, formally embarking on the cultivation of the divine refinement codex. In the shallow dream realm, the speed at which he absorbed the stellar essence from the 9 heavens and Star River had significantly increased. Should he later venture into the dream-making realm and the dream-forgetting realm, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate, compensating for the time consumed in cultivating the divine refinement codex. However, after this month, Qin Wentian would need to devise a means to procure additional star meteorites to sustain his cultivation. As time passed, Qin Wentian gradually acclimated to the divine refinement codex, and his ability to condense divine essence improved somewhat. Occasionally, he would fall into a deep slumber for 3 or 4 days, practicing within his dreams. This left the rotund companion exceedingly bored, yearning to venture out and engage with the beautiful female disciples of this cohort. The month swiftly approached its conclusion, and Qin Wentian chose to sleep in the pavilion. With the celestial light from the stars cascading upon him, flowing into his being and subsequently reaching his meridians. There, the stellar essence coalesced into palm imprint shapes, gradually compressing until it was stored within the acupoints. Throughout this month of cultivation, Qin Wentian not only grasped the fundamentals of the divine refinement codex but also refined the first form of the thousand-hand seal, while simultaneously expanding his acupoints to accommodate a greater reservoir of stellar essence. Eventually, when he reached the limit, it would herald the birth of a second meridian, signifying his ascendance to the second layer of the meridian realm. Clearly, the breakthrough into the meridian realm is far more arduous than that of the body refinement realm, necessitating the accumulation of time. Within a month, the capacity for stellar essence within Qin Wentian had increased to 6 or 7 times that at the moment of his initial breakthrough. Yet he still had not formed a second meridian. This highlights the considerable disparities between each layer of the meridian realm. Qin Wentian's victory over O Feng stemmed from his explosive power in an instant, which overwhelmed O Feng. However, in a protracted battle, he would undoubtedly falter, for his internal stellar essence was far inferior to that of his opponent. Chapter 50. Dreaming Forest. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu finally caught sight of Qianshou again. Although meals had been delivered daily over the past few days, Qianshou had not shown himself. Elder, Qin Wentian called out as he stood. Ah, Qianshou nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Wentian, the matter has been clarified. Someone is willing to testify regarding the Dark Forest incident. O Feng indeed led a pursuit against you. As for the events that transpired a month ago at the martial arts platform, the judicial court has publicly declared it a personal feud. You were sentenced to 1 month of confinement, and your new student ranking has been placed at the bottom. Now, you may leave. Upon hearing Qianshou's words, a smile broke across Qin Wentian's face. The academy strictly forbids the killing of fellow disciples. and the judicial court's explanation of a personal feud was clearly biased in his favor. Qin Wentian understood this well, and such a punishment hardly qualified as a punishment. It merely amounted to a month's seclusion. This blatant favoritism was evident to everyone in the academy. However, such is reality. If one possesses sufficient talent and is valued, they will enjoy extraordinary privileges. Thank you, Elder, Qin Wentian said with a smile before bidding farewell and leaving the courtyard with Fan Lo. As they exited, a white figure leaped directly into Qin Wentian's embrace, a little rascal nuzzling against his face. Before him stood a captivating figure, her eyes glimmering with allure as she gazed in their direction. Fairy, the chubby boy exclaimed, his eyes suddenly sparkling as he fixated on Ruo Huan's voluptuous figure, his mouth watering at the sight. Senior sister, Qin Wentian greeted with a smile as he approached, while Ruo Huan mirrored his movements, entwining her arm with his and saying, Little one, you have finally emerged. Feeling the softness against his arm, Qin Wentian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Could she not be so tempting? After all, at 16, he was at the height of youthful vigor. The chubby boy jogged forward, positioning himself on the other side of Ruo Huan, and obediently called out, Senior sister. Ruo Huan glanced at Fan Lo, noticing the chubby boy's arms slightly bent, as if awaiting Ruo Huan to entwine her arm with his. This moment momentarily stunned Ruo Huan, before she broke into a grin at the chubby boy. Senior sister, I am Qin Wentian's brother. The chubby boy boldly stepped closer, leaning against Ruo Huan. Ruo Huan chuckled, then entwined her arm with his, prompting an ecstatic expression from the chubby boy. Was spring finally arriving for him? Crack. Ah. The chubby boy let out a pained howl, promptly squatting to the ground, clutching his right arm, sweat beading on his forehead. Looking up, he saw Ruo Huan embracing Qin Wentian as they departed, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. We are all brothers. Why is there such a disparity in treatment? Shouldn't we share our fortunes? Boss, wait for me. The chubby boy gritted his teeth and hurried after them, realizing he would have to stick with his leader from now on. The Imperial Star Academy is vast, adorned with numerous edifices, including the Enforcement Court, the Elder Council, and the Hall of Glory. These institutions stand unique, while the Student Alliance is a coalition formed by the students of the Academy. Among the most formidable factions within the Student Alliance are the Azura, the Celestial Destroyer, the Knights, and the Azure Cloud. Beyond these, the Academy is home to 3 pivotal locations. The first is the Celestial Star Pavilion, a 9-tiered structure replete with an immense collection of techniques and divine abilities. The second is the Heavenly River Hall, which simulates the oppressive force of the 9 Heaven Star River, honing the star-sensing capabilities and resilience of martial practitioners. This enables them to continually harness their potential, striving for breakthroughs and communing with higher celestial forces. The third location is the Dreaming Forest, an extraordinary realm of immense dreams. Upon entering, one is transported into a dreamscape that connects the 4 prestigious martial academies of the Imperial City, the Imperial Star Academy, the Royal Academy, and the Divine Wind Academy, along with the 7-star Martial House. As Qin Wentian murmured to himself, he was profoundly moved by Ruo Huan's introduction. The Imperial Star Academy undeniably stands as the foremost power in the state of Chu, attracting individuals from distant lands who aspire to join its ranks. These 3 extraordinary sites play an indispensable role in that regard. The Dreaming Forest was crafted by a formidable master of dreams from the Imperial Star Academy, initially serving to link the academy, allowing its disciples to engage in practical training without risking their lives. Eventually, the other 3 academies sought the assistance of this elder, who believed that involving more powerful beings would further refine the students of the Imperial Star Academy. Ruo Huan explained that the elder ventured to the 4 major martial academies, employing unique techniques to forge this grand dream realm, thereby interconnecting them within the dreamscape. As a result, past students have gained formidable combat abilities from this meticulously crafted dream realm. Moreover, some exceptionally gifted individuals eagerly challenge the students of the Imperial Star Academy through this grand dream, honing their skills in the process. The elder possessed a broad-minded perspective, benefiting both himself and others. Qin Wentian chuckled, acknowledging that since one cannot perish within the dream, it is only natural for them to wish to enhance their abilities. A charming smile graced Ruo Huan's face as she looked at Qin Wentian, reminding him not to underestimate the grand dream realm. It is, after all, a deep dream, where the battles fought consume the true essence of one's being. The sensation of death, if experienced, is one that no one would wish to endure a second time. Qin Wentian's expression faltered momentarily before he nodded with a smile. Having practiced the dream forging technique, he was well aware of the dream's authenticity. particularly at the second and third levels of the technique. The second level involves creating dreams that feel incredibly real. Thus, death within such a dream would resonate profoundly. That experience would undoubtedly be unpleasant. According to the records of the dream forging technique, reaching the third level, the forgetting dream, transcends mere dreaming. Dying in such a dream could directly trigger a death response in the brain, leading to the demise of the true self as well. In the dreaming forest, the intensity of dreams should correspond to the second tier of the dream weaving technique, creating such a realm for the practitioners of the 4 great academies. Boss, shall we first explore the 7th floor of the Celestial Star Pavilion and select some extraordinary techniques? Fan Lu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he addressed Qin Wentian. Ruo Huan, with a gentle smile, looked at the chubby boy and remarked, as far as I know, junior brother Qin is currently ranked last among the new students, while you are second to last. Your Imperial Star Jade tokens must still be of the first rank, allowing only access to the first floor of the Celestial Star Pavilion, where you can only choose the most basic techniques. Both Qin Wentian and Fan Lu felt disheartened to learn they were at the bottom of the rankings. What about the Heavenly River Hall? Fan Lu inquired again. The same applies. You can only access the first floor, Ruo Huan replied. Surely, we can enter the Dreaming Forest? There are no restrictions on the Dreaming Forest. You can enter at any time, Ruo Huan said with a smile. I will first escort you to your residence, and then you can decide whether to visit the Dreaming Forest. All right. Both Qin Wentian and Fan Lu nodded in agreement. Ruo Huan led them to the students' accommodation, where the simplicity of the houses made the chubby boy lament that confinement was not a punishment but rather a reward. Each new cohort of students would fill this place to capacity, leaving little room available. Ruo Huan smiled gently, subsequently walking towards the cluster of buildings, soon discovering that many rooms were already occupied. It was not until they reached a secluded ancient tree at the edge of the woods that they found an uninhabited cottage. The environment here is quite pleasant. Just a step away is the Dreaming Forest, Ruo Huan remarked with a smile. The new student dormitory is backed by the Dreaming Forest, allowing them to enter for training at any time. Sister, where do you reside? The chubby boy asked pitifully, finding the accommodations rather austere. Do not worry. Once you elevate your Imperial Star Jade token to the 4th rank, you will be able to choose to reside in the villa area. Ruo Huan replied with a soft smile. So strive hard. How does one enhance the rank of the Imperial Star Jade token? Fan Lu asked, a question that piqued Qin Wentian's interest as well. It seemed that to enjoy better resources and treatment, one must improve their Imperial Star Jade token rank. The student rankings are determined by the Glory Academy. Upon entering, those ranked below 30 hold a first-rank Imperial Star Jade token. Those ranked from 30 to 4th possess a second-rank token. The top 3 hold a 3rd rank. Elevating one's rank is straightforward. Directly challenge and defeat someone ranked within the top 30, and your ranking will replace theirs, thereby increasing your level. However, advancing from rank 3 to 4 requires submitting 100 meteorites from the 2nd heaven to the Glory Academy, from 4 to 5, 300 meteorites, from 5 to 6, 1,000 meteorites, and from 6 to 7. Stop, Qin Wentian exclaimed, silently wiping the sweat from his brow. 1,000 meteorites from the 2nd heaven to advance from 5 to 6? Is this meant to terrify me? Ruo Huan laughed cheerfully at Qin Wentian, saying, the Imperial Star Academy must support so many individuals. Do you think resources are unnecessary? These resources cannot solely depend on the elders, but rather on the students themselves, ensuring you are constantly challenged. Surely it does not need to be so harsh, Qin Wentian muttered. Harsh, Ruo Huan remarked, with the Emperor Star Jade Medal at level 6. One can now access the 6th tier of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, where the techniques therein are of the pinnacle level within the Yuanfu realm, and the divine abilities are of the superior grade among the Earth level. 1,000 meteorites from the 2nd layer of the heavens are merely equivalent to 10 from the 3rd layer. The cost is exceedingly trivial. Upon hearing Ruo Huan's words, Qin Wentian was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment of contemplation, he realized the truth in her statement. The 6th tier indeed holds significant value for those powerful individuals at the post-Yuanfu stage of the threefold realms. This was merely a glimpse of the resources available within the Heavenly Star Pavilion. 1,000 meteorites from the 2nd layer truly seemed inconsequential. However, Qin Wentian felt a twinge of frustration within, for in Tianong City, meteorites from the 1st layer of the heavens were extraordinarily precious. The scarcity of these meteorites meant that each one represented the potential emergence of a martial destiny practitioner, thus regarded as treasures due to the dearth of resources. Yet, The imperial city was an entirely different realm altogether, incomparable in its abundance. Chapter 51. The Night Alliance. The rotund figure's eyes darted about. The 6th level of the Celestial Star Pavilion was already at the pinnacle of the Yuanfu realm. What then of the 7th, 8th, and even the 9th levels? Sister, does the 6th level above harbor techniques of the Tiangang grade and divine abilities of the heavenly tier? Wanhuan smiled gently at the chubby individual and replied, Is it so surprising that the Imperial Star Academy, with its millennia of history, possesses Tiangang grade techniques? However, I cannot say what exactly lies within, as I have yet to ascend. While there are indeed Tiangang grade techniques, it does not guarantee that one can cultivate to the Tiangang realm. The key lies in the innate talent of the practitioner. Given the profound legacy of the Imperial Star Academy over the centuries, it is hardly unexpected that such techniques exist at that level. Moreover, can you afford the price? Wanhuan continued with a soft smile. If you fail to secure a spot among the top 30 new students, you may directly exchange meteorite fragments for a rank up to level 3. Should you desire to ascend further and lack sufficient meteorite fragments, you can undertake tasks in the Glory Hall to earn virtual meteorite fragments for rank exchanges. A task for 1,000 second-tier meteorite fragments? I can't even bear to contemplate it, the chubby one muttered. I had thought the Academy would support me with meteorite fragments, but how naive. The Academy has provided you with the finest environment for both cultivation and competition. If you cannot strive for yourself, it is merely a reflection of your own inadequacy. If everyone were to wait for the Academy's provisions, the Imperial Star Academy would no longer be what it is, Wanhuan said with a smile. Now, enjoy what comes next. There will be surprises. Lastly, I must remind you, it is absolutely forbidden to disturb others' dreams within the Dreaming Forest. With that, Wanhuan departed. The chubby one felt a twinge of reluctance, but dared not follow, instead reluctantly assisting Qin Wentian in tidying their quarters. Shall we stroll through the Dreaming Forest? He asked, a grin spreading across his face. Indeed, Qin Wentian nodded, eager to witness the peculiarities of the great dream realm of the Imperial Star Academy's predecessors. As they exited their room, they meandered into the Dreaming Forest, where a wave of drowsiness washed over them, enveloping them in a haze of lethargy. Impressive. This senior's prowess must be at the pinnacle of the Yuanfu realm, capable of transforming an entire area into a dreamscape, likely with the aid of formations, Qin Wentian mused. Observing the figures lying beneath the ancient trees, evidently disciples who had entered the realm of dreams. Such beauty, the chubby one exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he noticed a young girl entering the Dreaming Forest, slowly settling beneath an ancient tree before succumbing to slumber. Under Qin Wentian's bemused gaze, the chubby one dashed over to the girl and lay down beside her, closing his eyes. Qin Wentian secretly wiped the sweat from his brow. This fellow was insufferably reckless. As drowsiness continued to envelop him, Qin Wentian retreated to the opposite side of the ancient tree where the chubby one rested, shutting his eyes. Soon, he drifted into a deep slumber. Within the dream, Qin Wentian surveyed his surroundings, discovering that he was in a city where phantoms occasionally flitted by. Fan Lu and the girl were not far from him, having both entered their dreams beneath a nearby ancient tree. Greetings, I am Fan Lu. Is this your first time entering the Dream Forest realm? Fan Lu inquired of the young lady. No, I have ventured here several times before. My name is Xian. I have seen you during the freshman ranking battle. You were quite impressive. The girl smiled at Fan Lu, recalling the day when Qin Wentian and Fan Lu vanquished Feng on the martial platform. An event witnessed by all the freshmen who now held Qin Wentian and Fan Lu in high regard. Is that so? The rotund fellow, feeling somewhat bashful, smiled sheepishly and replied, to avenge my brother, I would brave any peril. Fortunately, it was a close call. And what a stroke of fate to encounter such beauty upon entering the Dream Forest. Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a tad embarrassed by his words. Ahem. Qin Wentian cleared his throat, interrupting the two, sensing the need to rescue the innocent girl from the awkwardness. Qin Wentian? Xian's face lit up with delight, her eyes sparkling. In just 1 month, Qin Wentian had emerged as the most sought-after figure among the freshmen, avenging Feng on his very first day at the Imperial Star Academy while simultaneously unleashing his fourfold celestial star soul, a feat unparalleled in the Academy's history. Upon observing Xian's gaze towards Qin Wentian, the rotund fellow shot him a resentful glance, thinking it inconsiderate to disrupt the budding feelings of others. Xian, could you enlighten us about this dream realm? Qin Wentian asked, gazing at the city with astonishment. Those who cultivate the power of dreams can lead others into a realm where they retain their consciousness, much like when he practiced the dream-forging technique within the dream. One is aware of their intentions. Here too, they maintain their awareness, yet find themselves ensnared in another's dream. This is the essence of dreams, as real as life itself. Indeed, this city within the dream is known as the City of Illusions. Those from the 4 academies directly appear here upon entry. As the dream is an unreal existence, one can act freely without restrictions, resulting in a chaotic environment filled with incessant battles, particularly among the various academies, where fierce conflicts frequently erupt to hone their combat skills. Xian Ran continued, some combative souls seek out challenges everywhere to refine themselves. How does one exit the dream? Qin Wentian inquired, pondering that if it were his own dream, he could awaken at will, but since this was a fabricated illusion, escaping would not be so simple. Do you see those towering structures? Xian Ran pointed to a distant spire that pierced the sky, and it appeared there were several such edifices in the distance. Boss, aren't you looking for Senior Sister Ruo Huan? You should go ahead. I will accompany Xian Ran to explore. The rotund fellow interjected. Noticing Xian Ran's undivided attention on Qin Wentian, Qin Wentian glanced at the rotund fellow, who was incessantly winking, prompting Qin Wentian to silently scorn the lecherous character. Very well. I shall seek out Senior Sister Ruo Huan. You both enjoy your exploration. Qin Wentian acquiesced to the rotund fellow's wishes and turned to depart, leaving Xian Ran to guide Fan Lu through the enchanting City of Illusions. The city was vast, filled with figures moving about, and battles occasionally erupted in various corners. At that moment, Qin Wentian furrowed his brow, his keen instincts alerting him to the presence of someone watching him, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. He continued to meander about, yet his steps subtly directed him towards a towering edifice, allowing for an escape should any unforeseen circumstance arise. Shinran, feeling a tinge of confusion, nodded in agreement, stating, however, we are currently quite distant from the exit. If you wish to leave, you must proceed in the direction Qin Wentian just took. Understood. The portly man replied with a smile, his steps unwavering, seemingly oblivious to Shinran's words. At that precise moment, figures began to emerge from various corners, causing the portly man's pace to abruptly halt, his expression darkening as he realized he was surrounded. Fan Lu, run. They are from the Knights Alliance, Shinran urged from behind. Fan Lu offered a wry smile. He wished he could flee, but each of these individuals was of a superior caliber, leaving him with no avenue of escape. The members of the Knights Alliance advanced ominously, conjuring celestial spears in their hands, the palpable aura of death sending a pallor across Shinran's face. This was a clear intent to eliminate Fan Lu. In the distance, several onlookers recognized Fan Lu, their thoughts echoing the sentiment that he seemed to be in dire straits. As a fierce wind swept through, a dozen formidable figures from the Knights Alliance launched an assault on Fan Lu, the terrifying gust of energy threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself. Faced with such overwhelming odds, the portly man resigned himself to his fate, closing his eyes in surrender, refusing to resist. Thus, the one who yearned for death, Fan Lu remained alive. Yet such existence was a fate worse than death. You are all seasoned students. How can you treat him this way? Shinran's face drained of color, realizing these were indeed the powerful members of the Knights Alliance, treating a newcomer with such cruelty. Do you wish to try your luck? A pair of icy eyes pierced her, rendering Shinran speechless in fear. How ruthless. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. The Knights Alliance was one of the 4 mightiest student factions, now targeting a mere novice. This was undeniably vicious. Is this truly a nightmare? The portly man gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his wounds, and as he lifted his gaze, he beheld a solitary figure atop a distant building, a gentle breeze billowing his nightly cloak. It was Ochin, a member of the Knights Alliance. Chapter 52. The pride of the first Ochin's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the fabric of space, directed at Fan Lu with an icy coldness. You wretched creature, I shall not perish at your hands. One day, I will ensure your demise. Fan Lu forced a smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight. Before Fan Lu could finish his words, he let out another agonizing scream as the spears within him twisted mercilessly. Though it was but a dream, the pain was seared into his very being. He yearned for death, yet at that moment, he found himself incapable of even that. When Qin Wentian arrived, he found Fan Lu transformed into a bloodied figure, trembling violently not far from him. He had never imagined that this dream could unleash such cruel torment. No, being engulfed in extreme agony within a dream, if awakened abruptly from the outside, could yield dreadful consequences, potentially leading to madness. At that moment, figures began to appear atop the surrounding buildings, with Ruo Huan among them. Her gaze fixed coldly on Qin. How shameless of the Knight Alliance to dispatch so many formidable warriors to deal with a mere new recruit. Qin paid no heed to Ruo Huan, his cold and haughty eyes surveying Qin Wentian below. I merely wish for him to grasp a fundamental truth. On this land, talent does not equate to supremacy. The days ahead are long. He must brace himself for the harsh realities to come. Kill, Qin uttered, and instantly, the warriors of the Knight Alliance surged towards Qin Wentian. Buzz, Ruo Huan and the others leaped into the air, and mid-flight, Ruo Huan called out to Qin Wentian, remember, when facing a deadly adversary in a dream, the best outcome for the defeated is death. Qin Wentian observed the formidable knights charging towards him, and with a sudden leap, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Swoosh, swoosh. The terrifying spear flashes erupted like venomous serpents. Qin Wentian slightly shifted his body, allowing one spear to pierce his heart, while simultaneously unleashing his dragon-subduing fist with a fearsome force. A thunderous explosion erupted as the head of the spear-wielder shattered, even as Qin Wentian himself perished within the dream. To die, yet take someone down with him. Phew. In the dream forest, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, gasping for air, his heart racing. He had truly experienced death just now, the sensation, even knowing it was merely a dream, left an indelible sense of despair. Taking a few deep breaths, Qin Wentian approached Fan Lu, who was trembling uncontrollably, his face contorted in agony as if undergoing unspeakable torment. Fatty. Qin Wentian clenched his fists tightly, feeling immense pain at Fan Li's suffering. Suddenly, the fatty let out a piercing scream, his eyes snapping open as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his body convulsing. You wretched creature. After a prolonged moment of recovery, the fatty raised his head, squinting his eyes, revealing a glint of coldness. Is your body all right? Qin Wentian inquired anxiously, observing the fatty's condition. Fear not, it was just a dream. The corpulent man grinned, feigning indifference, yet the cold glint in his eyes betrayed him. It was evident that the torturous experiences he had just endured would be etched into his memory for eternity. No, I cannot succumb to slumber again. I must depart this place. Rising to his feet, Qin Wentian and Fan Li hastily made their way outside. How did you escape? Qin Wentian inquired. This lesson was indeed quite vivid. He nodded in acknowledgement. Hurry, the Knights Alliance and the Qin Yun Alliance are clashing. A spectacle is about to unfold, someone interjected. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu exchanged glances, then promptly followed the direction of the crowd. The initial lesson imparted by the Knights Alliance was indelibly etched in their minds. Before long, they arrived at an open area within the Imperial Star Academy, where a considerable gathering had formed. In the center, two factions of senior students faced off, a palpable chill permeating the air. Qin Wentian's gaze suddenly shifted towards a specific direction, where Qin and his companions had emerged from the Dreaming Woods, accompanied by members of the Knights Alliance. Senior sister Ruo Huan is also present. In another direction, Ruo Huan and her companions stood. Ruo Huan, they are from the Qin Yun Alliance. Qin Wentian and Fan Li moved closer to them. Senior sister, Qin Wentian called out to Ruo Huan. Ruo Huan's beautiful eyes turned towards them, then glanced at Fan Li. Smiling as she said, the dream has awakened. Do you still remember it? Unforgettable. It is etched in my heart. The corpulent man replied with a grin. That is good. Do not blame your senior sister for not warning you about the dangers of the Dreaming Woods. Some lessons can only be understood through pain. This has been the Knights Alliance's lesson for you, albeit a painful one. However, your journey at the Imperial Star Academy has only just begun. Remember, the Imperial Star Academy is not a greenhouse. True strength cannot be nurtured within a sheltered environment. I shall only impart to you the most fundamental truths. The rest must be experienced by yourselves, Ruo Huan said with a smile. Do you harbor resentment towards the Knights Alliance? She asked. Of course, the corpulent man chuckled. Then find a way to trample them beneath your feet. Otherwise, you shall be crushed, just as in a dream. Ruo Huan continued to smile, her expression reflecting a glimmer of wisdom. The Knights Alliance is indeed formidable, deploying so many powerful individuals to ambush two new students in the City of Illusions, Ruo Huan remarked, raising her head to gaze at the crowd of the Knights Alliance. At that moment, her beautiful eyes emanated a sharp, cold light. And what of it? Qin replied nonchalantly, then turned his attention to Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, his expression tinged with a hint of coldness. This is merely the beginning. Unrepentant wretch. Dashan growled, his temper flaring as he faced the Knights Alliance members. You are unworthy to speak to me. Qin shot a glance at Dashan before turning to Ruan, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Knights Alliance and the Qin Yun Alliance have been at odds for so long. Why not take a break and introduce some new excitement? How do you propose to play? Ruo Huan inquired. The Knights Alliance has recruited 2 new students. It seems the Qin Alliance has as well. How about a 4-person duel? Ochun gazed at Ruo Huan with a smile, which rendered her expression somewhat displeased. It is well known that among the 4 great student alliances, the Knight Alliance is the most alluring to new recruits, and the reason is simple. The majority of its members are scions of nobility. The founding of the Imperial Star Academy aimed to cultivate the most exceptional martial practitioners, irrespective of national boundaries or social strata, focusing solely on talent and capability. In the imperial capital, there exists a multitude of powerful elites, and while not all offspring of the elite are as dissolute as some might presume, there are indeed those among them who are quite remarkable. Coupled with their abundant resources, many elite scions have entered the Imperial Star Academy, gradually forming a faction known as the Knight Alliance. The establishment of the Knight Alliance incited a tempest of aristocratic influence within the academy, leading to the emergence of the Azure Cloud Alliance, which contended that the Imperial Star Academy should remain a bastion of purity, free from the airs of nobility. They were indifferent to one's noble status, yet they harbored a deep disdain for such an atmosphere. Consequently, the Knight Alliance and the Azure Cloud Alliance have historically occupied opposing positions, evolving into fierce adversaries over time. Prior to the existence of the Knight and Azure Cloud Alliances, the Celestial Calamity Alliance had already been established, being the only student alliance in the Academy with the longest history. The Azure Alliance, on the other hand, was the last to form. They paid little heed to such matters and concentrated solely on augmenting their own strength. The members of the Azure Alliance are notoriously rigorous with themselves, undergoing deadly trials in the Dark Forest to hone their skills. Among the 4 great alliances, the Knight Alliance is undoubtedly the wealthiest. This affluence enables them to elevate their Imperial Star tokens to higher ranks. Such wealth has led to 2 of the top 3 freshmen this year joining the Knight Alliance, Mu Rongfeng, who ranks 1st, and Du Hao, who ranks 3rd. With Mu Rongfeng at the 4th layer of the Wheel Meridian Realm and Du Hao at the 3rd layer. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu have evidently been categorized as members of the Azure Cloud Alliance, with their cultivation at the 1st layer of the Wheel Meridian Realm. The challenge proposed by Ochun presents an overwhelming advantage for the Knight Alliance. 2 figures emerged from behind Ochun, unmistakably Mu Rongfeng and Du Hao. Mu Rongfeng, the strongest among the new students, and Qin Wentian, hailed as the most promising of this cohort, exchanged glances in the air. I acknowledge your talent. Perhaps in the future, you will be worthy of standing before me. However, each time I hear someone juxtapose you and me in discussion, I cannot help but lament within. Why are there so many fools at the Imperial Star Academy? Mu Rongfeng's words, devoid of any tremor, incited a stir among the onlookers. Having effortlessly defeated all competitors to secure the top rank among the new students, Mu Rongfeng possessed the confidence to utter such remarks. At the same age as Qin Wentian, he carried an innate pride that was not to be trifled with. Chapter 53, Challenge at the Tender Age of 16. Possessing the formidable prowess of the 4th realm of the Wheel Vein, Mu Rongfeng's talent is undoubtedly among the elite in the state of Chu. Moreover, his star souls are impressive. The first hails from the 2nd heaven, while the second derives from the 3rd heaven. He is a quintessential martial artist, having truly commenced his physical cultivation only after consolidating his star souls, dedicating a year and a half to perfecting his corporeal form before entering the realm of the Wheel Vein. Such talent is indeed rare, for not everyone possesses the extraordinary capabilities of Qin Wentian, who utilizes the stellar essence from the 5th heaven to refine his physical body, complemented by the formidable technique of relentless tempering, yielding results exponentially superior to those of others. Mu Rongfeng's words are clear. Perhaps in the future, Qin Wentian may possess the strength to contend with him, but at present, he is unqualified to be discussed in the same breath. Those who engage in such discussions are fools. Qin Wentian did not meet Mu Rongfeng's gaze, not out of fear or apprehension, but rather because he had previously been unfamiliar with him, lacking any interest in understanding him. Regardless of Mu Rongfeng's innate gifts, how did it pertain to him? However, now that Mu Rongfeng represented the Knight Alliance, it became relevant, particularly in light of the torturous ordeal that Fan Lu had recently endured. Thus, Qin Wentian turned his attention to Fan Lu. Shall I decide? Fan Lu inquired, looking at Qin Wentian. Whatever decision you make, I shall accompany you. Qin Wentian replied with a smile. Of course, let us do it. The portly youth chuckled, then turned to Ruo Huan, saying, Senior sister, since they wish to play, let us indulge them. Let us set the time for a month from now. Are you certain? Ruo Huan glanced at Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. aware that the two individuals across from them posed a significant challenge. Fan Le shrugged and replied, I don't possess that many star meteorites, so I must resort to this method to elevate my Imperial Star Jade Plate's rank. The top 3 of the Imperial Star Academy can elevate the rank of the Imperial Star Jade Plate to level 3. If that is the case, why not elevate it directly to level 4? This challenge, coupled with 200 star meteorites from the second heaven as stakes, if you win, wouldn't it mean an immediate upgrade to level 4? Upon hearing Fan Le's cold remark, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock. 200 star meteorites from the second heaven constitute a terrifying figure for newcomers. 100 of these meteorites can elevate the Imperial Star Jade Plate to level 4. This number is substantial not only for newcomers but also for the Knight Alliance, yet he is confident they will emerge victorious. This challenge is devoid of uncertainty. Ruo Huan's eyes narrowed slightly. This figure still poses considerable pressure for the Qin Alliance. We, the Qin Alliance, can indeed produce 200 star meteorites. A young man beside Ruo Huan stated with a smile. Ruo Huan nodded, then turned to Qin, saying, First, I must clarify 2 points. Firstly, Qin Wentian and Fan Le are not members of the Qin Alliance. Our involvement stems purely from our disdain for the despicable actions of your Knight Alliance. It is disgraceful for a group of senior students to besiege 2 newcomers. Secondly, we of the Qin Alliance accept this wager. If we win, the stakes belong to Qin Wentian and Fan Le. If we lose, the loss will be borne by our Qin Alliance. Thirdly, the Qin Alliance shall never entice others to join through the allure of personal gain, and those who would join for the sake of profit are, and always have been, unwelcome, even if they possess extraordinary talent. The young man beside Ruo Huan interjected, a gentle smile perpetually gracing his lips. This is the essence of the Qin Alliance's philosophy. A stark contrast to that of the Knights Alliance. In a world already tainted by greed, why would we wish to bring such a malaise into the sanctity of the Emperor Star Academy? The Qin Alliance steadfastly upholds this belief. Foolishness. The members of the Knights Alliance, including Qin, similarly look down upon the Qin Alliance, believing that without profit, there can be no cooperation. All trust must be founded upon mutual benefit. A month from now, I eagerly await our encounter. Qin turned away with the knights, while Murongfeng cast a deep glance at Qin Wentian and Fan Le, a peculiar expression crossing his face. What kind of blind confidence emboldens you to accept this challenge? If the rules of combat among peers at the Emperor Star Academy were to change, perhaps the situation would improve. Du Hao, too, found it strange, leaving behind a remark before departing alongside Murongfeng. Sister, are you the leader of the Qin Alliance? Qin Wentian inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. However, Ruo Huan shook her head and smiled. I manage the affairs of the Qin Alliance, while Qin oversees the Knights Alliance. Yet, the leaders of both alliances remain the accomplished students within the Yinfu realm. So, what say you? This is of little consequence, from this day forth. My foremost aspiration within the Emperor Star Academy is to see the Knights Alliance utterly eradicated from the institution. A cold glint flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, and he resolved to strive towards this goal. Indeed, whether you join the Qin Alliance is of little importance. However, you must seize the month ahead. Ruo Huan remarked with a gentle smile. Defeating the top 3 contenders within a month is a formidable challenge. As Qin Wentian observed the departure of the portly figure, he felt a stirring within. The events that transpired in the Dreaming Woods today had evidently made a significant impact on him. Even if for no other reason than for the sake of that individual, he too must diligently enhance his own capabilities within the month. In that time, he should be able to ascend to the 2nd level of the Pulse Realm. As for further improving his combat prowess, he would need to refine his divine origin using the Divine Refinement Codex and the Earth-level Divine Skill, the Thousand Hand Seal, both of which require substantial quantities of Starfall stones to support his cultivation. It seems a visit to the Divine Armory is in order, Qin Wentian mused. Turning to Ruo Huan, Sister, may I venture out at any time? Ruo Huan understood the underlying implications of his question, having offended both the Yi and O families. Qin Wentian was secure within the confines of the Emperor Star Academy, but what of the world beyond its gates? Exercise caution, she smiled. Try to avoid giving anyone the opportunity for an ambush. If someone wishes to target you, they must still take the Emperor Star Academy into account. Ruo Huan was certain that from the moment Qin Wentian entered the academy, he was placed on a watch list. Those who sought to harm him would have to consider the protection offered by the Emperor Star Academy. Understood, Qin Wentian nodded, aware that it is always prudent to tread carefully. Even Qin harbored a desire to eliminate him, yet could not act within the academy's walls. Work diligently. Young junior brother, Your senior sister holds great expectations for you. Ruo Huan gently tousled Qin Wentian's hair, prompting him to smile wryly. The mischievous little rascal appeared out of nowhere, leaping onto Ruo Huan's shoulder and nuzzling her cheek. Lecherous creature, off you go, Qin Wentian chuckled before turning to leave. The little rascal promptly jumped down and followed Qin Wentian outside. As the duo strolled through the academy, the young man tilted his head slightly, basking in the sunlight that graced his face. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Even the densest clouds could not obscure that radiant brilliance. Ruo Huan gazed at Qin Wentian's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes brimming with an increasingly rich smile. She eagerly anticipated her two junior brothers, hoping that one day he too would shine as brilliantly as the sun. Many at the Imperial Star Academy watched Qin Wentian depart, pondering whether, in a month's time, this would be killer, the first in the Academy's history to slay during the freshman ranking battles, could defeat the top freshman, Morong Feng. The divine pattern Qin Wentian inscribed, named the Return to Origin pattern, not only served as an amplification rune but also possessed a unique ability to store energy, potentially saving one in perilous times. Many artifact craftsmen sought to unravel this pattern, thus intensifying the competition for divine weapons. Each auction at the Divine Weapon Pavilion stirred considerable excitement. Another piece of good news was that Feng Ping, after his promotion, could now access the second-tier divine patterns within the Divine Weapon Pavilion. He had officially ascended to the status of a second-tier artifact craftsman, elevating his standing significantly. This was indeed excellent news for Qin Wentian. As long as he continued to comprehend the return to origin pattern and utilize superior crafting materials to forge second-tier mid-grade divine weapons, their value would soar. Elevating the Imperial Star token to level 5 would then pose no challenge, granting him access to exceptionally formidable Earth-level divine abilities. Initially, Qin Wentian collaborated with Feng Ping to forge a few divine weapons, which they submitted to the Divine Weapon Pavilion for early payment in star meteorites to fund their training, all while further deciphering the return to origin pattern. After half a month, Qin Wentian and Feng Ping successfully crafted second-tier mid-grade divine weapons using the return to origin pattern and delivered them to Yang Chun. Yang Chun was elated, immediately generating buzz that stirred considerable excitement as they awaited the auction in 3 days. As for Qin Wentian, he entered a critical phase of his training. The development of the acupoints and meridians within him had reached its limit, signifying that he was but one step away from entering the second level of the Meridian Realm. Chapter 54. Acquaintances. At this moment, the second floor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion was bustling with a multitude of visitors. Fortunately, the Grand Hall was sufficiently expansive to accommodate the throngs of people. Many seasoned adventurers, long active in the Dark Forest, had gathered here. Even if they lacked the wealth to bid for the legendary Return to Origin sword, they could still peruse the pavilion for other satisfactory divine weapons. Naturally, the competition for the Return to Origin sword would not lack the involvement of skilled artisans. Guan Yu had also arrived at the Divine Weapon Pavilion, and unlike many others, she was resolutely determined to acquire the Return to Origin sword. She was in need of a superior weapon, and the rumors surrounding the sword had piqued her interest. Furthermore, should she succeed in securing it, she intended to present it to her master, Mu Qing, for research, hoping to glean insights into its divine patterns. Accompanying Guan Yu were several of her companions, all disciples of the Royal Academy. Apart from being a disciple of Mu Qing, Guan Yu was also a member of the Royal Academy herself. Among the crowd were Qin Wentian and Feng Ping, who eagerly anticipated the auction price of this second-tier mid-grade divine weapon. "I'm merely curious to see," Shinran remarked, casting a somewhat bashful glance at Qin Wentian. Shinran, being modest, was advised by the chubby man, "You should refrain from speaking too freely. However, I must admit, Shinran seems quite intrigued by that sword." "Oh." Qin Wentian turned to Shinran, who then expressed, "The second star soul I have condensed is the sword star soul. Yet I fear I cannot afford the Return to Origin sword. I shall see if there are other divine weapons available." As she spoke, Shinran's gaze drifted toward the sword wall of the pavilion, where a sword hung, gleaming brilliantly. However, its quality could not be assessed by mere appearance. Only by channeling one's elemental force could its true nature be discerned. "Good sword," a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, prompting many gazes to turn toward its source. A young man, holding a wine flask, was drinking, and laughter erupted among the people. "Drunken immortal. How can you determine if it is a good sword without even approaching it?" Someone jested. "By feeling," the drunken immortal replied, setting down his gourd and shaking his head at the speaker. "Ha ha!" The crowd erupted in laughter at the drunken immortal's demeanor. Qin Wentian joined in the mirth. finding the fellow quite amusing. "That is the drunken immortal," Shinran remarked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "You know him?" Qin Wentian inquired. "Of course. He ranks third among the 10 talents of the capital," Shinran explained, surprising Qin Wentian with her knowledge of the young man's esteemed status. The 10 talents of the capital referred to the 10 most outstanding individuals under 20 in the imperial city, a title of great significance. Shinran found it rather unexpected that the third-ranked drunken immortal appeared so affable. At that moment, Qin Wentian sensed a cold glare directed toward them. He turned his gaze and narrowed his eyes slightly. A second-tier weapon craftsman need not concern themselves with connections or wealth, especially one so young. The future of Guan Yu appears exceptionally bright. Should she ascend to the rank of a third-tier craftsman, she will undoubtedly become a sought-after figure in the state of Chu. With even powerful beings of the Yuan mansion seeking her favor, and wealth will flow to her ceaselessly. The Divine Armory holds considerable influence in the imperial city, as it nurtures a cadre of craftsmen. The wealth of the Divine Armory is nothing short of staggering. In this world, wealth equates to cultivation resources, and with such resources, formidable warriors are forged. Humph. Feng Ping observed Guan Yu with a cold snort. He would not forget everything Mu Qing had done to him, nor the excessive arrogance of Mu Qing's disciple standing before him. "You two have actually come together?" A glint of cold light flashed in Guan Yu's eyes as she regarded Feng Ping and Qin Wentian standing side by side, then coldly remarked, "Are you two a nest of snakes and rats?" "Boss, who is this woman?" Fan Lu inquired, his keen eyes scanning Guan Yu, prompting Qin Wentian to silently scorn him. This fellow seemed to spare no woman a glance, and indeed, Guan Yu possessed some beauty. However, Qin Wentian's impression of her was far from favorable. On that day at the Star River Guild, when Mu Qing had forced him into a corner, it was this woman who had regarded him with such haughty eyes, declaring that for someone of the Qin mansion's stature, to apprentice under Mu Qing was a great favor and a mark of honor. Unbridled, Guan Yu's demeanor turned frosty, an aura of coldness enveloping her. "You dare to insult my master? Do you seek death? You are the one who is unbridled. You have acted and now refuse to acknowledge it," Feng Ping retorted icily. "Mu Qing and I are both affiliated with the Star River Guild. Yet she brazenly seized my divine patterns and has yet to return them. Do you not consider that despicable?" Guan Yu regarded Feng Ping with surprise. She had not anticipated that this once obsequious individual would now audaciously insult her master, Mu Qing. "You wretched servant, if you do not kneel and apologize for your words, you shall not live to see another day." Guan Yu continued to look down upon Feng Ping with her proud gaze, viewing him merely as a servile figure. Should she remain passive in the face of his insults towards her master? How could she face Mu Qing if this news reached her ears? Feng Ping's complexion darkened to an extreme. He had always been cautious, lowering himself before those in high places. Yet to be insulted in such a manner was a first for him, particularly by a mere girl. Indeed, one can see what kind of disciples a master cultivates. Qin Wentian fixed his gaze upon Guan Yu. "What Mu Qing did to me can only be described as despicable, and that barely scratches the surface." Guan Yu shifted her gaze towards Qin Wentian, her cold and proud eyes scrutinizing him intently. A peculiar smile began to form on her face, revealing unmasked contempt. "I truly cannot comprehend what has emboldened you to speak thus. I hope you do not flee before the auction concludes." As she spoke, Guan Yu's gaze shifted towards the sword wall ahead, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. Behind her, the three individuals cast mocking smiles towards Qin Wentian and Feng Ping, seemingly astonished that someone could be so audacious as to offend a young second-tier artifact refiner, especially one who was a prodigy and a disciple of the Royal Academy, not to mention the young lady of the Guan family. "Boss, that woman possesses mediocre cultivation. At the 3rd level of the Meridian Realm. Among the 3 behind her, 2 are at the 2nd level. While the last man at the back likely exceeds the 5th level of the Meridian Realm," Fan Lu whispered to Qin Wentian, emphasizing the importance of understanding one's opponent's strength before engaging in combat to ensure preparedness. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and soon after, the stout fellow smiled and remarked, "If a confrontation occurs, we should be able to swiftly subdue that woman, leaving no opportunity for the other 3 to intervene. Have you broken through?" Qin Wentian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Fan Li's confident assertion. The stout one winked at him, exuding a sense of pride as he said, "You've broken through to the 2nd level of the Meridian Realm. Isn't it only natural for me to do the same?" Qin Wentian, having shattered the limits of his acupoints and meridians with his formidable stellar energy 2 nights prior, had opened a 2nd stellar meridian, allowing him to accommodate an even greater expanse of stellar energy within him. with 2 stellar meridians connecting throughout his body. His sensory perception and the explosive force of his attacks had undergone a remarkable transformation. Your words make it sound as though I am inferior to you, Qin Wentian scoffed. I am merely stating a fact, the stout fellow chuckled, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. In just over 10 days, I eagerly anticipate the arrival of 200 meteorites. Even the Night Alliance will surely feel the pinch. Chapter 55. Enemies and friends. Qin Wentian eagerly anticipated the upcoming confrontation in over 10 days. Both he and Fan Lu had ascended to the 2nd level of the Wheel Meridian realm, and with Fan Li's Imperial Flame bloodline, he believed he could handle Duhao without much difficulty. As for Murongfeng, he feared that would be more challenging, as Murongfeng's cultivation level was formidable, and he was uncertain whether Murongfeng possessed any hidden trump cards. Thus, in the days leading up to the duel, he resolved to enhance his own abilities. Primarily, before the battle commenced, he aimed to accumulate at least half of his divine essence within his acupoints, allowing him to contend with the 3rd level of the Wheel Meridian realm solely through the might of his divine essence. Furthermore, with the Earth-level middle-grade divine ability, the 1,000-Hand Seal, he would stand a fighting chance even against a 4th-level opponent. The pressing question remained, how powerful would Murongfeng truly be? The Night Alliance would undoubtedly ensure he was well prepared. To condense such a significant amount of divine essence, the Starfall Stones were indispensable. Once the auction for the returning Origin Sword concluded, he would have more than enough. At that moment, Jian Wu approached the sword wall, her gaze falling upon the newcomers as she smiled and said, as per the long-standing tradition of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, all items for auction are open for bidding. We prioritize those who offer the highest bid, although the final decision rests with our pavilion. After all, we are not a formal auction house and reserve the right to choose the buyer. I trust you have all heard of the returning Origin Sword. Its starting price is 10 Starfall Stones from the 2nd level of the heavens. As Jian Wu spoke, a smile graced her lips, though her heart stirred slightly. For an ordinary middle-grade divine weapon, 3 or 4 Starfall Stones would suffice, yet this returning Origin Sword would likely fetch an astronomically high price. Naturally, should any friends of the Divine Weapon Pavilion wish to participate in the bidding, even if their offers were not substantial, the pavilion might still consider accommodating them. Such was the pavilion's ethos. Now, we may commence, Jian Wu declared with a smile. 30 stones. A calm voice emerged from the crowd, followed by the figure of an elderly man approaching the sword wall. It was old Han. Many felt disheartened, for his immediate bid of 30 stones had effectively extinguished the hopes of numerous onlookers who could scarcely muster such an amount. I have a particular fondness for this sword, but I only possess 35 Starfall Stones in total. I shall bid them all and hope for good fortune, murmured the drunken immortal as he stepped forward, prompting the crowd to part for him. 40 stones. A few figures emerged from the front, notably Guan Yu and her companions. This trio of bids quickly dampened the crowd's aspirations. Such prices were indeed daunting. Damn it, I've risked my life hunting monsters for years, barely scraping together 10 2nd-level Starfall Stones, while a burly man muttered under his breath, echoing the sentiments of many who felt the vast disparity between individuals. Qin Wentian shared in this sentiment, reflecting on the reality in the Imperial City. Had this been in Tianyong City, there would have been no circulation of 2nd-level Starfall Stones. Even 1st-level stones were treated as treasures by the prominent families, exchanged solely for essence stones. This stark contrast was evident, though Qin Wentian overlooked the fact that this was the Divine Weapon Pavilion, and the impoverished districts as well as the chaotic areas of the Imperial City were not quite so affluent. The bid made by Guan Yu rendered the Grand Hall silent. A heavyweight auction does not necessarily involve numerous bids. Perhaps only a few will suffice to determine the ownership of a treasure, with most participants merely serving as embellishments. Clearly, Qin Wentian did not wish to be just a mere accessory. Since Guan Yu was so affluent, why not extort a little from her? Miss Guan, I have heard that you have become a 2nd-tier weapon refiner. I must express my admiration, said old Han, who was also a 2nd-tier refiner, with utmost courtesy. 41. Qin Wentian stepped forward, speaking calmly with a faint smile gracing his lips. The drunken immortal was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Qin Wentian's bid. He then took a sip of his drink, a smile forming on his face, for he was aware of the sword's origins and realized that this fellow was up to mischief. Guan Yu's expression turned icy as she directed her gaze at Qin Wentian. Are you deliberately causing trouble? Will you place a bid or not? Qin Wentian shot her a glance. 45, Guan Yu retorted, her eyes fixed on him. 46. Qin Wentian chuckled, continuing to raise his bid. The Gui Yuan sword, are you not afraid that it will burn your hands? One of Guan Yu's companions warned Qin Wentian, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Not at all. After winning the auction, I can always gift it to someone, perhaps to the drunken immortal. After all, I have plenty of star meteorites. Qin Wentian shrugged nonchalantly. You. The man was momentarily taken aback, while Guan Yu turned to Jian Wu, saying, should we inspect his star meteorites? Perhaps he doesn't possess as many as he claims. This is a matter of my divine weapon pavilion. Miss Guan need not worry. Would you be willing to show your star meteorites to others? If so, I wouldn't mind. Yang Chun, standing beside Jian Wu, remarked with a smile, causing Guan Yu's expression to sour. 50. Guan Yu's voice was cold. 51. Qin Wentian promptly countered. 55. Guan Yu gritted her teeth. After breaking through to become a second-tier weapon refiner, both the Galaxy Guild and her family had provided her with resources to support her cultivation, coupled with her previous assets. She had 60 star meteorites on her person, yet nearly all would be expended for the Guiyuan sword. 56. The plump man chuckled, taking over Qin Wentian's words. Qin Wentian cast a glance at him and smiled even more brightly. This fellow was adept at mind power and possessed keen judgment, perhaps able to discern something from Guan Yu's expression. 57. Guan Yu's voice turned icy. Star meteorites would not be in short supply for her in the future, but she could not afford to lose face today. As for Qin Wentian, she would settle the score with him after acquiring the Guiyuan sword. 58. The plump man beamed. 60. Guan Yu's voice rose slightly, and the entire divine weapon pavilion fell into a profound silence as the auction reached the astonishing price of 60. Madness, pure madness. Goodness, miss. You truly are affluent. I cannot match that bid, the plump man remarked, flashing his signature lewd grin at Guan Yu. Her expression stiffened. 60 star meteorites from the second level of the heavens had only purchased a second-tier mid-grade sword. Even though this sword was extraordinary, it still made her heart bleed. I shall not participate either. Qin Wentian shrugged and winked at the chubby man, having casually pocketed 30 meteorites from the second heaven. Boss. The chubby man signaled with a knowing glance, reminding Qin Wentian not to forget his share. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Jian Wu smiled, observing the crowd. What nonsense. It's terrifying. I'd rather check the first level, someone rudely cursed, prompting laughter from the crowd. Indeed, the price was alarming, enough to procure numerous high-grade divine weapons. In that case, Miss Guan Yue, Jian Wu remarked with a smile towards Guan Yue. A flicker of discomfort crossed Guan Yue's face as she handed over all the meteorites she had brought to Jian Wu, who then presented her with a sword. Though Guan Yue acquired the returning Yuan sword, she felt no exhilaration. Her cold gaze swept over Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, revealing a trace of murderous intent. Now, it's time to settle our matters, Guan Yue declared, fixing her gaze on Qin Wentian and Feng Ping. How do you wish to proceed? One-on-one, or a group battle? Fan Li squinted at the few before him. Upon hearing Fan Li's words, Guan Yue's 4 companions erupted in laughter, as if they had just heard the most amusing jest. One-on-one. Group battle? Do you think you are worthy? A youth with formidable cultivation stepped forward, surveying Qin Wentian and his companions. If you kneel and apologize to Guan Yu now, I might spare your worthless lives today. Wang Chang's gaze was laced with mockery. He found it incomprehensible how these individuals dared to retort against Guan Yu. Yet he relished the spectacle, for it provided him an opportunity to shine. Ever since Guan Yu became a second-tier artifact refiner, many had sought to connect with her. His attention shifted, and he soon noticed a young man sipping from a wine gourd, the earlier words having escaped his lips. Wang Chang's expression stiffened, turning ashen. Drunken immortal. This matter seems unrelated to you, Wang Chong remarked coldly. The drunken immortal shook his wine gourd and replied with annoyance, oh no, I'm out of wine again. The crowd was momentarily speechless. His remarks were certainly unpredictable. Once this is resolved, I shall treat you to a drink, Qin Wentian said to the drunken immortal, a smile gracing his face. The drunken immortal's eyes sparkled with delight as he laughed. You'd better not back out. My capacity for drink is substantial. Consider it settled. Qin Wentian replied, equally amused, for he appreciated the drunken immortal's character. With camaraderie in mind, it seemed today would indeed be a grand occasion for revelry. The drunken immortal was well aware that Guan Yu had just contributed 60 meteorites, half of which belonged to Qin Wentian. Chapter 56. Ochen's plan. The conversation between the two unfolded without regard for their surroundings, increasingly unsettling Guan Yu. She had not anticipated that the renowned drunken immortal would assist Qin Wentian, ranked 3rd among the 10 prodigies of the capital. The drunken immortal was not to be trifled with. It was surprising how swiftly he had found a powerful ally. Guan Yue cast a nonchalant glance at Qin Wentian, her voice laced with disdain. Do you truly believe I require assistance to deal with you? As for the demon ape that had emerged from the Star River Guild, Mu Qing had informed her that it was likely a summoned celestial battle beast, possibly a life-saving talisman left by the ancestral martial king of the Qin clan. A family teetering on the brink of collapse could hardly nurture formidable individuals. Guan Yue let out a cold laugh before turning away, commanding, "Leave." Though prideful, Guan Yue was not foolish enough to resort to violence within the sacred armory. The onlookers surrounding them regarded Qin Wentian with mocking expressions, clearly entertained by his predicament. How amusing. With a sense of morbid curiosity, they observed as Qin Wentian turned to his companion Fengping, inquiring, "Are all enchanters this arrogant?" Indeed. Skilled enchanters possessed a certain innate pride. Fengping chuckled nervously. "I was merely a first-tier enchanter before, but you've seen." He trailed off, casting an awkward glance at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian smiled, recalling that when he first encountered Fengping, the latter had been quite haughty. She harbored murderous intent. Fanla narrowed his eyes, realizing that this woman was not merely proud. Her heart seemed to harbor a sinister streak, as she had entertained thoughts of killing. Suddenly, Guan Yue moved with grace and agility, like a flash of lightning. A sword radiating a chilling aura erupted forth, aimed directly at Qin Wentian. The speed of her strike was astonishing. The crowd fell silent, recognizing that Guan Yue sought to take Qin Wentian's life. A terrifying aura enveloped Qin Wentian's palm as he prepared to showcase the thousand-hand seal he had diligently practiced. With a decisive step, the ground trembled beneath him, and he unleashed a powerful palm strike, generating a formidable golden imprint that was the first form of the thousand-hand seal, the diamond seal. Guan Yue's sword, forged from the power of the stars, shattered under the overwhelming force, its might extinguished before it could fully manifest. The thousand-hand seal was renowned for its ferocious attacks, and Qin Wentian's celestial energy derived from the fifth heaven bore the ruthless, tempestuous essence of the hammer star. Even without invoking divine energy, his offensive capabilities remained dreadfully formidable. With a resounding thud, Guan Yue felt her arm nearly shatter, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Qin Wentian offered no opportunity for her to retaliate. With a roar reminiscent of a dragon, he snatched the return-to-origin sword from her grasp and delivered a powerful punch that sent Guan Yue crashing to the ground. In an instant, the battle concluded, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, astounded by the sheer ferocity of Qin Wentian's assault. Seizing the advantage, he unleashed a tempest that utterly obliterated Guan Yue. Wang Chong and his companions surged forward, yet they were met with the formidable presence of the drunken immortal, who stepped forth with a single stride, enveloping the space with a terrifying sword aura that rendered Wang Chong and his comrades frozen in place. Simultaneously, Qin Wentian had already arrived before Guan Yu. Standing tall and gazing down at her seated form, a faint smile gracing his lips. In his hand, he held the Guiyuan's sword, and with a mere thrust, Guan Yu would meet her demise. "I truly cannot fathom what you take pride in," Qin Wentian said calmly, his gaze laced with mockery, piercing through Guan Yu's heart, leaving her to reflect on the humiliation she had never before endured. Yet today, she found herself defeated by him, left without retort. The anguish of defeat and the weight of such disgrace bore heavily upon her. Drunken immortal, should anything happen to Guan Yu, you will bear the consequences. Wang Chong stated coldly, directing his gaze at the drunken immortal before shifting it back to Qin Wentian. "And you, lower your sword." The drunken immortal chuckled, responding, "If I were in your position, I would promptly cease my words. Otherwise, should he truly slay Guan Yu, the repercussions would be dire." Guan Yu, a student of the Royal Academy and a second-tier weapon refiner of the Star River Guild, Wang Chong retorted coldly. "A month ago, in front of O Qin and many elders of the Imperial Star Academy, he killed O Feng. If you provoke him further, do not say I did not warn you." The drunken immortal shrugged indifferently. "He killed O Feng?" Guan Yu sat up, turning to her companion for confirmation. Indeed, during the ranking battles at the Imperial Star Academy, on the martial stage, before all present, her companion nodded, casting a glance at Qin Wentian. Moreover, his two star souls hail from the third and fourth heavens, and the Imperial Star Academy merely confined him for a month. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's expression shifted to one of incredulity as she regarded the smiling youth. Had he truly undergone such transformation in merely 3 months? "Kindly inform Mu Qing that I shall settle that score with him later." "Depart now," Qin Wentian declared, casting the Guiyuan's sword to the ground, prompting Guan Yu to rise and leave in disarray. Qin Wentian's entry into the Imperial Star Academy, coupled with his exceptional talent, struck a profound chord within her. He refrained from slaying her, fully aware of his precarious situation in the Imperial City, where the Yi and O families offered no chance for reprieve. In a life-or-death scenario, despite now being within the Imperial Star Academy, he did not feel secure. Rather, he recognized that many desired his demise. Whether from the Imperial Star Academy, the Divine Armament Pavilion, or the Drunken Immortal, none of this stemmed from his own strength. Only when he could contend with all adversities through his own power would he be entitled to act without restraint, to pursue his desires unimpeded. Shifting his gaze to the Drunken Immortal, he observed him chuckling. "Shall we indulge in some revelry?" "Indulge indeed," Qin Wentian replied with a smile. "Where to?" "Wherever the winds take us. Just settle the bill." The Drunken Immortal laughed, and Qin Wentian shrugged, turning to Fan Lu and Xian Ran. "What about you too, Chubby?" "Hee hee." The chubby one blinked and grinned. "Here's the plan. Xian Ran, you go select a divine weapon and charge it to the boss's account. I'll accompany the boss for a stroll." This, Xian Ran regarded Qin Wentian with skepticism. "Phone ping, take Xian Ran with you and just put it on my tab," Qin Wentian said, casting a sidelong glance at the rotund figure beside him. This fat man, incessantly calling him boss, would have to pay the price. Xian Ran. "There's no need to be polite with the boss." The fat man leered, having witnessed the affluence of the artifact craftsman. He intended to exploit this to his advantage. Feng Ping escorted Xian Ran to the Divine Weapon Pavilion, while Qin Wentian and his companions ventured in another direction. The fat man assessed the Drunken Immortal and inquired. "Ranked third among the 10 elites of the capital, your strength must be formidable, right?" "Not bad," the Drunken Immortal replied, finding the fat man's curiosity somewhat amusing. "I see. Now that we've shared a drink, we are brothers, would you mind assisting me should a brawl arise?" The fat man's eyes sparkled with mischief. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. The fellow was quite shrewd. If they could enlist the Drunken Immortal's help to confront Ochin, their chances of success would be greatly enhanced. "Qin Wentian, when will you be able to forge a high-grade return to Origin Sword? Remember to gift me one," the Drunken Immortal remarked to Qin Wentian. "Of course," Qin Wentian replied, nodding readily. The Drunken Immortal's carefree nature made it clear he had no qualms about directly asking for divine weapons, a request that would typically be considered presumptuous by others. At the Imperial Star Academy, the Knights Alliance gathered, where Ochin addressed Morong Feng, saying, "A battle occurred outside the Divine Weapon Pavilion today. Qin Wentian's cultivation has already broken through to the second level of the Meridian Realm, and Mo Shang must have bestowed upon him the Earth-level divine ability, Thousand Hand Seal. He has already mastered the first form, Diamond Seal. Do you believe he poses a threat to me?" Morong Feng inquired, regarding Ochin with a keen gaze. "At the very least, we cannot afford to be complacent. Last time in the Dark Forest, we thought he would perish, yet it was my brother who met his end. This opportunity cannot be squandered. I will provide you with a set of Earth-level divine abilities for you to cultivate. Additionally, would you like to directly elevate the Imperial Star Jade token to level 5? Morong Feng's pupils constricted. A level 5 Imperial Star Jade token would grant access to superior resources, undeniably a considerable temptation. However, the vast quantity of meteorite shards required was beyond his reach. Certainly, Morong Feng nodded. In the arena, confrontations could easily escalate beyond control, should Qin Wentian be incapacitated. "I guarantee you will reach level 5, Ochin said, his demeanor shadowed by a glint of coldness. With Qin Wentian out of the picture, the Imperial Star Academy would no longer harbor a liability. Qin Wentian would be doomed. The Yi and Ochin families would be willing to provide those 300 meteorite shards." Morong Feng's eyes narrowed. This proposition was fraught with risk. If Qin Wentian were indeed crippled, how would the Imperial Star Academy react? This is a fair duel. With our presence, the Imperial Star Academy would not jeopardize a genius for the sake of a discarded individual. Ochin's gaze was chillingly resolute. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Morong Feng's eyes. Chapter 57. Provocation. Fear not, he is not entirely inebriated yet. The Drunken Immortal chuckled, observing the two fellows, particularly the rotund Fan Lu, who, in his tipsy state, repeatedly called out for beautiful ladies. Indeed, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu were quite intoxicated. At merely 16 years of age, they had encountered numerous setbacks, yet their spirits remained fervent and unyielding. Encountering such a whimsical character as the Drunken Immortal, they could not restrain their drinking. Who was the Drunken Immortal, renowned as the Wine Immortal? Could he truly be drunk? Hence, the inebriated ones were undoubtedly Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. "Get away." Qin Wentian kicked the chubby fellow off him, exclaiming, You fatso, do not mistake me for your beauty. Brother, you're ruthless. I, Fat Lu, prefer men. What of it? Fan Lu grinned at Qin Wentian, sending shivers down his spine and jolting him back to a semblance of sobriety as he quickly distanced himself from the rotund one. Nearby, fellow students overheard Fat Li's words and stifled their laughter. One girl, unable to contain herself, burst into hearty laughter. Aren't these two the prominent figures among the freshmen? How could they be so intoxicated? And that chubby fellow, he actually likes men? What is so funny? Would the lady care to share some laughter with Fat Lu? He exhaled a breath reeking of alcohol towards a nearby female student, who screamed in fright and fled. You'll be infamous, you fat fool. Aha. Qin Wentian laughed heartily, lamenting that his drunken comments had unfortunately hit the mark. Indeed, Fat Lu was becoming famous. No. Qin Wentian shook his head. Then that's good. Why do I feel as though I was spouting nonsense in my dreams? Fat Lu scratched his head, then stretched lazily and ambled outside. Nearby, someone called out to him, Fat bro, you're awake. The chubby fellow's expression flickered. Why were these folks so enthusiastic today? Even taking the initiative to greet him? Fat bro, which of the boys here do you fancy? Another teased, causing Fat Lu's face to flush crimson. Could it be that the dream was indeed true? Nonsense, I like women, beauties. Fat Lu retorted angrily, prompting laughter from the students, who chorused, we understand. Qin Wentian took a step towards the crowd, determined to distance himself from Fat Lu. Boss. Fat Lu whimpered as he chased after Qin Wentian, sending a chill down his spine. Qin Wentian, Fan Lu, there's a public lecture today, and the instructor is a beautiful elder guest. Would you care to join? Someone proposed with a grin. Beautiful elder? Fat Lu's eyes sparkled with delight. Of course, let us go. Then let us proceed together. The group erupted in laughter as they made their way to an open area adorned with numerous green stone mats, with a high platform at the front. Known as the lecture platform. Not every student has the opportunity to be accepted under an elder's tutelage. Thus, the academy frequently invites guest elders to alternate in teaching, imparting knowledge on cultivation. Today, the lecture platform was graced by many new students, their youthful silhouettes radiating vitality. Elder Muyu has arrived. At that moment, the crowd's gaze turned towards the front, where Su Muyu stood gracefully clad in a flowing azure gown, exuding an air of elegance and beauty. Though her attire bore little embellishment, it was impeccably neat, complementing her dignified features and fair complexion, which together imparted an ethereal quality, captivating the onlookers and eliciting gasps of admiration. Goddess of the elegant, they whispered. The rotund figure seated upon the stone platform gazed in rapture, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Sumiyu sat cross-legged atop the lectern, addressing the assembly below with a voice both delicate and clear. Most of you possess a cultivation level of either the third layer of body refinement or the meridian realm. Today, I shall expound upon some aspects of the meridian realm. Whatever you teach, we shall heed, the crowd responded with enthusiasm. You are all well aware that the human body is an inexhaustible vessel, capable of perpetual expansion. The first stage of martial cultivation is body refinement, aimed at perfecting the physical form. Only with a flawless physique can one truly progress in their practice. The body refinement stage serves as the foundation upon which the meridian realm is built. However, is the so-called perfect body of body refinement truly flawless? Clearly, this notion is merely a concept. As our martial prowess strengthens, our bodies continue to evolve, a journey without end. Some formidable practitioners of body refinement boast physiques capable of splitting mountains and parting seas. The meridian realm represents the transcendence of body refinement. Upon unblocking the acupoints and establishing the meridians, all parts of the body become interconnected through these channels. They link our head, heart, limbs, and every sinew. When we cultivate, the stellar primordial energy circulates through these meridians, further refining the body. In combat, the stellar primordial energy can permeate through the meridians to all parts of the body. When the energy flows to the eyes, vision sharpens. When it reaches the ears, hearing amplifies. However, during battle, we typically direct this energy to our hands and feet, as most of the techniques you practice are executed through them. Yet, what are those with extraordinary star souls or terrifying strength? With a mere glance, they can sway the hearts of others. A breath from their lips can even snuff out lives. Thus, do not confine yourselves. Expand your thinking. In your daily practice, allow the stellar primordial energy to circulate throughout your being, refining every part while continuously unblocking acupoints to increase their capacity until you can establish new meridians. Of course, you must also adapt your practice according to your star soul, selecting the appropriate techniques and abilities. As Su Muyu's gentle voice resonated, the atmosphere gradually fell into a profound silence, the audience captivated by her words, as if enchanted, drawn into the ocean of knowledge regarding cultivation. Qin Wentian, having been guided by the venerable He Bo, possessed a deeper understanding of the fundamentals of cultivation than his peers, yet he remained enthralled. The wisdom of others can always illuminate one's own path. No one's cultivation philosophy is beyond improvement, and thus, listening, reflecting, and gaining insights are undoubtedly beneficial. This lesson extended over 2 hours, and as Su Muyu departed, many felt a sense of reluctance, as if they yearned for more of her teachings. I must pursue the goddess, the rotund admirer mused nostalgically, watching her retreating figure. Wake up. Elder Su could easily dispatch you with a single slap. Qin Wentian cast a glance at the rotund figure beside him, who immediately exhibited a look of dejection. It seemed that diligent training was imperative. With merely 10 days remaining. Are you all prepared? At that moment, an unexpected voice rang out, prompting Qin Wentian and Fan Lu to shift their gazes, soon alighting upon Murong Feng and Du Hao, who stood there with a hint of provocation in their eyes. The onlookers, upon recognizing these two, exchanged knowing glances. For they were aware that a sensational confrontation was imminent among these four, one that garnered considerable attention. Do we truly need to prepare to deal with you? Fan Lu remarked with a smile. Such a bold tongue you possess, Du Hao retorted with a scoff. Murong Feng, resting his chin upon his hand, addressed Qin Wentian. I have heard whispers of your mastery over Earth-level divine abilities. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me when the time comes. A one-sided battle lacks excitement. With that, Murong Feng and Du Hao turned to depart. In the fleeting moment of their exit, a glint of icy determination flickered in Murong Feng's eyes, revealing that he had already resolved his plans regarding Ochen. Quite arrogant, aren't they? Fan Lu murmured as he watched the pair retreat. You, my friend, must exert yourself, Otherwise, we may face significant humiliation. Qin Wentian stepped forward, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Victory in this confrontation was essential. This was merely the beginning. He would never forget the cruel scene involving the rotund individual in the Dreaming Woods, never, under any circumstances. Chapter 58, The Eve of Battle within the Imperial Star Academy. There exist spaces designated for students' cultivation and sparring. However, they are often drawn to the exhilarating trials within the City of Dreamlike Illusions, where they can unleash their full potential without reservation. Yet, Qin Wentian chose not to venture into the City of Dreamlike Illusions. Instead, he sought enlightenment within the confines of his own dreams. At this moment, on a vast and desolate expanse, only Qin Wentian stood solitary, relentlessly manifesting palm imprints. The Vidra seal was fierce and domineering, invulnerable to all. In contrast, the Wheel C seal exhibited a harmonious blend of rigidity and softness. Flowing like tranquil waters or crashing forth like towering waves, strength entwined with gentleness, gentleness intertwined with strength. Qin Wentian murmured to himself, continuing to unleash his palms. Yet he could not grasp the essence. If only I could construct a dream realm, I could shape an ocean within my slumber, experiencing it firsthand, Qin Wentian pondered, persistently striking with his palms. After an indeterminate number of attempts, a resounding clap reverberated, causing Qin Wentian's gaze to momentarily freeze. Round upon round, akin to the cycles of energy coursing within his body, layers upon layers converged, culminating in an explosive release of power at the moment it reached his palms. Qin Wentian's eyes sparkled with realization. Taking a deep breath, he extended his palms slowly this time, as if summoning a fierce wind that seemed to accumulate strength. Gentleness, that was the sensation he sought. Yes, precisely so. Until the final moment of eruption, the waves surged together, and the resultant force unleashed was as tempestuous as a tsunami. A smile graced Qin Wentian's lips. He had finally comprehended the essence of the Wheel C seal. After some time, with a decisive strike, he unleashed his palm like a torrential wave, producing a terrifying sound akin to a crashing tide, even without the infusion of stellar energy. Once he had mastered the Wheel C seal, Qin Wentian turned to his dreams, seeking to channel his consciousness into the starry figurine. Yet, there was no response. In recent days, having accumulated a number of star meteorites, Qin Wentian had endeavored to probe the memories contained within the starry figurine while in a dreamlike state. However, he gradually discerned that entering the internal space of the starry figurine did not necessitate overwhelming stellar power. Yet, this interior space felt as boundless as the starry sky itself, filled with numerous fragments of stars, each capable of absorbing stellar energy, requiring star meteorites to unlock them. This revelation deepened Qin Wentian's intrigue regarding the peculiarities of the starry figurine. Of course, Qin Wentian had also attempted to illuminate the starry figurine from the outside using stellar energy, as he had done upon first activating it. However, he discovered that the current starry figurine resembled an abyss. While it was relatively easy to enter with his consciousness, illuminating it demanded a considerable amount of star meteorites, placing immense pressure upon him, for his current resources were likely insufficient to shoulder such a burden. Let me first examine what memories these star fragments hold. With a thought, Qin Wentian directed the flow of stellar energy into this vast starry expanse, which then permeated a fragment of star that his consciousness had anchored onto. Though merely within a dream, as long as he guided his awareness, he could draw the stellar energy into his realm. Certainly, it is predicated upon the existence of starfall stones either within the external world or in Qin Wentian's possession. Engaging in cultivation within dreams cannot conjure false existences, at least. Such fabrication is unattainable within the realm of shallow dreams. Gradually, the fragments of stars began to emanate a radiant glow, intensifying in brilliance. At last, a beam of light burst forth, and a stream of memories surged into Qin Wentian's being, simultaneously jolting his consciousness outward. Shaking his head, Qin Wentian awoke from his slumber. Yet he promptly closed his eyes once more to immerse himself in the influx of memory. This time, akin to his previous experience within the Jiang Taiyan sacred sect. What Qin Wentian beheld was yet again a visual memory rather than a textual one. Techniques of cultivation or knowledge of artifact forging are inherently tied to written memory. However, the grand battle he had witnessed previously in the Jiang Taiyan sacred sect was a vivid scene, and this instance mirrored that experience. Within this vision, he discerned an imperial dynasty, a profoundly formidable empire, where the palace exuded an aura of grandeur. Qin Wentian could scarcely fathom the magnitude of its imposing presence. With towering stone columns reaching skyward, the palace itself likely surpassing even the vastness of Tianyong City, teeming with formidable beings. In the face of such an imperial force, the Chu kingdom appeared as mere ants, a sentiment conveyed by the overwhelming atmosphere of the vision. Qin Wentian then observed the middle-aged figure from his prior encounter at the Jiang Taiyan sacred sect, standing atop a celestial stone pillar outside the imperial palace. Laughing disdainfully at the heavens, with a mere wave of his hand, he instigated a cataclysmic upheaval, casting the empire into disarray. Within the memory, a strikingly beautiful woman also appeared, taken away by the middle-aged man. Anyone daring to obstruct them met with death or annihilation. None could impede. This seemed to corroborate a saying Qin Wentian had once heard. When one's power reaches a certain zenith, an individual can embody the law of a nation. In the vast universe, I am the most carefree, rampaging without restraint. I am the heavens. I am the law. Upon withdrawing from this memory, the overwhelming emotions within Qin Wentian remained tumultuous. It was unfathomably powerful. Compared to that empire, the Chu kingdom could only be deemed a minor realm. For a mere stomp from that middle-aged man could obliterate the entire Great Chu. No wonder He Bo remarked that this is a world of martial fate. Tianyong City is exceedingly small, and the Chu kingdom is too insignificant. Qin Wentian inhaled deeply, his heart swelling with fervor. Yet he recognized that despite the Chu kingdom's insignificance on the broader continent, he himself was also inconsequential within it. To attain strength, he must proceed step by step, avoiding the pitfalls of overambition. Old Ghost Father, who exactly are you? What is the starry little being you have left for me? Gazing at the void above, Qin Wentian recalled the middle-aged figure. Numerous images of that man lingered in his memory. Could he be the Old Ghost Father? If that were indeed the case, then did the Old Ghost Father truly perish? Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Qin Wentian mused internally. Should I once again ignite the entirety of the starry little being? What surprises might it unveil for me? He was eager to test this, yet the day of the promised duel loomed ever closer. More importantly, he needed to first consolidate the starry elemental force within his body into divine pattern force, a process that would also demand considerable starfall stones. The art of the Divine Refinement Codex cultivates true essence through the condensation of divine patterns. The hallmark of its first complete stage is the ability to instantaneously refine a vast amount of stellar essence into first-tier divine patterns. As one continues to practice the Divine Refinement Codex, their comprehension of divine patterns will undoubtedly deepen. As time flows, Qin Wentian remains immersed in the refinement of divine essence. After condensing the divine essence, he traverses his entire being with the stellar energy through the stellar meridian, continuously refining every part of his body. He has gleaned valuable knowledge from Su Muyu's lectures. While such efforts may seem negligible after one or two attempts, after hundreds and thousands of repetitions. He begins to sense subtle changes within himself. Not only is Qin Wentian diligently training, but even the seemingly carefree Fan Lu has been notably industrious these past few days. Never disturbing Qin Wentian. It is evident that despite his outward demeanor, he takes this battle seriously, well aware of the harsh lessons learned in the City of Illusions. Qin Wentian understands the depth of Fan Li's memories, especially when he recalls the moment Fan Lu was impaled by the lance of a Knight Alliance member. A fierce desire for vengeance ignites within him. This debt must be repaid with blood. Meanwhile, as Qin Wentian and Fan Li toil in their training, Morong Feng and Du Hao of the Knight Alliance are not idle. Since Qin Wentian slayed O Feng and showcased his talent, O Qin has recognized the threat posed by someone he once regarded with disdain. He realizes that eliminating this threat is no longer as simple as before and cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. In the training grounds, Morong Feng and Du Hao engage in fierce combat with several other powerful members of the Knight Alliance. Their attacks are remarkably ferocious. Indeed, Morong Feng is an exceptional talent. His skyrending fist is both fierce and domineering, akin to the Earth-level mid-grade divine arts such as the Cracking Pulse and Thousand Hand Seal. The distinction lies in the skyrending fist's lack of fixed techniques. Its destructive power amplifies with deeper comprehension. Next to O Qin, a member of the Knight Alliance scoffs. O Qin's expression is calm, yet a chilling intent lurks in the depths of his gaze. The skyrending fist was deliberately crafted for Qin Wentian, practiced by both Morong Feng and Du Hao. This brutal and lethal technique can shatter the very meridians and organs of its target. Morong Feng's realm far surpasses that of Qin Wentian. Coupled with the mastery of such a ruthless technique, he will undoubtedly crush the lower-ranked Qin Wentian. Yet, this is not enough. O Qin plans to prepare additional trump cards for Morong Feng, just in case. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, brace yourselves for the agony of defeat. O Qin muses with a smirk, confident yet committed to thorough preparation. Chapter 59, The Battle of Focus on this day. The martial arts arena of the Imperial Star Academy was thronged with numerous spectators, among whom two factions were particularly prominent. Standing at the forefront and gazing intently at one another, exuding an air of mutual confrontation. The Knights Alliance and the Azure Cloud Alliance had convened for their long-anticipated duel. Morong Feng and Du Hao had both arrived, having joined the Knights Alliance and become integral members. Has he not arrived yet? Morong Feng strolled forward to the martial stage. Assuming a poised stance with his hands clasped behind his back, Du Hao following closely behind him. Though merely 16 years of age, Morong Feng emanated an aura of strength, evoking a sense of reverence akin to gazing upon a towering mountain. At 16, he possessed a dual star soul and was at the 4th level of the Meridian Cycle, holding the title of the top freshman at the Imperial Star Academy, adorned with numerous accolades. Morong Feng appeared exceedingly self-assured, drawing whispers from the crowd. Qin Wentian has arrived. At that moment, several figures approached from a distance, leading with Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, who made their way directly to the front of the Azure Cloud Alliance. Before Ruohuan, sister, Qin Wentian greeted with a smile. Are you confident? Ruohuan inquired, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips, stirring intrigue in those around her. I will do my utmost, Qin Wentian replied with a grin, though he harbored a measure of confidence within, despite the considerable gap in cultivation between himself and Morong Feng. I look forward to it. Go ahead, Ruohuan encouraged, and Qin Wentian along with Fan Lu ascended the martial stage, locking their gaze upon the two figures before them. Upon noticing their arrival, Morong Feng remarked coolly, in battle, injuries are inevitable. If I inadvertently inflict serious harm upon you, how shall we proceed? Qin Wentian and Fan Lu narrowed their eyes slightly, perceiving the overwhelming confidence radiating from Morong Feng. Is that so? Morong Feng chuckled lightly. If you can injure me, it would merely reflect my inadequacy. I assure you, the Academy will not hold you accountable. I feel the same. If I should fall, it matters not. However, oh, what of you? Du Hao's keen gaze shot towards Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, causing the crowd below to gasp slightly. Clearly, they had come prepared, demanding a life-and-death commitment from their adversaries. Of course, death was out of the question, as the Imperial Star Academy forbade it. However, sustaining severe injuries was not beyond the realm of possibility. Qin Wentian regarded Morong Feng and Du Hao, fully comprehending the implications behind their words. Are you certain? He inquired, pausing momentarily before speaking. If you wish for me to show mercy, perhaps I could consider it. Morong Feng's gaze sparkled with provocation. Qin Wentian met his gaze for a brief moment before nodding resolutely. Then let the battle commence. though he bore no significant grudge against Morong Feng and Du Hao. Given their readiness to wield lethal force against him, Qin Wentian understood the course of action he must take. This battle will be the gravest mistake of your life. Morong Feng's calm voice exuded a profound confidence. As his words fell, the twin star souls erupted into existence above his head, manifesting as ethereal figures, a lion and a great eagle. These ferocious beasts, with their violent tempers and overwhelming strength, were the chosen star souls of Morong Feng. The lion bestowed immense power, while the eagle granted terrifying agility. Thus, he would embody the characteristics of both the demon lion and the demon eagle. In that moment, Morong Feng's eyes mirrored the wildness of the beasts, exuding an aura of invincibility. His presence resonated with the profound energy of the fourth level of the Wheel Meridian, far surpassing that of a mere novice. Du Hao, too, unleashed his star souls, which comprised a swirling tempest and a gleaming blade. However, the tempest was not overwhelmingly fierce. It was a manifestation of Du Hao's connection to the celestial martial destiny of the first heaven, while the blade represented his bond with the second. Fan Lu also released his bow and arrow star souls, conjuring a celestial bow in his hands, with 3 starry arrows poised and ready to fly. How shall we proceed? Fan Lu inquired with a grin directed at Qin Wentian. Can you handle Du Hao? Qin asked. No pressure, Fan Lu replied, confidence evident in his smile, provoking a cold snort from Du Hao. All right, Morong Feng, leave him to me, Qin Wentian said, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he summoned his Skyhammer Star Soul. Second level of the Wheel Meridian, Morong Feng chuckled lightly, but in the next instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically. The tranquil Morong Feng vanished, replaced by a tempestuous force as he raced across the battlefield, stirring up a whirlwind. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air like a hawk, launching a ferocious claw strike toward Qin Wentian, whose sharp talons surged with overwhelming, beastly energy. Qin Wentian raised his hand, unleashing a dragon's roar as the dragon-subduing fist transformed into a rampaging azure dragon, tearing asunder all in its path. Simultaneously, Morong Feng descended, his claws morphing into a fist of light, the lion's roar echoing as his ferocious punches seemed to rend the very fabric of space, bearing down on Qin Wentian. In that fleeting moment, Qin Wentian sensed a perilous aura. He executed the first form of the thousand-hand seal, the diamond seal, striking out with a thunderous crash as the turbulent primal energy erupted violently in the air. Morong Feng's fist of light continued its relentless descent, colliding with Qin Wentian's palm. Qin felt his arm tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. As he stepped back, Qin's feet scraped against the ground with a hissing sound. A terrifying force still raging within him, his heart pounding fiercely. What a formidable divine ability, on par with the thousand-hand seal, Qin mused, recognizing the disadvantage he faced. Morong Feng was 2 realms stronger and wielding an equally potent mid-grade earthly divine ability. This battle promised to be far from easy. Cracking Sky Fist. Below the arena, Ruo Huan's expression darkened. Morong Feng had mastered the cracking Sky Fist to the extent of projecting its might outward. This battle appeared perilous, and she found herself concerned for Qin Wentian. Despite his advantage in star souls and the superior celestial primal energy, the significant gap of 2 realms loomed ominously over him. On the other side, the clash between Du Hao and Fan Lu erupted. Du Hao wielded the starry blade, which was enveloped in whispers of wind power, granting it unparalleled swiftness and ethereal grace. Additionally, Du Hao's speed was remarkable, rendering him an elusive opponent. Are the 200 falling stars ready, Qingyan Alliance? Ochen inquired, casting a glance at Ruo Huan across the way. 200 celestial meteorites from the second heaven would surely suffice to challenge the Qingyan Alliance. Ruo Huan briefly met Ochen's gaze before turning her attention to Qin Wentian on the battle stage, murmuring to herself, "Little one, it's all on you now." This battle is under the scrutiny of many. Although this duel was merely a challenge between the Knights Alliance and the Qingyan Alliance, the significance of the combatants was extraordinary. Qin Wentian, with his formidable star soul, was renowned as the strongest in the history of the Imperial Star Academy, with an immeasurable future ahead of him. Morong Feng, a rare prodigy of the Imperial Star Academy, possessed the talent of a 4th-layer pulse at merely 16 years of age. Furthermore, Ruo Huan had heard whispers of uncertain truths that, if authentic, could render Qin Wentian's position perilous in this confrontation. Thus, this battle drew the attention of many observers. On the battle stage, Morong Feng proclaimed, "Is the thousand-hand seal truly formidable? I have stated before that this battle will be the greatest regret of your life." As he stepped forward, his aura grew increasingly tempestuous, exuding a force capable of shattering all in its path, advancing toward Qin Wentian. Observing Morong Feng's relentless approach, The divine essence within Qin Wentian surged, as he possessed the most perfect constellation pulse, allowing his internal energy to flow more seamlessly than others. Should he choose, his offensive speed could surpass that of any adversary. Is that so? Qin Wentian smiled, contemplating the power of the thousand-hand seal, augmented by the surging essence of the starry hammer. Suddenly, the ground trembled as Murong Feng lunged at Qin Wentian with the ferocity of a beast and the precision of a hawk, unleashing a terrifying gale that battered against Qin Wentian. Repent. Murong Feng's expression remained eerily calm. This battle was meant to be devoid of suspense. Thunderous roars echoed as Qin Wentian's formidable essence converged upon his arm. Standing firm, he finally raised his arm to strike into the void, executing the first form of the thousand-hand seal, the diamond seal. This iteration of the diamond seal radiated brilliance, wielding a terrifying pressure akin to a divine hand from beyond, intent on crushing all before it. As their attacks collided, a tremendous gale surged violently. Begone! Qin Wentian expelled a surge of divine essence, which coalesced into a dominating palm imprint that struck Murong Feng, sending him reeling backward with a muffled grunt, while Qin Wentian remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Could that truly be the diamond seal? How could it be so potent? Ruo Huan's expression tightened. She had witnessed the thousand-hand seal before. Yet the fearsome nature of Qin Wentian's diamond seal astonished her. Furthermore, how could he conjure a palm strike with such fluidity in his pulse? Ruo Huan's heart trembled. Yet soon a captivating smile graced her lips. This junior brother was indeed becoming increasingly endearing. Chapter 60. The Shackles of Bloodline. The ability of Qin Wentian to manifest palm seals from his mouth is, in part, attributed to the divine essence within him, which is inherently formed by the condensation of palm seal divine patterns. Each strand of this essence is imbued with formidable palm power. The other contributing factor is his gratitude towards Su Muyu for her enlightening lesson. Qin Wentian's meridian is that of the stellar meridian, and it was through the shattering and subsequent consolidation of broken meridians that he achieved this state. Following that lesson, he endeavored to unleash the elemental force within him through his meridians, discovering certain remarkable effects, which culminated in the astonishing display of palm seals just witnessed. The bystanders were left in profound astonishment as they beheld Qin Wentian repel Murong Feng. They had anticipated that Murong Feng, leveraging his superior realm and the Rending Sky Fist, would easily dominate Qin Wentian. That palm seal was terrifying. I once witnessed a senior brother at the pinnacle of the Meridian realm execute a similar technique. Although his power was greater, the momentum did not seem as fierce as Qin Wentian's, murmured an elder student. Indeed, it is quite formidable. At this juncture, the outcome of their confrontation remains uncertain, and the onlookers' interest only intensified. Murong Feng, having been pushed back, scrutinized Qin Wentian with a serious demeanor, and a smile gradually graced his features as he spoke. Now, this is interesting. At least I can truly showcase my abilities. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. Murong Feng was holding back just now? Someone gasped internally. If that were the case, then Murong Feng was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Do you understand why I chose the Beast Star Souls? Murong Feng inquired, gazing at Qin Wentian with an air of nonchalance. Not interested, Qin Wentian replied curtly. Very well. Then prepare to experience my full strength. This is my first time fighting at full capacity since entering the Imperial Star Academy, Murong Feng said calmly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from within him, enveloping his entire being with the might of a primordial beast. The crowd's hearts trembled as they realized that the top freshman, Murong Feng, had awakened his bloodline power. His innate talent was astonishing. Disregarding their respective realms, he possessed the qualifications to stand toe-to-toe with Qin Wentian. No wonder he exudes such confidence, many reflected. Upon witnessing this scene, Ruo Huan's beautiful eyes darkened with concern. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Murong Feng truly possessed bloodline powers. This development placed Qin Wentian in genuine peril, causing her heart to race with anxiety. This is the bloodline of the savage beast. You are the first to compel me to fight with my bloodline power. You already possess the merit to boast. Murong Feng declared to Qin Wentian, his physique seemingly enlarging, with a ferocity that mirrored that of a true beast. With a thunderous step, Murong Feng advanced, causing the battle platform to tremble under his might. Qin Wentian's expression grew solemn as he focused intently on Murong Feng, who had ascended to an entirely new level of combat prowess through the activation of his savage beast bloodline. Clearly, Murong Feng's battle capabilities exceeded Qin Wentian's expectations. Yet, what of it? As Murong Feng's aura intensified, By the time he closed the distance to Qin Wentian, the latter felt as though he were facing not merely a man, but an utterly ferocious beast. The sky-splitting fist erupted from Murong Feng, its astonishing power resonating with a lion's roar and an eagle's cry. The overwhelming force swept through the arena, intent on subduing Qin Wentian on the spot. With an expression as impassive as stone, Qin Wentian felt his inner divine essence boiling, roaring like a tempestuous sea. As Murong Feng's fist descended, Qin Wentian's palms trembled in rapid succession, seemingly imprinting countless waves of palm energy. These palm prints appeared deceptively gentle at first, yet soon erupted with a terrifying cacophony. Then, the crowd beheld the palm prints roaring, engulfing the heavens and the earth. As Qin Wentian unleashed the ocean seal with his divine essence, consuming an unfathomable amount of his energy in an instant, the effect was staggering. The entire expanse seemed utterly submerged by the palm prints. A thunderous rumble echoed through the battlefield as a fearsome force rolled across the stage. Murong Feng felt the palm prints intensifying before him, and yet Qin Wentian's relentless assault continued, as if he were in a frenzied state, unleashing wave after wave of ocean seals, shattering Murong Feng's sky-splitting fist with each strike. Ultimately, that tsunami-like colossal hand broke through all defenses and descended before Murong Feng. The overwhelming pressure transformed Murong Feng's countenance, and with a fierce roar, he pushed his sky-splitting fist to its limits. Yet, he was still sent flying, his face drained of color. Qin Wentian, how formidable! The spectators were left in shock, overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of Qin Wentian's combat prowess. The second form of the thousand-hand seal, the ocean seal, erupted from Qin Wentian with the might of a true tidal wave, the technique executed with remarkable elegance. Bloodline? I remain oblivious to the source of your so-called pride, Qin Wentian mused, casting a cold smile at Murong Feng. Yet, he understood the urgency of a swift conclusion. The ocean seal drained his divine essence far too quickly for a protracted battle. Murong Feng's expression began to twist with agitation, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Today was indeed a day of disgrace. Well executed, remarked Fan Lu, ignited by his own bloodline power, as he grinned at Qin Wentian. While speaking, he unleashed a flurry of arrows, igniting a sense of exasperation within Du Hao. Since awakening his bloodline, Fan Li's arrows had become even more formidable, and his control had sharpened, allowing for continuous directional shifts, forcing Du Hao into a defensive posture. It seemed evident that the outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. Both Qin Wentian and Fan Lu were poised to triumph over their opponents. Many spectators contemplated the situation, astonished by the combat capabilities of Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, particularly Qin Wentian's thousand-hand seal, which was on an entirely different level compared to Murong Feng's sky-splitting fist, utterly terrifying. Enough of this, muttered O Chun, his expression cold. Qin Wentian's strength exceeded expectations. Yet he had prepared a trump card. Just as his words fell, Murong Feng and Du Hao exchanged brief nods, their auras surging with ferocity, rapidly escalating in intensity. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Boom. Murong Feng's body moved with lightning speed, the sky-splitting fist hurtling towards Qin Wentian with lethal intent, tearing through space as it sought to obliterate him. Cease. With a thunderous roar, Ruo Huan's expression shifted dramatically. None had anticipated the battle would escalate to such intensity. Qin Wentian's complexion turned slightly pale as he leaped into action, yet the fist's radiance had already arrived. A fierce roar erupted as the stout figure charged forward, directly piercing the arrow with his hand, producing a crisp crack as the arrow shattered. The ferocious sky-splitting fist broke through everything, crashing against his chest, rendering Fan Li's body motionless for a moment before he helplessly collapsed, only to be caught by the rising Qin Wentian. You have consumed elixirs. The members of the Qingyan Alliance flickered into action, rushing onto the stage, yet the Knights Alliance, unwilling to be outdone, also stepped onto the platform, confronting them head-on. This showcases their own strength, Ochen remarked coldly. The battle had lost its purpose. Ruo Huan's expression grew frigid. The combat prowess displayed by Qin Wentian and Fan Lu astonished everyone. Both were at the second level of the pulse cycle. Yet they had withstood the assaults of a third-level and a fourth-level expert, even as Murong Feng employed his bloodline power. However, no one had anticipated the final moment would witness a resurgence in the strength of Murong Feng and Du Hao. It is not over yet. Others cannot intervene, Ochen sneered. At this moment, Qin Wentian gazed at the utterly exhausted Fan Lu, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. This is the second time, he thought. Damn, it truly hurts, brother. These two rascals have resorted to trickery. I cannot assist you any further. Concede defeat. Fan Lu chuckled innocently. Qin Wentian produced silver needles, inserting them into various acupoints on Fan Lu to contain the spread of his injuries. The battle is not yet concluded. Murongfeng approached, and Qin Wentian lifted his gaze to see the sinister smirks on the lips of Murongfeng and Du Hao. Their intent today was to incapacitate both him and Fan Lu. With a silver needle plunged into his own temple, Qin Wentian's gaze locked onto Murongfeng, a torrent of murderous intent surging forth from his eyes. Soon, needles were embedded throughout his body, channels of energy coursing through him. The 12-linked life-defying needles can save your life or take it. One must not enter the Yuan mansion to employ them. Qin Wentian faintly recalled the admonition from Elder He, yet at this moment, he could not afford to ponder such matters. Within Qin Wentian, the circular currents of energy surged wildly, his blood boiling as if subjected to invisible shackles restraining his veins. However, as these currents transformed into a vortex, the intangible bonds began to shatter. Fatty, I assure you, there will not be a next time. Qin Wentian looked down at the stout figure in his arms, a smile creeping onto his lips. Yet, when he turned his gaze to the approaching Murongfeng and Du Hao, only boundless killing intent remained. Kill! Qin Wentian bellowed, a hissing sound emanating as his upper garments were torn asunder, his bloodlines igniting and boiling. In that moment, he felt an inexhaustible surge of power. Reminiscent of the last time he had been ignited by Fan Li's Imperial Flame bloodline, yet this time, it was even more formidable. Is the 12-linked needle method truly just a mere technique of acupuncture? Chapter 61. Dare to kill me, a terrifying murderous intent emanated from Qin Wentian, sweeping through the crowd. As they gazed upon his bare torso, they felt a tumult of emotions within. Intricate bloodline patterns adorned Qin Wentian's body, resembling complex shackles that spanned across him. What is this phenomenon? The crowd was in a state of intense upheaval. Even the newly arrived Mo Shang was momentarily taken aback. Having sensed the danger surrounding Qin Wentian, he had emerged from the shadows. It was not only Mo Shang. Several elders from the academy had also stepped forward. Yet no one seemed to notice, for all eyes were fixated on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian set Fan Lu down and immediately turned his gaze toward Murongfeng. Upon encountering the bloodthirsty glint in Qin Wentian's eyes, Murongfeng felt a tinge of fear. His bloodline power seemed to tremble slightly. With a decisive thud, Qin Wentian advanced, exuding an endless aura of slaughter, directly aimed at Murongfeng and Du Hao. Murongfeng and Du Hao's expressions darkened, and they too rushed toward Qin Wentian. At this juncture, they could not afford to lose. Kill! Qin Wentian bellowed once more, unleashing the Wheel of Seal, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent and bloodlight, crashing toward Murongfeng and Du Hao. Their gathered attacks were swiftly overwhelmed, their bodies violently hurled back, blood surging from their mouths. Qin Wentian pressed forward with relentless fervor, and the pallor on Murongfeng and Du Hao's faces intensified. They turned to flee from the arena, but in an instant, Qin Wentian caught up to Du Hao, striking him with a palm that sent him spiraling away, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the ferocity of today's battle. Qin Wentian's relentless pursuit continued toward Murongfeng, whose face was etched with terror as he realized that the top freshman of the Imperial Star Academy might be killed here by this madman. Once more, the Wheel of Seal was unleashed, and Qin Wentian, consumed by rage, aimed to tear Murongfeng apart. Stop! At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the void, as a figure descended from the heavens, delivering a mighty palm strike that shattered the Wheel of Seal, a terrifying whirlwind forcing Qin Wentian's body back. As Qin Wentian rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared at the figure ahead, his murderous intent surging. Jiangzhen, you wretched being, how dare you act so ruthlessly, turning against your own kind once more. Jiangzhen's furious voice was piercing. Qin Wentian fixed his fierce gaze upon him, coldly retorting, it seems you were absent when they attacked me just now. Your disciple, Qin, stated that the battle was not over and that no one was permitted to interfere. Yet here you are, appearing at the perfect moment. His tone was icy, showing no respect for Jiangzhen, while Murongfeng stood trembling behind him, glancing at Qin Wentian with profound apprehension. Jiangzhen, as an elder of the academy, how can you so shamelessly strike against my disciple? Mo Shang strolled over, positioning himself beside Qin Wentian, his eyes fixed on Jiangzhen. Old man Qianshou, is it not time for you to emerge? Jiangzhen spoke, and immediately a figure descended from the sky, revealing itself to be Elder Qianshou of the Enforcement Court. Qianshou wore a bitter smile, appearing rather troubled. He had witnessed the entire battle unfold and, to be frank, He was astounded by the talents of Qin Wentian and Murong Feng. Both were exceptionally gifted, especially Qin Wentian, who outshone the other. However, should anything happen to Murong Feng, it would be a loss for the academy. He found himself once again in a precarious situation, reminiscent of the previous one, making it difficult to navigate. Jiang also turned to Qianshou and spoke with an icy demeanor. If victorious, one must not permit interference. If defeated, the elders will step forth. How laughable! If I retreat today, how can I face my brothers? With that, Qin Wentian stepped forward, continuing towards Murong Feng. Jiang Zhen's expression darkened as he moved to block Qin Wentian's path, stating, "You are ungrateful, disregarding your elders, a product of poor upbringing." Old fool. Qin Wentian strode on, locking eyes with Jiang Zhen. Upon hearing the insult, Jiang Zhen's aura grew increasingly frigid. Emo Shang, you are being reckless. Jiang Zhen glared at Emo Shang, his expression hardening, as he felt the pressure of the latter advancing towards him, seemingly ready to engage. Elder battles within the academy were a rarity. Yet today the students of the Imperial Star Academy bore witness. Qin called out to Murong Feng, then led the Knights Alliance members to retreat from the scene. Qin Wentian turned to Ruo Huan and said, "Senior sister, could you lend a hand?" Upon hearing his request, Ruo Huan's lips curved into an enchanting smile as she responded. Today's wager between the Knights Alliance and the Qingyan Alliance is far from over. Since the Knights Alliance has openly intervened, the Qingyan Alliance shall not be a soft target. With that, they charged forward, sprinting towards the members of the Knights Alliance. Qin Wentian also stepped out, stirring a tremendous wave of excitement within the crowd, who began to follow his lead. It's chaos, absolute chaos. Qianshou observed this scene with a bitter smile, feeling compelled to pursue them. Enough is enough, we shall fight. Jiang Zhen's expression radiated cold determination, and in an instant, various star souls erupted forth, igniting a fierce battle. Qin Wentian's gaze remained fixed on the distant Murong Feng, his murderous intent unabated. With a thunderous sound, Qin Wentian surged forward once more. "Clear a path for him," Ruo Huan instructed. As Yu Fei and Deshan positioned themselves on either side of Qin Wentian, their star souls unleashed, both being members of the Qingyan Alliance as well. Qin Wentian's speed was remarkable, as attacks came from the sides. Yu Fei's sword and Deshan's wild strikes unleashed in a moment, both entering a state of frenzy, attacking without reservation. No one could impede their advance. Murong Feng, his face pale, turned to flee once more. Qin Wentian channeled all the celestial energy within him through his meridians into his legs, his steps resembling a gallop. Faster than Murong Feng. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, letting out a furious roar as the dragon-subduing fish struck Murong Feng's back, sending him crashing to the ground. As Murong Feng turned, he found a massive foot pressing down on his chest, forcing him to spit blood. "Cease this!" A resounding shout echoed as Jiang Zhen stepped forward from the void, directly confronting Qin Wentian. With a piercing gaze, he coldly remarked, "This is the second time. And this time, it is the foremost newcomer of the Imperial Star Academy." As he advanced, a terrifying pressure surged towards Qin Wentian. "Dare to move him, and you shall see." Emo Shang, who had pursued closely, landed behind Qin Wentian. In the distance, a multitude rushed towards the scene, their hearts unsettled, indeed. This marked the second occurrence, reminiscent of the previous incident with Feng. "I will not allow you to repeat this," Jiang Zhen asserted, stepping forward once more. This time, the key figure, Murong Feng, was even more extraordinary than Feng. "Today, I shall take action," Qin Wentian declared, his voice resolute. He then turned his cold gaze towards Qin and the others, stating, "The first was in the dark forest when you attempted to kill me. The second was in the City of Illusions, and the battle platform just now is the third. If you are unafraid, why should I be?" With a frenzied intent to kill, Qin Wentian then looked down at Murong Feng. "Whoever harms my brother shall face my wrath, regardless of your identity." With a fierce shout, Qin Wentian unleashed the Wheel C seal once more, transforming it into a colossal and terrifying imprint that struck Murong Feng's head. The outcome was inevitable. The once foremost newcomer of the Imperial Star Academy was slain by Qin Wentian before Jiang Zhen's very eyes. "You seek death," Jiang Zhen growled, his murderous aura palpable. Qin Wentian met his gaze, unfazed, and replied, "Today I can kill him. In a few years, I will be able to kill you. Therefore, if you have the courage, kill me now. Otherwise, do not provoke me." With that, Qin Wentian turned to leave, leaving Jiang Zhen in stunned silence. His body trembled with rage, a quaking that perhaps stemmed not only from fury but also from a deep-seated trepidation. The youth's eyes were so cold and resolute, Chapter 62. Ren Xinqing Qin Wentian departed with an audacious demeanor, breaching the domain of the Knights Alliance, where he ruthlessly ended the life of the newly emerged champion, Morong Feng, before swiftly taking his leave. The members of the Qin Alliance began their retreat, whereupon Rohan addressed Ochin, stating, "The outcome of this battle is self-evident. What say you about the stakes from your Knights Alliance?" "Stakes?" Ochin replied, his expression icy. "Qin Wentian has slain his fellow disciples multiple times. If the Imperial Star Academy fails to take action against him, where lies the authority of the judicial court? I distinctly recall that prior to the conflict, both Morong Feng and Du Hao made their stances clear. Should they perish, it is due to their own inadequacy. And there is no need for the Academy to pursue accountability. Surely, all present, including the students and elders of the Imperial Star Academy, heard this, did they not?" With a smile, Ruohuan responded, "Indeed, should the Knights Alliance attempt to evade responsibility, the Qin Alliance shall have no recourse. However, the lesson learned this time has been quite gratifying." With that, Ruohuan led her compatriots from the Qin Alliance away, though a lingering sense of unease resided within her. That young lad is truly reckless, having slain a prodigy. One wonders how the higher-ups of the Academy will react to this. Qin Wentian, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. At merely 16 years of age, witnessing his brother suffer grievous injuries in his defense shattered any semblance of rationality within him. His singular focus became the annihilation of Morong Feng, a task he evidently accomplished. Subsequently, Qin Wentian entrusted Fan Lu to Mo Shang, for Morong Feng's strike had been formidable. Although Fan Lu withstood part of the onslaught, he still bore severe injuries. Qin Wentian accompanied Mo Shang to his residence, where he sat cross-legged in the training area. An overwhelming force surged within him, threatening to engulf his internal organs, rendering him crimson and emanating a fierce, blood-red radiance. The potency of this force was tyrannical. His body could hardly withstand it. Without entry into the Yuan mansion, one cannot wield needles. Qin Wentian recalled the words of He Bo. A sudden heat surged in his throat, and he expelled a mouthful of blood, letting out a muffled groan before losing consciousness. Though Qin Wentian had succumbed to unconsciousness, the storm surrounding him had not yet settled. It continued to intensify. Even the judicial court's Qinsho faced immense pressure, compelling him to seek out Mo Shang to extract Qin Wentian from the turmoil. 2 days later, when Qin Wentian regained consciousness, every part of his body ached, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. As he sat up, he noticed Mo Shang standing with his back turned to him. "Thank you, master. How is Fan Lu?" Qin Wentian inquired, nodding slightly. "He is not gravely harmed," Mo Shang replied, shaking his head. "You should concern yourself more with your own situation. The faction led by Jiang Jun has exerted considerable pressure on the academy. Now, 2 distinct voices have emerged within the institution, with many advocating for your punishment." Hearing that Fan Lu was safe brought a smile to Qin Wentian's face. As for the academy's potential retribution, he found himself relatively unconcerned. Observing Qin Wentian's smile, Mo Shang rolled his eyes. "Are you not even a little worried? Concern is futile. Having taken action, I must accept the consequences. Whatever comes next, I shall face it." Qin Wentian shrugged. "Such a resolute acceptance. I hope you can bear the weight of it," Mo Shang remarked. At that moment, a voice devoid of warmth resonated. And soon Qin Wentian observed a number of individuals entering the chamber. It was only then that he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in the enforcement hall of the Court of Justice, a spacious venue adorned with numerous seats lining either side. At the head of the hall stood the position of the Elder of Enforcement, though it was currently unoccupied. Before long, several individuals arrived in succession, and Qin Wentian keenly discerned that they were subtly divided into 3 factions, one led by Jiang Jun, another by Mo Shang along with several elders, and the last by Qinsho accompanied by 2 additional elders. Clearly, Jiang Jun and his allies were exerting pressure on the academy regarding Qin Wentian's predicament. Having killed fellow disciples on 2 occasions, both of whom were talented students of this cohort, and with Du Hao also gravely injured, it was argued that Qin Wentian's questionable character warranted either his incapacitation or expulsion from the academy. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a source of calamity. Jiang Jun spoke coldly, intending to corner Qin Wentian into a dire situation. The first incident had been thoroughly investigated. Feng had sought to harm Qin Wentian and Fan Lu in the dark forest, and what Qin Wentian had done was without fault. The second incident, a battle fought under fair conditions, saw Morong Feng and Du Hao consuming elixirs to enhance their strength. If their aim had merely been victory, it might have been acceptable. However, The injuries inflicted on Fan Lu indicated a murderous intent aimed at both Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, rendering Qin Wentian blameless in this regard. Mo Shang, fixated on Jiang Zhen, retorted defiantly. He questioned the respect Jiang Zhen demanded from the Academy's mentors, asserting that such a treacherous individual was unworthy of their instruction. Jiang Zhen, unfazed, coldly countered, "Did I teach you?" Qin Wentian met Jiang Zhen's gaze with a sardonic smile, causing a flicker of tension to pass over Jiang Zhen's countenance. "Are we well acquainted?" Qin Wentian continued, "You condoned your disciples' attempts on my life, while conspiring to have the Academy punish me. Yet now, you have the audacity to demand my respect. Your face, it seems, is quite impervious to shame." As Qin Wentian articulated, Jiang Zhen's meticulously orchestrated schemes against him warranted no courtesy in return. "Elder Qianshou, perhaps you should listen," Jiang Zhen scoffed. The three from Qianshou turned their attentions to Qin Wentian, and one inquired, "If your strength surpassed Jiang Zhen's, would you not slay him should he attempt to prevent you from killing Murongfeng?" "Why?" The youth's countenance bore a resolute determination as he replied, "Murongfeng has harmed my brother. Whoever stands in my way shall be deemed an enemy." The inquirer nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Elder Qianshou. Elder Qianshou surveyed the assembly and declared, "Everyone may leave. This matter shall be addressed by the Court of Justice." "What course of action does the court intend to take?" Jiang Zhen questioned. "This is a matter for the court to resolve. Kindly take your leave." Qianshou issued an order for their departure, eliciting a frown from Jiang Zhen, who sensed that Qianshou's tone suggested a leniency towards Qin Wentian. "Let us hope the court provides us with an explanation," Jiang Zhen said, sweeping away in evident displeasure. Mo Shang patted Qin Wentian's shoulder before departing as well, buoyed by the belief that the court would not impose severe repercussions on such a prodigious talent. Once they had exited, Elder Qianshou beckoned to Qin Wentian, saying, "Come with me." He then sauntered towards the exit, prompting Qin Wentian to follow suit without further inquiry. Upon leaving, Qin Wentian discovered that the law enforcement hall was nestled against a mountain behind it, and Qianshou led him towards the mountain. They arrived at a courtyard situated at the mountainside, precariously perched on the edge of a cliff, offering a breathtaking view of the entire Imperial Star Academy below. At that moment, a figure stood with hands clasped behind, gazing contemplatively at the Academy beneath. Qianshou regarded the silhouette with a hint of reverence. "Little one, come here," the figure said calmly without turning around. Qin Wentian looked at Qianshou, who smiled and remarked, "Little one, your fortune is quite favorable." With that, Qianshou turned to depart, his task having been to bring Qin Wentian to this place. Qin Wentian approached the cliff's edge, standing beside the man, who then turned to face him. The individual appeared to be an older gentleman, exuding tranquility and harmony, with strands of white in his hair and eyes that were profoundly deep, as if they had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. At that moment, a glimmer of amusement danced in his serene gaze. "I have a fondness for those who do not adhere to conventions. You align well with my disposition," the man said with a smile. "I am Ren Xianqing. You may not be familiar with my name, yet you have likely heard of my exploits, for I once undertook actions akin to yours." "What actions?" Qin Wentian inquired, his expression betraying curiosity. "Killing a fellow disciple," Ren Xianqing replied with a chuckle. "That was many years ago. I recall, in my youth, entering the Dreaming Forest, where I discovered a lascivious individual who had insulted a female student, leading her to a mental breakdown upon awakening. In a fit of rage, I took his life." Qin Wentian's expression flickered, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. The cruelty of insulting someone within a dream was beyond comprehension. "Then, senior, you were one of those three individuals who killed for this matter. Surely, the Academy would not punish you for it?" Qin Wentian stated. Ren Xianqing shook his head. "I was not like you. My talents were unremarkable at that time, while the one I killed possessed greater gifts. In this world, others do not perceive fairness or justice. It is the same for everyone. Moreover, the Imperial Star Academy has its rules. Within the Dreaming Forest, one can act with impunity, and killing is a common occurrence." Chapter 63. Favored Qin Wentian nodded in profound agreement. In the realm of martial arts, fairness and justice are indeed seldom upheld. When he killed Ofeng, had it not been for his exceptional talent, the Imperial Star Academy would have never pardoned him. Nevertheless, despite the world's nature, individuals must still adhere to their own beliefs. I admire those with unique personalities, even if they do not abide by the rules. However, I detest those who are excessively self-serving, as such individuals are often driven solely by profit. For instance, the Imperial Star Academy nurtured him, and should he become powerful one day, If offered greater benefits to annihilate the academy, he would comply. Ren Qianheng smiled, saying, "Yet you are different. Last year during the annual festival, the Yi family sought to annihilate the Qin residents. You could have joined the Star River Guild to safeguard yourself and seek revenge later, but you did not. Instead, you chose to stand with the Qin residents through thick and thin. Though somewhat foolish, it is this very personality that I admire." This matter was widely known in Tianyang City. Mo Shang was also present at the time, so it was no surprise that Ren Qianheng was aware of it. Qin Wentian revealed a faint smile. "It seems that your views align closely with those of my teacher, Mo Shang. Are you not the Academy's president?" "No." Ren Qianheng shook his head. "I am merely the second person, the one rumored to have been imprisoned for many years. Of course, since it is merely a rumor, it should not be fully trusted. I simply rarely appear in the public eye." It appeared that the Academy harbored numerous secrets. Qin Wentian mused internally. "Senior, I seem to have stirred quite a bit of trouble this time, and may have caused the Academy some inconvenience," he remarked, casting a glance at Ren Qianheng. "You wish to know how the Academy will handle this matter and the purpose of your summons," Ren Qianheng observed with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, which made Qin Wentian blush with embarrassment. "This slight trouble is hardly a concern for the Academy. Rather, you have created considerable difficulties for yourself," Ren Qianheng replied nonchalantly. "The Imperial Star Academy boasts a legacy of several millennia. Whether elders or students, their approaches to matters differ. But it is precisely this diversity that fosters a strong sense of competition among the students, ensuring the Academy's integrity. The Imperial Star Academy has never imposed ideologies. It solely teaches individuals the art of cultivation and does not concern itself with the kind of person you may become in the future. It is for this reason that the Academy maintains its transcendent status. As for your affairs with Ochin and the others, the Academy will not intervene. This is merely a platform, and how high you soar ultimately depends on your own capabilities." "Is that all?" Qin Wentian blinked in surprise. "What would you like?" Ren Qianheng inquired with a smile in his eyes. "I had expected some surprises upon meeting a legendary figure of the Academy," Qin Wentian said, stroking his chin with amusement. "Haha." Ren Qianheng laughed heartily. "Very well. If it is surprises you seek, I shall oblige." Ren Qianheng produced a small golden sword, no larger than a finger. Yet it emanated a terrifying sharpness. "This is the Golden Execution Sword, a third-tier divine weapon, but it can only be used once. By activating the divine patterns within, the Golden Execution Sword will unleash a dreadful sword aura. If it strikes the opponent directly, the instantaneous force of the attack would be beyond the escape of even a 5th-tier Yuanfu realm practitioner. The sword aura has a vast range of attack, so exercise utmost caution when using it." A sharp gleam flickered in Qin Wentian's eyes. What a precious gift this was. He understood well that if it were a durable 3rd-tier divine weapon, he would be unable to unleash its full power. However, the Golden Execution Sword was different. It was a weapon of explosive might, serving as a lifeline in moments of peril. "Within the Academy, I shall not grant you privileges. If you seek resources, you must strive to obtain them yourself. Above the Tianqing Pavilion lie many formidable techniques and divine arts. If you possess the capability, go forth and seize them. As for the Golden Execution Sword, it is bestowed upon you as a means of protection, considering your precarious situation in the Imperial City. Do not wield it unless faced with a life and death crisis." "Thank you, Elder Ren." Qin Wentian expressed his heartfelt gratitude, as he truly required such a safeguard, especially since there were many who wished to take his life, not to mention the royal family and the Yi clan. Even Ochun posed a significant threat he could not contend with. "You may leave now, and do not disclose to anyone that you have met me, including Mo Shang." Ren Qianxing waved his hand at Qin Wentian. Bowing slightly, Qin Wentian turned to depart, a radiant smile illuminating his youthful face. It was difficult to fathom that this boy would one day recklessly kill Murong Feng. Observing the retreating figure of the youth, a subtle smile graced Ren Qianxing's lips. This little fellow was far more intriguing than he had been in his youth. "You truly cannot remain idle, can you?" At that moment, a figure appeared, gliding through the air. "What do you think? Are you considering including him in your plans?" The newcomer inquired with a smile. Ren Qianxing turned his gaze to the visitor and replied, "His talent should pose no issue, and as for his character, at least thus far, there appears to be no cause for concern. Having only recently joined the Academy, he has already stirred such significant trouble. Are you not worried he might become another one of those troublesome figures?" The newcomer remarked with a grin. "Youthful arrogance is of little consequence. I was no different in my younger days. As for your concerns, I shall contemplate them and continue to observe," Ren Qianxing responded, shaking his head with a rueful smile. In his youth, he had once placed great importance on a particular boy, only to later discover he had nurtured a ferocious wolf that nearly brought calamity upon their Imperial Star Academy. Reflecting on this, a pang of sorrow struck his heart. He had once held that individual in high regard, but the subsequent events had caused him profound anguish. After descending the mountain, Qin Wentian made his way toward his residence. As he traversed the academy grounds, numerous gazes fell upon him, revealing a sense of intrigue. It is Qin Wentian. I heard he entered the disciplinary court, yet has emerged unscathed. Clearly, the academy has no intention of punishing him. Talent is a privilege. Had a senior student killed a prodigy like Morong Feng, the repercussions would have been dire. Yet, Qin Wentian had directly defeated Morong Feng, and moreover, in a battle that transcended levels, showcasing his superior talent. The title of the top freshman had now shifted to him. Whispers circulated throughout the academy. The unfolding events were becoming increasingly captivating. Jiang Zhen and the Knight Alliance would surely be infuriated. They would not allow Qin Wentian to have an easy time. Hastening toward his residence, Qin Wentian called out, "Fatty." Before the entrance, where Fan Lu emerged, promptly approaching him. "How are your injuries, Fatty?" Qin Wentian scrutinized Fan Lu, who grinned and said, "It's nothing serious. How about we take a stroll around the academy?" Relieved that there were no issues, Qin Wentian noticed the flicker of uncertainty in Fan Lu's eyes, which prompted a look of suspicion from him. At that moment, a soft noise emanated from within the room. "Who was inside?" Qin Wentian inquired, his gaze shifting to Fan Lu. "It's just that little rascal making a fuss inside." "Let us go," Fan Lu replied, tugging at Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian remained still and instead approached the dormitory room. Soon, he witnessed a figure emerge, head bowed. Sinan clutched her clothing tightly, her face flushed, and she stole a glance at Qin Wentian. Upon catching sight of his astonished expression, her cheeks turned fiery red. "It's not what you think." "I just came to see him," Sinan stammered. "I understand." Qin Wentian nodded at Sinan, causing her to blush even deeper. She stomped her foot and shot a glare at Fan Lu, exclaiming, "This is all your fault." With that, she turned and left, leaving Qin Wentian in a state of bewilderment as he looked at Fan Lu. He had been worried about the chubby guy, but it seemed that concern was unfounded. "Chubby? You're something else," Qin Wentian remarked, giving a thumbs up. "Though I know you won't believe me no matter what I say. I must confess that I have no other intentions towards Sinan," the chubby guy said, his demeanor suddenly turning serious as he regarded Qin Wentian's playful expression. "Actually, the person I like is you." Qin Wentian's expression darkened, while the chubby guy smirked with a mischievous air, humming a little tune, utterly embodying a face deserving of a reprimand. Qin Wentian felt utterly defeated. "Let us go to the Glory Academy and enhance our Imperial Star Jade Token S rank," Fan Lu suggested. With a smile gracing his lips, Qin Wentian followed suit, and together they made their way to the Glory Academy, where the Elder promptly elevated their Imperial Star Jade tokens to level 3. Despite the tumultuous aftermath of the battle, it was evident that Qin Wentian and Fan Lu had held the upper hand against Morong Feng and Du Hao, naturally usurping their ranks and placing themselves in the top 3, enabling a direct upgrade of their Imperial Star Jade tokens. After the upgrade, they proceeded to the Tianqing Pavilion, where their level 3 Imperial Star Jade tokens granted them access to the 3rd floor. The Tianqing Pavilion comprises 9 levels, each housing numerous techniques and divine abilities of varying ranks. Without hesitation, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu ascended to the 3rd level, where the techniques reached the pinnacle of the Wheel Meridian level and the divine abilities were of the upper human grade. The Dragon Subduing Fist, for instance, is a divine ability of the upper human grade. Among all the students of the Imperial Star Academy, a lingering question remained. What lies beyond the 6th level of the Tianqing Pavilion? Ascending to the 7th level and beyond is a cherished dream for every student of the Imperial Star Academy. Chapter 64. Yin Yuhan. On the 3rd floor of the Tianqing Pavilion, ancient bookshelves were meticulously arranged in the spacious area, adorned with numerous tomes of diverse kinds. Among them were the most advanced techniques and superior supernatural abilities, exceedingly rare in Tianyong City. Here, one could indulge in an endless selection of cultivation resources. Qin Wentian sighed inwardly, recognizing the essence of resources. The excellence of disciples from great powers was not solely due to their innate talents, but also significantly attributed to the vast resources at their disposal. Rather than selecting a technique, Qin Wentian sought a supernatural ability. He searched for the falling mountain palm, the willow leaf movement, and the sword control technique. Upon spotting the sword control technique, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he called out, "Fatty, come here. Fan Lu approached, and Qin Wentian handed him the sword control technique, saying, with your star soul-endowed talent, you are remarkably suited for manipulating objects. This sword control technique is a basic technique for object manipulation. Are you interested? Let me have a look, Fan Lu replied, taking the sword control technique with a flicker of interest in his eyes. Qin Wentian continued his search, having already mastered the dragon-suppressing fist and the thousand-hand seal. His offensive capabilities were formidable, thus he felt little inclination towards brutish attack techniques. He then halted before a supernatural ability titled the Nine Heavens Qinping Technique, a name that piqued his curiosity. This third-tier superior ability bore such a majestic name? He retrieved the tome and became engrossed, his gaze occasionally sparkling with brilliance. It turned out that this volume was merely the first in the series, the Wheel volume, and even this introductory volume was immensely intricate. It required the consumption of demon spirits and the extraction of demon essences to refine the Qinping imprint. Moreover, the Nine Heavens Qinping technique only indicated that this was the Wheel volume, without specifying how many volumes comprised the entire series. Qin Wentian approached a desk where an elderly man, the guardian of the third floor, was present. Senior, does this Nine Heavens Qinping technique include a Yuanfu volume? Qin Wentian inquired, pointing upward. The elder glanced at him and replied with a smile, I advise you against pursuing this technique, although it does possess a Yuanfu volume. It is located on the 6th floor of the Tianqing Pavilion. By the time you reach there, who knows when that will be. Furthermore, this technique is inherently difficult to cultivate. Even to master the Wheel volume, one must hunt numerous avian demon beasts to refine the Qinping imprint. Moreover, comprehending this technique presents considerable challenges. Qin Wentian recognized the elder's kind intentions and smiled as he asked, are there any superior movement techniques on the 3rd floor of the Tianqing Pavilion? If he could cultivate the Nine Heavens Qinping technique, the other abilities on this floor would pale in comparison. The elder shook his head, cautioning, however, the difficulty of mastering it is exceedingly high. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Senior, Qin Wentian replied with a smile, resuming his search for supernatural abilities. He initially sought techniques befitting his Dreamstar soul. Yet after scouring the entire floor, he found none. Such dream-related abilities were exceedingly rare. The absence of compatible techniques hindered his Dreamstar soul from reaching its full potential. Certainly, even in the absence of the dreamlike attributes of supernatural powers, the celestial bodies of the dreaming stars, being celestial entities of the 5th heaven, still possess formidable astral might. Ultimately, Qin Wentian opted to borrow the Nine Heavens Qinping technique, while Fan Lu, in addition to the sword control technique, borrowed another supernatural skill before departing from the Celestial Star Pavilion. Members of the Night Alliance obstructed their path, and upon seeing those familiar faces, the narrowed eyes of Fan Lu turned icy cold. The individuals before them were none other than the elite warriors of the Night Alliance, those who had once stirred within his being using long spears in the Dream City. The weakest among them surpassed Murong Feng, all seasoned veterans. Their expressions were devoid of warmth. A chilling aura enveloped the atmosphere. Numerous students from the Imperial Star Academy lingered at a distance, recalling the day when Qin Wentian had unleashed his fury, slaying Murong Feng and even invading the Night Alliance's stronghold, an affront that had left the Night Alliance humiliated. Moreover, the Academy had refrained from imposing even a token punishment, allowing Qin Wentian to go free. The Night Alliance, understandably furious, comprised a cadre of exceptionally gifted noble offspring, who had always been the ones to trample upon others. Yet now, they found themselves trampled upon. This matter transcended the conflict between Qin and Qin Wentian. It now concerned the dignity of the entire Night Alliance. The old fogies of the Academy had truly let him go just like that. One young man standing before Qin Wentian bore a smile, yet the semblance of warmth in his expression was starkly frigid when directed at Qin Wentian. How impudent indeed. Upon hearing the other party refer to the Academy's elder in such a manner, a smirk graced Qin Wentian's lips, revealing a hint of sharpness. And Qin? Qin Wentian inquired coldly. Qin. The young man's gaze flickered momentarily. The proud Qin had been confined by his family due to the incident involving Qin Wentian, barred from stepping into the 9th layer of the Wheel Meridian and forbidden from leaving. Qin Wentian was known to be the adopted son of Qin Xuan from the Qin residence in Tiannong City. Rumors had circulated about his slaying of Yi Lang, and the circles they inhabited had once ridiculed Yi Lang, looking down upon the fallen descendant of the martial king. They often pondered why the current emperor and the Yi family were intent on erasing a declining Qin residence. They had heard tales of the Qin residence being so impoverished that it barely possessed a few starfall stones. Yet, From this impoverished residence emerged an adopted son endowed with extraordinary talent, who stood within the Imperial Star Academy, having slain Qin's brother, Feng, and obliterated Feng of their Knight Alliance. Even more absurdly, they had once deemed him an insignificant ant, yet he had garnered the favor of the Imperial Star Academy. Now, to eliminate him, they had to consider the stance of the Academy. After all, they were acutely aware of the depths of the Imperial Star Academy's influence. Even the royal family dared not lay a finger upon them, striving instead to cultivate the Royal Academy in hopes of contending with the Imperial Star Academy. Qin, one can only imagine, is presently contemplating how to extinguish your life, the young man uttered, causing Qin Wentian's pupils to constrict momentarily before a cold smile broke forth. The young man's words resonated with a certain truth. He too harbored the desire for the other's demise. You have slain a member of my Knight Alliance. What do you suppose our response will be? The young man continued, as Qin Wentian and Fan Lu gazed upon the members of the Knight Alliance, their eyes glinting like venomous serpents, surveying them with chilling intent. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu felt the coldness enveloping them, narrowing their eyes. Although they too contemplated ways to eliminate one another, their current prowess was still inferior to that of their adversaries. It was truly unfortunate that the Imperial Star Academy forbade killing. Otherwise, you would have met your demise countless times by now. The young man stepped forward, and suddenly, a terrifying aura of murderous intent surged toward Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. Simultaneously, the Knight Alliance advanced, exuding an overwhelming pressure that threatened to suffocate them, causing their steps to falter slightly as their expressions soured. The Imperial City is not Tianyong City. You will come to understand that even with some innate talent, one must remain low-key. Otherwise, a swift death awaits, rendering your meager gifts utterly useless. With another step, the ground trembled ominously, and the waves of oppressive force felt like razor-sharp spears piercing Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. The menace in his words was laid bare, utterly unmasked. What use is a gifted individual who fails to mature? Enough. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the distance, drawing the attention of the Knight Alliance. They turned to see a graceful figure approaching. Sister Muyu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the young man revealed a gentle smile. It was none other than Elder Su Muyu, a guest elder and a student of the Yuanfu realm from the academy. Yin Yuhan, as a senior student. How dare you bully newcomers? Su Muyu expressed her displeasure. Yin Yuhan, despite the reprimand, maintained his soft smile. This newcomer is rather arrogant. I merely wish to impart some wisdom to him. However, since you have spoken, then as his words trailed off, Yin Yuhan's body suddenly moved. Qin Wentian instantly sensed a wave of danger, witnessing Yin Yuhan's finger darting toward him with the sharpness of a blade. Su Muyu's expression shifted, and though she sought to intervene, it was too late. Qin Wentian felt a tremor within, as the power surged violently forth, akin to a roaring sea. The wheel sea seal erupted with unparalleled might. Yet, Yin Yuhan's technique appeared to penetrate all barriers, radiating a dazzling brilliance, shattering the wheel sea seal, and directly striking the center of Qin Wentian's palm. Having accomplished this, Yin Yuhan drifted back with an air of effortless grace, while Qin Wentian staggered backward. Raising his hand to find blood streaming from his palm, his countenance growing increasingly frigid. May you be this fortunate every time. Yin Yuhan cast a glance at Su Muyu beside Qin Wentian before turning away with his entourage. Are you all right? Su Muyu inquired, concern evident in her gaze toward Qin Wentian. I'm fine, thank you, sister. Qin Wentian smiled at Su Muyu. Having resolved to eliminate Feng, he had anticipated that the days ahead would not be tranquil. Nonetheless, he would not cower. On the contrary, he eagerly awaited these forthcoming challenges. In recent days, Qin Wentian has profoundly comprehended a truth. No matter who stands behind him, none can ever be as dependable as oneself. Only by possessing formidable strength can one truly govern their own destiny. Chapter 65. Celestial Beasts. As Su Muyu watched the members of the Knights Alliance depart, she remarked, Qin Wentian, although the Academy holds you in high regard, your strength is still lacking. It would be prudent to avoid provoking the Knights Alliance in the future. The Academy cannot intervene in your conflicts. Understood, Qin Wentian replied, his gaze lingering on the receding figures. A subtle smirk graced the corners of his lips, imbued with a chilling sharpness. He acknowledged his current weakness, yet he resolved that unless he was eternally suppressed, he would make them pay dearly, just as he would with Feng. After all, the barefoot have nothing to fear from those in shoes. These individuals would inevitably confront him, and he harbored no reservations. His singular focus now was to grow stronger. Only through strength could he escape the condescending gaze of others. Only by becoming formidable could he shed his fears. Sister Muyu, at that moment, Fan Lu approached Su Muyu, beaming with a sunlit smile. What is it? Su Muyu inquired with a smile of her own. After attending your lecture, I gained profound insights. My abilities are still rudimentary, and I have many uncertainties in my cultivation. May I seek your guidance in the future? Sister Muyu? Fan Li's earnest demeanor left Qin Wentian momentarily speechless. Of course. Feel free to ask me whenever you have questions, Su Muyu replied gently. Viewing Qin Wentian and Fan Lu as if they were younger brothers, blissfully unaware of Fan Li's lecherous thoughts. Thank you, sister. The portly boy's heart swelled with joy, though his face remained a picture of sunny delight. Take care of yourselves. I shall take my leave now. With a smile, Su Muyu departed, and Qin Wentian, observing Fan Li's unwavering gaze upon Su Muyu's retreating form, playfully thumped him on the head. Have you had enough, you glutton? Not nearly. Fan Lu grinned widely, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he turned to Qin Wentian. Sister Muyu is simply a goddess, so gentle and kind. I admire her. Others see you as a mere child, Qin Wentian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance before striding away. And you think you're so mature? Fan Lu rolled his eyes, then recalled Su Muyu's promise and let out a lewd chuckle, humming a little tune as he made his way home. At this moment, Qin Wentian had no need to ponder the intricacies of the Yuan mansion. He simply needed to focus on mastering the Wheel Pulse Scroll. The Nine Heavens Kuanping Technique's Wheel Pulse Scroll is divided into 4 levels: entry, subtlety, perfection, and divine motion. The entry level is relatively straightforward, requiring no external conditions. Diligent practice of the Kuanping's 9 movements allows one to advance. The levels of perfection and divine motion demand the absorption of a significant amount of spiritual essence from avian beasts, particularly for divine motion. Upon reaching this tier, one would have successfully condensed the Kuanping mark, enabling a leap of 10 zhang, akin to the great ping spreading its wings, allowing one to traverse the skies upon entering the Yuan mansion. In the days that followed, Qin Wentian immersed himself in the cultivation of the Nine Heavens Kuanping technique, which proved far more challenging than the dragon's subduing fist. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his training, aware that elevating his realm was of utmost urgency. Of course, he occasionally attended lectures from the Academy's elders as well. Unbeknownst to many, the ancient trees in the Dreaming Sky forest have lost their former verdancy. While the sun overhead beats down with an intense heat, the refreshing spring breeze has vanished, replaced by the oppressive heat of summer that envelopes the Star Academy. The new students have gradually adapted to their life as scholars, brimming with vitality and filled with boundless hopes and fantasies for the future. Many have begun to form teams to venture into the dark forest, seeking the true trials of death. The trials in the City of Illusions have accustomed them to the concept of mortality, rendering death less terrifying than it once seemed. However, when they truly step into the dark forest and witness their companions perish before their eyes, or narrowly escape death themselves, they come to realize that their hearts are far from the resilience they had imagined. This is genuine death, not the simulated demise experienced in the City of Illusions. Though they are disciples of the Star Academy, encountering death during their external training is a commonplace occurrence in this world governed by the law of the jungle. Yet it is precisely this training that continuously tempers their character. In front of the dormitory, Qin Wentian leaned against an ancient tree, his languid gaze fixed on the distance. Having arrived at the Imperial City for over 4 months, there has been no word from Qin Hao or Qin Xuan. Although Qin Wentian has never outwardly shown his concern, the anxiety within him is known only to himself. He is reluctant to inquire about the fate of the army led by Qin He, fearing a conclusion he cannot bear. Relying solely on his considerable talent, he finds a semblance of safety within the Star Academy, though he is acutely aware that danger lurks at every turn. As he lifted his head, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the ancient tree, illuminating his face. Yet, the fleeting glimmer in his eyes held a chilling intensity. Sharp as a blade. Just as the Yi family and Ochin would not spare him, he too would not let the Yi family or Ochin off the hook. He wondered how his sister Qin Yao and the others were faring in the Snow Cloud Kingdom, hoping they would soon grow stronger. He could almost envision that beautiful and gentle visage. At that moment, a voice interrupted Qin Wentian's reverie. Turning his gaze, he saw a boy of similar age approaching Zhao Yi, a new student residing not far from him. Zhao Yi, what brings you here? Qin Wentian greeted with a smile. Many have ventured into the dark forest for trials recently. You are the strongest among the new students. Don't you have any thoughts on joining them? Zhao Yi inquired as he approached. Though Qin Wentian possessed remarkable talent, He was quite approachable, and those around him maintained good relations with him. The dark forest, you say? A smile flickered across Qin Wentian's face as he stood up to stretch his limbs. I do plan to make a trip there. I have already grasped the foundational level of the Nine Heavens Qinping Techniques Pulse Wheel chapter, but to reach the exquisite level, I need to hunt avian beasts. I wish to train as well. Shall we venture forth together? Zhao Yi's heart leaped at the prospect of Qin Wentian also wishing to go. Having recently broken through to the second layer of the pulse wheel, he was still a novice, and though he was commendable among the new students, he clearly lagged behind Qin Wentian. Partnering with him would ensure greater safety. Very well, but be prepared at all times. I shall call for you when we set off. Qin Wentian replied with a smile, to which Zhao Yi eagerly agreed. That night, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu roused him from slumber, accompanied by a snow-white hound. As they departed from the Imperial Star Academy, leaving Zhao Yi in a state of vexation. However, he surmised that Qin Wentian was likely wary of the Knights Alliance keeping a watchful eye on him. By the time Qin Wentian and his companions reached the dark forest, it was already the following day. The periphery of the dark forest was bustling with activity. Being the ideal training ground for students from various academies and scions of prominent families, it was, indeed, a paradise and a hell for adventurers alike. Surrounded by lower-tier beasts, Qin Wentian suggested, let us delve deeper. He practiced the Nine Heavens Qinping technique, rendering lower-tier beasts virtually ineffectual against him. However, capturing beasts of the fourth tier and beyond proved to be quite the challenge, particularly avian creatures, thus complicating his pursuit of mastering the Nine Heavens Qinping technique. The trio, accompanied by their beast, began to sprint through the dark forest, their spirits evidently lifted. Stop. Suddenly, the stout Fan Lu called out, prompting the three to halt in their tracks. Due to his heightened sensitivity, a gift from the Star Soul, Fan Lu remained acutely aware of their surroundings. Fortune was on their side, for they had encountered a fourth-tier avian beast, yet misfortune also loomed, as this beast was a purple thunder eagle, a celestial creature that had now set its sights upon them. The stout fellow grimaced, causing Zhao Yi's expression to stiffen. Celestial beasts were akin to martial practitioners among humans, representing the purest form of martial prowess. They absorbed the power of the stars above to thrive, requiring no star soul to draw upon the celestial forces they needed. This was the formidable talent of celestial beasts. All celestial beasts possessed the potential to grow, and as they matured, their sensory capabilities would intensify, allowing them to absorb the powers of multiple stars. For instance, the purple thunder eagle, during its juvenile phase, would absorb a minuscule amount of stellar power through basking in starlight. As it gradually matured, it could sense nearby martial stars imbued with lightning power, thus enabling it to draw upon stellar energy. With further growth, it could sense even higher-order lightning stars, transcending to the second and third realms to harness their celestial might. This was the terrifying aspect of celestial beasts. The more extraordinary the creature, the more potent its innate abilities. Hence, celestial beasts were equivalent to the most unadulterated martial practitioners. And now they found themselves confronted by a fourth-tier purple thunder eagle, much to Zhao Yi's dismay. Chapter 66, Blood Flame Fruit, the fourth-level demon beast. Comparable to the third layer of the human martial cultivations wheel pulse realm, the purple thunder eagle stands as a formidable celestial beast. Its strength akin to that of the third tier of the wheel pulse realm, further augmented by its ability to soar through the skies. Above the ancient void tree, arcs of violet lightning flickered, crackling with a cacophony of sounds. Strands of electricity coursed down the ancient tree, culminating in a thunderous crack as a massive tree exploded, its radiant energy swirling ceaselessly. As Qin Wentian and his companions glanced upward, they beheld a colossal purple thunder eagle hovering above them, its fierce gaze glinting with lightning. Perceiving the trio as prey, with a sharp hiss, a bolt of lightning, thick as an arm, cascaded from the void, aiming directly for the spot where Qin Wentian and his comrades stood. Their expressions turned grave. As swift as the wind, they darted in three separate directions. A resounding boom echoed as the very ground they had occupied was blasted into a massive crater, the ferocious shockwave lashing against them with a stinging force. Boss, draw its attack, Fan Lu declared loyally, recognizing that Qin Wentian possessed the might to withstand the purple thunder eagle's electrical onslaught. How noble of you! Qin Wentian muttered under his breath, dust coating his form. His gaze shot skyward, only to witness another bolt of thunder descending upon him. With a subtle tremor in his step, he executed an exquisite maneuver, his body swirling like a willow seed in the wind. The lightning struck the ground before him, yet failed to graze him. Beast, come forth! Qin Wentian shouted, unleashing the Nine Heavens Qinping technique for the first time in actual combat. challenging the purple thunder eagle above. Provoked by his taunt, the eagle's eyes flared with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of lightning from its beak. "Curse it," the portly companion exclaimed, turning tail and fleeing toward a nearby ancient tree. Qin Wentian maximized the Kunping technique, narrowly evading the thunder that rained down, each strike missing him by mere inches. "Beast, press on," Qin Wentian roared defiantly. The fury of the purple thunder eagle intensified as it circled above before diving straight at him like a bolt of lightning. Thunder crashed down relentlessly, seeking to bury Qin Wentian beneath its power. Such ferocity, Fan Le thought, witnessing the chaos from a nearby tree, silently mourning for Qin Wentian. The dust swirled violently, enveloping him, yet the purple thunder eagle showed no signs of relenting, determined to feast upon Qin Wentian's flesh. Amidst the turmoil, Qin Wentian appeared disheveled. Yet a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. In that moment, he embodied an unparalleled calm, the divine essence within him surging toward his arm. With a thunderous roar, the Wheel Sea Seal, forged from divine essence, erupted, producing a terrifying explosion in the space around him. At that instant, Fan Lu unleashed 9 arrows simultaneously, transforming them into golden streaks of lightning. As a tempest arose, accompanied by a wailing cry, the purple thunder eagle ascended skyward, yet the 9 arrows, propelled by formidable winds, struck its body, grounding it with overwhelming force. "Perish!" Once again, a thunderous roar erupted from the dust as the purple thunder eagle let out a mournful cry, its wings weakly flapping as it plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. As the dust gradually settled, Fan Le jumped down from the tree and approached, only to see Qin Wentian, covered in dirt, and could not help but exclaim, "So impressive." "Get lost," Qin Wentian replied, spitting out a few mouthfuls of dirt, feeling somewhat dejected as he gazed at the fallen purple thunder eagle. Using oneself as bait to hunt a ferocious beast is no easy feat. Is there any other way to ascend into the skies? Unfortunately, that little rascal is not a flying beast. Fan Le glanced at the little rascal beside him, who stood on its front legs, staring at Fan Le with an adorably fierce demeanor. "You've done remarkably well. Encountering a beast of this caliber would likely spell doom for me," Zhao Yi remarked, approaching with a frown, feeling the vast disparity in their abilities. "It seems that being with you all means I need not hone my skills any further. Don't worry, I'll leave any beasts on the ground to you." Qin Wentian replied with a smile. He then drew a dagger and severed the head of the purple thunder eagle, extracting a beast core that was roughly the size of a palm, emanating a terrifying thunderous energy. This 4th-tier beast core held immense value for cultivators who practice the power of lightning. "The cores of flying beasts belong to me, while the land beasts shall be divided between you two. How does that sound?" Qin Wentian proposed to Fan Lu and Zhao Yi. Naturally, Fan Lu would not contest this, and Zhao Yi, being merely a spectator when it came to flying beasts, had no grounds to argue, nor would he desire to. After stowing the beast core away, Qin Wentian extended his hand, revealing a mark that emanated a powerful suction force, which he pressed onto the purple thunder eagle. Wisps of white light flowed into his palm, resembling the eagle's ethereal shadow, which entirely merged into Qin Wentian's being. Beasts are spiritual entities, possessing beast spirits. The technique I cultivate allows me to absorb these spirits for my own advancement. With the aid of the beast core, the process is even more efficient, Qin Wentian explained with a smile. However, perfecting the 9 heavens Kunping technique is no simple endeavor. What a pity it is to leave this body behind. It would fetch a handsome price if taken outside. After the trio departed, Zhao Yi cast a lingering glance at the massive purple thunder eagle, lamenting the loss of such a formidable beast, which was a treasure in its entirety. As they ventured deeper into the dark forest, whenever they encountered land beasts, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu would allow Zhao Yi to handle them, refraining from intervening unless absolutely necessary. A month later, they emerged filthy but with a subtle transformation in their demeanor. Their gazes were sharper and more profound, radiating an air of vibrant energy. And each had made some progress in their strength. Finally, they discovered a serene lake, and like ravenous wolves, they plunged in to cleanse the grime from their bodies. Afterwards, they set up a fire by the lakeside to dry their clothes. With bare skin, Qin Wentian sat beneath a tree, cultivating while holding a beast core, continuously absorbing its energy. Strangely, marks began to appear on his back, transforming into dazzling patterns akin to wings. The essence of power coursed through his limbs, and Qin Wentian distinctly felt his body growing lighter. As he continuously absorbed the essence of avian beasts, he began to witness the gradual manifestation of the 9 heavens Kunping technique's power. Just then, Qin Wentian noticed the little rascal rushing towards him from a distance, circling around him incessantly. Qin Wentian's expression momentarily shifted as he inquired, Are you urging me to follow you? Upon hearing this, the little rascal turned and dashed away. Observing this scene, a glimmer of intrigue flashed across Qin Wentian's countenance, and he promptly declared, "Fatty, Zhao Yi, let us set off." With that, he donned his still damp garments and followed the little imp, while Fan Lu and Zhao Yi, though filled with doubt, trailed closely behind. The little rascal quickened his pace, compelling Qin Wentian and the others to run after him. They soon found themselves led to a secluded valley characterized by treacherous terrain and an abundance of rare trees. Sounds of combat echoed in the air. Exchanging glances with Fan Lu, Qin Wentian followed the little rascal up a hillside, where they gazed down into the valley below, their pupils involuntarily constricting. There, beneath the slope, numerous serpent-like demons known as the azure-scale python thrived. Their enormous forms reminiscent of encounters Qin Wentian had previously faced in the dark forest. The strength of these azure-scale pythons was formidable. Particularly one colossal serpent coiled before a peculiar ancient tree, its head raised high as it exhaled toxic mist, revealing numerous scars adorning its massive body. At that moment, a group of individuals engaged in battle against the azure-scale pythons caught their attention. "People from the Imperial Star Academy," Zhao Yi exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment as he recognized the warriors, most of whom were at the 3rd and 4th levels of the Pulse realm. Around 17 or 18 years of age, all exuding the aura of star souls, qualifying them as martial practitioners. "Do you know them?" Qin Wentian inquired of Zhao Yi, who pointed towards one individual among them. "That person is Long Bo, a student of the Imperial Star Academy. I have seen him before. His aura indicates he has reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Pulse realm. He is quite formidable. They are fighting for the fruit atop that ancient tree." Fan Lu remarked, his gaze narrowing as he observed the largest azure-scale python guarding the tree, which bore several crimson fruits, seemingly capable of oozing blood. It seems true that extraordinary flowers and fruits attract the guardians of beasts. "What kind of fruit is that?" Qin Wentian asked Fan Lu, inadvertently casting a glance at the little rascal, who had evidently led them to this place. "Blood flame fruit. This fruit is remarkably effective for practitioners in the Pulse realm. It can open meridians and aid those in the Pulse realm to break through their limits. Moreover, it can be refined by alchemists into blood flame pills, which are even more potent," Fan Lu whispered, igniting a fervent desire within Qin Wentian's eyes. The Pulse realm involves the continual refinement of the pulse using stellar elemental energy, stimulating acupoints, facilitating their expansion, and allowing the pulse to swell, thereby storing greater amounts of stellar energy and enabling smoother energy circulation. The blood flame fruit could significantly aid practitioners in the Pulse realm to achieve breakthroughs more rapidly, explaining the fervor displayed by these individuals. However, Long Bo and his companions currently found themselves in a precarious situation, at a disadvantage. As Qin Wentian beheld the crimson fruits, a fiery ambition flickered in his eyes. He was in dire need of enhancing his strength, for numerous matters awaited his attention. Chapter 67. The turn of events. Long Bo was locked in a standoff with the 5th-level Qinglin python guarding the blood flame fruit tree. He noticed Qin Wentian and his companions on the hillside and could not help but shout, "Brothers from the Emperor Star Academy, lend a hand. This Qinglin python is quite formidable." Qin Wentian had made quite a stir at the Emperor Star Academy, and many were acquainted with him. Long Bo had witnessed the fierce battle between him and Murong Feng and was well aware of Qin Wentian's formidable combat prowess. "Should we intervene?" Zhao Yi inquired, eager to join the fray. The situation on that side was becoming clearer, although the students from the Emperor Star Academy were at a disadvantage. They were unlikely to face defeat in the immediate future. Long Bo was alone against a 5th-level Qinglin python, with little chance of victory. Although the python bore several injuries, Long Bo was also significantly wounded. If the battle continued, the entire situation would inevitably collapse. Only Long Bo could momentarily restrain the python guarding the fruit tree. The key lies in that guarding Qinglin python. Once we subdue it, we will effectively free Long Bo, and dealing with the other Qinglin pythons will pose no significant challenge. Fan Lu whispered. Qin Wentian's gaze flickered. Should they assist Long Bo in subduing the Qinglin python, it was unlikely that they would share in the spoils. Human nature is inscrutable, especially when it involves precious treasures like the blood flame fruit, a lesson Qin Wentian had learned well. "Little rascal, come here," Qin Wentian murmured. In an instant, a shadow surged into him, and he softly whispered a few words into the ear of the little rascal, who then leaped from his body and departed. "Zhao Yi," Qin Wentian said, turning his gaze toward him. "What is it?" Zhao Yi replied. "Please keep your distance for now. Staying here may put you in danger," Qin Wentian advised. Zhao Yi's expression stiffened, revealing his displeasure. The blood flame fruit was right before them. and it was difficult for him to accept Qin Wentian's request to leave. If we were to fall out with Long Bow and the others, we wouldn't be able to protect you, Qin Wentian explained. However, Zhao Yi's expression remained rigid and unyielding. Without exchanging further words, he turned and left, clearly agitated. Seeing this unfold, Qin Wentian shook his head inwardly. Not everyone possessed Fan Li's carefree disposition. Despite having spent many days alongside Zhao Yi, he had mistakenly believed they had developed a mutual understanding of friendship. Yet, it seemed he had overestimated their bond. Zhao Yi's strength was, after all, lacking. Whether facing the Qinglin Python or Long Bow and his companions, he had no means of resistance. It was challenging to provide for him in this chaotic situation, and thus, Qin Wentian had advised him to retreat for safety. Zhao Yi's expression shifted instantaneously, and Qin Wentian found no inclination to elaborate on his thoughts. Friends, if we perish, you will be unable to contend with these Qinglin Pythons. If we unite our efforts, there remains a sliver of hope, and we can share the spoils thereafter. Longbow shouted toward Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. In this dire predicament, Qin Wentian's involvement would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Qin Wentian comprehended Longbow's sentiment, should they suffer casualties. He and Fan Lu would have no hope of seizing the Bloodflame fruit. Stay vigilant and preserve some trump cards, he cautioned. Suddenly, Qin Wentian's body surged forth, racing towards the direction of Longbow. As he dashed out, Fan Lu unleashed his archery star soul, and brilliant arrows shot forth in rapid succession, targeting various directions. Long-range archers masterfully wield their craft. A truly formidable archer can eliminate foes from 1,000 miles away without leaving a trace. Although Fan Li's arrows lacked the lethality to slay the azure-scaled python, their cunning angles specifically aimed at the python's eyes, momentarily controlling the dynamics of several battlefields, preventing an immediate defeat. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian had already reached the formidable 5th-level azure-scaled python, whose strength rivaled that of a martial cultivator at the 5th layer of the Wheel Meridian. In a furious rage, it unleashed a terrifying power. As it confronted Qin Wentian, the python exhaled a cloud of toxic mist. Qin Wentian held his breath, and just then, he saw the python's massive tail sweeping towards him. With a powerful step onto the ground, he moved with an ethereal grace, allowing the tail to sweep past him. Twisting his body, Qin Wentian continued his charge towards the giant serpent. A resounding impact echoed as a formidable golden seal struck the azure-scaled python's abdomen, provoking a thunderous roar from the beast. Lowering its head, the python lunged at Qin Wentian with its gaping maw. 3 resplendent arrows pierced through the air, aiming directly at the python's eyes. Simultaneously, Longbow's great axe star soul radiated with brilliant light as he brandished a divine weapon, a colossal axe, and leapt towards the python's vital spot with the swiftness of lightning. Seeing the gaping maw rushing towards him, Qin Wentian trembled in his steps, his body light as a swallow. The clipping seal upon his back seemed to shimmer, transforming him into an ephemeral illusion as he retreated beneath the python's belly, evading the monstrous jaws that snapped downwards, missing its mark. In that fleeting moment, Qin Wentian felt an unparalleled mastery over his movements, a profound sense of control, an exquisite level of skill. Kill, he bellowed, unleashing a terrifying force with the Wheel C seal that struck the serpent's head, just as Fan Li's arrows embedded themselves into its eyes. Longbow leaped onto the back of the azure-scaled python, roaring mightily as he brought down the axe, glowing with radiant azure light, deeply embedding it into the python's vital spot. The massive body of the azure-scaled python quivered violently, thrashing in a frenzy before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Exhaling deeply, Longbow turned to Qin Wentian and smiled. "Thank you. Let us take down the other azure-scaled pythons." Qin Wentian nodded. With the death of this most powerful 5th-level python, the remaining ones posed little threat. Together, Qin Wentian, Longbow, and Fan Lu joined the fray, swiftly eliminating the remaining foes. Haha. Longbow laughed heartily, looking towards Qin Wentian. Truly worthy of being the top newcomer of the Imperial Star Academy. Qin Wentian, we owe this victory to you. Otherwise, we might have encountered some minor troubles. Minor troubles? Qin Wentian raised an eyebrow at Longbow's jovial demeanor, a hint of sharpness flickering within him. Yet his face remained adorned with a smile. He was no longer the naive youth of the past. Qin Wentian, the demon cores of these beasts are of immense value. I shall personally bestow them upon you. Longbow exuded an air of extravagance. However, such ostentation fell upon the ears of Qin Wentian and Fan Lu as somewhat jarring. To claim ownership of the bounty, were it not for him and Fan Lu, not only would they have failed to slay these azure-scale python, but Longbow and his companions might have been in peril themselves. though Qin Wentian did not seek to take sole credit for their joint effort. The words spoken by Long Bo were rather disconcerting. After all, you merely lent us a small hand. To ask for nothing seems overly courteous. Perhaps I shall take the liberty of offering you a blood flame fruit instead. Long Bo chuckled lightly before striding toward the blood flame fruit tree, his companions following suit. Blatantly disregarding Qin Wentian. 7 individuals, 1 at the 4th level of the pulse cycle and 6 at the 3rd, it appeared rather troublesome. As Qin Wentian observed them pass by, he slowly turned and uttered, "Wait." Long Bo and his companions turned back, gazing at Qin Wentian. "Is there something else?" "Just now. We saved your lives. The blood flame fruit ought to be divided amongst us." Qin Wentian replied calmly. "Oh, is that so?" A glimmer of cold light flickered in Long Bo's eyes. He scanned the surroundings, and when his gaze returned to Qin Wentian, a frigid smile surfaced. "In that case, we shall express our gratitude for your life-saving grace." As his words fell, the crowd subtly encircled Qin Wentian. Though Qin Wentian was esteemed at the Star Academy, this was the dark forest, where the Academy's watchful eyes could not penetrate. Should 2 corpses appear in this place, they would likely be swiftly claimed by the beasts, leaving no one to discern the cause of death. The murderous intent in Long Bo's eyes was no longer concealed, for the sake of the blood flame fruit. They had already lost several companions, and the remaining 7 were feeling the strain of dividing it. Long Bo deemed that offering Qin Wentian even a single blood flame fruit was already exceedingly generous, yet some seemed to prefer defiance over gratitude. Given this situation, fewer individuals sharing the spoils is certainly preferable. Wouldn't you agree? As Qin Wentian's voice resonated, he suddenly surged forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, remarkably swift. In his recent evasion of the Azure-scale Python S-strike, he had mastered the 2nd level of the 9 Heavens Kuanping technique, attaining a level of exquisite finesse. A crisp sound echoed as Qin Wentian's body brushed against one of the 3rd-level pulse cycle practitioners, stunning the others momentarily. The path of cultivation is arduous, and the blood flame fruit is plentiful. Why must they resort to such measures instead of sharing amicably? Qin Wentian's star soul emanated a chilling intent, his gaze imbued with lethal resolve. Chapter 68. Who is the Yellow Sparrow? Upon witnessing Qin Wentian's astonishing speed, Long Bo and the others were momentarily taken aback. Long Bo then turned to a tall, lean youth clad in green garments and instructed, "You take control." The youth nodded, summoning one of his star souls, which manifested as an ancient tree adorned with numerous long vines. Simultaneously, the power of the stars coalesced into tendrils that entwined around him, indicating that this star soul possessed controlling capabilities, ideal for countering swift martial practitioners. "You too, eliminate that rotund fellow," Long Bo commanded 2 others. Given Qin Wentian's esteemed position within the Imperial Star Academy, it was imperative to silence Fan Lu as well, ensuring no remnants of trouble remained. The 2 nodded obediently and advanced towards Fan Lu, who, upon grasping the situation, swiftly turned to flee. With his cultivation at the 2nd level of the Pulse Realm, he was no match for his attackers, who were significantly stronger and adept at ranged combat. Thus, he would avoid close-quarter confrontation. Long Bo and his 3 companions subtly encircled Qin Wentian, their murderous intent laid bare. Killing a mere genius newcomer is trivial. Although he is at the 4th level of the Pulse Realm, Morong Feng is simply too inexperienced, Long Bo remarked coldly, his giant axe star soul radiating a terrifying sharpness. "Commence the attack," Long Bo declared. At once, the strong wielder of the ancient tree star soul trembled, sending the long vines spiraling towards Qin Wentian. Long Bo stepped forward, his axe light descending with lethal intent, aiming to cleave Qin Wentian in 2. Qin Wentian's steps quivered, transforming him into a blur as he deftly evaded both the axe and the encroaching vines, gliding to the side. Suddenly, a streak of dazzling sword light approached, as a youth wielding a sword moved like the wind. Concurrently, the 4th individual unleashed a punch, reminiscent of a raging bull, charging mercilessly towards Qin Wentian. In that fleeting moment of ambush, Qin Wentian executed the 9 Heavens Kuanping technique to its utmost potential, gracefully dodging 3 successive assaults with astonishing agility. However, the onslaught of the bull was relentless and expansive. He could only strike out with a palm, using the explosive power of the diamond seal to shatter the bull's illusory form. The brief moment of delay was enough for the mighty axe and sword to close in on him, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping Qin Wentian. At that instant, he remained eerily calm, as if attuned to every whisper of the wind. Just as the colossal axe was about to cleave his skull, he ghosted backward, allowing the axe to pass perilously close. Yet, the piercing sword struck him in the skin, drawing a few droplets of blood, revealing the ferocity of the four assailants, far surpassing that of Murong Feng's solitary prowess. With a soft thud, the sharp sword pierced Qin Wentian's body. Almost simultaneously, a flash of white light erupted from his palm. As the sword-wielding youth found a dagger thrust through his throat, instantly he dropped his weapon, clutching his throat in a futile attempt to stem the tide of death that had already claimed him. Qin Wentian had no time to witness his demise. He propelled himself through the gap, his eyes icy as the dagger he had concealed within him was unleashed with lethal precision, rushing forward with astonishing speed. Longbow and his companions seemed to forget their pursuit, witnessing the hands of their comrade, clutching his throat, stained crimson with blood, before collapsing at their feet. This marked the second victim to fall to Qin Wentian's hands. At the onset of the battle, Qin Wentian had unexpectedly slain one adversary in an instant. Once again, he delivered a thunderous strike. The remaining three fixated their cold, venomous gazes upon Qin Wentian, their eyes resembling those of serpents. Blood had soaked through his garments, the earlier sword strike evidently inflicting harm upon him. Had it not been for his desperate counterattack, the injury would have been far graver. Impressive. We have been betrayed. Fan Lu approached Qin Wentian, spitting out blood-tinged saliva, as several others emerged from the hillside, 2 pursuing him and 2 more accompanying them. Among them stood a gaunt figure with an elongated face and icy eyes, exuding an aura of treachery, a detached smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. The words impressive had just escaped his lips. Beside him stood another individual, causing Qin Wentian's pupils to contract. Zhao Yi, do not blame me. It is your lack of compassion that led to this, Zhao Yi remarked with displeasure as his gaze shifted toward Qin Wentian. Had you lingered, you would likely be dead by now. Qin Wentian responded calmly. I merely allowed you to depart first. Were I to obtain the blood flame fruit, you would not have been forgotten. Yet, as it stands, say what you will. Zhao Yi retorted coldly. What is the point of conversing with such a person? We brought him along to hone our skills in the dark forest, and now we have to share the demon core with him, Fan Lu said frostily. Qin Wentian shook his head, uninterested in further dialogue. There was no need to explain himself to such individuals. Humph. The man beside Zhao Yi sneered. Longbow, Luo Xiao is nearby. I have dispatched someone to inform him. You may attend to the matter as you see fit. Luo Qianxiu. Longbow's expression hardened as he shot a frigid glance at Zhao Yi. This scoundrel had brought along Feng Lin, the lapdog of Luo Qianxiu. Now that Luo Qianxiu was aware of the blood flame fruit, everything was predetermined. He could only strive for his own benefit. Feng Lin, I am willing to offer the blood flame fruit to Luo Xiao. But my fallen brothers deserve at least one survivor among us. Longbow addressed Feng Lin. Those few blood flame fruits. Do you expect Luo Xiao to reserve them for you? Feng Lin pointed toward the distant fruit trees. Longbow's gaze followed, his legs quivering as if witnessing something inconceivable, his countenance darkening to an extreme. Feng Lin, there are others present. Longbow's expression turned grim. Only a handful of fruits remained on the blood flame tree, evidently pilfered. But how was this possible? Despite being embroiled in combat, how could someone have stolen the fruits without their notice? The thief's movements must have been exceedingly light. I care not whether others remain. Do you still wish to retain these blood flame fruits? Feng Lin pressed aggressively. Longbow's visage soured, cursing inwardly. Were it not for Feng Lin being Luo Qianxiu's lackey, he would not deign to care for such a wretch. Yet, currently, his life was paramount. He had indeed heard that Luo Qianxiu was also training in the dark forest, a figure he dared not provoke. I am willing to offer everything to Luo Xiao. Longbow spoke, eliciting a satisfied smile from Feng Lin. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu stood to the side, watching, and upon hearing Longbow declare his intention to present the blood flame fruit, their expressions turned somewhat peculiar. It seems we should discuss this matter, Qin Wentian remarked nonchalantly. Instantly, the gazes of Longbow and Feng Lin shifted towards Qin Wentian. Longbow inwardly cursed this fool for his recklessness, while a smile graced Feng Lin's face. The foremost freshman of the Imperial Star Academy, Qin Wentian, Longbow addressed Feng Lin. I see. Feng Lin stroked his chin, regarding Qin Wentian, and said, Since you are a newcomer, it would be wise to learn to respect your seniors. As for the blood flame fruit, will you relinquish it? Very well. I shall concede it to you. Qin Wentian raised his hands in surrender and then glanced at Fan Lu. The two turned to leave. This scene momentarily stunned Longbow. When did this fellow become so agreeable? At that moment, a white snow dog slowly climbed up from the slope to the base of the blood flame fruit tree, swiftly leaping onto the ancient tree and extending its furry paw to pluck a blood flame fruit. After accomplishing this, it poked its head out to glance at Longbow, blinking a few times, seemingly distressed at being discovered. So it was this beast's doing. Long Bow's eyes glimmered with a cold light. That is Qin Wentian's pet. Zhao Yi observed the snow dog, his expression frozen. You little rascal, you can eat the rest yourself. Qin Wentian's voice echoed from a distance. Hearing this, the little rascal tossed the blood flame fruit from its paw directly into its mouth, and in an instant, its body grew larger, dashing towards the other blood flame fruits, devouring them one after another. Quick, stop it. Feng Lin's expression suddenly turned vivid, hastening towards the fruit tree. However, by the time they arrived, the blood flame fruits on the tree had already been devoured, and the little rascal transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting down the slope. When Feng Lin and Longbow reached the spot, they discovered the creature clutching a bag in its mouth. Inside the bag, of course, were more blood flame fruits. Damn beast! Scoundrel! Both Feng Lin and Longbow shouted in fury at the sight, frantically pursuing the little rascal. Yet, the little rascal was incredibly swift, transforming into a white blur as it vanished into the thicket. In the distance, Qin Wentian and the plump boy exchanged radiant smiles. That little fellow must have had his fill just now. Chapter 69 Re-encounter. An hour later, within the secluded valley, several figures stood upon the hillside. The foremost among them appeared to be around 17 years of age, his expression serene, yet emanating an aura of lofty grandeur, as if his mere presence overshadowed all others, rendering them mere embellishments. Where's the blood flame fruit? The voice of Luo Qianxiu was calm and devoid of any emotion. Yet the casual inquiry prompted Longbow to tense up, responding with utmost respect. Young Master Luo, Qin Wentian is exceedingly cunning. He has detained us while his monstrous beasts made off with the blood flame fruit I had intended to present to you. Feng Lin approached Luo Qianxiu and whispered a few words, yet Luo Qianxiu's demeanor remained utterly unchanged. The top newcomer, Qin Wentian? Luo Qianxiu, harbor no interest in him. Go find him. His cold utterance granted Longbow a sense of relief. Bowing deeply, he vowed, Longbow will exert every effort. With that, he led a group of companions toward the direction in which Qin Wentian had departed. This valley is quite concealed. Search for any other extraordinary items, Luo Qianxiu commanded. And the individuals behind him flickered away, dispersing in all directions as if each of his words embodied an edict. Soon, only Feng Lin and Zhao Yi remained by Luo Qianxiu's side. I, Zhao Yi, a newcomer of the Imperial Star Academy, wish to follow young Master Luo and await your commands. Zhao Yi bowed, fully aware of the esteemed status of the youth before him. Luo Qianxiu, a prodigious talent, not only claimed the title of top newcomer in his first year at the Imperial Star Academy, but also swept aside second-year students. In his second year, he joined the Shura Alliance, emerging as one of its leading figures. His remarkable talent and formidable cultivation techniques were the subject of much awe. Rumor had it that he hailed from an extraordinary lineage, and few dared to provoke him. In addition to his innate gifts, he was known for his relentless dedication. Having engaged in life and death duels daily in the Dreaming Forest with his Shura Alliance seniors, only ceasing when met with death. His cruelty towards himself was paralleled by his mercilessness toward his foes. Betraying friends, being my dog, you are unworthy, begone. Luo Qianxiu's icy words left Zhao Yi's countenance ashen and his expression grim. Having betrayed Qin Wentian in hopes of acquiring a share of the blood flame fruit from Feng Lin, he had instead seen the fruit snatched away by Qin Wentian. Now, he stood humiliated before Luo Qianxiu. This degradation twisted Zhao Yi's features as he silently turned to leave. Young master, should we eliminate him? Feng Lin whispered beside Luo Qianxiu, suggesting that Zhao Yi, having betrayed Qin Wentian, could just as easily harbor resentment against them, and thus should be dealt with. Unnecessary, Luo Qianxiu replied calmly. Proceeding into the depths of the hidden valley. What was Zhao Yi to him? A mere trifling figure, unworthy of his consideration. He possessed his own pride. Goodness! Qin Wentian exclaimed as he opened the bag, revealing 10 blood flame fruits contained within. He could not help but ruffle the little rascal's head, whose form had shrunk once more. The creature wagged its tail, nuzzling against Qin Wentian's leg, as if seeking praise. The little rascal, having consumed the blood flame fruits, digested them with such extravagance. Fan Lu approached and playfully slapped the little rascal on the head. The little rascal turned around, squatting on the ground, glaring at Fan Lu with a pair of eyes that seemed to express disdain, prompting Fan Lu to roll his eyes in response. To his surprise, this mischievous creature was capable of treasure hunting. A smile graced Qin Wentian's face as he and Fan Lu divided the blood flame fruits. Subsequently, they departed from the area. Having made an agreement to meet the little rascal here, they were wary of Zhao Yi, who was also aware of this location. to evade potential pursuers. They decided to find a secure spot to consume the blood flame fruits and see if they could break through to the third realm of the Meridian cycle. It had been some time since Qin Wentian and Fan Lu had advanced to the second realm of the Meridian cycle, and after enduring the trials of the Dark Forest, Fan Lu successfully broke through to the third realm after consuming 3 blood flame fruits. This left Qin Wentian speechless, truly a case of extravagant waste. As for Qin Wentian, after consuming 2 blood flame fruits, he continued to hone his skills in the Dark Forest. He did not neglect his training, and after 10 days, he too broke through, opening a third starry meridian, allowing the starry essence within him to flow more smoothly. It felt as though he had undergone another transformation, a truly exquisite sensation of breakthrough. The remaining 3 blood flame fruits were not consumed in haste. Such treasures were rare. Had it not been for the little rascal's guidance, they would never have discovered that valley. Moreover, with the multitude of individuals training in the Dark Forest, their encounter was indeed fortuitous. Thus, they decided to reserve the remaining fruits for their next breakthrough. They did not rush to leave the Dark Forest. With their enhanced powers, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu found hunting level 4 magical beasts to be increasingly effortless, with flying creatures falling to Qin Wentian and terrestrial beasts to Fan Lu. Time flew by, and over a month passed. The Dark Forest transformed, adorned with falling leaves, a breathtaking sight, as a hint of autumn enveloped the surroundings. Within the forest, it was common to see 2 agile figures accompanied by a fluffy white dog, darting about and hunting magical beasts. Consequently, the local beasts would flee upon spotting them, perceiving them as formidable foes. Qin Wentian became increasingly adept with the 9 Heavens Kunping technique, the Kunping mark on his back flickering subtly, even altering his overall demeanor. Perhaps due to the consumption of numerous magical spirits, he exuded an air of enchanting charisma. His bright eyes were strikingly handsome, and despite being somewhat dirty, they radiated vitality. Both he and Fan Lu had grown slightly taller. "Fatty, you're looking increasingly fit," Qin Wentian remarked, skillfully cleaving the head of a magical beast with a dagger he had found and extracting the beast core, smiling at Fatty. In recent days, Fan Li's once ample frame had indeed slimmed down considerably. "I am a man pursuing a goddess. Naturally, I must become more handsome," Fan Lu replied with a grin. "Boss, it seems you still have some blood flame fruits left. Why not share a few with me? Get lost. Finish your own first before eyeing mine. You wishful thinker." Qin Wentian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Fatty. The latter was eager to rush to the 4th realm of the Meridian cycle, having consumed the remaining 2 blood flame fruits, yet his realm remained at the pinnacle of the 3rd. Such a lack of camaraderie. Fan Lu murmured softly before rising and departing from the scene. At that moment, a cry for help pierced the air, prompting Qin Wentian and Fan Lu to flicker into action. Moments later, they beheld several individuals pursuing a figure in a state of utter disarray. "Zhao?" A glimmer of intrigue crossed Fan Li's face as he regarded the beleaguered individual. Zhao halted, and upon spotting Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, a spark of hope ignited in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Qin Wentian, Fan Lu, save me. They wish to kill me." The assailants closed in around Zhao, and one among them turned to Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, stating, "Friends, this individual took advantage of our battle with the beasts to steal the demon cores we had set aside. It would be wise for you not to interfere." They lied. The demon cores had been acquired through murder. Zhao Yi's countenance paled, his gaze fixated intently on Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. This was his sole opportunity. "Someone like you should consider yourself fortunate if I do not end your life myself," Fan Lu replied coldly. It was unfathomable that Zhao Yi, once their companion, had now aligned himself against them, casting them into perilous straits, all while he felt justified in his actions. Zhao Yi's expression stiffened as he turned to Qin Wentian, pleading, "Qin Wentian, we are comrades. Save me. True sincerity is offered but once. If squandered, it shall not return," Qin Wentian replied with indifference, preparing to depart. "They possess blood flame fruits," Zhao Yi suddenly shouted, pointing accusingly at Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. Indeed, not just one. They seized a blood flame fruit from its tree. There are over a dozen. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu paused once more, observing Zhao Yi's face contorted in agony. His eyes fixed on them with a seething resentment. It was they who had wrought his misfortune. "Ah, what a spectacle!" came a voice from afar. Followed by the rapid approach of 6 figures, there stood Long Bo and his companions. "Qin Wentian, those blood flame fruits should still be in your possession," Long Bo remarked with a frigid glare, while the others regarded Qin Wentian and Fan Lu with covetous eyes. Qin Wentian recalled a saying that circulated in the Dark Forest: "The most perilous threat is often not the beasts but the hearts of men." He had heard this during a conversation with a group of adventurers. Qin Wentian, Fan Lu, prepare to meet your demise. Zhao Yi snarled menacingly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Qin Wentian's form transformed into a mere illusion. Zhao Yi's pupils constricted as he instinctively recoiled. A flash of crimson light surged forth. And in an instant, a dagger sliced through Zhao Yi's throat, clutching his neck with trembling hands. Despair and terror radiated from his eyes as he gazed at Qin Wentian. He sank to his knees, his body collapsing softly, the fear lingering in his eyes. For he had never imagined that his youthful life would conclude in such a manner. In his mind, a multitude of memories surged forth. He was so young. Having entered the Imperial Star Academy with unbridled ambition, he had invited Qin Wentian and Fan Lu to venture into the dark forest where they guided him in hunting beasts, continually bolstering his strength. That exhilaration had filled him with hope for the future. Yet, all of this altered irrevocably with the emergence of the blood flame fruits, steering his life toward an untimely end. Chapter 70. The visitors from the Snow Cloud Nation. Qin Wentian's dagger dripped with blood, yet he remained remarkably composed. A calmness that instilled a sense of danger in Longbow summoning his divine axe. Longbow unleashed his star soul, and the star soul axe seemed to merge with his weapon, emanating an aura of overwhelming might. The previous encounter with Qin Wentian had already exerted considerable pressure on him. Thus, caution was prudent this time. His companions gradually released their star souls, standing vigilantly, while Fan Lu discreetly distanced himself, preparing his bow and arrow star soul. Qin Wentian nonchalantly sheathed the dagger and retrieved a pair of gloves, crafted from silver and radiating a dazzling brilliance that was almost blinding. These gloves were divine artifacts he had forged for himself. As he slowly donned them, the youth remained tranquil, exuding an air of indifference. Be careful, Longbow advised his companions, but Qin Wentian casually turned to face the crowd that had just pursued Zhao Yi, offering them a charming smile. The expressions of those individuals betrayed a flicker of unease. This strikingly handsome youth was so composed that it evoked a hint of fear. His smile was pristine and serene, yet possessed an unsettling calm that belied his age. Suddenly, tendrils of vines rapidly enveloped Qin Wentian, ensnaring him in an instant before yanking him forcefully. At this sight, Longbow and the others felt a surge of murderous intent, stepping forward. At that very moment, 9 arrows fell from the void, targeting Longbow and his companions. Longbow raised his axe and swung it fiercely, exuding an aura that seemed to split mountains. Simultaneously, a formidable warrior wielding the ancient tree star soul pulled Qin Wentian towards him. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as a sharp wooden blade lunged for Qin Wentian's heart. Miraculously, Qin Wentian's form drifted along the vines, appearing almost like a phantom, his figure blurring slightly, causing the assailant's pupils to constrict. The vines released their grip as Qin Wentian harnessed their energy to draw closer. With a resounding roar, Longbow unleashed the dragon fist, the ferocious dragon claws shattering the wooden blade. A silver claw flickered in the void, and the warrior with the ancient tree star soul felt blood surge from his throat, unable to stem the flow. 3 circles of the wheel. Longbow's expression darkened as a flurry of arrows rained down upon him, leaving him no room to spare. After dispatching one adversary, Qin Wentian faced a simultaneous assault from the remaining 4. Suddenly, his foot trembled against the ground, as if the earth itself quaked. 3 starry will pulses surged within him, their divine essence roaring forth, enhanced by the power of the divine gloves. In the void, colossal palm prints seemed to overlap, resembling a tidal wave of strikes. Emitting a deafening roar, all attacks were crushed beneath this onslaught, leaving the 4 assailants before Qin Wentian aghast. Boom! The terrifying imprint of the wheel crashed upon them, instantly obliterating all 4 in a single, devastating blow. Fan Lu refrained from loosing another arrow, yet Longbow's heart trembled at the sight of Qin Wentian charging toward him, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. To retreat meant certain death. With a thunderous roar, Longbow swung his axe as if to cleave the heavens and obliterate all in his path. Qin Wentian did not flinch, donning silver gloves. He unleashed the wheel of Sea Seal once more, sending the colossal axe hurtling away. In the same motion, Qin's hand clasped around Longbow's throat, propelling his body forward with relentless force. Crack! Longbow, grasped by his throat, was forced backward, crashing into a mighty tree that splintered under the impact. Blood surged within him, his complexion turning ashen. "Do not kill me," Longbow gasped, and the moment the words left his lips, the silver glove glided across his throat, causing his eyes to widen in sheer despair. With hands clutched around his neck, he leaned against the fractured tree and slowly succumbed to the ground. The pursuers of Zhao Yi felt an involuntary tension grip their bodies, their previously relaxed expressions vanishing, replaced by solemnity as they regarded the youth who had turned to face them. They had clearly underestimated the seemingly tranquil boy, who unleashed such ruthless and unyielding ferocity. "Let us depart." Qin Wentian smiled at Fan Lo, then took a step forward to leave. Fan Lo quickly followed, and it was only then that the others breathed a sigh of relief. One among them watched the retreating figures of Qin Wentian and Fan Lo, a turbulent glimmer in his eyes. "Should we encounter him again, we must show deference. He is not to be trifled with," he remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. Accustomed to the cold brutality of the dark forest, they had never witnessed such calmness in the face of death as displayed by the young man. "If he survives, he will undoubtedly rise to prominence in the future," another whispered softly. As Qin Wentian and Fan Le strolled through the woods, Fan Li's gaze scrutinized Qin Wentian, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. "What is it? Are you envious of my good looks?" Qin Wentian chuckled, glancing at Fan Le. Fan Le shook his head. "You seem quite changed since our first meeting. Back then, you carried a heavy heart. Though fierce toward your enemies, you lacked the calm decisiveness that you possess now." "People are ever changing," Qin Wentian replied, smiling. "And you too have transformed. You seem rather serious now. In front of my brothers, I will always remain my authentic self, regardless of what the future holds," Qin Wentian declared, looking at Fan Lo. Despite the dust on his face, to Fan Lo, this visage appeared remarkably pure, especially with that brilliant smile that emanated warmth from within. "Indeed, the bond of brotherhood remains unaltered throughout life," Fan Lo mused, gazing into the distance. Recalling their first encounter, ordinary and unremarkable, yet the connection between men can be profoundly simple, devoid of reason. As autumn deepened, the vibrant fallen leaves transformed the forest into a beautiful yet melancholic ancient path. Following this path, the two youths emerged, raising their heads to behold the ancient town beyond the imperial city, their faces adorned with innocent smiles. "Hey, which academy's lad is that? Lucky to have walked out alive," chuckled a group of adventurers nearby, recognizing the youth, typically associated with academy trials. "Yes, quite fortunate," Qin Wentian replied, smiling at the burly man who spoke. "In youth, it is wise to refrain from venturing into the dark forest. The handsome lad has likely yet to experience the pleasures of a woman. Perhaps an elder sister could assist him." Beside the burly man stood a strikingly voluptuous woman clad in a fitted adventurer's attire, her curves tantalizingly concealed, inciting desire. "Sister, you are being quite unkind. Even a child is not spared. Should you require assistance, you know where to find me," the burly man chuckled, casting a lecherous gaze upon the woman's ample figure. "Is there anyone more handsome than you?" the woman retorted with disdain, provoking a hearty laughter from the group of adventurers as they strode into the dark forest. May they remain as audacious as ever, devoid of deceit and treachery. Qin Wentian silently wished, as he and Fan Lo made their way towards the imperial city. The imposing east sky gate loomed before them. It had been 7 months since Qin first stepped into the imperial city, encountering the Nine Institutes Alliance. Time indeed passes swiftly, he mused. The autumn breeze carried a hint of chill, brushing against him. The boy's visage, compared to the past, bore less innocence and more resilience, gradually maturing. Along the grand avenue of the Chu Kingdom's imperial city, a long procession unfolded. Among them, a dragon horse with antennae drew a magnificent carriage, astonishingly pulled by 8 dragon horses, each adorned with wings. These were the rare winged dragon horses, capable of soaring through the skies, traversing thousands of miles in a day. The presence of 8 such creatures suggested the esteemed status of those within the carriage. Surrounding it were numerous guards, and at the forefront, an elderly man sat in meditation, his aura enigmatic and inscrutable. Behind the guard contingent, a group of young noblemen surveyed the Chu Kingdom's imperial city with keen eyes and spirited demeanor. Onlookers whispered among themselves, speculating that the carriage bore one of the candidates for the Snow Cloud Kingdom's princess consort, wondering what brought her to the Chu Kingdom. These young men were disciples of the Snow Cloud Kingdom's Martial Academy, and it was rumored that their welcoming party would be the Royal Academy, suggesting their intent to gauge the prowess of the Chu Royal Academy's disciples. As Qin Wentian and Fan Le passed by, their curiosity piqued by the murmurs surrounding them regarding the Snow Cloud Kingdom's princess consort arriving in Chu. Suddenly, a delicate hand emerged from within the carriage, parting the curtain to reveal a stunning visage that captivated the crowd. A beautiful woman, merely 18, with gentle eyes and an enchanting demeanor, appeared to harbor a hidden sorrow. Upon beholding her face, Qin Wentian's heart raced, and he found himself momentarily frozen in place.